Only a few people in the know couldn't help but laugh. They took the rabbits to the storeroom in the backyard, temporarily turning it into a rabbit nest to care for them. Naturally, everyone could guess what was happening and shared knowing smiles while busying themselves, happily thinking about what rabbit meat might taste like. Before long, spring plowing began, and all production work returned to normal. Even the mischievous kids were brought back by their parents to help in the family's garden. In addition to their team's labor tasks, the young workers also had to maintain the base and the orchard. The team set up a schedule, rotating 2 people each day to help Meow Sherwin count the eggs in the morning and evening and assist with packing them. Afterward, they would go to the various orchards on the mountain to care for the fruit trees. With the crops planted, the next tasks included completing the reforestation project at the forest farm and planting sunflowers on the Rocky. The team mobilized all the strong workers and spent over 10 days cultivating the entire Rocky. They used the large stones they dug up to shape the steep into terraces, leaving a 3 to 4 meter wide pathway facing the base for the chickens and sheep to pass through. Although most members didn't have high hopes for this saline alkali land, with the sunflower seeds brought by Lu Mingjing planted, and seeing the well-prepared hillside, there was a bit more optimism. If they could really harvest something here, their hard work wouldn't be in vain. Looking down at the breeding base and thinking about the chickens and sheep that had gone up the mountain in the morning filled them with endless hope. Amid all this busyness, the young workers still found time to plant fruits and vegetables in the yard, and after work, they dedicated all their time to studying. At this time, the middle school textbooks sent by Lu Mingjing also arrived. Before they could find a teacher, Zhu Xiaoman assigned a strict task to the young workers. There were only 2 sets of middle school textbooks and 3 sets of high school textbooks, but there were 35 young workers in the yard. What to do about the missing textbooks? Copy them. All the middle school graduates would first copy the middle school textbooks, and then, like the high school graduates, they would copy the high school textbooks. The task was announced, and there were many complaints in the youth station. Even Xie Qingji couldn't help but ask Xiaoman, "What's the point of this? Isn't it a waste of time?" "This is about reviewing what we've learned," Zhu Xiaoman replied confidently. "Besides, we are preparing for the future. If the teacher comes back and the textbooks are incomplete, how will you learn? If everyone copies their own set now, it will be useful later." It sounded somewhat reasonable, but where was the teacher? She didn't say, and no one dared to ask, fearing the task would fall on them. If they succeeded, it would be fine, but what if they failed? Xie Qingji couldn't argue anymore, so he accepted the stack of notebooks she handed him and resigned himself to copying. Since he accepted it, the others had even less fight in them and could only accept it with their heads down. After all, they were not good at arguing and couldn't win against her, especially since they were still thinking about the delicious food she made. As the busy farming season passed, the mischievous kids started to run wild again, spending their days either stealing chickens in the woods or causing trouble for the fruit trees on the mountain. The youth felt heartbroken watching this, but they were too busy chasing after them to do anything. Zhu Xiaoman thought about it, and the next day gathered a few talkative women from the team to explain the importance of the base and the fruit trees, assigning them work points for the base and sending them up the mountain to chase the kids away. Meow Sherwin, although she followed Zhu Xiaoman's instructions to register, was still worried. "Xiaoman, even though they help us a bit, these work points add up by the end of the year." Zhu Xiaoman smiled, raised a finger, and playfully winked at her. "Just wait and see." Wait for what? Without needing an explanation from Zhu Xiaoman, Meow Sherwin understood. In less than 3 days, there were several fights in the village because the kids were causing trouble for the chickens and fruit trees. Many people brought their kids to the team office to complain. Sometimes, the woman taking care of the fruit trees got so upset with the kids that she ran back to the village to find their parents, leading to loud arguments among the adults. Other times, a mischievous kid who didn't escape was caught by the woman and got a good scolding, then ran home to tell their parents, who came out to argue with the woman. In the team office, from Gu Mansong to Huang Manhwa, and then to Qian Yuanfei, everyone had headaches from the noise. No matter which side they tried to reason with, it only got louder and more intense. If the office had a roof, it would have been blown off by now. Zhu Xiaomin sat at the office door, enjoying the peas she cooked, sometimes even stirring things up a bit. Huang Xiaowan also felt a headache and came over to push her, frowning. "Why are you adding fuel to the fire?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Did I say anything wrong? Everyone is hoping for a good harvest from those fruit trees in the fall. If the kids ruin them, shouldn't we be upset? But when it comes to educating kids, we can't hit them or use bad words. We have to persuade them, right? They are all in the wrong, and I can't say anything?" "All right, you have a point." Huang Xiaowan, also feeling a headache, squatted down beside her, pulled at her pocket to take out a handful of peas, and slowly ate them while looking worriedly at the noisy groups of people in the yard. Finally, after some digging, Qian Yuanfei squeezed through the crowd and shouted Zhu Xiaomin's name. "Zhu Ziking, those fruit trees were your idea to plant, and the older sisters are also involved. Now that this has happened, how do you plan to solve it?" "Yes, the instigator is here." Everyone turned to look at her. Zhu Xiaomin popped the last pea into her mouth, clapped her hands, stood up, and walked over confidently, saying, "Director Qian, this plan was made clear from the start. I suggested planting the fruit trees, but they belong to the community. Planting fruit trees is meant to increase the harvest for the forest farm. That can't be wrong, right?" No one said it was wrong. Everyone started talking at once again, and no one could hear what anyone else was saying. Zhu Xiaomin waited for Qian Yuanfei to shout several times until the noise quieted down before continuing. "The village kids have nothing to do and run wild everywhere. Whether it's the free-range chickens or the fruit trees on the mountain, they have caused trouble, hasn't it?" This statement stirred up a hornet's nest, and the parents of the misbehaving kids started arguing again, centered around the idea that even if the kids are naughty, breaking a few small fruits doesn't mean they should be punished or have their parents yelled at. Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly, supporting, Exactly, the older sister is right. Which side are you on?" The older sister in charge of the fruit trees was both angry and confused. Zhu Xiaomin waited for everyone to repeat themselves several times, and when there was nothing new, the noise gradually quieted down. She then said, "Yes, we can't change a child's nature. They need guidance, but we can't resort to hitting. However, the older sisters are helping to watch over the trees and protect the fruit trees, which is their responsibility. They are protecting community property, so it can't be wrong, right?" Right. This time, the older sisters in charge of the fruit trees agreed, and the noise rose again. Gu Man-song listened to both sides argue and sighed, rubbing his aching temples. But it's not a solution to keep arguing like this every day. He thought about how they had planted over 100,000 fruit trees, and just a few mischievous kids couldn't cause that much trouble. He could just chase them away, but these few mothers were known for their strong personalities in the village, which escalated the conflict. Zhu Xiaomin saw that her point had been made and turned to the parents of the mischievous kids. "The reason the children are so naughty is that they have nothing to do. But at their age, they should be in school. Why aren't you sending them to school? Learning to read and write will be useful later on. Much better than running wild everywhere. If they get hurt, it won't be a small matter." With a big twist in the conversation, she brought up school. The village officials nearly twisted their backs trying to keep up. One parent shouted, "What's the point of school? What good is knowing how to read? You educated folks are just like us, digging in the dirt." This parent was quite assertive. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and nodded. But when the village needs someone for writing tasks, why don't they ask the local mothers? Why choose me, an outsider? The mother was left speechless. Zhu Xiaomin pressed on. "So, do you think I, an outsider who writes at the village office and earns my points easily, have it better than your family members who are digging every day and might not even earn enough points?" The mother turned red with anger, jumping up and shouting, "I know you city folks look down on us rural people." Zhu Xiaomin shrugged. "Look, when the village office hires people, they consider whether someone can do the writing work, not whether they are from the city. If your children had an education, even if they stayed in the village, they could work at the village office and wouldn't need to rely on us outsiders, right?"
Right.
According to the villagers' mindset, if someone from the village could do this easy job, why hire an outsider? Some people nodded secretly, unable to disagree. The parent, frustrated, wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. Another parent chimed in, Zhu, it's easy for you to say. The nearest school is in town, 2 hours away, and we have to pack lunch for them. How can we manage that at home? Zhu Xiaomin replied seriously, the villages in our group aren't far apart. There are dozens of children. If they all go to school together, what's 2 hours of walking? Isn't it easier than running all over the mountains? Parent bear number 3 shook his head. It's not that we haven't tried sending them, but the teachers in town can't manage them, so they just give up. Every day they take their snacks and cause trouble. It's better for them to stay home and help with chores. The town school has only 3 or 4 teachers, each handling multiple grades and subjects, so they really can't control all the kids. Zhu Xiaomin blinked. If someone could manage the children, would you let them learn to read? Who? Who can teach them to read? Parent bear number 2, clearly intrigued by her idea, asked immediately. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, the older sisters always say we are educated people. Why not think that we can teach the kids to read? You all? Several parents' eyes lit up. Yes, the educated youth are indeed knowledgeable, so they can teach the children to read. Several parent bears began whispering to each other. Is there a fee? Parent bear number 3 asked. Let me tell you, the town school doesn't charge. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. If the town school doesn't charge, then it won't cost anything. If you're willing to send them, I can discuss this with the team and set up some rules. No fee? Parent bear number 2 confirmed. No fee, but we will take care of the kids. If they get upset, you can't come to us to complain. Otherwise, we won't help anymore. Zhu Xiaomin said half seriously, half playfully. Seeing the parent bears frown, she added, of course, our approach will focus on persuasion and education, and we won't resort to hitting the kids. That sounds acceptable. The parent bears began whispering again. However, the bear kids changed their expressions. Suddenly, Bear Kid shouted, No. Mom, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school. He stomped his feet, cried loudly, and rolled on the ground. With Bear Kid A causing a scene, Bear Kids B, C, and D quickly joined in, and soon the yard was filled with children rolling around, making a big fuss. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Of course, if the older sisters only go by what the kids want, we won't force them. If they don't want to learn, that's fine. They can grow up illiterate and be fooled by others. Illiterate? That felt like an insult directed at them. The parent bears got anxious and immediately switched to angry lion mode, grabbing their bear kids and giving them a good scolding, which was oddly satisfying to watch. Zhu Xiaomin watched for a while and then advised the parent bears to take their kids home, saying it was for a good talk, but really, it was just to let them handle their kids until they agreed. The yard at the team headquarters finally quieted down. Huang Meihua let out a long sigh and couldn't help but ask, Zhu Jiqing, are you serious? But don't you young people also have to work? How can you find time to teach them? Zhu Xiaomin pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, I was just thinking the same thing. However, the children running around everywhere is really not a solution. Damaging some collective property is a small issue, but there are several hills and cliffs here. If someone falls, that would be a big problem. Such incidents had happened in the past years. Huang Meihua exchanged a glance with Gu Montong, both agreeing. Qian Yuanfei sneered. It's easy for you to say. Even if you pick a few people to teach the children to read, what about the books? Who will buy the paper and pens? And will the teachers get work points? You're not trying to find an excuse to let your young people avoid work and still get full points, are you? With the added responsibilities of the base and orchard, Miao Sherwin was also receiving full work points. Hearing Qian Yuanfei's words, Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and nodded. Director Qian makes a good point. These are indeed issues. Qian Yuanfei scoffed. There are 35 people at the youth station, and already 3 are getting full work points. Who do you plan to nominate this time? Look at our entire production team. Out of hundreds of people, how many can get full work points? Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. Teaching children to read, even for the youngest ones, involves language and math. For older ones, there are geography, history, art, and music. These subjects can't be taught by just one person. Qian Yuanfei laughed even louder. If one person can't teach at all, then you young people shouldn't work and just get full points for teaching the children. Huang Meihua frowned at his unreasonable behavior and said, Director Qian, Zhu Jiqing didn't say that. We're just discussing this. Gu Monsong nodded as well. Zhu Jiqing, please share your thoughts. We can discuss what's feasible. Zhu Xiaomin replied, this idea just came to me and isn't fully formed yet. I was thinking, since we each get a day off every week, aside from occasional trips to the county or town, we really don't have much to do. Why not have everyone take half a day to teach these children? Qian Yuanfei asked. Using your day off means you won't earn work points? Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Yes, no work points. I think that's a good idea. Huang Xiaojun immediately agreed. She is the accountant of the team, so she knows what it means not to earn work points, especially since she has several mischievous kids at home. Gu Monsong nodded but looked a bit troubled, but Director Qian just mentioned some issues. What about books? And paper and pens? Don't worry about the books. At first, we only need to teach reading, so we won't need them right away. If we need them later, we can find a way. As for the paper and pens, Zhu Xiaomin lowered her head, pretending to think before saying, well, while paper and pens are a problem, it's not too difficult. We can make a plan to ensure that the kids attending class have supplies, but we need to agree with the parents that during class time, the kids' activities and lessons will be arranged by us. Huang Xiaojun immediately nodded. Of course, you are the teachers, so you should arrange it. Qian Yuanfei, however, was skeptical, looking at Zhu Xiaomin with doubt and saying, aren't you just wasting your money and effort? Zhu Xiaomin shrugged. What else can we do? The base and the orchard are managed by our youth production team. Should we let those kids run wild? It's easier to manage them together than to chase them all over the mountains. That made sense. Gu Monsong nodded repeatedly. This is feasible. We'll discuss it among the team leaders and ask for the villagers' opinions. Zhu, you should also talk to the other youth about the specifics. After all, this is a matter for the entire youth group, not just Zhu Xiaomin's decision. Zhu Xiaomin nodded happily in agreement. The first step of the plan was complete. Outside, there was a commotion, while Shi Meijun sat in the office holding a teacup. When she saw Zhu Xiaomin enter with a light step, she scoffed, I knew you were just trying to win people over. You'll have your troubles. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at her and lazily replied, I really don't know why you bother with me. You can't argue with me, and if you get upset, won't that stress your baby and cause an early delivery? From the way she looked and the timing, it was clear that her baby was already over 7 months along. The village was already buzzing with rumors, and only Nie Yifei was unaware, still in the dark. At this rate, when the baby arrives, Shi Meijun would surely plan for an early delivery drama. Shi Meijun's expression changed, and she clutched her belly, staring at her and asking, What did you say? Zhu Xiaomin blinked and smiled. You see, you clearly heard me and are obviously upset, yet you pretend you didn't understand and want me to repeat it. Isn't that silly? After saying that, she ignored her and took her things to the next room. Next door, Huang Xiaojun was chatting excitedly with Xia Chunhua. When she saw her come in, her eyes lit up and she asked, Xiaomin, what you just said, is it really possible? I wonder if we need girls? I'm worried because my daughter is growing up and is always running around with a bunch of boys. Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but smile at her series of questions. After she finished, she nodded and said, Of course, we need both girls and boys. In fact, girls should study more. It's not just for work. Even if they get married, it helps them not to be taken advantage of. Huang Xiaojun, who had benefited from education herself, nodded repeatedly and sighed. In the past, our village had a private school where I studied, but it closed down later. Our family has a daughter, and while waking up early and working hard is manageable, it's really concerning to let her walk 2 hours to town. Zhu Xiaomin understood her worries and nodded, Yes, while she's still young, let's start by teaching her some basic words. I was thinking that if it works out, we could find some elementary school textbooks to teach her systematically. Then we can register her in the town's elementary school, and when she's of age, she can take the entrance exam and get a diploma. Huang Xiaojun was already imagining the future and nodded happily yes. With a diploma, Whether she comes back here or goes elsewhere to marry, she won't have to worry about finding a good job. At that time, graduating from elementary school was considered educated, making it easier to find work in the city, especially compared to the many illiterate people in the countryside. Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. I will discuss this with Xie Qingji and the others tonight. We don't need all the educated youth to agree. As long as half are willing, it can work. The most important thing is that I haven't figured out the details yet and need to think it through. What's so important? Huang Xiaojun asked, worried. Zhu Xiaomin sighed. Since we're not selecting a fixed person to teach, it means we, the educated youth, will take turns. This could make the children less focused, so we need someone to oversee them consistently. Huang Xiaojun asked, is it necessary to have someone like that if they're not teaching? Zhu Xiaomin replied helplessly, it would be great if someone could teach, but even if not, we need someone to manage everything, just like a school needs a principal and a class needs a homeroom teacher. However, since the educated youth need to earn work points, that's clearly not feasible. If we choose someone from the village, it might cause other conflicts. Huang Xiaojun quickly said, of course, we can't choose from the village. There would be disagreements and fights. After saying that, she looked at her seriously and asked, are you really not trying to secure work points for someone? Zhu Xiaomin smiled and shook her head, saying, no, I just haven't thought about the rules yet. After that, she grabbed her hand and shook it. Sister Xiaowan, go back and talk to the villagers about this. It's really a good thing for the children. Also, let everyone think about where to find someone like this. If there are any problems, how can we solve them better? Huang Xiaowan nodded repeatedly. Perfect. Tomorrow, there's a meeting at the cooperative, and the accountants from other production teams will be there. I'll talk to them too, not just limit it to our team. That's the spirit. Zhu Xiaomin agreed. The troubles affect not just our children. Xia Chunhua couldn't help but laugh. I knew you were still thinking about those fruit trees. Zhu Xiaomin laughed too. It was indeed the fruit trees that started this whole thing. After sharing their thoughts, the three continued chatting until some workers returned from their tasks. They helped Xia Chunhua finish recording work points, and Zhu Xiaomin went back with Xie Qingji and the others. At the youth station, a few who returned early were already copying from their textbooks. Zhu Xiaomin announced that anyone who finished copying a book and had neat handwriting without missing pages would receive a tea egg as a reward. She checked each person's work without disturbing them, then went to check on the chickens in the inner courtyard and the rabbits in the backyard before returning to help with dinner. Miao Shaiwen glanced at her and smiled. If others see us, they will say we love studying. No wonder you are a youth worker, but little do they know everyone is thinking about your tea eggs. Zhu Xiaomin looked at the table full of people, unable to hide her smile. They will know later that everything we do now will not be in vain. Miao Shaiwen nodded in agreement, leaning closer to her and whispering, why did I hear that there was a big commotion at the team office today? They said it was about you. What happened? Since she took charge of the base and the fruit orchard, aside from her daily trips to the base and orchard, she shared an office with Zhu Xiaomin and Shi Meijun. However, she had already gone to the base when the argument broke out, so she missed it. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and patted her hand, saying softly, I was just about to tell you. Let's eat together in a bit. Is there really something? Miao Shaiwen could only nod, and when dinner was ready, she called everyone to put their books away and get ready to eat. Everyone sat down after serving the meal, and Zhu Xiaomin got straight to the point. Today, the troublemaking kids went up the mountain and were scolded by those older women. They started arguing and ended up at the village office. The troublemakers had been a constant worry for the young people, and as soon as she mentioned it, they all began to ask questions, agreeing that the parents were to blame. After listening to everyone for a while, Zhu Xiaomin said, I have an idea that I want to discuss with you all. Your ideas are never really up for discussion. It's always about getting everyone to agree, and if they don't, you keep talking until they do. The young people fell silent, eating their meals while waiting to hear what she would come up with next. Zhu Xiaomin slowly repeated what she had said earlier in the afternoon, explaining, at first, I really wanted to manage the troublemakers by keeping them together. But thinking deeper, this could actually benefit them a lot, so I want to do it well. Are we supposed to teach the troublemakers? The young people stirred their porridge, exchanging glances with each other, feeling confused. Taking time off was one thing, but managing those troublemakers felt uncertain. If those kids could be managed, they wouldn't be troublemakers anymore. Xie Qingji also felt it was a difficult situation and said with a wry smile, "Xiaoman, let's be honest. Do you really think you can handle these kids?" Zhu Xiaoman blinked. "It depends on the effort. If you haven't tried, how do you know it won't work?" Xie Qingji shook his head, feeling unsure. Song Jian cautiously asked, "Xiaoman, if we have classes, we need a place. You're not thinking of bringing those troublemakers to our youth center, are you?" In the whole village, the largest yard was the village office, and then there was their youth center, which was the only place with a blackboard. "That's a different issue," Zhu Xiaoman quickly replied. "I considered the village office, but there are too many people coming and going. It wouldn't be convenient for us to do anything. You want to teach the kids to read, but what else do you want to do? And you don't want anyone to know?" Everyone was even more confused, their eyes wide open, forgetting to eat. Zhu Xiaoman smiled slightly. "Can we really keep those wild kids together all day to learn? I was thinking that while teaching them to read, we should also take some time to take them out to help with tasks, whether in the base or the orchard, to use up some of their energy. You want them to help teach other kids to read while also getting something back in return. Are you looking for free labor?" Xing Qingxing felt uncertain and asked, "Will that work?" Zhu Xiaoman replied, "Right now, it's just an idea, so we need to discuss it with everyone and come up with a plan together." Miao Sherwin thought for a moment and smiled, saying if we set some rules and add a reward system, it should help keep things in order. It's not just the kids. Even this group of young adults is motivated by something as simple as a tea egg. Zhu Xiaoman understood her point and couldn't help but chuckle, nodding. Just like you controlled the floods, it's better to guide than to restrict. Let's think about what the kids like and invest a little to encourage them to behave, ensuring peace for our base and orchard. I think it's worth it. Everyone had put in a lot of effort into the base and orchard, and they all nodded in agreement. Song Xian slapped his thigh and said, "Xiaoman, don't stress about what we should do. Just do what you think is best, and we'll support you. That certainly makes things easier." Zhu Xiaoman laughed and said, "I was thinking that the site can't be in our youth point, but there's an empty space outside we can use. It's in the direction of the entrance of the youth point, where there's still some open land. Last year, they planted some fruit tree seedlings and a few jujube trees nearby. When the youth point was expanded, some trees were included, while others remained outside the wall, taking up only a small area." Wu Shilin asked, "Are we going to build houses there?" "The team's tasks are tight, and by the time it's built, the small fruits will be gone." Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "The weather is getting warmer, so we don't need to build a house. We can gather some branches to make a fence and paint the wall black." "That sounds feasible." A few people nodded, and Zhou Dong reminded, "What about tables and chairs? We can move some stones and find some wooden boards to make tables. The kids can bring their own stools from home." Xie Qingji, who had been here for many years, knew about the local schools. With that, the youth agreed unanimously, completing the second step of the plan. Zhu Xiaoman immediately assigned work to Chen Sudong. "Go to the county and see if the supply and marketing cooperative has any surplus paper. The cheaper, the better. Buy a ream and bring it back." "Buy a ream of paper directly? For what?" Everyone looked confused. Zhu Xiaoman shrugged. "The kids will be writing, so of course, we should use cheap paper. Should they use the same notebooks as us? That makes sense." Everyone had to admire her. It wasn't about what paper to use, but no one had thought about such details before. Later, Huang Xiaojun went to the town for a meeting. She met some familiar faces from other production teams and talked about the situation, sighing with hope that it would work out. At this time, the educated youth in the village were seen as a remarkable group. They were educated city folks, and the villagers looked up to them. However, they had no family ties or roots in the area, and some people harbored dark thoughts, wanting to take advantage of them. Regardless of their intentions, everyone wanted to get closer to the educated youth. They heard that these young people would teach the children to read for free, which was very appealing. Once everyone returned to their villages, the news spread quickly within a day. People from nearby production teams came to ask if they could send their children too. Naturally, our team had no objections. The villages were only 2 or 3 miles apart, making it much closer than sending them to the town. Moreover, many teachers in the town were just local graduates of a few years of elementary school, which couldn't compare to the educated youth from the city. As a result, the team office was once again crowded, but this time it was not for arguments. Everyone came to inquire about their children's education. Originally, this was just a proposal, and the team was still discussing whether to proceed. However, with so much interest, they had to move forward. Gumon Song felt a headache coming on and quickly called Zhu Xiaomin out of the office to explain to everyone. Zhu Xiaomin adjusted her expression, looking surprised as she stepped outside. After listening to everyone's eager questions, she shared her initial thoughts and helplessly said, "In our mountains, it's easy to find a place, and now that the weather is warming up, outdoor classes are feasible. But with so many children, we educated youth are not a fixed group, so we need someone to manage everything." "Zhu, do you have anyone in mind?" shouted the wife of a team leader from the second team. "Yeah, Zhu, if you have someone in mind, just say it," others from the third team chimed in. "Zhu, you're a high school student. You should manage it. We trust you," someone from the fourth team suggested, which immediately gained everyone's agreement. Gumon Song waved his hands repeatedly and said helplessly, "You all know that our first team is already a pilot for the base, and Zhu is in charge of that. Plus, she has to handle the team's written work. How can she also manage a school? Can't we find another educated youth among so many?" Someone questioned. Zhu Xiaomin quickly said, "If we have to choose someone from the educated youth, it's not impossible, but we also need to work to earn points. Teaching takes up our rest time, and we really can't spare anyone. Yes, earning points determines how much grain we get at the end of the year, which is a big deal. We can't let them go hungry." Everyone sighed upon hearing this. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at a few leaders from Team 3 and tried to guide the discussion. "Since everyone wants us to get this done, why not help think of a candidate? Ideally, someone educated but not in a critical position and for some reason not earning many points." She made the necessary conditions clear, right? Yet, those listening still looked confused, whispering among themselves, but no one could suggest anyone. Zhu Xiaomin continued, "Well, we have high school and middle school students here. They can help teach the kids to read, but we need someone who can be with the children long term, preferably more educated than us, so the kids can learn more. You're already high school students. Who could be more educated than you?" A woman from Team 2 said, "Previously, when you set up the breeding base, you invited 2 experts who were university students." University students? To them, that was like a divine being, something they couldn't reach. As soon as she said that, many people nodded in agreement, eagerly looking at Zhu Xiaomin. University students, could that work? Thinking of Zhao Zheng and Meng Zihua, Zhu Xiaomin felt both amused and helpless, saying, "Those 2 experts can only come for a few days every few months since our base is newly established. They can't stay long-term, so everyone should think of someone closer to home. If we had such people nearby, why would we need to come here?" A woman from Team 3 shook her head repeatedly. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "Weren't we also from outside? Before this, no one thought of letting us teach the kids to read, right?" "That's true. Now, all the conditions were laid out, educated, from outside, and not earning many points." A few people from Team 3 began to look hesitant, glancing at Zhu Xiaomin as if wanting to say something. Zhu Xiaomin encouraged them, "If you think of someone, feel free to share. Just like the 2 experts, if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal." "Yeah, if you think of anyone, let's hear it." A few people from other teams noticed the change in Team 3's expressions. Finally, a woman from Team 3 hesitated and spoke up, "We do have someone there. I heard he is quite educated, but he doesn't earn many work points, just." "What do you mean?" someone asked eagerly. Another man said, "He is locked in the cow shed. He probably won't be able to help." Even though he was sent to the countryside, being locked in the cow shed means he has a criminal label. He is there for labor reform, under community supervision, doing hard work but earning very few points, which is nothing compared to the educated youth. It's that capitalist rotor. Hearing someone finally mention him, Zhu Xiaomin sighed in relief, but still had to keep up appearances. He's locked in the cowshed? I wonder what the issue is? The common people didn't know the answer. They looked at each other, and no one spoke up. Gu Montsong, however, knew and whispered, he's a capitalist roader. He came here 6 or 7 years ago, and seems to have brought a child. Zhu Xiaomin relaxed her expression a bit, showing a hint of joy. It's been so long. The issue should have been clarified by now. Besides, he's just here to teach. The capitalist roader issue shouldn't be a big deal, right? Do you really want him? Gu Montsong looked shocked and glanced at the people from Team 3. Zhu Xiaomin immediately turned to look as well, trying to ask, is this person still in Team 3? I wonder what his character is like. She added, to interact with the children, knowledge is one thing, but character also matters. Otherwise, he might lead the kids astray. Her words seemed to be for the children's sake, and everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the Team 3 members. The few people from Team 3 exchanged glances, and the same man spoke again. He's been here for so many years but hasn't done much. 5 years ago, he did have an incident in the cow shed because his son was sick, but nothing else has happened since. Yes, he usually keeps to himself and just works quietly, the woman agreed. Now, if anything happens, it's usually because of his son. We only see him occasionally, another man added. Zhu Xiaomin listened for a while and nodded confidently. This person doesn't seem to have any issues. I just don't know if it's allowed to bring him here to work or if there are any procedures to follow. Someone replied, for these people, getting them to work somewhere is just a matter of the commune's word. Zhu Xiaomin nodded, squatting beside Gu Montsong, resting her chin on her hand, and after a moment said, we've thought about everything else. If this person can be useful, there shouldn't be any problems. In other words, if this person is not useful, then there would be big problems. Several people from the third team immediately started shouting, urging Gu Montsong to ask. Gu Montsong, smoking his pipe, thought for a long time and finally nodded. Let's invite the leader and secretary of the third team to the commune to discuss this matter. If the commune agrees, we can talk further. That's great. Zhu Xiaomin contained her excitement and nodded calmly. No rush. Let's take our time to ask. You may not be in a hurry, but the parents are anxious. Without this proposal, it would have been fine, but now that there is a glimmer of hope, all the parents are eager for their children to learn to read and write as soon as possible, as if even a single day of delay could hinder their chances of becoming experts. The few who suggested that person from the third team were initially a bit uneasy, but upon receiving confirmation, they felt energized, eager to return and discuss it with their team leader and secretary. They were determined to make this happen. Watching everyone leave in discussion, Zhu Xiaomin finally relaxed her expression and let out a gentle sigh. Yes, the third step of the plan is in place. With the community's encouragement, things moved quickly. The next day, Gu Montsong and Xia Dongliang met with the leader and secretary of the third team at the commune, along with some eager community members. After explaining their request, the commune officials finally agreed, setting some guidelines for supervision and instructing the first team to prepare. The defeated class had no rights to agree or disagree. Decisions were made by the organization, and people were taken away as needed. That evening, Zhu Xiaomin received the news and immediately ensured that the person's activities would be limited to within a few dozen meters of the youth point, with accommodations provided there. The youth point would also be responsible for supervision, meaning that the person could be useful or even die there, but they must not be allowed to escape. When the youth heard this news, they were stunned. Although they had come from the city to the countryside, they were all good young people with solid backgrounds. How could they now have a capitalist living with them and participating in the education of those children? Faced with everyone's shocked expressions, Zhu Xiaomin dropped another bombshell. I know this person. Before becoming a capitalist, he studied abroad and speaks several languages. We invited him not to teach those unruly kids, but for our own benefit. She winked and pointed at the books on the table. For us? Everyone looked even more surprised. After a while, Xia Qingji finally found his voice. Xiaomin, do you know what you're doing? What am I doing? Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile, spreading her hands. This person was recommended by the third team and approved by the secretary. We value his knowledge, not his capitalist style. In fact, from another perspective, we can educate him in our thoughts when he comes here. Can it really be said that way? For a moment, everyone exchanged glances. However, the commune had already approved it, and the person would soon be brought in. All they could do was prepare to receive him. Xia Qingji fell silent for a moment, then finally smiled wryly and nodded. Then let's arrange for him to stay in the inner courtyard. When he arrives, everyone should keep a distance from him and his son. Once the inner courtyard was built, the rooms were still empty. Now they needed to set up one room with a door and windows. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that things had come this far, they could only move forward. Xia Qingji thought for a moment and added, "Tomorrow, I'll go to the team office and request more people to help. We need to enclose that empty space outside and move stones to build tables." At this point, the more people involved, the better, preferably with the team office taking the lead. Everyone nodded again. Once this was settled, Zhu Xiaoman reminded them, "We need to copy the books quickly." With only a few sets of books, they couldn't all copy at the same time. They had to take turns, with each person copying one book at a time. Once finished, they would pass their original book and their copy to someone else to copy while they took a different book. Hearing this, everyone felt the urgency, quickly ate their meals, and resumed writing. Miao Sherwin had time during the day at the team office, so she could copy faster, focusing only on high school textbooks. She quietly approached Zhu Xiaoman and asked, "This capitalist is fine, but once he arrives, how will you manage those kids?" Zhu Xiaoman chuckled lightly, drawing a large circle with her hands in front of her. "Let's start by making a big plan." "What does that mean?" Miao Sherwin stared at her, confused. Xia Qingji made a request, and that same day, the team sent over more than 20 people. Some built fences, while others dug trenches. They set up the completed fences in the trenches and filled the soil to secure the area. After that, Zhu Xiaoman divided the space into 2 zones, one for classes and another for self-study. When she saw that everyone was confused, she explained, "Our children are not all the same age, and their understanding varies. After some time, we will notice differences in their learning speeds, so we need to teach them separately. While some children are in class, others can practice writing in the self-study area." Now it made sense. Although not many fully understood, they all looked enlightened and eagerly helped set up the tables. Xia Qingji walked around and saw everyone excited. He felt inspired and found a piece of wood. With a big stroke, he wrote, "Suzaku Commune No. 1 Elementary School," and hung it on the entrance fence. This made it feel even more official. Zhu Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh. When Gumont Song arrived with a few team leaders and saw the sign at the entrance, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He nodded repeatedly, admired it for a moment, and then entered. He noticed a few people already setting up a podium and listened as Zhu Xiaoman explained how to paint the blackboard. With a wave of his hand, he arranged for the team to provide a blackboard. At this point, the so-called blackboard was just a piece of plywood painted black on one side. Still, it was much better than painting on a mud wall. Zhu Xiaoman, Xia Qingji, and the others happily thanked him and immediately sent 2 people to bring it back. This blackboard was great. They could use it during the day for the children and at night for themselves. Seeing the 2 men looking worried that he might change his mind, Gumont Song couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. However, when he walked to the other end of the school and saw the newly built wall, he was slightly surprised. After observing, he realized they had enclosed the empty space behind the youth station, which was quite large. He couldn't help but glance back at the 2 men. When Zhu Xiaoman saw he finally noticed they had expanded the yard, she chuckled and confidently said, "Secretary, look, only our wall is long enough and the space is big enough to support such a large fence and accommodate so many children. Don't you think?" Whether he agreed or not, Gumont Song nodded without giving a definitive answer. After checking the environment inside, he asked about other arrangements and casually walked into the youth station's yard. Zhu Xiaoman hurried in after him, smiling, "Secretary, would you like some water?" Gumont Song nodded, "I haven't seen your newly expanded yard." He walked through the yard. Zhu Xiaomin and Xie Qingji exchanged glances and quickly ran ahead to lead the way. Yes, we just finished tidying up this inner yard, she said, pointing to a row of houses across from him. After passing through the door that separated the inner and outer yards, Gu Mansong stopped and looked behind her. What is this?
What?
Zhu Xiaomin turned her head back and quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing, just an outdoor toilet. Gu Mansong responded with an and walked toward it. Did he really need to check the toilet? Zhu Xiaomin touched her nose and followed him. There was a 3-meter-wide passage left between the old and new rows of houses, but this passage had 2 walls built in, each 2 meters long. To enter the backyard, one had to go around the first wall on the left, and then the second wall on the right. The walls were staggered, perfectly blocking the view of the backyard. If it weren't for the outer wall, one might really think these 2 walls were just for the toilet. Standing on the other side of the passage, Gu Mansong looked at the neatly arranged vegetable garden in the backyard and was speechless for a while. To be fair, the girl wasn't lying. There really was a toilet built against that wall. One could tell just by seeing the words men and women painted on it. Zhu Xiaomin followed him, and her smile faded. Secretary, we mentioned before that we can't have our own plots of land, but we can plant vegetables in the yard, right? The backyard is part of the yard. The expansion of the youth station was approved by the team, and no one said we couldn't expand the yard, right? Gu Mansong found this wordplay troublesome and felt a headache coming on. But if he said the yard was big, it was indeed larger than most homes. However, with 35 young people living here, it wasn't that spacious per person. With no other choice, Gu Mansong said, well, it's already built, so we can't tear it down. Let's just let it be this time, but next time we need to ask for approval first. Next time? Zhu Xiaomin immediately smiled brightly and nodded repeatedly. Got it. Got it. We invited the secretary here, didn't we? Did you really invite him? Gu Mansong didn't want to talk to her anymore and just went out to take a look around the newly expanded inner yard, nodding as he walked. Watching him leave with his hands behind his back, turn a corner, and disappear, Zhu Xiaomin cheered and turned to high-five Xie Qingji. With that, the backyard was officially approved. From now on, no matter who brought it up, she could say she had discussed it with the secretary. This temporary school was completed in just one day. Not only was a fence built around it, but a roof was also added on top. It's nothing much. After a while, when it gets warmer, it can provide shade, and when it's not raining too hard, it can also keep the rain off. The adults can then send the kids here, without feeling guilty about it. Now that we have a place for classes and a blackboard, the next thing we need is the children's stationery. Thinking about the ream of white paper that Chen Sudong bought, Yang Aijuan felt a bit pained and glanced at Zhu Xiaomin, asking, Xiaomin, that ream of white paper we bought, even though it was cheap, it's still white paper. Are we really going to let the kids scribble all over it?
No.
Zhu Xiaomin waved her hand and said to everyone in the next few days, let's find a way to get some small pieces of plywood, or even some fiberboard. What for? Everyone was confused. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, of course, to make small blackboards for the kids to practice on. That way, we would only use some chalk which we can apply from the team. Everyone looked at her and agreed.
All right.
No wonder they said they would provide the stationery, without any pressure on us. So, with everyone's effort, 2 days later, more than 30 small blackboards were piled on the table. Now we had everything we needed, just waiting for the third team to send the people over. A day later, the third team sent over the father and son from the capitalist class. Knowing this arrangement, Zhu Xiaomin, Xie Qingji, and several group leaders from the youth team stayed behind to wait. When they heard the people arriving, they all came out together. The father and son were led by the militia from the third team. They were both wearing tattered clothes. The father had no shoes and wore clumsy straw sandals. The boy's clothes were much too short, and even though the sleeves and pant legs were sewn with thick thread, they still couldn't cover his wrists and ankles. The father hunched over, carrying a simple load on his back, and stood with his head down, not observing the new environment. The son held a half-flat basin that had clearly been repaired many times in one hand and clutched his father's arm with the other, looking around with a face full of suspicion and caution. Seeing the man, Zhu Xiaomin's heart tightened for a moment. She bit her lip to suppress the emotions rising within her. After a lifetime, she saw him again. In her previous life, she had only seen him once during the 3 days when she and Lu Mingzheng were paraded around during a movement. At that time, this man was also being criticized. Lu Mingzheng had her underwear on his head, while this man wore a paper cone hat with the words capitalist written on it. That night, they were locked together, crying as a boy brought them a bowl of cold porridge. The man shared half of his bowl with them and quietly took off his worn clothes to cover her body. In that dark moment, he was facing a storm himself, but still remembered to shield others from it. Having lived 2 lives, she still remembered his only words, "It will pass." Yes, it will pass. She and Lu Mingzheng made it through, and for a long time afterward, she often thought of those 5 words. It will pass. However, when she finally got through and hoped to hear news of him, all she received was the sad news of his passing. His issue was resolved 2 years after the end of the movement. 3 cars came to pick up him and his son from the 3rd Brigade, but although they left the countryside, they did not return to their old life. He fell ill on the way and was taken directly to the hospital. He lay in the hospital for 3 months, made arrangements for after his passing, and then he passed away. Later, she wanted to find that child but didn't know where to look. When she finally received news about the child again, he had achieved remarkable success, standing at a height unreachable by others. Now, the man looked older than she remembered, in his mid-30s, but appearing to be in his 50s. The child, aside from wearing even more tattered clothes and having a thin body with a large head, looked almost the same. Meeting 2 years later than in her previous life, he had hardly grown at all. Zhu Xiaomin felt a tight grip on her heart, but she could only use all her strength to suppress her emotions, not letting anyone see. It was April 1974, 3.5 years earlier than when they left the countryside in her previous life. She hoped her reach could help this man escape the fate of his past life. The militia captain of the 3rd Brigade completed the handover and shouted to the man, "Luo Tingyuan, from now on, you will work in the 1st Brigade and follow their arrangements. Do you understand?" The boy pressed his lips together, glaring at him, but Luo Tingyuan remained calm, still looking down at the ground, and quietly replied, "Understood." The militia captain turned to Gu Montsong and the others, saying, "He's in your hands now." After that, he greeted them and left with his men. The area has many hills and so there are few livestock. It's the first time we've had people sent here from the upper ranks, and everyone is unsure of what to say to the father and son. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Qian Yuanfei coldly stated, "Since someone brought you here, you better behave. Don't think that just because you left the 3rd team, you can cause trouble. You'll still face consequences, understand?" The boy's gaze shifted to him, his lips pressed tightly together. This time, Luo Tingyuan didn't respond, not even moving a muscle on his face. No one knew if he ignored the reprimand, or if he had become numb to it. Seeing his silence, Qian Yuanfei's anger built up, and he asked again, "Understand?" "Director Qian," Zhu Xiaomin quickly interjected, returning his glare with a forced smile. "They have their own tasks, and the team has already made arrangements. It would be better to discuss this during the team meeting. In other words, don't show off your authority at any time." Upon hearing team meeting, the boy's pupils involuntarily shrank, and he gripped his father's hand tighter. Qian Yuanfei paused, his face turning a deep red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Zhu Jiqing." I know. Zhu Xiaomin interrupted with a smile. "Let's take them to their accommodation first, and we can discuss other matters later." She exchanged glances with Xia Qingji and the others, signaling to leave. "Have the militia them. We can't let them escape," Qian Yuanfei said coldly. Zhu Xiaomin glanced back at him and then at the group of militiamen who had come along. Not wanting to complicate things, she nodded and said to the boy, "Let's go." She instinctively reached to help him with the basin he was holding, but he defensively stepped back. Zhu Xiaomin's hand froze in midair, and after a moment, she smiled and nodded, walking ahead. With 7 or 8 young workers and 5 or 6 militiamen surrounding the Luo father and son, it really did look like they were prisoners. Luo Tingyuan's left leg appeared a bit unsteady as he walked with his head slightly down, taking one step at a time without glancing to the side. Meanwhile, the boy's large, dark eyes were wide open, gripping his father's arm as he followed closely, his gaze alert to the unfamiliar surroundings. They went downhill through the woods and then uphill, with Zhu Xiaomin leading them directly into the courtyard of the young workers' site. Xia Laosan sighed and said, "We've handed them over to you. If anything happens, remember to call for help from the team office." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and smiled, saying, "We have things to do here, so we won't keep you." Xia Laosan also smiled, no need to be polite. After saying that, he left with the militia. The boy clearly did not expect to find such a place. Although the house was a low, mud brick structure, it was obviously a normal living space. The yard was tidy, and he felt a bit more hopeful, quietly shaking his father's hand. Luo Tingyuan also seemed surprised but only glanced around the yard before looking down at the ground again. Now that it was just their group, Zhu Xiaomin felt relieved and said to the two, "This is the youth station. Your living quarters are in the inner courtyard. I'll take you there." The boy's excitement quickly faded, and he looked at her with suspicion. The outer courtyard was for living, while the inner courtyard was for keeping animals. Zhu Xiaomin pretended not to notice and walked through the yard. Xia Qingji and the others, still worried, followed behind. After passing through the door separating the inner and outer courtyards, the yard became much smaller, but the houses and yard were cleaner and neater. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to look, spotting only a chicken coop in the corner, with no other animals. Both father and son were filled with doubt as they followed Zhu Xiaomin through the courtyard, turned a corner, and stopped in front of the last room. Zhu Xiaomin opened the door made of branches and then turned to say, "This is your living space." Luo Tingyuan paused at the entrance, took the boy's hand, and stepped inside. Upon seeing the room's environment, he was clearly surprised and finally turned to look at Zhu Xiaomin. As they walked through, it was evident that the houses in this courtyard were newly built, with no doors or windows yet installed, except for this one, which had a door made of branches. He had expected it to be a storage room, but upon entering, he found a neat room with a bed and a stove, and a somewhat worn mat on the bed. Although there were no other usable items, it was indeed a livable space. Seeing the questions in his eyes, Zhu Xiaomin apologetically explained, "The house is newly built. We only learned you were coming 2 days ago, and there wasn't enough time to install doors and windows. Thankfully, the weather is getting warmer, so we have to make do for now." She was explaining the situation about the doors and windows. Luo Tingyuan hesitated for a moment, but instead of asking his many questions, he simply expressed his gratitude. Zhu Xiaomin said, "You all settle in first. If you need anything later, just let us know." What could they need? Luo Tingyuan looked down and nodded slightly, but the boy stared at her with wide, dark eyes. Zhu Xiaomin continued, "We will have meals in the courtyard where we came from. We have worked during the day, but I will prepare lunch in advance." Upon hearing there would be food, Luo Tingyuan nodded, and the boy's eyes brightened a bit as he rubbed his stomach. "Well, you all start tidying up." Although she had many things to say, Zhu Xiaomin didn't know what to express. She turned to the boy and gently patted his head, "Luo Yi." As soon as she called out, the boy quickly moved away, looking at her with caution. Zhu Xiaomin was taken aback and had to withdraw her hand, then said, "Later, you can go to the outer courtyard to get dinner." After saying that, she left and closed the door behind her, giving the father and son some privacy. Xia Qingji and the others were outside. When they saw her come out, they followed her back until they reached the outer courtyard. Only then did Song Jian quietly ask, "Xiaomin, why does everyone think they will run away? Can they escape? What should we do?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "Escape? Where can they go?" At the beginning of the movement, those who feared being affected had already fled abroad. Now, trying to leave would be much harder. If they can't leave, are they supposed to hide in the country? With the need for introductions everywhere, they would be stuck. Hearing her certainty, Song Xian felt a bit relieved and came over to help prepare dinner. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, the father and son looked at the closed door, listening to the footsteps of the group fading away. Finally, Luo Yi tugged at Luo Tingyuan's shirt and whispered, "Dad, what do we do now?" "What to do? Just take it one step at a time." Luo Tingyuan patted his head and sat down quietly, thinking before saying, "Today, Captain Nyo from Team 3 said we will belong to Team 1 from now on. At least we don't have to go back." Luo Yi nodded, but he was still tense, whispering, "But that woman just said there would be a meeting." In his memory, meetings were always a source of hardship for his father. Others call her Zhu Jiqing, Luo Tingyuan corrected, patting his shoulder helplessly, and said softly, "It will pass." Luo Yi bit his lip and silently hugged his father, wishing he could grow up quickly to protect him. The two of them stayed quiet for a while, and as the light in the room dimmed further, Luo Tingyuan said, "Since we are allowed to stay here, let's settle in. It can't be worse than before." "Okay." After a moment, Luo Ye's mood lightened a bit. He slowly let go and looked around the room, suddenly pointing to the doorway and asking, "Dad, what is that?" Following his finger, Luo Tingyuan saw a pull cord above the door and a light bulb hanging from the ceiling. A light bulb? They had never used one before. He looked up and saw the bulb hanging from the ceiling. Luo Tingyuan paused, got up and pulled the cord. A clear sound rang out, and the bulb lit up. "Is that a light?"
Luo'ye gasped din sorprese.
He had seen lights in other people's homes through the window, but they had never had one of their own. Luo Tingyuan quickly turned it off and said, "Yes, that's a light." Luo Yi stared for a while and then dreamily asked, "Dad, are we really going to live here?" At 10 years old, he had no memories from before he was 3, and after that, he only remembered living with his father in a cow shed with half a wall. The upper part of the wall was completely open, and in winter, the cold wind blew through. There was a roof, but it wasn't tight, so in summer, rainwater leaked through every. They had never had a proper bed, just a pile of straw and a worn-out quilt. Now, they not only had a room with complete walls, but it also had a bed and a stove and, surprisingly, a light. This was the best house he had ever seen. Luo Tingyuan didn't answer, but slowly walked over, reaching out to touch the earthen bed. The bed felt a bit damp, and upon closer inspection, it was darker than the walls. Luo Tingyuan paused, then touched the wall, which was made of dry clay. This meant that even the bed was newly made. Though the bedding was somewhat worn, it was still intact. As Luo Tingyuan slowly set down their belongings, Luo Yi called out again, "Dad." Luo Tingyuan took a deep breath, turned to him, and said softly, "Since this is how it is, let's just settle in." Now, where they lived and what work they did was not up to them. They had no choice but to adapt to their situation. The two of them had only one worn-out quilt, so there wasn't much to tidy up. Luo Yi placed the basin and rice jar on the stove, turning around to look at the room that had nothing but a Kong and a stove. He felt an indescribable fondness for it. When they were in the cow shed, there were always people passing by, watching their every move. Those people would look at them with disdain and walk away as if they were afraid of catching some terrible disease. Here, with walls all around and windows and doors, there would be no such gazes anymore. Luo Tingyuan also felt a sense of relief. By all accounts, this was the worst room in the courtyard. The 3 main rooms over there were much better, and this room was at the end of a row of 5, meaning it would be cold in winter and hot in summer. However, given their situation, even the worst room offered some protection. Additionally, this room was the farthest from the outer courtyard, so they couldn't see it from their door, and the outer courtyard couldn't see them either. Not being seen meant there were no watchful eyes. The father and son looked around their new surroundings. Finally, Luo Yi took a deep breath and asked his father, earlier, that sister said I should go get food from the front. I'll go check now. After saying this, he took the rice jar and went outside. He wanted to see the environment around him and the people living there. He walked around the vegetable garden in the courtyard and reached the entrance, where he immediately saw a large group of people sitting around a long table. Luo Yi paused, unsure if he should go out. Today, they were having a meal, and Zhu Xiaomin had just mixed the batter. When she saw him, she called out with a smile, "You came a bit early. The food isn't ready yet."
Oh,
Luo Yi replied awkwardly and turned to go back.
wait.
Zhu Xiaoman stopped him, took his rice bowl, noticed it was quite dirty, and quietly cleaned it for him. She poured some hot water and kindly said, "You've traveled a long way. Drink some water and rest a bit. The food will be ready in half an hour." Luo Yi nodded and took the rice bowl back. During his brief absence, the young people busy copying books had already noticed him but were unsure how to interact with the father and son, so they remained silent. Now that he had left, Yang Aijuan came over, peeked out the door, and seeing the boy had turned the corner, whispered, "Xiaoman, he's here. How do you plan to ask him to teach us?" The team had only arranged for the children's matters. "Let's wait until tomorrow. There's no rush," Zhu Xiaoman said without any pressure. Yang Aijuan shrugged and quietly replied, "I know you're brave, but I didn't expect you to be this bold." With Luo Tingyuan's status, everyone would want to keep their distance, afraid of getting involved. Yet, Zhu Xiaoman managed to bring him over and even live with them, which sent chills down their spines. Zhu Xiaoman smiled at him, shook her head slightly, and said softly, "It's not like a few years ago. If we just pay attention, there won't be any problems." Now that he was here, what could they do? Yang Aijuan thought they were quite daring too. This girl was wild, and they were going along with her. Meanwhile, Luo Yi didn't return the bowl of food but brought half a bowl of hot water instead. When he handed it to Luo Tingyuan, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he said excitedly, "Dad, drink some water. It's hot." Growing up, he hardly had any hot water or food. Luo Tingyuan patted his head, took a few sips from the bowl, and handed it back to him. Luo Yi took a big gulp. It was a bit hot but felt very comforting. He sighed and said, "There are many people in the yard. They're reading." Luo Tingyuan responded, glancing at the sky outside. He had heard that this was a youth station where young people lived, so it was normal for there to be many of them who liked to read. It was probably after work now. But he didn't understand why they had sent him from Team 3 to Team 1's youth station. After finishing the half bowl of hot water, Luo Yi became restless, glancing out the door every little while, asking Luo Tingyuan, "Dad, is it half an hour yet?" Luo Tingyuan sighed, "Just wait a little longer. If it wasn't ready yet, it would be awkward to go over." Luo Yi understood and nodded, sitting back beside him, murmuring softly, "Actually, they could ask me for help." Luo Tingyuan patted his head and sighed inwardly. Both had come from the city to the countryside, but the youth were honored to develop rural areas, while they were here for reform. It was surprising enough that they accepted living here. How could they get too close? Luo Yi understood this too. He didn't say anything more, but, being young, he couldn't sit still for long. He got up again and peeked outside, asking, "Is half an hour enough?" Luo Tingyuan helplessly pulled him back and suggested, "Why don't you recite your lessons? Once you're done, it will be time."
Okay.
Luo Yi nodded, standing in front of him and starting to recite, lowering his voice out of habit. In the front yard, dinner was already being served. Zhu Xiaoman looked toward the door several times, but didn't see the child come in. Yang Aijuan said, "Should I go call him?" "No need." Zhu Xiaoman stopped him. "Habits are formed from the beginning. I hope they come out on their own." The rough young men didn't quite understand the difference, and no one insisted on it. They really didn't know how to treat the father and son. Finally, Luo Yi finished his reading, came out with a bowl of food, and immediately saw a group of people gathered around the table eating. His heart sank. It seemed he was too late and would miss out on the food. Zhu Xiaoman noticed him standing there, took his bowl, and pointed to a bench, saying, "You can sit here for now." Luo Yi smelled the delicious aroma in the air and saw everyone holding a piece of a round, unknown food that was golden brown. He thought it looked really tasty and struggled to control his drooling, but his stomach betrayed him and growled a few times, making him feel embarrassed and wanting to turn back. But since she took his bowl, he couldn't run away and had to sit on the bench as she suggested. Zhu Xiaoman first poured some batter into a pan, closed the lid, then filled his bowl with some soup and handed it to Luo Yi, saying, "Have some soup first." Luo Yi took it and shook his head, I'll drink with my dad when I get home. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and took the bowl back. Luo Yi thought, why is she taking it away again? He anxiously waited, unsure how to ask. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. The bowl was handed back to him, now filled with almost a full ladle of soup, along with a small wrapped package tucked under his arm. Zhu Xiaomin said, walk slowly, be careful not to spill. The smell of the soup filled his nose, and Luo Yi felt his mouth watering again. He quickly nodded and carefully carried the bowl back. Seeing the small, thin figure, Zhang Xiaomei felt a bit uneasy. Should we help him take it over? If we go, they'll feel even more uncomfortable, Zhu Xiaomin replied, returning to her seat to eat and urging the young men, finish your meal and then get back to copying. Classes start tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after at the latest. Was there no time to breathe? Thinking of the taste of those tea eggs, the young men felt frustrated but could only eat in silence. Luo Yi rushed home with his food, and before he even entered the house, he called out, Dad. Luo Tingyuan came out, saw him holding the bowl with both hands, and struggling to keep a small wrapped package from slipping out from under his arm. He quickly took the bowl from him and looked down. Unsurprisingly, it was full of soup, and there was plenty of it. Luo Yi brought in a cloth bag and opened it on the edge of the bed. He saw what was inside and exclaimed, Wow, Dad, what is this? It's a special dish. Luo Tingyuan said, staring at the food in front of him, unsure of how to express his feelings. He had eaten this a long time ago and didn't expect to see it here. Luo Yi swallowed and said, I saw them eating this earlier too. Yes, go ahead and eat, Luo Tingyuan said, gently patting his son's head. His gaze fell back on the cloth bag and noticed something else underneath the dish. He asked, what is this? Luo Yi saw it too and pulled it out, revealing 2 pairs of wooden chopsticks. In just a short time, they had noticed this as well. Luo Tingyuan was a bit surprised and handed a pair to his son. He gave him a sip of soup and pointed to the dish, saying, You can eat first. Luo Yi stirred the dish with his chopsticks and exclaimed, Dad, there are 4 pieces. Then he hesitated. She said lunch would be ready early. So, is this for one meal or for the whole day? The father and son looked at each other, unsure. Luo Yi didn't know, and Luo Tingyuan was even more confused. But after a day without food, their stomachs were really hungry. The soup in the pot had cooled down and didn't taste good, but they noticed some egg drops floating on top. They both focused on the dish, taking turns to sip the soup. Once the soup was gone, they decided to split 1 piece, leaving 3. If there was no food tomorrow, they would share 1 in the morning and each have 1 for lunch. After agreeing, Luo Tingyuan broke 1 piece in half, but it ended up uneven. He gave the larger half to his son. After eating, they placed the remaining 3 pieces back in the pot, covering them with a cloth, preparing to wash and return them tomorrow. Thinking no one would come, the 2 of them spread out a worn quilt and lay down on the bed. Luo Yi stretched out his limbs, feeling the texture of the mat beneath him. It was the most comfortable he had ever felt, but he still couldn't sleep. He stared at the ceiling for a while and softly called, Dad. Yes. Luo Tingyuan was also awake. Hearing a response made Luo Yi realize he wasn't dreaming. After a moment, he called again, Dad. Luo Tingyuan sighed. What is it? Luo Yi licked his lips and turned to look at him. Dad, I'm hungry. Hadn't they just eaten? Not to mention that there was still half a piece left and a whole pot of soup with egg drops. In the past, he often only drank cold water at night and never complained about being hungry. It was clear that they were thinking about the leftover food. Luo Tingyuan felt a bit sorry and after a moment of silence said, How about you eat 1? We can skip breakfast. Luo Yi sat up suddenly, but after thinking for a moment, he lay back down and shook his head. I was just saying. He knew that if he got hungry at night, he wouldn't feel it once he fell asleep, but not having food during the day while having to work was much harder to bear. Luo Tingyuan understood his thoughts, pulled the blanket to give him more space, and softly said, Go to sleep. Okay.
Luo Yi replied.
With that, he decided not to eat and stopped thinking about it, closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. At dawn, the loudspeaker of the team blared, and both father and son sat up almost at the same time. They exchanged a glance and then got out of bed. When they stepped outside, they found the yard empty and were unsure of what to do next. Luo Yi tried to suggest, I saw a water tank ahead. I'll go get some water to wash my face. Seeing his father nod, he took the flattened basin and went out. At the youth station, everyone was brushing their teeth or washing their faces. When Zhu Xiaomin saw him, she waved and handed him a bucket, saying, "Take this water to wash up. Come back later for breakfast." Breakfast was still available. Luo Ye's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to remind her about the 4 pieces of food she had given them yesterday. He nodded and took the bucket back. When the father and son poured the water out of the bucket, they were surprised. The bucket held half a bucket of warm water. Using hot water for washing up was quite a luxury. They exchanged glances but didn't dare to ask, so they used the warm water to wash their faces, dipped their fingers in the water to brush their teeth, and rinse their mouths. After washing up, they had only used 1/3 of the water. Should they take the rest back? They looked at each other and then at the room, but there was nothing to carry the water in. Finally, they washed the basin and filled it with water. Also, they heard there would be breakfast. But they still had 3 pieces of food in their food container, which might be for lunch, and they needed to return the cloth. After thinking for a while, they placed 2 pairs of chopsticks on the stove, with the 3 pieces of food on top. Luo Yi then picked up the bucket with one hand and the food container with the other, heading out. Seeing his unwashed food container, Zhu Xiaomin remembered and sighed, "I forgot you didn't have anything to carry water in." She took the food container, washed it for him, and filled it with porridge, instructing, "Finish eating and come out to wash, then bring back another bucket of water." Seeing a pot of steaming millet porridge, Luo Yi felt like he was dreaming. He swallowed and nodded, quickly taking the porridge back. By this time, the sun was bright, unlike the dim light of yesterday. The young people could see Luo Yi clearly, and as soon as he stepped out, Manhwa couldn't help but ask, "Xiaomin, did you say this child is 10 years old?" "Yes, he looks at most 6, just with a big head," Zhou Dongyi added. Zhu Xiaomin sighed. He has never had enough to eat growing up. It's surprising he has grown at all. Not only at that moment, but even later, when he stood at a height that others couldn't see, he still hadn't grown much, completely unlike his father's height. When she mentioned this, everyone recalled the father and son's past. When the movement began in 1966, Luo Tingyuan, who had studied abroad and came from a capitalist family, was the first to be targeted. In the face of disaster, his wife left him and their 2-year-old son. With no one to care for the child, he was left in Luo Tingyuan's hands. In 1967, he was taken from prison to the village's cowshed for re-education through labor, and helpless, he had to bring his child along. Now it had been 7 years. In the yard, there was a moment of silence. Xie Qingji shook his head and quietly said, "Here, we won't mistreat them. Just don't pamper them too much." Yes, showing sympathy for the capitalists could attract trouble from people like Qian Yuanfei, bringing more than just the father and son's misfortune. Zhu Xiaomin agreed and nodded. Being cautious until the end of the movement would be fine. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, the father and son were sharing the porridge. Luo Yi occasionally glanced at the yellow pancakes on the stove and finally said softly, "If we have porridge for breakfast, maybe there will be some for lunch too. We don't know what work we'll have. I wonder if this porridge will be enough?" Luo Tingyuan pretended not to notice his little scheme and replied, "Otherwise, should we stick to the original plan and have one?" Luo Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. Yes, there are 2 left for lunch. 1 for each of us will be enough. There will definitely be food for dinner." So, the father and son happily shared 1 more. After finishing the porridge, Luo Yi worried that the young people would leave, so he hurried outside and saw everyone packing up to go. Zhu Xiaomin waved him over, pointed to the water tank, and said, "There's water over there. Wash your bowl. If you need to wash something else, use a bucket to carry it inside. The pot has lunch. You can start the fire to heat it up later." As she turned to leave, she asked, "Can you start the fire by yourself?" Hearing that lunch was left in the pot, Luo Yi was a bit stunned. nodding blankly as he watched a group of young workers rush out, taking a while to come back to his senses. After a moment, he focused on the pot for a while, resisting the urge to look inside. Instead, he fetched some water from the tank, washed the rice container, and brought a bucket of water back. Once Luo Yi finished speaking, the father and son stared at the 2 pancakes on the stove in a daze. After a while, Luo Yi quietly said, "For pancakes, all from last night's dinner? How many work points is that?" A typical male worker earns 10 points a day, while a female worker earns 8. However, Luo Tingyuan, no matter what task he was assigned, only earned 3 points from morning till night. Luo Yi, not yet 14, did not earn any work points. For many years, relying on Luo Tingyuan's 3 points a day, the two of them lived on thin porridge and cold water, counting every piece of firewood. It was hard to imagine how many work points they needed to eat like this for so long. Luo Yi was already worried that after finishing today's meal, they would have to endure many hungry days in autumn to make up for it. Plus, since being taken out of Team 3 yesterday, they hadn't earned points for 2 days. But the food was right there, and it wouldn't last until autumn. Luo Yi licked his lips and looked up at Luo Tingyuan. Luo Tingyuan thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we eat today's first? When they come back tonight, you can tell them we don't need to eat so much." Luo Yi immediately nodded, grabbed a pancake, took a big bite, and happily looked at him. Luo Tingyuan held the pancake, but felt a bit of sadness. This child had hardly eaten properly growing up, and now he was so happy just to eat a whole pancake. Watching his son finish the pancake, Luo Tingyuan broke off another half for him, smiling as he said, "Eat a bit more. We'll need your help later." Luo Yi, swallowing, suddenly looked puzzled. They all left, and no one assigned us any tasks or stayed to watch us. Luo Tingyuan was taken aback and turned to look out the window. Luo Yi confirmed they really left, just closed the door. "I heard it was to keep the chickens from escaping. What was going on?" Luo Tingyuan thought for a moment, then handed him the other half of the pancake. He stood up and limped outside, trying to listen carefully. He didn't hear any sounds from the yard, which made him uneasy. Luo Yi followed him out and asked nervously, "Dad, did something happen?" Luo Tingyuan shook his head and said after a while, "Whether or not someone is watching, we should stay inside and wait for them to come back before we talk. Staying inside would at least prevent them from being blamed." Luo Yi nodded and glanced at the yard, saying, "There's a vegetable garden here and one outside too. I'll water the plants later, so they can't say we haven't done any work. Who decides whether to feed us or not? When has anyone ever been fair about that?" Luo Tingyuan smiled slightly, but didn't disagree. At the team office, the people who were needed arrived, and someone immediately asked Zhu Xiaoman when the children could start classes. Zhu Xiaoman thought for a moment, went to find Gu Monsong, and quickly announced over the loudspeaker that families with children who needed to go to school should come to the team office to register. She also arranged for someone to notify other teams. Soon, children from nearby villages like Lushu Village, Wangjia Village, Sandaoliang, and Wenjiabao were brought over by their parents. In no time, the courtyard of the team office was filled with crying children and frustrated adults shouting and scolding. Zhu Xiaoman, feeling cheerful, asked Xia Chunhua and Huang Shaowan for help, smiling as she registered everyone and assured them, "School starts tomorrow. It's best for parents to bring the children over to get familiar with the place." The people from Lushu village knew where the youth station was, but those from farther villages might not. So, they gathered at the team office, and the parents happily agreed. After registering, they took their crying children home. By the end of the day, the first, second, and third teams had collected a total of over 40 children. Zhu Xiaoman looked at the registration list and instantly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Miao Sherwin leaned over to see. Zhu Xiaoman showed her the list, saying, "Look at these names. The boys are fine. There are 4 or 5 named Dog, 2 or 3 named Juzi, and 3 or 4 named Dazhuang. But for the girls, besides a few named Niao, there are just a few named Ya." Miao Sherwin found it funny too, saying, "It seems naming them is easy." Seeing that no one else was coming, she packed up and went to the base. In the evening, when work was done, Zhu Xiaomin took the registration list back and saw Song Xian idly sitting around. She handed it to him, saying, "Please make a copy of this. Just the village names and the children's names." Song Xian took it, looked it over, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be so many kids from our village." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "If someone is willing to take care of the kids for free, why wouldn't we want that? Plus, they even teach them to read." Thinking about those mischievous kids made Song Xian's head hurt again. He covered his head and walked toward the table, saying, "I hope we're not just asking for trouble." Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. Ignoring him, she started helping with dinner. Just after washing her hands, she heard Luo Yi calling from behind, "Zhu Jiqing." Zhu Xiaomin turned around to see him standing at the door to the inner courtyard, smiling. "Dinner isn't ready yet." Luo Yi shook his head, glanced at her, then looked at the young people at the table before saying, "My dad wants to talk to you." After a day of relaxation, the father and son seemed restless. Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and said, "You go back first. I'll be there soon." Luo Yi nodded and turned to leave. Zhu Xiaomin collected the textbooks and told everyone, "Let's go have a chat." She called over Xie Qingji and the 5 group leaders to head into the inner courtyard. After hearing Luo Ye's message, Luo Tingyuan had opened the door and was waiting. When 7 people walked in at once, including those he had seen at the brigade office yesterday, he quietly stepped back a few paces to let them in, his gaze landing on Zhu Xiaomin. Noticing the tension in both father and son, Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, let's sit down and talk." She pointed to the edge of the Kong. "Mr. Luo?" It had been many years since he had heard that title. Over the years, some called him by his name, others Old Luo, and some even labeled him with various nicknames. Luo Tingyuan paused, nodded slightly, and slowly moved over to sit on the Kong, pulling his son close to him. Zhu Xiaomin and Xie Qingji sat casually, while the others stood by the door or near the stove. Zhu Xiaomin began, "Mr. Luo already knows that this is a youth station, and we are all young people sent here to work." Yes, he had known that since yesterday. Luo Tingyuan nodded again. Zhu Xiaomin introduced herself. "I'm Zhu Xiaomin. You can call me Zhu Jiqing or just my name." She then pointed to Xie Qingji. "He is the leader of our youth production team, Xie Qingji." She continued to introduce the 5 group leaders. Luo Tingyuan noticed that Zhu Xiaomin wasn't even a group leader among the youth, yet she was the one speaking up. He found it a bit strange and nodded, calling out to each person while still looking at Zhu Xiaomin with curiosity. Yesterday, Captain Niu from Team 3 mentioned that someone wanted him to come over. Could it be her? Who is she really? Why did he come here? Zhu Xiaomin quickly gave him the answer, handing him a book and saying, "Mr. Luo, take a look at these." A stack of books was placed in front of him. Luo Tingyuan's pupils narrowed slightly, but he did not reach out to take them. He just looked at her in confusion. Zhu Xiaomin set the books on the edge of the bed and picked one to offer him, saying, "Mr. Luo, there's no need to be nervous. These are textbooks from middle school to high school. Since these are the textbooks used in schools, there shouldn't be any issues." Luo Tingyuan nodded to show he understood, but still did not take the book. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "Mr. Luo has been to university and studied abroad. You should be familiar with these topics, right?" At this point, Luo Tingyuan could not just nod in response. He moistened his dry lips and said, "Things I haven't touched in a long time. Even if I learned them before, I've forgotten." His background was clear. No one would believe he hadn't studied. Zhu Xiaomin was not surprised by his answer. She smiled and said, "Even if you've forgotten what you learned before, there are still deep memories in your mind. If you look at the books again, you will remember." Since he was already here, he had to stay. What was this all about? Luo Tingyuan paused, slowly stood up, looked her in the eye, and quietly said, "Zhu Jiqing, I am here to undergo labor reform. I asked Luo Yi to convey my message just to find out what tasks we have been assigned. There's no need to rush, Mr. Luo." Zhu Xiaomin calmly looked back at him. "Indeed, these are requests from us young intellectuals. We want Mr. Luo to help us study these subjects. It has nothing to do with the team. They want to learn on their own?" Luo Tingyuan was even more confused. Xie Qingji timely spoke up, Mr. Luo may not understand our team's situation. Let us give a brief introduction. He then explained about establishing a breeding base and planting thousands of fruit trees, adding, both experts said that fruit trees need scientific cultivation, and livestock must be fed scientifically. We have been learning from them for a few months, but it has indeed been quite challenging, which is why we want to catch up on these basic courses. Is this team trying to develop the economy? As Luo Tingyuan listened, he felt his heart racing a bit faster. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You all want to learn?" Zhu Xiaoman nodded. These two projects are currently managed by our young intellectual production team, so everyone needs to learn. Because we have limited textbooks and no teachers for a while, we could only copy from the books to help ourselves remember. Now that Mr. Luo is here, we hope he can help us. Luo Tingyuan was silent, glancing at the books on the edge of the Kong, unsure. After a moment, he asked, "You say this has nothing to do with the team, but if others found out that a capitalist was teaching them, the educated youth might face criticism, but he was different." Zhu Xiaoman understood his concerns and quickly said, "The reason we brought Mr. Luo here is to help us manage the new temporary elementary school set up by our team." A new temporary elementary school? Luo Tingyuan was even more surprised. Xia Qingji nodded. When Mr. Luo arrived yesterday, he must have seen that not far from our main gate, there is an area fenced off. That is our team's new temporary elementary school. Today, we have over 30 new students, including children from the first, second, and third teams. Hearing third team, Luo Yi tightened his grip on Luo Tingyuan's sleeve, a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. Zhu Xiaoman noticed but continued, "These children are as young as 5 or 6, and the oldest are already in their teens. They have never been to school and cannot read. It's just some basic literacy, so Mr. Luo doesn't need to worry about teaching. What we need him for is some coordination work outside of class." Hearing that he didn't have to teach, Luo Tingyuan relaxed a bit, but still found it hard to believe. "You mean we came here just to manage a school for 30-some kids?" This was a world apart from the work in the cattle shed. "Yes." Zhu Xiaoman nodded, her gaze falling on Luo Yi as she softly said, "Luo Yi, you should also go and read with the little ones and be a good example." If she guessed correctly, at this point, Luo Yi was already beyond just learning to read. But as soon as the words were out, Luo Ye's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, No, I can't read. I don't want to." Tears streamed down his face in an instant. Zhu Xiaoman was startled and quickly said, Okay, if you don't want to read, no one is forcing you. Don't cry." She reached out to pull him closer, but Luo Yi turned and hid behind Luo Tingyuan, crying loudly, "Dad, I can't read. I don't want to learn." What was wrong with this child? Even Xia Qingji and the others exchanged confused glances, not understanding why he was so resistant to reading. Luo Tingyuan put his arm around his son's shoulder and looked up at Zhu Xiaoman, saying, "Since this is the arrangement of the team, I will do it. This child just needs to learn a farm in the future. No need to read." I can't read. Luo Yi shouted, stomping his feet. Zhu Xiaoman had to respond, "If he doesn't want to, no one will force him." She turned to Luo Yi, "All right, Luo Yi, stop crying. If you don't like studying, then you don't have to." Luo Ye's crying quickly quieted down, but he stayed hidden behind his father. Seeing that the discussion was over, Zhu Xiaoman said, "You can keep the books here, Mr. Luo. Think it over. Let's go out for dinner soon and give us a reply." She gestured to the others to leave.
"Wait."
Luo Tingyuan called out, hesitating for a moment, then smiled wryly. "We won't have dinner. The child will go get some water later." No dinner? Having experienced hunger, the youth knew what this meant. Zhu Xiaoman paused before saying, "Mr. Luo, this school is non-profit. There are no tuition fees and no work points. You won't receive extra grain." No work points? No extra grain? With such easy work, they expected to earn some work points, but to find out there were none at all left Luo Tingyuan in shock, despite his calm demeanor. Luo Yi, feeling anxious and forgetting his tears, wiped his face with his sleeve and asked, "Then, what will we eat?" Zhu Xiaoman bent slightly and winked at him. "Since you are staying at the youth station, you will eat with us. So you need to work to have food." I need you to help at school. Will you go? I didn't say I wouldn't go, Luo Yi replied quickly. If you don't work, you won't eat. Seeing his flushed face, Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing and nodded, saying, yes, if you listen and work hard, you will have food. She straightened up after speaking. With everything clarified, Xie Qingji turned to Luo Tingyuan and said, Mr. Luo, we will wait for you to eat. He then signaled for everyone to head outside. Zhu Xiaomin walked a few steps out, turned back, opened her mouth, and finally said softly, Mr. Luo, it will pass. She clearly noticed the shock in his eyes but didn't linger and turned to leave. In this life, without the disaster from 2 years ago, she didn't know if her words would have any effect on him, but she hoped that what had once supported her in the past would also provide him some strength in this life. This time, Luo Tingyuan did not stop them. He watched the 7 people leave and stood there for a while before turning to look at the books on the edge of the Kong. In his mind, he kept repeating the words of that young woman. It will pass. This was something he had told himself over the past 8 years. He needed a belief to help him endure and raise his son. He wondered if that young woman was just a coincidence. After all, it was just a common phrase, right? But it truly had a calming effect. Luo Yi ran to the door to take a look and saw that the 7 people had turned the corner. He turned back, tugged at his father's clothes, and called out, Dad. Luo Tingyuan patted his head, slowly sat down on the edge of the Kong, and looked at the stack of books. He reached out several times, finally trembling as he touched them. 8 years ago, he wouldn't have cared about these courses, but they were still books. It had been so many years since he had touched a book. Luo Ye's eyes showed some longing as he softly called, Dad. He had never read a book growing up. Even though he could recite many texts and solve complex problems, he had never held a book. Luo Tingyuan understood his son's thoughts. He gently ran his hand over the cover of the book and slowly opened it. The book was new, but every page had creases, and even the spine was slightly crooked. What had that young woman said earlier? That there weren't enough books, so each of them copied a set? These were the marks left by so many people writing repeatedly. Did that mean they were seriously studying these courses? Luo Tingyuan pondered for a moment, then looked up at Luo Yi, who was gazing at him with wide eyes, full of expectation. His heart tightened as he gently stroked the book in his hands and uncertainly asked, Luo Yi, do you think it's possible? Luo Yi also looked uncertain, biting his lip and remaining silent. Luo Tingyuan continued softly, the elementary school matters are arranged by the team. If we only complete what's required there. He said it was a management school, but in reality, it was just handling the chores for the young people. As long as they did their tasks, it counted as completing their responsibilities. As for the private requests from the young people, according to Zhu Xiaomin, he could refuse them. However, without work points, there would be no food. How many meals they could have clearly depended on the young people. He could accept that, but Luo Yi was at a crucial growing stage. After thinking it over, Luo Tingyuan finally asked, Luo Yi, have you heard about the fruit trees and breeding base they mentioned? He was unsure and decided to ask. To his surprise, Luo Yi immediately nodded, saying, it seems like every team plants fruit trees. I heard the kids from Team 3 mention it before, talking about a breeding base. They said if Team 3 has it, then the work will eventually be ours. At that moment, those kids were throwing cow dung at him while insulting him, and he didn't want to repeat that. Is that really true? Luo Tingyuan was a bit surprised. He unconsciously opened the book, lowered his head in thought, and after some internal struggle, finally said quietly, let's go. He put the book back and took Luo Ye's hand to head outside. At the door, Luo Yi quickly called out, rice bucket. He pulled away from Luo Tingyuan and ran back to grab the rice bucket and chopsticks, then ran out again, taking his hand and looking up at him with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. In the courtyard, the radish and mushroom soup in the pot was ready. Zhu Xiaomin and Zhang Hongmei were frying the steamed buns when they heard Song Jian call out, Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin looked up and saw the father and son standing at the door. They exchanged glances and smiled. She handed the spatula to Song Jian and said, dinner will be ready soon. Mr. Luo, please have a seat. She gestured for him to go to the table. The two of them came over, took the rice bucket, but didn't bring the book back, so the matter was settled. The aroma of the buns mixed with green onions filled the air. Luo Yi quietly took a deep breath, glanced at the stove, and followed Luo Tingyuan over. The young people who were still copying books had already stood up, looking a bit awkwardly at the father and son. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, facing them directly made them unsure of how to act. Zhu Xiaomin, however, was very casual. When they reached the table, she gestured for Luo Tingyuan to sit. Then she reached out to pat Luo Ye's head, saying, "Luo Yi, sit too." When her hand touched his head, Luo Yi instinctively shrank back, quickly dodging and looking at her warily. "Hey, you little rascal," Zhu Xiaomin said, annoyed. She pulled him back and playfully ruffled his hair, making him sit beside Luo Tingyuan. It had been a day already, so why was he only well-behaved at mealtime? Just a little touch, and he acted like a startled kitten? Luo Yi found himself sitting on the stool, his head ruffled, staring at her in shock. Who rubbed someone's head like that? The interaction between these two people made several young intellectuals laugh, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. They all sat back down, but their gazes toward Luo Tingyuan were filled with curiosity. Zhu Xiaomin sat down next to Luo Yi, pointed at a table full of books and smiled, saying, "These are the books they've copied during this time. Some of the handwriting is quite messy. Mr. Luo, would you like to take a look? You call it messy and still want people to look at it?" The young intellectuals were startled, and several quickly grabbed their things and hid them under their seats. At this, even Luo Tingyuan couldn't help but smile. He looked at Zhu Xiaomin and then at the young intellectuals who were all staring at him.
He nodded and said, I
have read some books, but I have never taught anyone. I can only try. If it doesn't work, it's better than figuring it out on our own." Zhu Xiaomin quickly interjected, pulling out a notebook from the table and handing it to him with a smile. There was a young intellectual here who was the most educated among us, but he returned to the city. This is the baseline he helped us create a while ago. It's all written down, and Mr. Luo can use it as a reference. They even created a baseline? Luo Tingyuan took it and carefully flipped through a few pages. He saw the situations of 4 high school students at the front and middle school students at the back, with each person taking up a page. Not only was the handwriting beautiful, but the content was also very detailed. Clearly, they were very invested in this, and his worries eased a bit. He asked, "Can I take this home to read?" "Of course." Zhu Xiaomin nodded immediately, smiling. "Tomorrow morning, after the temporary elementary school opens, the kids will call you Teacher Luo. So we'll also call you Teacher Luo." Saying this, she stood up, bowed seriously, and called out loudly, "Teacher Luo." So formal? The young intellectuals didn't know what was happening, but seeing her like this, they all stood up, bowed, and called out, "Teacher Luo." Indeed, if they received his guidance, he would be their true teacher. However, with the title of helping manage the school, they blended in with the children, and no one could discern the true meaning behind it. Luo Tingyuan quickly stood up, waving his hands. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. I don't deserve it." Zhu Xiaomin didn't insist on his acknowledgement and invited him to sit down again, smiling. "Today, we're having a meal together, so we're all family now. The rest is understood." Family? Hearing this word made the young intellectuals feel a bit unsettled, and Luo Tingyuan felt a slight tug in his heart, unable to distinguish what kind of emotion it was. Zhu Xiaomin didn't give anyone a chance to object and walked away to serve the food. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air, Luo Yi felt restless. When he heard that food was being served, he quickly stood up, holding the rice container. Zhu Xiaomin laughed and told him to sit down, saying, "You won't be able to get through them. Just wait a moment." She went over and gently moved the young men aside, then returned with 2 bowls, giving one to each of the father and son. Luo Yi looked at the bowl in surprise, then at the rice container in his hands. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "That big container of yours is almost as much as our 2 bowls combined. You can't take more than your share, it's 1 bowl each." Hearing her mention taking more, Luo Yi quickly replied, My dad and I can share one container, so there's no issue of taking too much. His serious little face made several people laugh. Miao Sherwin brought over 2 bowls of soup and said with a smile, Xiaomin is just teasing you. Since we have bowls here, you don't need to bring the container next time.
Oh.
Luo Yi finally responded, glancing at Zhu Xiaomin. He couldn't tell which of Zhu Xiaomin's words were serious and which were jokes. Once everyone had their food, a few bowls of sliced pickled vegetables were placed on the table. After some commotion, everyone finally sat down. Xia Qingji raised his bowl of soup and sincerely said to Luo Tingyuan, Teacher Luo, our place is simple, and we don't have much else, so let's use soup instead of wine to welcome you. Yes, yes, welcome, Teacher Luo, the young people echoed. Putting aside everything else, this person's knowledge was enough to be their teacher. Although they had some concerns about his status, they truly hoped to receive his guidance. Having been overlooked for so long, Luo Tingyuan felt a bit unreal receiving such kindness from these young people. He raised his bowl along with everyone else, not even sure what he said. Seeing everyone raise their soup, Luo Yi followed suit. After everyone finished speaking, he quickly lowered his head and took a big sip. Though it was just vegetable soup, the fragrant taste of mountain mushrooms filled his senses, and the warm liquid sliding into his stomach felt incredibly comforting. Zhu Xiaomin handed him a pair of chopsticks and pointed to the pickled vegetables, saying, Don't just drink the soup. The pickles are really good too. Eat them together. Then she turned to Luo Tingyuan and said, At this time of year, we only have these things until our garden vegetables grow, then we can have more variety. In the past few years, they struggled just to have enough to eat, let alone worry about variety. Luo Tingyuan glanced at his son, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, but he just nodded. Luo Yi was busy saying, I know how to water the vegetables. I can help with that. Just tell me where to get the water. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. With so many vegetables, you can't do it all by yourself. Luo Yi replied, Actually, it's not that much. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. After we eat, I'll take you to see.
Great.
Luo Yi immediately nodded, holding his bowl and almost choking on his food, quickly taking a sip of soup. Zhu Xiaomin waited for the father and son to finish eating before handing Luo Tingyuan a few blank notebooks, a pen, and a bottle of ink. Teacher Luo, I thought you might need these. Is this for preparing lesson plans? Luo Tingyuan was surprised but accepted the items. Zhu Xiaomin asked, Can we start tomorrow? At this time, before and after meals. Okay. Luo Tingyuan nodded, not wanting to stay too long, and got up to head back to the inner courtyard. As Luo Yi followed him out, his collar was grabbed by Zhu Xiaomin, who smiled and said, Let me take you to see the vegetable garden first, then we'll check where to get water.
Okay.
Luo Yi looked worriedly at Luo Tingyuan. Luo Tingyuan turned back to look at him and nodded before walking away. The bond between the father and son was strong. The child's feelings for his father were not just dependence, but also protection. Zhu Xiaomin paused, recalling the child from her past life who had followed the parade for 3 whole days. She understood and patted his shoulder, taking his hand to walk back. Luo Yi mumbled, The width is the same on both sides, with 3 rooms at the back and 12 in front. It's not that big, there's not much land. Zhu Xiaomin ignored him and, after exiting the door, turned right, going around 2 walls into the backyard. She pointed and asked, What about here? Here. Luo Ye's eyes widened in surprise. This area was as long as the 12 rooms plus 3 more, and the width was not smaller than the front yard. Even though it was getting dark, he could still see rows of fields. If we water this, how much water will it need? Luo Yi was speechless. Zhu Xiaomin took his hand and said, Let's go. The river is at the foot of the mountain. We'll walk down for 2 miles and then down another to get there. We can bring back a load of water. Luo Yi felt as if a heavy weight was on his shoulders, making it hard to walk. Zhu Xiaomin didn't actually take him to fetch water. Instead, she returned to the inner courtyard and handed him a thermos, saying, You can take this back to use. When it's empty, come back to refill it. She pointed to a smaller stove with a kettle on it. Luo Yi nodded, happily carrying the thermos back home. The next day was the official opening day of the primary school at the Ceramic Kiln Commune's 1st Brigade. While other members went to work, a group of crying children and frustrated adults remained in the brigade's courtyard. It was the first day, and Xie Qingji and Zhu Xiaomin came to lead the group. Gu Monsong and several brigade leaders also stayed behind. By 8 o'clock, when most people had arrived, they set off towards the youth station. There were 35 young people living at the station, but since Xie Qingji and Zhu Xiaomin had tasks from the brigade, they couldn't adjust their schedules. Additionally, Miao Sherwin had to go to the base every day and didn't have a full day off, so these three were not included in the regular teaching schedule. With only 5 people needed each day for 7 days, they had to adjust. They removed Chen Sudong, who frequently traveled to the county, and selected Zhang Qiaomei, Wang Xiaoya, and Lu Haishan. This left 28 people, who were divided into groups of 4, forming 7 groups. The remaining 7 became a flexible group to assist the other 7 groups as needed. Meanwhile, at the temporary primary school, the first group consisted of Wu Xulin, He Wenhua, Guodapeng, and Feng Wenming. Since it was the first day, Chen Sudong from the flexible group stayed behind, along with Luo's father and son. When they heard someone approaching, all 7 came out. Those who had visited before knew that Luo Tingyuan was here for the school, but the children were unaware. Upon seeing the 2 men, they widened their eyes in surprise. 3 children, reluctant to attend school and still sniffling, jumped up and pointed at Luo Yi, shouting, "Young capitalist! Why is he here?" Luo Yi looked at him, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Chen Sudong and the others were momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances, choosing to ignore the comment. Zhu Xiaomin paused at the door, allowing Gu Monsong and the brigade leaders to enter first. She then pointed to the desk inside and said, "Parents who brought their children, please register their names there." "Weren't we registered yesterday?" one mother questioned. Zhu Xiaomin smiled gently. "Yesterday was for enrollment. Today is for check-in. Also, from now on, we will register the children every day they attend. Those who come regularly will receive rewards at the end of the month, while those who do not will not." "What kind of rewards?" another mother asked in surprise. Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile, "It could be food or toys, depending on the children's performance. Only those who do well will receive them. I heard there are snacks and games, and a few children gradually stopped crying." Zhu Xiaomin said, "Children who want to go in can enter now." She smiled at Luo Tingyuan and added, "Teacher Luo, please help with the registration." This was in front of everyone, giving him a formal title. Luo Tingyuan understood, nodded, and returned to sit at the desk, opening a notebook with grid lines, waiting for the children to be brought in. San Yozi said, "Little capitalist," but the children didn't really understand the meaning. The adults hesitated, looking at Luo Yi and then at Luo Tingyuan sitting inside. They were all poor farmers and didn't want to be associated with capitalists. Zhu Xiaomin explained, "Teacher Luo is not responsible for teaching. The teaching will be done by us young intellectuals. However, we also need to work in the fields to earn points, so no one can stay here all the time. That's why we invited Teacher Luo to manage some other school matters, like signing in every day. So, their children wouldn't be taught by that capitalist?" Everyone was still uncertain when Huang Xiaojun took her 2 children by the hand and led them inside, smiling at Luo Tingyuan, saying, "This girl is 9 years old, named Su Xiuyu, and this boy is 6, named Su Xiaozheng." Luo Tingyuan nodded, wrote down their names, and pointed to a row of desks across the room, saying, "Bring your own stools. Those over 9 years old sit in the middle row, and the 6-year-olds sit on the left. The ones who come in first can choose their seats." To save materials, the desks made of stones and wooden boards were long and could fit 3 people side by side. Each row had 6 desks, so each row could accommodate up to 18 people. However, there were only about 30 children in total, so they were divided into 3 rows by age, and each age group didn't fill up completely. "Great." Huang Xiaojun immediately agreed, taking down the 2 stools she had carried on her back and choosing seats in the 2nd row for her children. She had asked Zhu Xiaomin earlier, who said the 2nd and 3rd rows were the best. Huang Xiaojun was originally from Lushu village, but married into Xujia Tun, which was a part of the same team. Seeing her take the lead and hearing that they could choose their seats first, people from Xujia Tun and Lushu village, although unsure of the differences in the seats, quickly followed her lead to register with Luo Tingyuan and dragged their children to choose seats. Once things got started, there was no fear of others hesitating. As more people followed, Chen Sudong and a few others came in to help the adults carry stools and choose seats. Outside, San Nyosi stomped his feet and shouted loudly, "I don't want to study with the little capitalist. If you let him go, then I will go." As San Nyosi's mother watched others go and one by one, she worried that the good spots would be taken. Anxiously, she stomped her feet and kicked San Nyosi a few times, but he cried louder and refused to go in. Unable to hold back, she asked Zhu Xiaoman, "I say, Zhu, how can those who support capitalism know how to read? Can they just leave?" Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "Here, besides classes, everything else needs to be coordinated by Teacher Luo. Without him, this school can't function. Luo Yi is his son and has to help here too. They were assigned by the team. Where would they go?" San Nyosi's mother scoffed. "They're just doing chores. I could do that too. Why do they have to be here?" "Big sister, Teacher Luo is educated and writes well. You saw the kids need him to sign in. If we need someone to keep records later, it has to be Teacher Luo. Can you do that, big sister?" San Nyosi's mother was taken aback. "Can't you young people do it?" Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "In class, there are no work points. We need to earn points to get food, right?" Hearing her words being countered, San Nyosi's mother was frustrated. "But we can't let them stop our kids from learning to read, can we?" "Who is stopping your kids from learning to read?" Zhu Xiaoman held back her urge to roll her eyes and replied calmly, "All the children in our commune can learn to read here as long as they come. It's up to you adults to encourage them to stay. Our job is to help the children learn." She understood that San Nyosi, a boy of about 10, rejected Luo Yi because of his family's constant complaints. Their disdain and oppression of the Luo family had become a habit, filling her with unspoken disgust. She wished this mother and son would leave quickly and stop being a nuisance. San Nyosi's mother glared. "If not, then let that Luo kid stay away." Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "That's not possible." San Nyosi's mother huffed. "If he doesn't leave, then we won't attend." Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "This is voluntary, anyway." San Nyosi tugged at his mother's hand, pulling her back. "Let's go home. Let's go home." Seeing San Nyosi's mother look over again, Zhu Xiaoman simply smiled back, showing no intention of persuading them to stay. Luo Yi, who had been standing with his lips pressed together, quietly said, "I'm here to help, not to learn to read." He didn't want to be classmates with San Nyosi either. Zhu Xiaoman patted his head gently and said, "You don't need to worry, just go in." After a while, only 3 mothers and their children remained outside, as the other kids from the third group had gone inside with their parents. A large group of children had already sat down at 3 tables, organized by age, while the adults were asked to sit in a study area nearby, sitting on makeshift tables since there were no chairs. Zhu Xiaoman ignored the 2 persistent fathers and took Luo Tingyuan's place, smiling as she said, "Today is the first day, so let's have a simple opening ceremony." "What is an opening ceremony?" The children didn't understand, and neither did the parents. Zhu Xiaoman expressed her hopes for the children to grow up knowledgeable and cultured, contributing to the country. She didn't want to lead the children into empty talks about ideals. After taking the attendance book from Luo Tingyuan, she waved it and said, "This is organized by age, just like where you're sitting. Remember to check in with Teacher Luo every day when you come. If you come every month, there will be rewards from Teacher Zhu." "What rewards?" a slightly older boy asked loudly. An adult nearby scolded, "Shou, be quiet." Zhu Xiaoman glanced at the adult and smiled at the child, saying, "It's okay. If you have questions, feel free to ask, but please raise your hand first. You can speak once the teacher agrees, okay?" She demonstrated raising her hand. The boy immediately raised his hand, and when she nodded, he asked, "Teacher Zhu, what kind of rewards?" "Call me teacher," the adult reminded, smiling at Zhu Xiaoman. "Teacher Zhu, this child doesn't understand." Zhu Xiaomin replied, "It's just a matter of getting used to it. Take your time." She answered the boy's question. It could be snacks or toys. At the end of the month, the teachers will prepare something. If you have any favorite items, you can suggest them and the teachers will consider it, okay? Can we suggest our own ideas? Suddenly, over 30 kids erupted with excitement, some asking for candy, others for slingshots, and one even shouted for a toy gun. The parents were overwhelmed trying to quiet them down. After listening to the children for a moment, Zhu Xiaomin waved her hand, and when the noise lessened, she smiled and said, "Candy is fine, and for slingshots, you have to promise not to hurt anyone, then we can consider it. As for something like a real gun, I really can't provide that, but a toy gun might be possible." As soon as she finished speaking, the children erupted into another round of chatter, and the parents were busy trying to calm them down, creating quite a commotion. Once the children settled down, a parent expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Zhu Jiqing, we got up early to bring our children here to learn to read. After sitting for a while, why aren't they learning to read and just talking about other things?" Zhu Xiaomin patiently explained, "As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today is the first day, and since the parents are here, I need to clearly explain all the rules to avoid any child receiving rewards while others do not, which might make parents feel we are being unfair." A mother interjected, "Then why not just give everyone the rewards?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "We set up these rewards to encourage children to come to school. If everyone gets them, the purpose of the rewards is lost." This mother, who liked to take advantage, immediately pointed at her child and shouted, "Did you hear that? You better come to class every day." The child pouted and shot her an annoyed glance, but said nothing. Zhu Xiaomin ignored her and continued, "In addition to attending classes, we will also have a test every 2 months. The 3 children with the best scores will receive rewards." "Are there other rewards?" a child asked eagerly. Immediately, another child raised their hand and asked, "Zhu Jiqing, Teacher Zhu, what do you mean by scores?" Realizing the question was out, they quickly raised their hand. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and patiently explained, "It means if you can read and do math better than your classmates, then you have good scores." "What if I come to class every day and also have good scores?" the child asked next. Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile, "Then you would get 2 rewards, which are different things." "Which one is better?" another child eagerly raised their hand to ask. "Generally, good scores are a bit better, but whether these things are good also depends on if the classmates like them." "If they like them, then they are good," Zhu Xiaomin gave a clever answer. In any case, she couldn't say they were bad, only whether they were liked or not. The children, not understanding the nuances of her words, immediately began to excitedly discuss it. One boy rubbed his hands together and said, "Teacher Zhu, please hurry and teach us to read." He was eager for the rewards. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "No rush, I haven't finished talking yet." She gestured for him to sit down and continued, "Also, regarding school discipline, once you are here, everyone is a classmate. I don't care who is friends with whom or who has conflicts. When you are in school, fighting is not allowed. If it happens, I will inform your parents, and if they can't control it, you won't be allowed to come back." Although this method of informing parents was old, it was effective. Next to them, a parent nodded and said, "Zhu Jiqing, don't worry. If my child misbehaves, just let me know, and I'll take care of it." "Yes, yes." When they heard that parents who couldn't manage their children shouldn't come, several other parents agreed immediately. Seeing everyone's support, Zhu Xiaomin said to the parents, after each test, "We will let the children bring their results home so that parents can see what their kids have learned." "That's great." The parents began to whisper among themselves, and one mother cautiously asked, "Zhu Jiqing, there's no fee for this test, right?" "No fee." Zhu Xiaomin replied firmly. It was agreed that attending the school is free. "As long as you bring your child here, we will provide everything else." "Wonderful." Everyone felt relieved, and another parent asked, "What do we need to do during this time?" Zhu Xiaomin answered, "Our class times are from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Parents just need to make sure the kids come home for meals. Even if children don't go to school, they still need to eat." This was not a question, and everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that there were no more questions, Zhu Xiaomin turned to Gumon Song and said, "This project cannot succeed without the support of the secretary. Could you say a few words?" This girl is trying to put him on the spot. He wondered what else she was planning. Gumon Song felt that he could easily fall into the trap set by Zhu Jiqing. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't refuse. He stood up to say a few words, but couldn't think of anything substantial, just encouraging the children to come to class and learn. After Gumon Song finished speaking, Zhu Xiaomin didn't say much more. She introduced her companions and said, "We have 35 young people here, and we will all use our time to teach the children. Soon, everyone will get to know each other." Most of these young people were familiar faces, and many from the second and third teams knew Xie Qingji from the team office for many years. Everyone clapped happily. Finally, when it came to Luo Tingyuan, Zhu Xiaomin said, "Teacher Luo has a higher education level than us. We specially brought him here to help run this school. If we are not around, you can always reach out to Teacher Luo." Everyone knew that Luo Tingyuan was educated, but they were also aware of his background. Suddenly, no one spoke, and they thought it was best for their children to focus on classes and stay away from any political issues. Huang Xiaowan didn't care. She genuinely wanted the school to succeed and had to support Zhu Xiaomin. She immediately said, "Sure, Teacher Luo, if my child misbehaves, you can discipline them. Don't hesitate." Yes, children can be mischievous, but that has nothing to do with class. A few parents with particularly naughty children nodded in agreement. As long as someone can manage them, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Tingyuan clearly didn't expect anyone to respond to Zhu Xiaomin's words. He paused for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "Children can be naughty, but we will teach them slowly.
Don't worry."
Hearing his warm and gentle voice, the parents thought, "This person seems nice. He probably won't be harsh with the kids." The usual mindset of parents, "I know my child is naughty, but I can discipline them. No one else can." A simple opening ceremony was completed. Zhu Xiaomin told the parents, "Next, the children will go to class. Parents can go home, but if you want to stay and listen, you can, but please remain quiet." Most of the parents who came to drop off their kids were those who couldn't earn work points or earned very few. Many had never been to school themselves and were curious about it. When they heard they could stay and listen, most who stood up sat back down again. Only a few, whose families had no one to cook, reluctantly left after scolding their naughty children. Zhu Xiaomin called out to Luo Yi, "Please hand out the small blackboards and chalk to everyone." Luo Yi, feeling frustrated while sitting, immediately stood up when he heard there was something to do. He grabbed the small blackboard and distributed one to each child, along with a piece of chalk. Though they called it chalk, most pieces only had one end. In that short time, the children from the third team had already learned that Luo Tingyuan was an outsider and Luo Yi was a minor outsider. Since he hadn't sat with everyone but instead was far away in the study area, they quietly discussed why such an important task was given to him. However, Zhu Xiaomin had mentioned before that Luo Yi was here to help, and no one questioned it, only casting him some unfriendly glances. Having faced bullying from children since he was young, Luo Yi was used to such looks. He handed out the small blackboards, giving each child a piece of chalk. Zhu Xiaomin said, "The small blackboards are for practicing writing. Only those who write well on the blackboard can practice writing on paper. This way, they could save a lot of paper." The children felt this was a natural process, but the educated youth knew it was about saving costs. After distributing the small blackboards and chalk, Luo Yi returned to his seat, looking enviously at the small blackboard in the children's hands. Although he was no longer at an elementary school level in reading, reciting texts, or solving problems, he had only written with sticks in the dirt. He had never used paper or a blackboard. While others didn't notice, Zhu Xiaomin saw it but understood he didn't want anyone to know he was quietly studying, so she let him be and turned to explain to the parents who stayed behind. "These blackboards are school supplies. They will be handed out during class and collected after school. If you think it's necessary, you can prepare one at home for your child to practice. Just find a piece of plywood and paint it black." A few parents thought it was doable and nodded, though many were indifferent. Learning here was enough. What was the need for practice? Zhu Xiaomin didn't mind the parents' reactions. Since it was the first lesson, Chen Sudong, a high school student, began teaching while the others sat nearby to listen. Even though the educated youth had at least a junior high education, most didn't know how to start teaching the little kids. Before this, Chen Sudong had asked Luo Tingyuan if they should start by teaching the children to recognize strokes or write their names. Luo Tingyuan shook his head. To make the children interested, we need to start with things they are familiar with or like. An hour ago, Chen Sudong didn't know what the children were familiar with or liked, but after listening to their interaction with Zhu Xiaomin, he suddenly had an idea. He hung the blackboard sent by the team in the center and smiled at all the children, saying, "Learning to read is a long process, but first I want to ask, do you know why learning to read is important? What is the use of reading?" No child could answer. Chen Sudong said, "The most basic thing about reading is that you can write what you want to say or understand what others have written, right?" It seemed so. Not just the children, but the parents nearby also looked confused but nodded. Yes, once you can read, you can write and understand, but what else can you do? Chen Sudong continued, "Just now, teacher Zhu mentioned rewards. Some of you want candy, some want slingshots, and some want toy guns. Do you know how to write those words?" Of course, no one did. Chen Sudong took a piece of chalk and wrote these words on the blackboard. He pointed and read them aloud, then said, "These words, you all will learn to write. In the future, when Teacher Zhu asks for your opinions, it might not be just to say them out loud, but to write them down. You can write what you want on paper and give it to Teacher Zhu, right?" "Yes, yes." The children's expressions became lively, and the parents looked enlightened. Chen Sudong continued, "Also, just writing these is not enough. You need to let Teacher Zhu know who made the request, so you must know your own name, right?" "Yes, yes." Everyone nodded immediately. Chen Sudong then said, "Now you can try to see if you can write the words on the blackboard. Write according to it." The children quickly picked up the chalk and tried. However, the word sugar had many strokes, and the word bounce was also difficult. The word rifle was a bit easier, but it still didn't look quite right when they wrote it. The word bow was okay. As a result, many little blackboards showed squiggly worms in various shapes. Chen Sudong walked around and then said, "Now, these words look complex, but as we learn to read, we will start with simple ones and then move to harder ones. We can all learn them. Is that okay?" The children, who had felt a bit discouraged, perked up again. Chen Sudong said, "No matter what words we learn, we first need to recognize them before we can write them. So I want to teach you to recognize your own names first." He opened the attendance book and wrote the first name, Su Xiaoyu. After writing, he taught everyone to read, Su Xiaoyu. One parent was unhappy and said, "Teacher Chen, why should our other children learn this name, Su Xiaoyu?" Chen Sudong explained, "These three characters together form Su Xiaoyu's name, but when separated, they can be used elsewhere. For example, the character small, I see that we have more than 10 children with this character. Now that we've learned Su Xiaoyu's name, you won't need to learn this character again."
But
"What about the other two characters?" the parent asked, puzzled. Chen Sudong replied, "For instance, the character rain. If one day the child needs to write it's raining, they will use this character. And the character Su. Most people from Zhejiang have this surname. When we parents discipline our children, we might say no mischief or no eating junk food, which also uses this character. We just need to tell the kids what to do. We don't need to write it down," one parent replied. Huang Xiaojun sighed, "Sister Wang, Teacher Chen is just giving an example. Please don't interrupt." Seeing that the class wasn't progressing, others chimed in, "Yes, Sister Wang, let's listen to the teacher. I think it's great. You don't have much education, so how would you know what's great?" Sister Wang felt a bit dissatisfied but stayed silent. Chen Sudong smiled and continued to break down Su Xiaoyu's name, writing it larger before moving on to the next name. The second name was Su Xiaozheng, which only required recognizing one character, so they quickly moved on. One parent worried, "Will the child remember this?" Zhu Xiaomin, sitting in the back, quietly said, "Right now, we just want the kids to recognize the names. We'll teach them how to write later, one by one." The parents nodded in understanding. In this class, Chen Sudong taught for 45 minutes, then allowed the kids to have free time. They would ask themselves questions and answer them before continuing. Afterward, he taught simple strokes, and the children practiced on the blackboard. A few young teachers came over, each helping a few kids, teaching them directly. Even though the kids were of different ages, they focused on learning the basics of language. At 11:30, school ended, and the parents took their children home. By the end of the morning, the parents began to understand more. Seeing that families from other villages had left, a few women from Lushu village approached Zhu Xiaomin and asked, "Zhu, can we also come to learn some characters since you have so many desks?" "Sisters," Zhu Xiaomin said, both amused and helpless, "today is the first day.
We want you to see what our class is like."
If you come and go, talking, it will distract the children. "Is that not allowed?" one woman asked, looking disappointed. Zhu Xiaomin suggested, "Well, since Xiaoshuan is here for class, why not let him teach you? It will help him review too." Right, the woman exclaimed, realizing it, and happily left. Gumont Song came over at the end and asked, "Was it just simple strokes this morning?" Zhu Xiaomin, amused yet helpless, replied, "Secretary, it's only the first day. We have to take it step by step. Don't worry, we are prepared. Otherwise, would you come by often to check?" Of course, he would come by. But what happens next? Only time will tell. Gumont Song nodded and walked away with his hands behind his back. The remaining people returned to their yard, and Chen Sudong nervously asked, "Teacher Luo, what do you think?" Luo Tingyuan was unsure as well and replied, "As long as we can spark the children's interest, we can take our time." He glanced at Luo Yi without thinking. His son had lived in a barn since he was 3, often feeling cold or hungry. When it became too much, he would teach his son to recite texts, and as he grew older, he taught him math problems to distract him. He couldn't quite remember how they started. Zhu Xiaomin was not worried at all. She clapped her hands and said, "Let's start simple and gradually go deeper." Luo Tingyuan paused for a moment and tried to say, "The child named Sanyozi didn't come in after all." He looked at Luo Yi, feeling a bit troubled. Shortly after Zhu Xiaomin began speaking, that mother and child left angrily. Luo Yi didn't need to attend class there, but avoiding it for Sanyozi would only hurt the child. Zhu Xiaomin understood his meaning. She looked at Luo Yi, who was tightly pressing his lips together and looking down without saying anything. She gently shook her head and said, "If they don't want to come to class, we don't need to worry about it." She reached out to pat Luo Yi's head. "Luo Yi, if others insult you, you can choose to ignore them or respond back. Don't let them upset you." As she rubbed his head again, Luo Yi instinctively wanted to pull away, but upon hearing her words, he looked up in surprise. Over the years, he had been bullied by those kids, but Luo Tingyuan kept telling him he was not at fault, just that circumstances were tough, and he had to endure. For the first time, someone said he could respond back. Zhu Xiaomin didn't say more and continued to rub his head. "Go set up the blackboard." "Okay," Luo Yi replied, and started to walk away. The young workers returning from their tasks were chatting and laughing. Upon seeing the few people in the yard, they quickly gathered around to ask what was happening. What could be happening? Although there were some minor hiccups, things were generally going smoothly. Manhwa spoke first. "Actually, we didn't know how to start yesterday. But today, after hearing Xiaomin speak, we found the method." He then summarized what Zhu Xiaomin had said, nodding, "Yes, interest is the best teacher. What we need to do is to engage the children's interest." Zhu Xiaomin waved her hand. "I'm just motivating based on the situation." She told Chen Sudong and the others, "Remember to report on today's progress for tomorrow, and don't repeat anything. Missing something isn't a problem. They can always catch up later." Chen Sudong and the others agreed. Zhu Xiaomin said to Luo Tingyuan, "Teacher Luo, while we have the chance, let's review our course. The levels are different. How should we explain it? After we eat, we can start?" "Sure." Everyone eagerly looked at Luo Tingyuan. Song Jian kindly poured water and asked, "Teacher Luo, do you need anything?" "I can get it." Luo Tingyuan paused and shook his head. "Not for now. Although you all have been briefed by Lu Jiqing and 2 experts, I still want to learn more. Let's chat a bit first." He remained very cautious, thinking carefully all night but never wrote anything down. When faced with questions the students didn't understand, he only wrote on the blackboard during lessons and then erased it afterward. Zhu Xiaomin knew that over the years, they had been very careful, so she had already informed the students not to ask too many questions and to focus on the parts they didn't understand. The students' classes mostly took place in the few hours after dinner. A few days later, Luo Tingyuan began to understand their levels and started to guide them in groups. At the elementary school, the class schedule was set from the second day of school. After reporting at 8 in the morning, they had the first class, followed by a half-hour activity time where the students would run a few laps around the area to release their excess energy. Next were the second and third classes, with a 10-minute free activity time in between, but they were not allowed to wander too far from the school. Of course, they were also not allowed to cause trouble at the student center. Afternoon classes were more relaxed and varied, involving activities like drawing, singing, or storytelling. After that, there was a half-hour activity time, followed by practice time for the new words or math learned in the morning. Regardless of their education level, the students had read quite a bit. Even if they didn't remember many stories, they could make up tales to entertain the younger kids. Zhu Xiaomin was particularly good at this, making her the favorite among the children. In just a week, the elementary school had already separated the children learning to write and do basic math into different groups. The older kids grasped concepts more quickly, while the younger ones struggled a bit. However, there were exceptions. Some 7- or 8-year-olds could keep up with 10-year-olds, while some older kids were not as advanced as 6- or 7-year-olds. As a result, these special children had their seating rearranged, and the 30-some kids were divided into 3 classes, named Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3, each attending separate lessons. During class, 2 other classes went to the study area to practice writing or solving problems on small blackboards, guided by the teachers who were not lecturing. The teachers figured out what they were best suited to teach, and the courses were adjusted accordingly. After a spring rain, the mountains became lush and green. On this day, Songjian, Gu Lianqing, Chen Danqing, and Tian Limin were responsible for teaching. Before work, Zhu Xiaomin winked at Songjian, saying, "I'll come back to teach this afternoon."
Why? Songjian asked.
Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Didn't we say? We can't let these kids just study for free. We need to make use of them." Make use of them? Songjian didn't understand. Zhu Xiaomin teased, "I can finish my work at the team office in the morning. I'll explain when I get back." After saying that, she joined the group heading to work. Confused, Songjian could only follow her instructions. When the children arrived in the afternoon, he first asked them about their learning experiences over the past few days. Just after 2:30, Zhu Xiaomin returned and waved to Songjian, "Call the kids from Class 1 out. We're taking them up the mountain."
Up the mountain?
For what? In front of the children, Songjian couldn't ask, so he let the other 3 teachers handle classes 2 and 3 while he called out the 9 kids from Class 1. Zhu Xiaomin handed a basket to Songjian and said to the children, "Today, the teacher is taking you to explore." Then she called out, "Luo Yi, you come too." "Why him?" Luo Yi was surprised and didn't know what she was planning. He looked at Luo Tingyuan, who nodded. Feeling reassured with the other 3 teachers around, he followed along and was given a small basket as well. The 2 teachers led 10 children out of the youth station and up the hillside. The children, used to being cooped up after a week of classes, were excited and ran freely. Zhu Xiaomin shouted, "You can run, but don't get lost. If you do, I'll erase your names for today." If their names were erased, it would be as if they hadn't had class. A few children who had run far hurried back, and a little boy asked, "Teacher Zhu, what are we going to do?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled, "We're going to explore, which means collecting ideas from nature for our creations. Right now, we're just in the learning stage, so we'll focus on experiencing it. Now, I'll teach you to recite a poem. Listen carefully. I'll say a line, and you repeat after me." "Okay." The children responded, unsure of what a poem was. Zhu Xiaomin didn't say much. She opened her arms in a gesture of embracing the world and said, "It's spring now. I'll teach you the first poem, Spring Dawn. Repeat after me." "Spring Dawn?"
What?
The children turned to look at her. Zhu Xiaomin softly recited, "Spring Dawn," by Meng Haoren. In spring, I sleep unaware of dawn. Everywhere I hear the birds sing. Last night, the wind and rain came. How many flowers have fallen? She recited a line and had the children repeat it after her. Then she explained, you see, just a few days ago, there were many flowers on the mountain. After yesterday's rain, there are many fewer today. Isn't that just like the last two lines of the poem? Last night, the wind and rain came. How many flowers have fallen? Is this lively teaching? Song Xian nodded. Yes, listen to the birds in the mountains. That's everywhere I hear the birds sing. A child named Taiju asked, what about the first line? Song Xian laughed and gently pushed his head. It means you sleep in spring and don't realize the day has brightened. Tell me, did you almost oversleep today? Taiju rubbed his head. How can you write poetry if you can't get out of bed? Exactly. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Poetry comes from life. Everything in our lives can become poetry. If you study well, I'll teach you all. Okay. Several children nodded. Reciting poetry loudly with the teacher was much more fun than just sitting and listening. So, Zhu Xiaomin repeated Spring Dawn again and again, leading the children through the woods until they reached a barren area. She stopped and pointed, saying, Wild vegetables grow well here. Let's pick some while reciting the poem together. Pay attention. I will test you. As she spoke, she took out several small shovels from her basket and handed one to each child. At this moment, the wild vegetables had just sprouted 4 or 5 leaves, the perfect time to pick them. It would be a shame not to. Luo Yi. Is this possible? Song Jian. I learned something. The children from the mountains knew how to pick wild vegetables from a young age, so they didn't need any teaching. They grabbed their shovels and began digging while reciting the poem along with Zhu Xiaomin. After repeating it many times, Zhu Xiaomin only started the poem and then had the children recite it all on their own. After that, she called on them one by one. If someone hadn't memorized it, she would lead them to recite it loudly a few more times until they got it right. Luo Yi quietly dug wild vegetables nearby, listening to the children reciting the poem loudly. He felt a bit envious. He knew this poem. He knew many poems, but he had never recited them out loud like this, nor had he ever recited with so many people. Although they are not as good as his children, just by listening to them recite poetry, you can feel their happiness. For an entire afternoon, the children had memorized a poem perfectly and gathered 2 big baskets of wild vegetables, even filling their clothes with some. Luo Ye's small basket was also full. Zhu Xiaomin was very satisfied and led the children back, no longer reciting poetry, but teaching them to sing, Little swallows, dressed in flowers, come here every spring. On the way back, the younger children from classes 2 and 3 had just finished half an hour of free play. Zhu Xiaomin asked the children to leave all the wild vegetables at the entrance of the youth station, helped them brush off their clothes, and then went inside to do exercises. Before they even entered the classroom, the children from classes 2 and 3 had already heard their singing and eagerly asked what they had been doing. The older children from class 1 were still excited, eagerly sharing new terms. We went to gather inspiration. Teacher Zhu taught us to recite a poem called Spring Dawn. We also sang songs. It was so much fun singing on the mountain. The song Little Swallow had just been learned a few days ago, but singing in the classroom was different from singing on the mountain. As for gathering wild vegetables, that was something they had been doing since they could walk, so no one boasted about it. The children from classes 2 and 3 were envious. When Song Jian came in, they immediately shouted, Teacher Song, we want to go to Spring Dawn too, we want to gather songs. That's called gathering inspiration. That's called singing. Song Jian smiled brightly and nodded, saying, yes, everyone will have a chance, don't worry. At this time, it was the season for everything to grow, and the wild vegetables were just right. The energetic children did while going out to work. In the past, when they wanted to gather wild vegetables, they would only do it during breaks at work, and even with everyone working together all spring, they could only gather a few baskets. But today, in just one afternoon, they collected 3 baskets. Luo Yi was so overwhelmed by the pile of wild vegetables that he completely forgot about the poetry and didn't even return for practice. He rolled up his sleeves and busily spread out the wild vegetables to dry, afraid they would spoil if left in the basket too long. In previous years, wild vegetables were a major source of food for them, but Luo Tingyuan couldn't walk around much and couldn't gather much on his own. In the evening, when the working youth returned, they were surprised when Song Jian mentioned it. After a discussion the next day, many new willow branches were brought back, and everyone was busy making a dozen small baskets while reciting their lessons. So, a day later, the children from Class 2 were also taken out, each given a small basket to take up the mountain. It didn't rain that day, and we learned another poem, Deer Park by Wang Wei. In the empty mountains, no one is seen, but the sound of voices can be heard. The returning light enters the deep forest, shining again on the green moss. The children dug for wild vegetables while loudly reciting the lines after Chinsudong. Today, the lesson was led by a group consisting of Xing Qingsheng, Zhou Dongyi, Deng Aimin, and Li Mingjiang, with Xing Qingsheng and Luo Yi joining them. When we returned, the youth group had gathered 2 large baskets and several small backpacks full of wild vegetables. The children from Class 2 also joined in, reciting poems, but the energetic kids from Class 3 were causing a ruckus, almost creating chaos. At 6 or 7 years old, they were quite lively. The next day, the teachers had no choice but to take Class 3 out as well. This time, it was a lesson led by Xiang Jiquan, Yang Aijuan, Yu Yiguang, and Du Goen, with Xie Qingji leading the group. Since these older kids were the most mischievous, they brought along Yang Aijuan and another student, Wang Xiaoya, along with Luo Yi. This time, we learned another poem, Ascending the Stork Tower by Wang Jihuan. The bright sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. To see 1,000 miles further, one must climb another floor. The 3 classes were learning 3 different poems. They eagerly asked the teacher why they were learning different ones. Finally, Miao Sherwin came over, smiled, and said, "You're not in the same class, so of course you learn different things. But since you play together every day, let's see who can learn the poems from the other classes first. And who can teach the other classmates to recite their poems."
Great.
The children got excited and even shouted the poems on the way home. Parents, hearing the noise from a distance, thought they were arguing. When they got closer, they realized they didn't understand what was being said, but all the kids were flushed and excited. When asked, they explained that they had gone out with teachers to learn poems in the mountains and shared which teachers were leading them and what they had learned. They acted out the poems and recited them loudly, proudly looking at their parents who didn't understand. Parents might not understand the poems, but they could easily find out more by asking around at the community center. There were 35 youth members, 4 of whom were high school students, Xie Qingji, Zhu Xiaomin, Miao Sherwin, and Chen Sudong. The usual teachers for the kids were all middle school students, but the ones taking them out to recite poems were high school students. The parents were pleased and playfully scolded, "You better recite properly and don't run around." A day or 2 later, they asked, "Have you learned anything new? Let us hear it." So, the children clamored to go out and recite poems again. Every week, we take turns going out to gather wild vegetables. In May, when the young poplar trees are ripe, the forest filled with big poplar trees is filled with the joyful sounds of children reciting poetry every day. Luo Yi has won a lot. After a month of school, Zhu Xiaomin asked Chen Sudong to weigh 2 pounds of rock candy in the county while he was in town delivering eggs. Before the afternoon activities began, she stood behind the podium and announced to the children, "We have been in school for a month, and I promised that students with perfect attendance would receive a reward." Wow, there really is a reward. Even though they already knew about it, the children were still uncertain since they had never received a reward before. They immediately began to discuss among themselves. After a moment, Zhu Xiaomin waved her hand to signal for silence and said, "In addition to the prizes, we also have a special reward. I will start calling names from Class 1. When I call a name, the student should come up to receive their prize. Teacher Luo will write down the names, and each will also receive a small red flower." What is a small red flower? The children didn't understand, But they saw that the wall opposite the study area had been painted white with red paint spelling out Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 at intervals. When she called out, Luo Tingyuan walked over with his tools. He heard Zhu Xiaoman say, Xia Dezhuan, and carefully wrote Xia Dezhuan's name in neat script under Class 1 with a fine brush dipped in blue paint. After a month of reading and writing, the children could probably tell the difference in the quality of the writing. When they saw a beautiful name appear on the white wall, they immediately began to whisper excitedly. When they first arrived, they knew that this teacher Luo was considered a capitalist, and the adults told them to avoid him. They had never heard him teach, and he was quiet and seemed invisible. They never expected him to write such beautiful characters. Zhu Xiaoman was not surprised by the children's chatter and called out, Xia Dezhuan, come up to receive your prize. Xia Dezhuan was nudged by a classmate and snapped back to reality, quickly running up. Zhu Xiaoman gave him 3 pieces of rock candy and smiled, saying, This is your prize for this month. Keep up the good work next month. After watching him go down, she called out the second name, Su Deong. At this point, Xia Dezhuan's name was already written, and Luo Tingyuan drew a small red flower next to it with red chalk before continuing to write Su Daiyong's name. So, this is what the small red flower is for? The children started to chatter again. There are 9 children in Class 1. 6 of them have perfect attendance. After 6 have finished, Zhu Xiaoman starts calling the names for Class 2, while Luo Tingyuan begins writing names for Class 2 below. Class 1 has the fewest students, while Class 2 has the most, with 17 students, but only 9 have perfect attendance. Luo Tingyuan writes 6 names in the first row and 3 in the second. After finishing the little red flowers, he stops to write for Class 3. Class 3 has the youngest and most energetic children, with a total of 15, but only 3 have perfect attendance. By the time the little red flowers are finished and the candies are handed out, the children who did not receive rewards are almost in tears. The older ones only pout, while some of the 6- and 7-year-olds from Class 3 are already crying. There are no candies, no little red flowers, and not even a beautiful name on the wall for them. Some are already explaining, Teacher Zhu, I wanted to come, but my mom asked me to go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables those days. Another says, Teacher Zhu, I couldn't come because my aunt got married. A younger child sniffles, Teacher Zhu, I just couldn't get out of bed. Zhu Xiaoman listens to the children for a while before saying, I understand everyone has their reasons, but studying is inherently challenging. It can't always be easy and fun. This reward is meant to encourage you to overcome difficulties and come to school on time, so only those with perfect attendance will receive it. The children who did not receive rewards look disappointed and lower their heads, while the younger ones cry even louder. However, Zhu Xiaoman quickly changes her tone and smiles. Students who didn't receive a reward this month shouldn't be discouraged. We have next month and the month after that. Plus, in 2 months, there will be a test, and the teacher will prepare even more prizes. Yes, if they didn't get it this month, they can try harder next month. The older children finally perk up and sit up straighter. Zhu Xiaoman continues, so I believe that all of our students can earn little red flowers and receive prizes in the future. Now, please let Teacher Luo write the names of the remaining students on the board, okay? Even without a reward, they can still have their names written? The younger children sniffle and widen their eyes, looking at the white wall in surprise. Zhu Xiaoman smiles and starts calling out the names of those without perfect attendance from Class 1. For each name she calls, Luo Tingyuan writes it down. Once they finish, Zhu Xiaoman adds, Teacher Luo's handwriting is beautiful. You can copy his writing on the wall, and your own names will get better and better. Yes, after writing my name for a month, it's all crooked, but Luo Tingyuan writes it so beautifully. When the children heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Even those who didn't receive a reward felt a bit comforted and stopped crying, only enviously looking at the candy in the hands of the other kids. Using rock candy as a prize may seem a bit casual, but to the children who rarely get sweets, it is something very special. They would lick it and hesitate to eat it, wanting to take it home to show their parents. Seeing that there really were rewards, the parents became even more motivated to send their children to class. With the addition of plenty of wild vegetables, the meals at the youth station became more varied. Besides mixing them into staple foods to make different kinds of pancakes or buns, Zhu Xiaomin could also stir-fry or stew them into various dishes. As for taste, it couldn't compare to the vegetables grown in the fields, but after a winter without green vegetables, these wild plants were enough to soothe everyone's stomachs. Most importantly, they could eat freely. Miao Sherwin calculated the amount of grain used this month and compared it to the previous amount. Her expression relaxed. She glanced at Luo Yi, who was watching over a stove with pancakes cooking, and nudged Zhu Xiaomin, asking, "Do you think Luo Yi has grown a bit taller?" The difference between yang mao pancakes and regular potato pancakes is that they are primarily made with yang mao. The mashed potatoes and oat flour are used to mix with yang mao, allowing them to be shaped into pancakes and cooked in a pan. Once cooked, the unique aroma of yang mao fills the air, overpowering the smell of potatoes, but when bitten into, the soft and sticky texture of the potatoes is very delicious. Since they collected a lot of yang mao, which doesn't store well, they could eat as much as they wanted. Luo Yi, a small and thin child, could eat 4 or 5 at once. If it weren't for the fear of him getting too full, he could eat even more. Zhu Xiaomin was mixing the mashed potatoes and yang mao together. When she heard Miao Sherwin, she turned to look and saw Luo Yi squatting there, still small and thin, with his pants barely reaching his calves. She nodded thoughtfully. It does seem like it. Miao Sherwin washed her hands to help her, and sighed. Considering we only eat these things, this child has already changed just by having a few days of full meals. That little body with a big head seemed so fragile, as if a strong wind could knock him over. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at her, biting her lip to suppress a laugh, but said nothing. Miao Sherwin nudged her. "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Xiaomin chuckled softly. "Every time you make egg soup, you never mix it well. You always scoop out that chunk of egg for him. Thinking I don't know?" Miao Sherwin shot her a glance and pouted. "Last time when we killed the rabbit, who secretly buried 2 pieces of rabbit meat at the bottom of his bowl." Zhu Xiaomin widened her eyes at her, looking innocent. Who ate the rabbit? We don't have any rabbits." As they spoke, both of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Song Jian came over to grab the prepared pancakes, they paused to help him, and once he walked away, Zhu Xiaomin whispered, "I've been thinking these days about how to get Luo Yi some clothes. Unfortunately, Xie Qingji and the others don't have many clothes either. Otherwise, I could just steal some and alter them." That father and son not only had torn clothes, but only one outfit. Last time, when they washed Luo Ye's clothes, he had to hide under the cotton batting, waiting for his pants to dry. As a result, his clothes got even more damaged, and Miao Sherwin had to patch them up until late at night, so he never got a chance to come out. Miao Sherwin burst out laughing and shook her head. It's not easy to make him new ones. Not to mention they couldn't afford the fabric coupons. Even if they could, with Luo Tingyuan's status, the father and son would definitely be watched. Even families in the village that were better off mostly altered adult clothes for their children, which had patches on them. If Luo Yi went out in a brand new outfit, it would surely attract attention. Zhu Xiaomin understood and nodded, saying, "So, it's best to find some old clothes to alter. Patches are easy to deal with." "Who says you can only patch clothes with holes?" Miao Sherwin added, "And what about Teacher Luo? He doesn't even have a pair of shoes. A few days ago, I heard Xie Qingji offered him a pair of liberation shoes, but he refused to take them." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. He's also worried about how it looks. Liberation shoes are common in the city, but in the village, only the educated youth would wear them. Villagers still wore homemade cloth shoes. Miao Sherwin turned to glance at Luo Tingyuan and whispered, "If we could get some adult clothes for Teacher Luo, then his clothes could be altered for Luo Yi." Zhu Xiaomin looked back and noticed that although Luo Tingyuan's clothes were torn, adult clothes could easily be altered for a child. She nodded, saying then, "We can make a pair of shoes for Teacher Luo from Luo Ye's clothes." After thinking for a moment, she added, When I write home, I'll check if there are any clothes they no longer need." "Why not ask Lu Mingjing?" Miao Sherwin nudged her with her elbow. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. "Lu Mingjing is so straightforward. He wouldn't think of all this." If I tell him, he'll just send back fabric coupons directly. That's true. Miao Sherwin pursed her lips and teased. TSK, listen to that. Lu Mingjing sending you fabric coupons is just what he should do, right?
Don't talk nonsense.
Zhu Xiaomin quickly nudged her again and said seriously, this year, we shouldn't have any problems with food. By autumn, let's find a way to trade for some coarse cloth. Those two only have one quilt and are currently sleeping on mats. They can't manage that in winter. At least we should make a straw mattress and wrap it in cloth. Coarse cloth is made by the villagers themselves, and it can be traded or bought without fabric coupons. Miao Sherwin had no objections. Let's ask Sister Chen later. Her family grows cotton, so they probably have more people who can weave. The two chatted quietly about their plans for the future, feeling confident that life was slowly getting better. Amidst all this busyness, Zhu Xiaomin's thoughts were on the new elementary school, the young people's studies, the egg production at the base, and the growth of the lambs. At the team office, she was always busy organizing various materials, leaving no time to notice anything else. Until Xia Chunhua found a moment to come over, nudged her arm, and whispered, Sister Xiaomin, Qian Suzi is getting married.
What?
That one sentence made Zhu Xiaomin stop what she was doing. It had been 4 or 5 months since she heard about Qian Yuanfei wanting to marry Shi Meijun, and she had almost forgotten about it. She looked at her in surprise and asked, where did that come from? Qian Suzi's appearance, and he wants to get married? Even if she thought about it, there was no way a normal marriage could come from that. Xia Chunhua shook her head. Haven't you noticed that Uncle Qian hasn't been around for a few days? Yes, it seemed like she hadn't seen Qian Yuanfei for several days. Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and nodded. Xia Chunhua said, he left 6 or 7 days ago. I heard he went to fetch a bride for Qian Suzi. Was he going to fetch a bride or to abduct someone? Not to mention the many stories she had heard after the media developed in her past life. Even now, in this village and neighboring ones, there were several brides of unknown origin. Zhu Xiaomin felt a chill in her heart. Unbeknownst to them, while they were discussing this, Qian Yuanfei was leading a girl over the mountain, heading toward the village. The girl had her face covered, her mouth blocked, and her hands tied, being pulled along by him with a rope. She stumbled along, barefoot on the sharp stones of the rugged mountain, not caring about the pain. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The workers just returned to the team headquarters and soon heard the news that Qian Su was going to marry. Everyone was surprised and curious about where Qian Yuanfei had found a woman. Most of them went to Qian Su's house to earn points. Although the educated youth had little contact with Shi Meijun now, they still felt a deep dislike for Qian Su because of her. They only listened to the news and had no interest in seeing the commotion, so they returned to their posts to earn points. During that time, they preferred to study their textbooks or gather the wild vegetables that were still not sorted out. However, even though no one went, the topic inevitably came up, and thinking about Qian Su's appearance made them sigh for the girl. Zhu Xiaomin, Xie Qingji, and a few others knew Qian Yuanfei's character and vaguely understood that bringing someone back would not lead to anything good, which made them feel uneasy. Wang Xiaoya was working quietly and after a while asked, doesn't Director Huang and the others care about this kind of thing? This is a violation of women's rights. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head and smiled sadly. Director Huang does work for women, but she is also from Lushu village. It makes sense for her to protect the women in the first team, but that girl is not from the first team, and Qian Yuanfei's people wouldn't let her speak. Even if Director Huang knew, she wouldn't be able to intervene. Wang Xiaya bit her lip, her face paled a bit, glanced at the male educated youth, and whispered, no wonder you all told me not to go anywhere alone. Being careful is always a good idea. Miao Sherwin nodded. Luo's father and son did not know who Qian Su was. They had only seen Qian Yuanfei and did not understand why the atmosphere was so heavy. After spending 7 or 8 years in such an environment, they had become very sensitive. After lunch, noticing everyone was not very enthusiastic, they decided not to teach and helped clean up before taking a basket of unprocessed wild vegetables back to the courtyard. The next day, Just after assigning tasks to the members, Xia Chunhua pulled Zhu Xiaomin aside, her eyes red, and said, "The Qian family is truly cruel. They don't fear retribution." What happened? Zhu Xiaomin felt a pang of worry. Xia Chunhua shook her head, struggling to find the words. Huang Xiaojun sighed and quietly said, "That girl looks only about 17 or 18. When she saw Qian Tsu, she screamed in fear, but they still forced her to perform the wedding rites. Some people from the Qian family are insisting on seeing her and Qian Tsu together. You know." She couldn't finish her sentence. Seeing Qian Tsu would frighten anyone, especially an unprepared young girl. "What do you mean by together?" Zhu Xiaomin was shocked. Qian Tsu had 80% of his body burned. Although it happened quickly, it was due to 700-degree high-temperature quicklime, which made the burns very deep. At that time, Qian Tsu rolled down the hillside. Even though his body was curled up and that area was not burned, with 80% of his body burned, he was already in a terrible state. How could he possibly recover? In fact, with such severe burns, the skin could not heal on its own and was very prone to infection, leading to complications. However, Qian Yuanfei was quite remarkable. In a time of scarce resources, especially medical supplies, he managed to find a lot of medicine to disinfect Qian Tsu's body every day. He even found an old traditional Chinese doctor to prepare ointments for Qian Tsu, which surprisingly kept him alive until now. Xia Chunhua shook her head with a pale face, saying, "Later, I left. I returned home, but I could still hear that child's cries." Huang Xiaojun sighed, "It's probably just talk. Aunt Qian is eager to find a wife for Qian Tsu, just to have someone take care of him." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and after a while asked, "Do you know where the girl came from?" "I don't know." Xia Chunhua shook her head. "She looks good, but from her clothes, she seems to be from the mountains." The entire forest farm was already in a mountainous area, but when they referred to the mountains, they meant deeper, poorer places, where even production tasks could be forgotten. In her previous life, Qian Tsu had approached a widow from the neighboring village, but he was caught by her brother and had no choice but to marry her. This girl did not appear at that time. Now, could it be that her rebirth caused a butterfly effect, changing this girl's fate as well? Zhu Xiaomin didn't know. She felt uncomfortable and secretly hoped that if she had the chance, she could help this girl. After venting her feelings, Xia Chunhua felt a bit better and went back to work. Zhu Xiaomin, however, couldn't shake her thoughts. She slowly returned to her office, set out some materials to organize, but found herself lost in thought. Miao Sherwin had gone to the base, and besides Zhu Xiaomin, there was only Shi Meijun in the office. Shi Meijun watched her for a while, noticing her dazed expression and furrowed brows. Suddenly, she sneered and said, "Always trying to win people over, now it's difficult, isn't it?" Zhu Xiaomin was startled and snapped back to reality, looking at her in confusion and asking, "What do you mean?" Shi Meijun shrugged and said, "What kind of temporary elementary school are you running? And it's free too? Do you think everyone is foolish enough to work for nothing just to make you look good? Now you're in trouble, right?" "What nonsense is she talking about?" Zhu Xiaomin rubbed her forehead, shook her head, and ignored her. She started organizing the materials, separating them into groups. Here, aside from the original tree planting tasks and the farmland situation, they now had fruit trees, a new base, and a temporary school. They had to gather all kinds of materials to prepare for a work report, and there was quite a lot to manage. Seeing that she was being ignored, Shi Meijun called out, "Hey, Zhu Xiaomin, why don't you talk to the team and let Nya Yifei go teach? He's a high school student, and he's better than those middle schoolers like Song Jian and Wu Xulin." Zhu Xiaomin didn't even look up and coldly replied, "Didn't you say that others aren't like me? Working for nothing just to gain a good reputation? Just tell the team to give him full work points. There are only a few kids. He can teach them all by himself. Why do you need anyone else?" Shi Meijun said, resting her chin on her hand, acting as if it was obvious. Zhu Xiaomin scoffed, "We don't have anyone earning work points at the school. What if they all refuse to teach? What will you do then? Won't those parents be angry with you?" Shi Meijun said with a worried expression. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at her eyes shifting to her belly, and shook her head. You should worry about yourself. Aren't you about to give birth? Based on the size of her belly and the previous timeline, she was due next month at the latest. Shi Meijun's expression changed, and she coldly replied, Zhu Xiaomin, I was just trying to help. What are you talking about? Don't let anger harm your health. Be careful of premature labor. Zhu Xiaomin didn't even turn her head this time. She hadn't expected that this couple would set their sights on the temporary school. She thought that if she refused outright, Shi Meijun would give up, but a couple of days later, Gu Monsong called her out. Let Nie Jiqing go to the temporary school too. He's a youth and a high school student. You've been together for a while, so he's not a stranger. This nice guy was trying to smooth things over again. Zhu Xiaomin looked at him seriously and asked, Uncle Monsong, have you forgotten that our school is voluntary? None of us earn work points. Gu Monsong smiled wryly, I know, but that Nie Jiqing can't do much work anyway. He can at least write and draw, so being a teacher would be better. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. He slacks off at work, but as long as he's there, he still gets credit. At our elementary school, we don't get any credit at all. Is he happy about that? Gu Monsong squatted down to smoke a few puffs, hesitating for a moment before saying, he's the only one who can teach the kids. Giving him some credit isn't out of the question. Uncle Monsong, we need to be fair. So many of us young educated workers have contributed from the start to the classes. None of us received any credit. Now that the school is up and running, he just gets to take all the credit by himself? Zhu Xiaomin immediately protested. Gu Monsong sighed. You all still have work to do, and you have credits from the base. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. Nie Yifei is lazy, not disabled. If he were like Qian Tuzu and needed special care, that would be one thing. But he is fully capable. Why should he get credit for teaching while we work for free? Gu Monsong sighed. The young educated worker from Shi is crying and complaining. Director Qian thinks it's tough for them as a couple without roots here. Zhu Xiaomin scoffed. They may be without roots, but isn't the wealthy team leader helping them out everywhere? That's much better than many locals who have roots. Before Gu Monsong could respond, Qian Yuanfei burst through the door, his face cold as he asked, Zhu Xiaomin, what do you mean by that? Zhu Xiaomin stood her ground. Director Qian, don't you understand my point? The young educated worker from Shi gets special treatment from you, not only getting full credits, but also monthly food subsidies. How is that not better than many locals born and raised here? Qian Yuanfei noticed she only mentioned Shi Meijun and not Nie Yifei, which made him suspicious of what she knew. His expression darkened as he coldly replied, You know why the young educated worker from Shi gets special treatment, don't you? Zhu Xiaomin sneered, No? What do I know? Director Qian, why don't you enlighten me? Is it because Qian Tuzu harmed Shi Meijun, or is it about her questionable dealings with him? Qian Yuanfei gritted his teeth, pointing at her angrily. We're talking about Nie Yifei becoming a teacher. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. The treatment of the young educated worker from Shi is something the team is willing to give, and Director Qian is okay with it, but it doesn't concern us. However, now that we are trying to set up a school for the children, Director Qian insists on pushing him in, and I can't agree to that. If it's a team subsidy, that's a collective matter, and it can't be said to be unrelated to us. But if it's a personal subsidy from Qian Yuanfei, then it truly has nothing to do with us. Qian Yuanfei sensed the subtlety in her words, but after hearing the last sentence, he didn't bother to argue and simply asked, We are all educated youth. Why can he get special treatment while we can't? Zhu Xiaomin raised her head and said loudly, That's right. We are all educated youth and teaching the same subjects. Why should he get special credits while we work for free? That's not fair. Whether he gets credits or not is up to the brigade office, Qian Yuanfei said sternly. Zhu Xiaomin scoffed. If the brigade office wants to support Nie Yifei, that's their business. But using the school as an excuse for him is not acceptable. Hey, Zhu, Qian, let's talk this over calmly, Gu Monsong said, noticing their voices getting louder and waving his hands anxiously. Qian Yuanfei sneered. The school belongs to the brigade. You can't just say it's not acceptable. I insist he goes. He'll start tomorrow. Zhu Xiaomin's expression darkened instantly. Since you have the final say, let's see how it goes. With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring him. Hey, Zhu. Gumon Song hurriedly called out, catching up a few steps to persuade her. Let's talk this over. Zhu Xiaomin turned to him. Uncle Monsong, it's true the brigade supports the school, but they have no right to demand we work for free. If the school can't operate, we can just stop it. It's not our loss. But if they expect us to support those people, that's out of the question. I'll go back and shut down the school. With that, she entered the office, quickly packed her things, slammed the door, and left. Gumon Song was startled and quickly shouted, Zhu, wait. Let's discuss this. He rushed after her, feeling helpless. There's nothing to discuss. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. If Nia Yifei is coming, then everyone among us educated youth should get the same credits as him. Otherwise, he can just stay away. With that, she tossed her head and walked away. Qian Yuanfei was so furious he could hardly speak, pointing at Zhu Xiaomin's retreating figure, unable to find words. Gumon Song, frustrated, stomped his foot and said, Director Qian, I don't think this will work. He hurried after Zhu Xiaomin, fearing she would really go back and shut down the school. Qian Yuanfei was fuming, pointing at the door where she had disappeared, unable to say anything for a long time. After the noise outside faded, Shi Meijun slowly came out of the office, leaning against the doorframe and looking at Qian Yuanfei with a sad expression. Director Qian, I just wanted my Yifei to contribute a little to the school. How did it come to shutting it down? Seeing her, Qian Yuanfei let out a low grunt, his face sour, and remained silent. Tears quickly filled Shi Meijun's eyes as she touched her belly and softly said, Director Qian, I have no choice. This child will be born soon, and Yifei will need to take care of me. He won't be able to work, and we will need food and drink. Even though I have enough work points, how can it be enough for our family of 3? There was a commotion in the yard, and the people from the team had already heard. At that moment, Huang Meihua came out and shook her head, saying, Sure, we understand your difficulties, but what Zhu said is also true. The school was set up and organized by the young people from the youth point. Now you want Nia to take full work points while others work for free. That just doesn't make sense. Qian Yuanfei snorted. So, what does Director Huang think? Should we really let the young people take full work points? They have more than 30 strong laborers. What's wrong with strong laborers? Should they work for free? Huang Meihua replied coldly, Isn't Nia the same? Young and has suffered injuries, yet he does the same work. Others work for free while he takes full work points. That just doesn't add up. Indeed, looking at Zhu Xiaomin, who seemed like a delicate girl, she was as stubborn as a rock and would not budge. If this escalated to the commune, they would have a hard time justifying it. Qian Yuanfei remained silent, his face dark, glancing at Shi Meijun while secretly considering what else could be done. Seeing that she wouldn't gain anything, Shi Meijun wiped her tears and slowly returned home. After a while, she came out again, closing the office door behind her as she walked out. A bystander asked, Sure, where are you going? You're not heading to the school, are you? I'll tell you, the kids really like Zhu. You won't win that argument. Shi Meijun shook her head. I have a stomachache. I'm going home. Without looking back, she walked away. Qian Yuanfei frowned. She looks unwell. I'll go check on her. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd and followed her outside. At that time, Nia Yifei was still on the mountain. Their newly built house was quite remote, with no one nearby. Once inside, they had a brief discussion before Shi Meijun shared her idea. There's another area upstream. Otherwise, we could set up a school here and have them tear it down. She pouted. It's just a broken fence and they call it a school. You gather some people and we can build a proper house where classes can be held in winter. Qian Yuanfei shook his head. If we set it up here, how can just Nia Yifei manage it alone? Nia Yifei is just a high school student. I've heard that their classes are all filled with middle school students, and Xie Qingji and Zhu Xiaomin don't even teach, Shi Meijun said immediately. Qian Yuanfei was a bit hesitant but not very willing. The school is right here, so Nia Yifei must be at home all day.
What's the point of that?
Sure, Meijun laughed. With the school keeping him busy, he can earn work points and help take care of the kids. We can go anywhere we want. That made sense. Qian Yuanfei agreed and nodded. I'll go back and tell the team that having no fixed teachers isn't good. After saying that, he got dressed and was about to leave.
Hey.
Sure, Meijun called him back. I'm due next month, so remember to think of a solution.
Got it.
Qian Yuanfei replied and opened the door to leave. Zhu Xiaomin was very upset when she returned to the youth station and didn't hide her feelings. That day, it was the class for Du Yongming, Su Pingyu, Wu Jingyuan, and Tian Jinyu. It was the half-hour activity time in the afternoon, and when they saw the kids playing outside, they were surprised to see her come back angrily, with Gu Montong panting behind her. They quickly approached and asked, Xiaomin, what's wrong? Zhu Xiaomin sneered, we can't run this school anymore. Let the kids go home.
What?
The four of them were shocked, and even the kids playing stopped to look at her in surprise. Gu Montong, who had chased her all the way, waved his hands anxiously. No, that's not true. Zhu Ziqing. Let's discuss this calmly. No discussion. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head, sneering as she told the four. Director Qian from the team committee just said that Nye Yifei will come here to teach with us while we work for free, and he will earn full work points.
What?
The four were speechless with shock. Wu Jingyuan immediately asked Gu Montong, Secretary, this isn't fair, is it? Gu Montong smiled wryly, but what Shi Qing said is true. They really do have difficulties. Zhu Xiaomin sneered. They have difficulties? Last year, when we were starving, they were eating white flour and pork every day. During the New Year, while we were busy mending clothes, they were all dressed in new outfits.
Who is really worse off?
Gu Montong hadn't seen what they ate every day, but during the New Year, those two indeed wore brand new clothes and flaunted them around the village. Gu Montong was speechless and could only sigh, but Director Qian spoke for them, and the brigade has no choice. That Nye Jiqing is alone. Otherwise, let him come, and you can arrange something for him. Zhu Xiaomin replied helplessly, Uncle Montong, it's not about what he will do when he comes. It's about why he deserves full work points while we are working for free. Wu Jingyuan and the other three immediately nodded. Yes, Secretary. We have no problem with voluntary teaching, and we haven't complained, but there should be fairness, right? If he gets full work points just for showing up while we work for nothing, do we owe him something? Gu Montong sighed, and was at a loss for words. Indeed, this situation makes no sense. Squatting by the wall, he smoked for a while before nodding and sighing. All right, I'll discuss it again with Director Qian. You all think about it too. After saying this, he flicked off the ash and walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. What else was there to think about? The four of them watched him walk down before turning back to Zhu Xiaomin. Du Yongming couldn't help but ask Xiaomin, are we really sending the kids back? Teacher Zhu, are we closing the school? A few older children who understood what was happening started to ask. Seeing dozens of children looking at her eagerly, Zhu Xiaomin shook her head helplessly. The adults will discuss this. You don't need to worry, just go back and do your exercises. This time, Zhu Xiaomin was really upset and didn't return to the brigade office. When the work ended, the young people didn't see her and soon learned about the events of the afternoon. They hurried back. After hearing Zhu Xiaomin explain everything in detail again, Yang Aijuan was so angry that his face turned pale, gritting his teeth and cursing. These two are equally shameless. Song Jian frowned. What should we do? Setting aside the work points, do we have to teach alongside Nye Yifei every day? That's frustrating. Miao Sherwin thought for a moment and said, we started this school, and our opinions should be considered by the brigade. If not, we can wait a bit longer. We can't let Nye Yifei teach alone, can we? Zhu Xiaomin sneered. It's hard to say. We've already organized everything, and there are only about 30 kids. If we can't teach them well, we can't just pretend, right? Is that true? Everyone looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. When Gu Montong arrived in the afternoon, Luo's father and son were also present and had heard everything clearly. At this moment, Luo Yu was close to tears, pulling on Luo Tingyuan's clothes and softly calling, Dad. They are here because of the school, and now that the school might not continue, will they have to go back to the third team? He doesn't want to go back. Luo Tingyuan held his small body, feeling helpless. Given the current situation, even if he had a lot of talent, he couldn't change anything. He truly felt like a useless scholar. However, persuading Zhu Xiaomin and Xie Qingji to fight back was difficult. The director of the Revolutionary Committee held their fate in his hands. This matter was bound to end in failure. The only decision was to go to class as usual tomorrow, and after that, they could only take things one step at a time. The atmosphere at the youth station became heavy again. Most others were still invested in their hard work and unwilling to give up easily, but Zhu Xiaomin was also worried about the Luo father and son. If the school couldn't continue, where would they go? But if Nia Yifei came, it would be like giving the youth station a pair of eyes. Luo Tingyuan's teaching would soon be exposed. So, she couldn't back down. She had to keep Nia Yifei out no matter what. But she really hadn't figured out how to do that. The next day, everyone went to work as usual. Today, the teaching group included Gao Yutian, Sun Ronghua, Han Lizzi, and Fang Xiaofeng. To handle unexpected situations, Chen Sudong replaced Wang Xiaoya, who was supposed to have a day off. Originally, Chen Danqing and Deng Aimin were supposed to go to the base with Miao Sherwin, but they switched with Song Zian and Xing Qingsheng, planning to return as soon as the base work was done. After everyone went to the team office, Xie Qingji stayed behind. The members had not yet finished their tasks when Huang Xiaowan couldn't help but ask, "Xiaomin, I heard from my daughter that the school might not continue? You really won't tear it down, will you?" Mentioning Zhu Xiaomin made her angry, and she shook her head. "You heard what happened yesterday, right? They insist on bringing in Nia Yifei, so we might have to stop the school. Otherwise, we would be volunteering to teach the kids and still face trouble?" Huang Xiaowan gave her a light tap and raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, if they dare to do that, I'll have my daughter gather all the parents this afternoon." This was also a good plan. Zhu Xiaomin knew the fighting spirit of those mothers and nodded, saying, "Anyway, we won't compromise." Xia Chunhua beside her was also upset. "You all worked hard for that school. It took a lot of effort to get those troublemakers to behave, and now they just want to take advantage of it. How is that fair?" Zhu Xiaomin scoffed. "It's not that easy. They aren't interested." Since she had the idea of starting a school, Shi Meijun had seen every step she took. There had always been gossip, and she never offered help. Now that things were going well, she wanted to get involved. The three of them talked and assigned tasks to the members. Once everyone dispersed, Zhu Xiaomin returned to her office. When Shi Meijun saw her, she lifted her chin slightly, snorted, and turned away. Zhu Xiaomin ignored her, sat down, and continued with her work. In the late morning, Qian Yuanfei entered through the main gate of the team office, glanced over, and went into Gu Monsong's office. Zhu Xiaomin thought he would call her out next, but to her surprise, he soon came out and went to the team leader, Xia Dongliang's office. What was going on? Was he trying to pressure her by targeting each team leader? After a while, Xia Dongliang followed Qian Yuanfei out and went to Gu Monsong's office. Soon after, Qian Yuanfei came out again and called Huang Meihua and He Kaifeng over. Zhu Xiaomin decided to stop working and rested her chin on her hand, watching the comings and goings through the window. Shi Meijun looked at her with a smug expression and sneered. "They're just a bunch of kids. What's so impressive? If you don't work, do you think others can't?" What did that mean? Zhu Xiaomin raised an eyebrow but didn't turn around or respond to her. This time, the people who went in stayed a bit longer, as if they were debating something. After a while, He Kaifeng came out and called Xie Qingji over. Why was only Xie Qingji called? Was he easier to talk to? Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing and returned to her work without looking. Xie Qingji usually appeared gentle and tolerant, but he was actually very principled and wouldn't compromise for special treatment. Sure enough, not long after, He Kaifeng came out again and walked toward her. Zhu Xiaomin put down what she was holding and looked at her through the window. To her surprise, He Kaifeng called not just her but also waved and said, "Zhu Jiqing, Shi Jiqing, the secretary wants you to come over." Both of them were called. Zhu Xiaomin was surprised but didn't look at Shi Meijun. She simply stood up and walked outside. Sure Meijun initially wanted to show off but only got Ju Xiaomin's back as she walked away. She glared in frustration, but couldn't help feeling pleased. Seeing two people enter one after the other, Zhu Xiaomin walked briskly, while Sure Meijun, with her big belly, moved slowly. Qian Yuanfei couldn't help but frown. Zhu, you see Sure is pregnant, and you don't help her? What about our class solidarity? Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and sneered, the baby isn't mine. I don't have the same heart as Director Qian. What does that mean? Everyone in the room exchanged glances. Since Sure Meijun's belly started to grow, there had been rumors in the village that the baby's due date didn't match, and many pointed fingers at Qian Yuanfei. Hearing Zhu Xiaomin's words, did she know something? Or was she just repeating the rumors? Qian Yuanfei's expression darkened as he stared at her. Fortunately, He Kaifeng came up behind Sure Meijun to help her, trying to ease the tension by saying, with the weather like this and the yard being flat, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhu Xiaomin sat down next to Xie Qingji and added, exactly, Director Qian is worrying too much. Everyone else. This girl is really bold. Isn't she poking the tiger? Xie Qingji subtly nudged her, signaling her to avoid escalating things. Qian Yuanfei's face grew serious. Zhu, explain what you mean by that. Zhu Xiaomin blinked innocently. I mean, Director Qian is overly concerned about our class brothers and sisters. Sure's baby is only 6 months along. She has 3 more months to go. Just walking a few steps won't cause any issues. 6 months? Huang Manhwa and He Kaifeng, who had given birth before, couldn't help but glance at Sure Meijun. That doesn't look like 6 months. Hearing her specifically mention the baby's age, Sure Meijun gritted her teeth in anger, and Qian Yuanfei's expression darkened further. However, he couldn't find a way to counter her words and could only huff in frustration. Gu Monsong, worried that the two would argue again, timely redirected the conversation. Sure, from what Director Qian is saying, are you suggesting that Nye take care of these children alone and keep track of his contributions so that Xie and the others can focus on the base? This was what everyone had just discussed, and he was saying it all for the benefit of the newcomers to understand what had been said. Of course, mainly for Zhu Xiaomin. Is this meant to push them out? Zhu Xiaomin was a bit surprised, raising her eyebrows and looking at Xie Qingji. Xie Qingji also looked displeased, and when he noticed her gaze, he just nodded slightly. It really is. Zhu Xiaomin laughed and said, indeed, if we had specific roles, we wouldn't need so many people. But we take turns, and at least 4 of us are at school every day. Nye Jiqing could manage alone. I find that hard to believe. Isn't there also a capitalist? Sure Meijun asked. I remember it was said that without this capitalist, the school couldn't function. Now, isn't he doing most of the work? Besides, he has an education and can teach. They were actually considering Luo Tingyuan's idea. Zhu Xiaomin unconsciously clenched her fist and turned to her, asking, are you suggesting we run this school in Nye Yifei's name and let teacher Luo teach? Nye Yifei graduated from high school, so he can also substitute teach. With just over 30 kids, 2 people should be able to manage, right? Sure Meijun replied. Indeed, with only a little over 30 kids, having 2 dedicated teachers could work.
But
Zhu Xiaomin paused and looked at Gu Monsong. Is that what the secretary means too? Gu Monsong glanced at Qian Yuanfei and sighed. This idea isn't impossible. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and looked at Huang Manhwa and He Kaifeng before focusing on Qian Yuanfei. If that's the case, does this mean the school has nothing to do with our youth station anymore? Qian Yuanfei sneered. Don't worry. We'll transfer people immediately and rebuild the school not far from Nye Jiqing's home. We'll construct mud houses, and it will be finished in a few days without bothering you. That was indeed thoughtful. Zhu Xiaomin smiled slightly and continued. I want to ask if Nye Yifei gets full work points. What about teacher Luo? And where will they live? You don't need to worry about that, Director Qian said with a stern face. Zhu Xiaomin raised her hands. It was my suggestion that the commune agreed to send teacher Luo here. Since it concerns him, I have to ask. Sure Meijun frowned. If we're building a school, we can just add another room. Are you worried they won't have a place to stay? What about work points? What about food? Zhu Xiaomin immediately asked. Sure Jiqing, Don't forget, it's only May. Even if he gets full work points, there's still a long time until the end of the year for food distribution. What will they eat?
This.
Sure, Meijun was taken aback, but quickly frowned and said, they will eat the same way they always have. The same way they always have. Zhu Xiaomin scoffed. They used to eat with us. Whatever we had, they had too. The meaning of shizuking is whether they should team up with us or with you. Can you provide them with the same food you eat? Shimi Jun's family eats pork and white flour. If she could give the Luo family the same meals, she wouldn't mind letting them go. Shimi Jun frowned and asked, how could we team up with them? Zhu Xiaomin laughed coldly. Are you saying that Nye Ifei should use his work points to run a school while teacher Luo works for him, and then we, the educated youth, will provide the meals? Shimi Jun, have you no shame? Can you really take all the good things for yourself? This was already an insult. Shimi Jun's expression changed and she stood up suddenly, saying loudly, Zhu Xiaomin, speak politely. This is the decision of the brigade office. Why are you blaming me? The decision of the brigade office? Zhu Xiaomin also stood up, scanning everyone in the room with a cold smile. When did the brigade office issue this notice? Who made this decision? Or should I see who else is shameless enough to announce it? Well, no matter who said it, you've already insulted them before they could speak. Who would dare to say anything? Qian Yuanfei's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, Zhu Ichqing, you are acting like a shrew. Zhu Xiaomin immediately turned to glare at him, sneering, yes, I'm a shrew. Should I just accept being bullied by you? We, the educated youth, came here without any roots. I want to know, what kind of behavior is this? Is this something a proletariat would do? You keep calling others capitalist roaders, but I see you are the ones acting like bureaucrats with capitalist thoughts. The room full of brigade officials changed their expressions as they listened to her sharp words. Qian Yuanfei shouted angrily, wishing he could find something to silence her, but he couldn't stop her from finishing. Huang Manhwa finally spoke up, yes, Director Qian, your school can negotiate about changing places or people, but things can't be done this way. Xia Dongliang added, right, isn't this still up for discussion? Zhu Ziqing, don't get too worked up. No one said it has to be this way. Please sit down, your team leader is still here. Are they trying to have Xie Qingji suppress her? Zhu Xiaomin sat down and nodded. Okay, then I'll listen to our team leader's opinion. The tension in the room eased quickly. Everyone's eyes turned to Xie Qingji. Xie Qingji slowly stood up, glanced at everyone and nodded, saying, I want to make my position clear. If the school is to be moved and people replaced, I will vote against it. However, if the team insists on doing this, I cannot stop it. I represent the youth group and will withdraw. As for teacher Luo and his son, they will work wherever they are assigned. That is the rule. Everything will be done according to the rules, and I cannot prioritize anyone's feelings over the interests of our youth group. Xie Qingji spoke calmly, but his words carried weight. His main point was just as sharp as Zhu Xiaomin's sarcastic remarks, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even Zhu Xiaomin was impressed. When Xie Qingji sat down, she quietly gave him a thumbs up before quickly putting her hand down. Everyone else was silent. There was no table blocking our view, we all saw it, okay? Xia Dongliang listened as Zhu Xiaomin repeatedly called someone shameless. When Xie Qingji countered with a soft but firm response, Xia felt embarrassed and could only nod, saying, Xie, you have a point. Looking at Shi Meijun, he said to Qian Yuanfei, so, should the Luo family stay at Shi's youth group? The school can build another room, and they won't be living together, so it should be fine, right? What do you mean fine? That means 2 more people to feed. Shi Meijun gritted her teeth in anger, saying, in our family, only Nye Ifei and I earn work points. Now we are about to add another child. How can we support 2 more people? There are over 30 people at their youth group. How can we manage to feed 2 more? How can we manage to feed 2 more? At this point, even Gu Monsong and Xia Dongliang didn't want to speak up for her. Zhu Xiaomin, however, spoke without hesitation, yes, that's true. It's shameless. Why is she still insulting people? Everyone couldn't help but feel a headache.
You.
Shi Meijun was furious, pointing at her and shouting, Zhu Xiaomin, You're insulting people. Zhu Xiaomin shrugged. If you consider them people? That comment was not something just anyone could say. Sure, Meijun felt dizzy with anger, clutching her stomach, and cried out, "Oh no, my stomach, my stomach." Her cry startled everyone in the room. Huang Meihua quickly said, "Zhu, please stop talking." She and He Kaifeng each supported Shi Meijun. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at Shi Meijun's face. There was no sweat on her forehead, but she had bitten her lip, causing a little blood to come out, and her face looked a bit pale. After a quick assessment, she remained seated and calmly said, "Shi Jiqing, are you really getting so upset that you might give birth? I must tell you to hold on. It's only 6 months. If the baby is born now, it won't survive. Also, Nie Yifei is still on the mountain. Do you want me to call him to take you to the clinic right away?" Shi Meijun initially wanted to use her pregnancy to gain sympathy and pressure Zhu Xiaomin to back down. However, hearing her mention calling Nie Yifei to take her to the clinic, she realized that would reveal her situation. She had to grit her teeth and shake her head, saying,
I'm fine."
She grabbed He Caifeng's hand and slowly sat up again. Zhu Xiaomin clapped her hands and said, "Shi Jiqing is really strong." She turned to everyone and said, "We have clearly expressed our stance on the school issue. As for what happens next, we will see how the team handles it." With that, she tugged on Xie Qingji's sleeve, and they went out together. Qian Yuanfei scoffed, pointing at their backs and gritting his teeth. "Look at them. Those from the city are really hard to deal with."
"What attitude is that?"
Xia Dongliang said helplessly. "Director Qian, what Xie Jiqing said isn't wrong. There are rules for everything, and we can't let the educated youth support 2 people for nothing, can we?" Shi Meijun felt anxious and asked, "Did they not bring any food when they arrived?" Summer Lao San, who had been silent, shook his head. They were brought here by the 3rd team and only brought a worn-out quilt. How could they have food? They had received a little grain before the new year, but it was likely taken away when they were brought here. Shi Meijun felt frustrated and looked at Gu Monsong, asking then, "Should we let them eat at the team?" Huang Meihua frowned, but during work hours, the team only provides 1 meal. What will happen in winter? Once winter sets in and everything freezes, everyone will stop working and the team won't provide meals. Qian Yuanfei sneered. For a capitalist, having 1 meal is already good. He Kaifeng quickly said, "If we let them eat at the team, won't that allow them to move around freely?" "That can't happen." Gu Monsong sighed. "If it were just a person brought here, that would be one thing, but after going through all this at the educated youth site, how can we say we won't provide food? Also, he has a position now. He is only helping out at the school and not teaching. The parents of the children are managing, but if he starts teaching, won't people say he is corrupting the children's minds?" Once this was said, several people changed their expressions and looked at each other, falling silent. Shi Meijun was speechless for a while before she gritted her teeth and said, "Then, Nie Yifei can teach them himself." Huang Meihua advised, "Sure, we know Nie is a high school student and educated, so teaching a few kids is easy. But in a few months you will give birth, and he will need to take care of you."
"How can he teach the children then?"
He Kaifeng nodded in agreement. "Yes, sure. Why not wait until after you give birth and finish your recovery? You are also a high school graduate, and you can help out then, right?" Gu Monsong and Huang Meihua exchanged glances. Realizing this might lead to more trouble. Indeed, upon hearing their words, Shi Meijun finally calmed down and nodded. "Okay, let's wait until I finish my recovery." Are they really going to stir up more trouble? Gu Monsong finally spoke up. "Then it's not suitable for Luo Tingyuan to help right now. Let's have him assist at school for now. If that doesn't work, we can find another arrangement or send him back to the 3rd team." He waved his hand. "That's enough for today," urging everyone to leave. If someone comes and then is sent back after just a few months, it would be embarrassing for the whole team. But seeing his serious expression, no one dared to say more and quietly left. Meanwhile, Xie Qingji followed Zhu Xiaomin outside. Once they were out of the team office yard and saw no one following them, he sighed in relief and quietly asked, "What if they insist? We can handle it, but what about Teacher Luo?" Zhu Xiaomin sneered. "It's not just Nie Yifei who can report. Xie Qingji was startled and exclaimed, "Report?" Zhu Xiaomin looked at him. "Did you think I said that for no reason?" She had just thrown a serious accusation. Whoever stepped forward would have to bear the consequences. Bureaucratic behavior and capitalist thinking. With that accusation, it would be difficult for him to even be a regular member of the community, let alone a leader. Xie Qingji's expression turned serious. He thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "If it comes to that, we won't be the ones afraid." He patted her shoulder and smiled. "All right, you go back and be careful. I'll talk to everyone."
Okay.
Zhu Xiaomin nodded, watching him go down before she turned back. As she crossed the yard, she saw Qian Yuanfei and his group coming out of Gu Montsong's office. They paused briefly, then smiled and greeted Huang Meihua and Xia Dongliang, acting as if nothing had happened, while ignoring Qian Yuanfei completely. Qian Yuanfei was furious, but couldn't say anything. He glanced at Shi Meijun before turning to leave. Shi Meijun's plan to steal chickens failed, leaving her extremely frustrated. As she watched Zhu Xiaomin enter the office, she slowly walked over, feeling sharp pains in her stomach. Zhu Xiaomin did not want to see her again and went next door to her office to gather her things. Huang Shaoan noticed her approach and quickly asked, "What happened?" "What did she say?" Zhu Xiaomin scoffed and shook her head. "Although we've postponed things for now, in 2 months, I expect there will be more trouble." While others only speculated about Shi Meijun's situation, she knew for sure that Shi Meijun would give birth in about a month. Once she finished her confinement period, this issue would likely resurface. Huang Xiaozhuan's expression darkened as she replied with a cold smile, "You're teaching the kids for free now, and the two of them, Teacher Luo and his son, are living off your support. How can they dare to build the school over there? Nie Yifei is getting full credits while Teacher Luo and his son are still relying on you?" After a battle of wits, Zhu Xiaomin felt a bit tired. Leaning against the desk to stretch, she sighed and said, "Even without discussing food supplies, Teacher Luo shouldn't follow them." With Shi Meijun's behavior, the Luo family would surely be manipulated by her. Huang Shaoan looked worried. "You think Teacher Luo shouldn't go with them? What about the school?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "Ultimately, the final decision rests with the brigade. Anyway, Xie Qingji has already stated he wants to hand the school over to Nie Yifei, and all of us from the youth group will withdraw." Withdraw completely? Would the kids be left with just Nie Yifei? Huang Xiaozhuan's eyes widened in shock, and after thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "You should stay here and organize the materials. I have to step out for a bit." Without waiting for a response, she opened the door and hurried out. Zhu Xiaomin called out, "Hey," but seeing her cross the brigade yard, she couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. "You work in finance, and you're not worried I might take something?" With a sigh, she closed the door and focused on organizing the materials. Time passed slowly, and soon the sounds of pots and pans clanging from the kitchen indicated it was almost lunchtime. Zhu Xiaomin straightened up, stretched her neck and shoulders, stacked the materials neatly, and called for Xia Chunhua to go to the cafeteria for lunch. In the cafeteria, Gu Montsong, Huang Meihua, and He Kaifeng were already there, but the others were not in sight. Zhu Xiaomin and Xia Chunhua got their meals and greeted the three with smiles, as if nothing had happened that morning. Huang Meihua was amazed and couldn't help but laugh. "Director Qian is so upset, yet you seem calm while writing your materials." Zhu Xiaomin shrugged. "I don't have any selfish motives. This isn't my own matter, and the kids aren't mine either. I'll do what I can, and if I can't, then that's fine. There's no need to be anxious about it." This implied that Qian Yuanfei had personal motives. Gu Montsong sighed. "Nie Jiqing has been here for several years. Since you all live in the same courtyard, it's better not to make things too tense." In his opinion, the simplest solution was for the school to maintain the status quo and just let Nie Yifei join. Zhu Xiaomin took a bite of her steamed bun and then some vegetables, shaking her head slightly. "Secretary, I'm not like some people who hide what they do. My past relationship with Nie Yifei is known by everyone in the brigade, at least in Lushu village and the brigade office, right? This school isn't like the production tasks in the brigade. We all teach voluntarily during our breaks. If the organization has other plans, I can't help it. If they insist on putting someone in front of me to annoy me, I have to speak up. She implied that her relationship with Nye Ifei was clear, hinting at others. Huang Meihua shook her head helplessly. What you said is true, but there's a way to communicate. Why make someone so angry? Xie Jiqing's words were very clear. Xie Qingji's earlier comments only expressed his stance and attitude, without giving reasons or blaming others, making it hard for anyone to argue back. Remembering how she had almost directly told Qian Yuanfei he was shameless, Zhu Xiaomin laughed and said dismissively, I don't make them angry. I just let them get angry at me. What's the loss for me? You. Huang Meihua shook her head, looking helpless. Gu Montong nodded. Let's put this matter aside for now. By the time we can discuss it with Shi Jiqing, it will be around August or September. We'll talk then. August or September was calculated based on Shi Meijuan's 6-month pregnancy. Zhu Xiaomin raised an eyebrow. Yes, by then it will be close to the autumn harvest, and we won't have time to rest. The kids will need to take their autumn break. So, this meant they would have to wait until after the autumn harvest. Gu Montong nodded. Yes, we'll talk about it then. Seeing things being put on hold, He Kaifeng couldn't help but advise, Zhu Jiqing, you and Nye Jiqing have always gotten along well. There's no need to be too harsh. Why not find a chance to sit down and talk it out? I think he's quite easy to get along with. And so, a peacemaker emerged. Zhu Xiaomin looked back at her with a slight smile and said, Committee member, he has a keen eye. However, Nye Ifei, while not a great person, can write and draw well, and he speaks nicely. Otherwise, committee member, he should consider bringing him into the publicity team. That way, he can earn full credits and stop trying to take advantage of us. Is she criticizing Nye Ifei or praising him? He Kaifeng was taken aback and couldn't tell if it was a compliment or sarcasm. She shook her head and said, We're talking about the school now. It's not easy to get into the publicity team. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Yes, setting up a school isn't easy either. If we have to work for free and endure hardships, no one should expect that. He Kaifeng couldn't respond and fell silent. Huang Meihua thought for a moment and sighed. As for Nye, a high school student teaching these kids is fine, but I heard the kids run all over the mountains for activities. He can't manage that alone. Zhu Xiaomin agreed. Teacher Luo can't run around everywhere either. Xia Chunhua timely asked, I heard that Teacher Luo's activities are limited to just a few dozen meters around the youth point, and he can't even go down that hillside? If the school moves and he has to eat at the brigade or the youth point, that's more than a few dozen meters. Zhu Xiaomin stuffed a piece of potato in her mouth and nodded without looking up. Yes, that's not much different from running all over the village. That won't do. Gu Montong frowned and shook his head. It's not that they will run. It's just that they don't. If someone reports this, the whole brigade will get criticized. Huang Meihua immediately nodded. Then they can only share meals at Shi's place. Otherwise, the brigade could send food over and let them cook for themselves. Zhu Xiaomin quickly agreed. That's a good idea. Shi doesn't do anything, and he gets full credits plus 5 pounds of white flour every month. Can you speak more politely? What do you mean by does nothing? Xia Chunhua shot her a glance. Gu Montong felt a headache coming on from Zhu Xiaomin's comments about Shi Meijun and waved his hand. None of our brigade leaders get 5 pounds of white flour a month. Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. Yes, the brigade treats Shi really well. That flour isn't given by the brigade. Gu Montong looked at her, seeing her calm expression as if it were just a casual conversation. He really couldn't tell if she was genuinely unaware. However, if he continued along her line of thought, and if she latched onto it, what if Luo Tingyuan really got assigned to assist Nye Ifei? Then what would they do about the 5 pounds of white flour? Gu Montong decided not to jump into the pit and instead turned the conversation to the situation at the base. Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing and didn't forcefully change the topic. She continued discussing the base's situation, laughing as she said, A few days ago, I saw the data compiled by Sherwin. In just a few months, we have already made over 600 yuan, and everything is going well. We can consider expanding. In a time when ordinary workers earn just over 30 yuan a month and farmers rarely see money throughout the year, 600 yuan is quite a large sum. Gu Montong immediately perked up and blurted out, If the school is handed over to Niejiching, then let teacher Luo go to the base. They used to live in a cow shed. Go to the base. Zhu Xiaomin's heart skipped a beat, and she half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, if they lived in a cow shed in the third team, are they going to be assigned to a sheep pen in our first team? Gu Mansong waved his hands repeatedly. There are several rooms at the base. Can't two people fit in? That sounds fine. Zhu Xiaomin thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Yes, if we expand later and increase the breeding scale, we will indeed need more hands there. She wasn't just being polite. Her original intention for starting the school was to gather the mischievous kids to prevent them from harming the fruit trees on the mountain, and she also wanted to bring Luo Tingyuan in to help him escape his previous hardships. Now, with Shi Meijun trying to move the school through Qian Yuanfei, as long as the mischievous kids don't go up the mountain, she wouldn't mind letting go. The base is her territory, and while it's not as convenient for Luo and his son to guide everyone's studies as it would be at the youth station, it is safe. As for whether the mischievous kids can learn anything, if the team leaders don't care, there's nothing she can do. While considering the feasibility of this plan, she saw Qian Yuanfei and Xia Dongliang come in, followed by the very pregnant Shi Meijun. Seeing these people sitting together, Qian Yuanfei snorted coldly and sat down next to Gu Mansong, looking at Zhu Xiaomin and asking, "What is Zhu Jiqing talking about? Can we listen in?" Coming at her again? Zhu Xiaomin looked up, forcing a smile as she said, "We were just saying that once the school moves, the fences don't need to be taken down. They can be used to stack firewood, saving space in the yard. If someone messes up the school later, we can tidy it up and use it again."
When did she say that?
Everyone at the table was stunned, looking at her in disbelief. Is she implying that Nye Yifei can't manage that school well? Shi Meijun frowned and sneered. No one has a higher education than anyone else. If you can do it, we can too. Zhu Xiaomin, not wanting to argue while eating, shrugged and replied, "What if we can?"
You.
Shi Meijun was speechless with anger. Gu Mansong, noticing the conversation was getting heated, waved his hands. All right, didn't we agree to discuss this later? Yes, they could only wait to talk about it later. Shi Meijun glanced at Qian Yuanfei, her eyes showing determination. She huffed at Zhu Xiaomin and turned to get her food. With these two around, Zhu Xiaomin didn't want to discuss the base anymore and shifted the conversation to Gu Mansong about this year's tree planting tasks. Like last year, the total planting task for the forest farm was still 20,000 acres, with pine, poplar, cypress, and fir trees making up 80%, while the remaining 20% was up to their choice. Thanks to Gu Mansong's efforts last year, that 20% was designated for fruit trees. However, aside from one team, the others were hesitant and did not plant fully, mostly opting for easier-to-survive trees like pine and cypress. Thus, this year, the forest farm only agreed to 10% for fruit trees. Zhu Xiaomin encouraged Gu Mansong to ask for a larger share for the first team. Gu Mansong nodded. The fruit tree seedlings the youth grew last year are starting to pay off this year, reducing our costs. A few days ago, I discussed with the team leader about reserving more land for planting, which is better than leaving it empty. Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. By autumn, when the fruits are harvested and branches are pruned, we can plant even more. Qian Yuanfei frowned. Secretary, planting so many fruit trees, even if they bear fruit, we won't be able to store them. We need a market, right? Gu Mansong agreed. I've talked to the town supply and marketing cooperative about this. They will collect a batch when the time comes. He Kai Foam couldn't help but say, almost all the teams in the forest farm are planting fruit trees. How much can the town cooperative collect? That was a valid point. Gu Mansong glanced at Zhu Xiaomin, wanting to mention that the county cooperative was familiar with them, but seeing her focused on eating potatoes and not wanting to join in, he simply nodded. Yes, we are considering this. The team will hold a meeting to discuss it later. This nice guy has learned to keep some things vague. Zhu Xiaomin looked up and smiled at him. Gu Mansong, seeing her mischievous eyes, couldn't help but smile back. What kind of silent exchange were these two having? Everyone else was puzzled. As long as the topic wasn't about school, even though Qian Yuanfei occasionally made cold remarks, Zhu Xiaomin ignored him, and they didn't argue. They could still enjoy their meal. Everyone chatted while eating, and when most were done, they returned their bowls to the kitchen and went back to the office. Just as they left the cafeteria, they saw a group of people outside the team office making a commotion. Upon seeing them, the group rushed over. At first glance, most were women in their 30s, along with a few older women around 50. Gumon-song was surprised and stepped forward to ask, "What's going on?" One of the older women asked directly, "Secretary, are you playing with us? You encouraged our kids to go to school, and after days of crying and fussing, just when they finally liked school, you want to close it? What was this about?" Gumon-song was taken aback and instinctively looked back at Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin was also surprised and squeezed through a few people to ask, "Auntie, who said that? Who else could it be?" The woman shook her head. "The kids were talking about it yesterday, and today they came home crying." "Came home crying?" Zhu Xiaomin asked back, thinking for a moment before turning to Gumon-song. "Maybe we didn't avoid the kids when we were talking yesterday." Gumon-song realized this too and sighed. "Ang Yang, this matter isn't settled yet, so why are you causing a scene? If it's not settled, does that mean it's not true?" Aunt Yang immediately asked. Another woman added, "We came because it's not settled. It'll be too late once it is." "Exactly." Another woman nodded in agreement and said to Gumon-song, "Secretary, we're not here to cause trouble, just to show our support. My child only recognizes Zhu and Xia as teachers. We won't accept any changes. Yes, we know who cares for the kids. There aren't many people who truly care. For years, they haven't done much for the kids. Now that someone has started a school, they want to take it away. How shameless." One of the older women began to scold. Several people couldn't help but glance at Zhu Xiaomin. She wasn't sure how her students were doing, but this older woman seemed like a devoted supporter of Zhu. Zhu Xiaomin was a bit confused. Standing on the steps of the cafeteria, she scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Huang Xiaojun standing outside. She instantly understood what was happening and couldn't help but smirk. No wonder Huang Xiaojun ran off after she finished speaking. She had gone to rally the parents of the children. Qian Yuanfei's expression turned cold. "Aunt Zhu, where the school is held and who runs it is decided by the team. What's the point of your fussing?" Aunt Zhu jumped up. "Our kids are the ones in class. Can't we say anything? If the school isn't run by Zhu Jiqing and the others, our kids won't attend, to avoid being influenced by bad company." Sure, Jiqing couldn't hold back and asked directly, "Aunt Zhu, what do you mean? Who is influencing the children?" Nie Jiqing is also a high school student from the city. Aunt Zhu sneered. "What's wrong with a high school student from the city? Everyone knows he has a bad character. Don't think that just because we're not from Willow Village, we don't know how you got married. Caught in broad daylight, I spit on you. Shameless." Her words were harsh and directly hit below the belt. Sure Meijuan's face turned pale, and she trembled, saying, We were in love. We were going to get married."
Ispit, ispit, ispit.
Aunt Zhu was fiery, nearly spitting on her face. "A few months ago, you were trying to flirt with Lu Jiqing, then ended up with Qian Tuozi, and you act like it's no big deal. You even tried to get close to Nie Jiqing. Ask around the commune, who doesn't know?" This was like throwing Sure Meijuan's face to the ground. Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but admire the boldness. Sure Meijuan's face was already pale, stomping her feet and shouting, "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." Aunt Zhu put her hands on her hips. "I'm telling you, my child won't go to school. They'll just farm instead. I won't let someone like that be a teacher." Spit. Gumon-song hurriedly waved his hands. All right, everyone stop arguing. We've said this matter can still be discussed. This matter is not up for discussion."
Aunt Yang interjected.
"We're here to make our stance clear. If the school isn't run by Zhu Jiqing and the others, we won't come.
You
can come or not. Being ignorant is your own fault." Sure Meijun was furious, screaming, "How dare you shamelessly call us ignorant?" Aunt Zhu was angry, rolling up her sleeves to scold. "Who are you calling ignorant? What's wrong with being ignorant? At least we weren't caught in such a shameful situation." "Exactly, shameless. You were with Qian Tuozi, didn't marry him or report it, and still want the team to take care of you, doing nothing to earn your work points. No one is as shameless as you." Another aunt joined in the scolding. Seeing the chaos, Gumont Song and the others tried to persuade them, but it was no use. Huang Meihua had to turn to Zhu Xiaomin and said, "Zhu Jiqing, why don't you try to talk to them? They might listen to you." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and took a few steps forward, saying to everyone, "Can I have your attention for a moment?" After calling out a couple of times, the noisy crowd finally quieted down. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "You all know that our school is run voluntarily, using our time as young intellectuals, and we don't charge tuition. Although we have support from the brigade, it's not really connected to them. The brigade only provided a blackboard. They could have managed without it." Was that one statement really unrelated to the brigade? The brigade officials were stunned. Zhu Xiaomin continued, "If the brigade wants to set up another school, that's fine, and we can't stop them, right? But if that happens, our young intellectuals won't have the right to hang the sign for the primary school of the 1st Brigade. We'll have to return it to the brigade."
How can that be?
"If you don't run it, what will happen to our children?" Aunt Zhu was worried. Zhu Xiaomin quickly gestured for her to calm down and said, "I said our school is voluntary. Even if the brigade builds another school, it won't affect our teaching. Don't worry, as long as the children want to come, we will teach them. As for the school built by the brigade, they should have their own rules. We don't need to worry about that, okay?" With a backup plan for the Luo family, she wasn't afraid to confront Qian Yuanfei. She wanted to see if the brigade could run the school without the support of the young intellectuals. What does that mean? The aunts were confused and didn't understand what was happening. However, Huang Xiaojun at the back understood and smiled, saying, "What she means is that the brigade school is a school, and our young intellectual school is also a school. Our children can go wherever they want. That's the point." Zhu Xiaomin nodded again. "Aside from the sign for the primary school of the 1st Brigade, our school will remain the same, so there's no need to worry. That sign isn't worth much." A few of the aunts who understood immediately shouted, "We'll still send our kids to the young intellectual school. There are so many good teachers there. Who would want to send them to the brigade's poor school with those terrible people trying to teach our kids?" "Exactly. We'll keep sending them to the young intellectual school." Everyone quickly agreed. An enthusiastic aunt asked, "Zhu, have we chosen a name for our school yet? Tomorrow I'll ask my husband to make a nice sign. I heard that teacher Luo writes beautifully. Let him do it." Zhu Xiaomin immediately nodded, "Great. When the weather cools down in the fall, we'll also plaster the fence with mud to block the wind, so we can have classes in winter." She warmly invited aunts come in and sit down. Leading people to the office, the noisy group instantly became cheerful. Well, this just bypassed the main department. Gumont Song looked shocked. When a large group entered Zhu Xiaomin's office, he finally came to his senses and turned to Qian Yuanfei, asking, "Director Qian, do you still want Shiziking and his wife to run the school?" After saying that, he walked away on his own. Shi Meijun looked unusually upset. Without any children coming to school, how can there be a school? Huang Meihua didn't expect such a dramatic turn of events. She chuckled softly, glanced at Shi Meijun, shook her head, and left directly. Xia Dongliang sighed and looked at Shi Meijun, saying, "Shiziking, the public knows what is best for them." After that, he shook his head and walked away. Shi Meijun felt dizzy with anger. She heard He Kaifeng saying something, and Qian Yuanfei replied before turning to leave. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and a rush of liquid came out. With a gasp, she instinctively slid down to the ground. He Kaifeng was startled. At first, she thought Shi Meijun was just pretending, but seeing the liquid flowing down her pants, she immediately shouted, "Blood!
Blood!"
Shiziking is having a miscarriage. Hurry! Hurry!" Qian Yuanfei, who was initially embarrassed and about to leave, turned back in shock when he heard her shout. He rushed back, asking repeatedly what happened. "What's going on?" He Kaifeng yelled, "It looks like she's going to have a miscarriage." Shi Meijun was sweating from the pain and grabbed Qian Yuanfei's hand, saying repeatedly, "No, I'm going to give birth. Take me to the clinic." "Going to give birth?" He Kaifeng was stunned, looked at her, then up at Qian Yuanfei, as if realizing something. She immediately said, "I'll go get help." Without waiting for a response from the two, she ran outside, shouting, "Shizuking is going to give birth. Someone come help. What's happening?" Several people from different offices peeked out. Didn't they say she was only 6 months along? Is this giving birth or a miscarriage at 6 months? Only in Zhu Xiaoman's office, a large group of women was chattering excitedly, having switched from discussing the school's name to the baby's name, each complaining that their child's name sounded bad, which led to complaints for several days after it was written on the wall. When they finally noticed the commotion outside, they quieted down and went to look. Huang Xiaojun came over from next door and said, "I heard Shizuking is going to give birth." Being scolded by a group of older women made Sher Meijun very angry, and she ended up giving birth a month early. Zhu Xiaoman was surprised and exclaimed, "Isn't it only 6 months? How can she be giving birth? That doesn't seem right." Indeed, a baby at 6 months isn't fully developed and likely wouldn't survive. The women started discussing Sher Meijun's situation, naturally bringing up Qian Yuanfei and even mentioning Qian Tuozi, which was outrageous. Zhu Xiaoman found it amusing. The incident in the sorghum field had happened almost a year ago. How could it involve Qian Tuozi? But the older women had a point. At that time, Sher Meijun knew that Qian Tuozi was causing her trouble but refused to report it. Who knows what might have happened between them later? Zhu Xiaoman couldn't argue against that, so she let the older women speculate and asked Huang Xiaojun, "Shouldn't we inform Nie Jiqing about such a big matter? It wouldn't be good if the father wasn't around." Huang Xiaojun perked up and immediately nodded, "I'll send someone to find him." She ran off, calling for someone to go up the mountain to look for Nie Yifei. A large group of workers spread across the hillside, shouting, Nie Jiqing, your wife is giving birth and has been taken to the clinic." Soon, everyone in the village heard the news. Zhu Xiaoman laughed and reassured the young people that their school wouldn't close, encouraging the older women to go home. The news of Sher Meijun giving birth spread quickly beyond the village, reaching the entire commune. That young man, married for only 5 months and his wife pregnant for 6, was about to become a father. Can you believe it? After struggling for 2 days, when Sher Meijun finally gave birth and returned on a tractor, wrapped in a headscarf and holding her baby, she attracted a lot of attention. "Wow, this baby is quite big for 6 months, one of the older women remarked loudly, not holding back her criticism. But there were others who supported Sher Meijun. Aunt Qian, with a stern face, said, "You just don't understand. The doctors at the clinic are skilled. It's not surprising they could save the baby." "I didn't say they saved the baby. I just said the baby looks big, like it's full term," the loud woman replied, unfazed. Sher Meijun gritted her teeth, pretending not to hear, and stepped down from the tractor, walking slowly toward the village. Meanwhile, Nie Yifei walked beside her with a dark expression, his gaze suspiciously fixed on her. Yes, it's surprising that a baby born just 6 months into pregnancy can be healthy. The young people didn't go to see the excitement. They were happy that they wouldn't have to see Sher Meijun for at least a month. Zhu Xiaoman cheerfully cleaned the office with Miao Sherwin, and after finishing, they returned to the youth center feeling refreshed. At this time, the school children had already finished their classes. In the yard, the early returning youth were preparing dinner. A few who couldn't help were reading books. When the two entered, everyone greeted them warmly. Luo Jia and his son were sitting at a table near the stove, sorting through wild vegetables. When they saw the two come in, Luo Yi immediately called out, "Sister Xiaoman, Sister Sherwin, you're back." "Yes, we're back," Zhu Xiaoman replied, playfully ruffling his hair and asking, "Did you pick these wild vegetables today?" Luo Yi sighed as she messed with his hair and complained, "Sister Xiaoman, why do you keep ruffling my hair?" She was nice, but why did she always want to touch his head? It was so annoying. "It feels nice." Zhu Xiaoman laughed, teasing him a bit more before letting go. Once he becomes successful, this head won't be so easy to touch anymore. This time, Luo Yi sighed and let her finish, then quietly said, "So ugly." After saying that, he shot her a resentful glance, but didn't dare to raise his voice. However, Zhu Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle at his comment. A few days ago, during her day off, She had called him over to wash his hair in the nice sunlight. After untangling his messy hair, she noticed it was quite long and decided to cut it short. It was short, but it looked like a dog had chewed it. At first, Luo Yi didn't mind much, but when he saw Miao Sherwin helping the boys with their haircuts, he felt a wave of disappointment, hugging his head and glaring at her all evening, unable to express his frustration. When it was time to eat, everyone put away their books, and someone brought up Shi Meijun. Wang Xiaya said, "I heard it's a boy, weighing 4.5 pounds. You know, sure is quite lucky. For a baby born prematurely, 4.5 pounds is already quite good." Zhu Xiaomin nodded, reluctantly admitting that while Shi Meijun wasn't great, she was indeed lucky. In this era, with such medical conditions, being able to give birth safely after a premature delivery is truly fortunate. Luo Yi didn't understand the talk about baby weights, but had his own thoughts. He leaned closer to Zhu Xiaomin and asked, "Sister Xiaomin, now that Shi has given birth, does that mean they will start a school? If the team really wants them to go help Nia Yifei, what should they do?" The little boy with black hair leaned over, his dark eyes staring at him with great curiosity. Zhu Xiaomin reached out and ruffled his hair, saying, "Don't worry. Even if they are starting a school, it won't affect us. The team won't let you go." "Really?" Luo Yi asked, surprised. Although he had only been here for less than 2 months, he already liked it very much. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and nodded, "Really?" Luo Tingyuan heard this, looked up at her for a moment, then quietly lowered his head to focus on his meal. She only said they wouldn't let them go, but she didn't confirm they could stay, so there were still uncertainties. He didn't ask, and she didn't clarify. In the current situation, knowing or not knowing wouldn't change anything. Zhu Xiaomin's lack of clarity was also due to these uncertainties. Perhaps the Luo father and son couldn't stay at the youth station, but she would try to keep them at the base. At that time, it would just mean the youth's classes would be a bit harder to manage, but their lives wouldn't be greatly affected, so she wasn't too worried. However, to let the Luo father and son go, they first needed to propose the expansion of the base. Zhu Xiaomin prepared in advance. That evening, after discussing with Xie Qingji and Miao Shaiwen, she submitted an application the next day. With Miao Shaiwen's records as support, the application faced little resistance. However, the task of planting trees had not yet been completed, so only a small group of youths was sent to prepare for the expansion by making mud bricks. Luo Yi often heard them discussing the base and was very curious. Zhu Xiaomin wanted to help them understand the situation at the base in advance, so they wouldn't feel anxious if they really had to move. One day, she took him to the base. After a few months, the sunflowers on the rocky had grown taller than a person, and many had already produced sunflower heads, though the seeds were not yet mature. As they walked past the natural forest, Luo Yi suddenly saw a golden field ahead and couldn't help but shout in surprise, "It's so beautiful." These are also planted by the base. In another 2 months, they will be ready for harvest, Zhu Xiaomin said, smiling as she ruffled his hair and guided him down the mountain path. Luo Ye's eyes sparkled with the golden light of the sunflowers. He looked up at her and said, "If we run out of food, we can eat these seeds for a long time." Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. "This year, we shouldn't run out of food." Luo Yi shook his head and said softly, "My dad and I didn't bring any food." They not only didn't bring food, but they also ate 3 full meals a day. Although he was young, he knew that it took a lot of food to eat like that. Zhu Xiaomin rubbed his head and said, "What's wrong? Don't you believe in your sister Xiaomin's abilities?"
No.
Luo Yi quickly shook his head, pushing her hand away and grabbing her hand instead. He trusted her completely. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and took his hand as they walked down, saying, "During this time, we often go up the mountain, and you've seen the fruit trees there. Those are ours too." Luo Yi nodded. "Yes, we can eat fruit." But he knew fruit was hard to store and wouldn't last until winter. He didn't say this, though, as he didn't want her to feel upset. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "We can grow our own food, but we can also trade other things for it or buy it with money. If we collect fruit, we can take it to the county or even the city to sell, then use that money to buy food, so we won't go hungry. Food can be exchanged for money, and money can be exchanged for food." Luo Yi had only heard about this from Luo Tingyuan, but he had only seen food growing in the fields and being distributed in the team. He never thought this could happen around him and couldn't help but ask, Sister Xiaomin, if we have money, where do we buy food? From the team? He knew that after the autumn harvest each year, the team kept a large portion of the food before distributing it to the members. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. If it's a good harvest year, the team has more food and we can buy from them, which is the easiest way. But often, the team doesn't have much extra food, and we have to buy return grain. If that doesn't work, we can ask people from the city to buy food at the grain station. What is return grain? Luo Yi asked. Zhu Xiaomin explained simply. It's the food that the government collects from the countryside and then sells back to rural areas with low production. Luo Yi nodded, indicating he understood. As they talked, they had already walked through the sunflowers and entered the base. Seeing a large area surrounded by a wall, Luo Yi was shocked again. This is much bigger than the team's yard. He had only been to the first team's yard once when he arrived, and this was the third team's yard. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and patted his head, saying, Most of these areas are empty now, but we will expand later, so we started with this. As they walked inside, they saw a few chickens running around in the yard, and Luo Yi felt a bit disappointed. Is that all there are? Most of them are up on the mountain, Zhu Xiaomin replied. No matter if it's people or animals, there are always a few stubborn ones. These chickens are like that. They won't go up the hill, or if they do, they come back down. Everyone just lets them run around as they please. The older women at the base already knew that a child of the local intellectuals was coming, and when they saw her bring a boy, they guessed it was him and greeted her with smiles. Zhu Xiaomin noticed a few people cooking chicken feed and signaled to keep busy, taking Luo Yi to tour the entire base. Wu Xilin's group was working on a nearby open space, making mud bricks. When they saw them coming, they called out. Luo Yi ran over, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to help. Wu Xilin smiled, handed him the shovel, and followed Zhu Xiaomin to check the finished bricks. He said, Today we saw the sunflowers. Most of them on the upper part have bloomed, while those on the hillside are growing slower. If we want to make silage, shouldn't we harvest them soon? Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Have you counted how many there are in total? Wu Xilin scratched his head. Since it's our first year doing this, we're not sure. But the lambs have grown up, so it's better to prepare more than not enough. He sighed. If comrades Meng and Zhao were here, it would be easier. They were still in the exploration phase, and if Zhao and Meng were present, they could give direct advice. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. We need to think for ourselves and not rely entirely on them. She looked over the wall toward the hillside and said, Let's go down and take a look. Okay. Wu Xilin nodded, called out to a few others, and asked Luo Yi, Are you going to help here, or come down with us to take a look? Of course, he wanted to go down and take a look. As soon as Luo Yi heard this, he quickly dropped the shovel and ran back, grabbing Zhu Xiaomin's hand and asking, Why are the sunflowers planted all the way down the hill?
Kid.
Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair and smiled. Yes, it turns out this is a large area of saline alkali land. We planted sunflowers all the way into the valley this year, and we need to check how they are growing. Luo Yi nodded and followed the two out of the base, walking down a small path toward the valley. As they saw fewer and fewer blooming sunflowers below, Zhu Xiaomin asked, How much silage did we make last year? Wu Xilin replied, Last year, we only had some lambs, grass, and some undeveloped grains, about 30,000 pounds. By this spring, after the grass on the mountain grew, we still had a few hundred pounds left. For adult sheep, that amount would double. Hearing this huge quantity, Luo Yi felt a bit overwhelmed and turned to look at Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and said thoughtfully, If we wait too long, it'll be too late. Today, let's discuss starting to harvest from the areas that haven't bloomed yet. Wu Xilin agreed. Tomorrow, I will clean the shed for making silage again. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. The three of them chatted as they walked into the valley, where they saw a stream below. They stopped and looked up, seeing only green, with a few golden flower heads at the top. Wu Xilin sighed and said, Not to mention making silage and harvesting sunflower seeds, just seeing all this green gives a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, Thinking about the old Rocky made Zhu Xiaomin feel proud, and she nodded repeatedly. Walking along the valley, the three of them went quite far to the other side and noticed that the sunflowers below were growing similarly. They then took a different path up the mountain. Luo Yi, seeing they had walked far into the valley and still couldn't see the end of the sunflowers, was amazed and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many sunflowers here." Wu Shilin smiled and pointed. "This mountain, from the natural forest down to that over there, stretches for miles of saline alkali land. Just this line alone is over 10 miles. Luo Yi was a bit excited. "Are all of them planted with sunflowers?" Wu Shilin nodded, "Yes." Luo Ye's eyes lit up. "How many sunflower seeds will that be?" Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh and ruffled his hair. "Good thing you weren't here back then, or you would have eaten them all, right?" Luo Yi quickly replied, "No way. I know they are seeds. How could I eat them?" He was a sensible child, and Zhu Xiaomin was just teasing him. Seeing him get anxious, Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but smile. As Luo Yi was talking, he spotted a few stone pillars ahead with a beam across the top and eagerly pointed, asking, "What is that?" Wu Shilin replied, "That's our base's water conservancy project." He turned to Zhu Xiaomin. "Should we take him to see it?" "Sure." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. They reached the pillars, turned around the beam, and walked up the. Under the beam, a natural path was left, and as they walked along it, they saw a wall ahead, beyond which was a cliff. Zhu Xiaomin pulled him to the other side of the beam and continued up, where they heard the sound of flowing water. The further they went, the louder the water became, and finally, they saw a stream cascading down, like a white dragon falling into the valley below. Luo Yi was thrilled and shouted, "Quick, come look. It's a long waterfall." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "This water isn't wide enough to be called a waterfall. It's more of a stream."
Pull him up the stone steps.
After going up a bit more, the beam above was less than a person's height. Wu Shilin pulled him over and said, "Come, take a look up there." He lifted him up high. Luo Yi leaned against the beam to look inside and saw that above the beam was empty, with water flowing through a suspended water channel. Wu Shilin set him down and smiled, saying, "What looks like a water channel here is actually a cement pipe. The lower part isn't finished yet, but you'll see it soon." Zhu Xiaomin said, "Let's go check up there first." The three of them went up a bit more and saw that the water channel had reached its end. They noticed a half-excavated tree trunk resting on a post, with the other end extending out to catch water from the mountain stream. The water flowed through the trunk and dropped into the water channel. Luo Yi was surprised. "Is this water from the mountain stream?" He moved forward to take a closer look. Zhu Xiaomin grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, saying, "There's a cliff ahead. Why would you go there?" Luo Yi asked, "What if our base doesn't need water anymore?" Wu Shilin said, "Just watch." He went over, lifted another hollow tree trunk standing on the ground, and placed it across the water channel. The water fell and flowed along the trunk, landing on the ground, and then running down the rocks into the mountain stream. Luo Yi clapped and shouted, "This design is great." Wu Shilin took the trunk down and stood it back by the post, allowing the water to flow back into the water channel. Luo Yi looked at the water on the trunk and asked, "But the water isn't flowing very fast. Why not extend it further in?" The other end of the trunk only touched the edge of the mountain stream. Wu Shilin laughed. "Silly boy, the current in the stream is too strong. If we extended it too far, it would have been swept away during construction." "Is it that serious?" Luo Yi was a bit surprised. Zhu Xiaomin said, "Let's go back." She pulled him, and they walked down the. Walking along the water channel, they saw that the stone pillars had turned into wooden stakes, and the cement pipes above had become rubber hoses. Luo Yi asked, "Won't the wooden stakes rot over time? Why not make everything out of stone?" Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair. "Do you know how much effort we put into fixing just that small section?" Wu Shilin explained, "When we first set it up last year, everything was wooden stakes. After building the base, we had some leftover lime, so we wrapped the outside of a section of wooden stakes with stone. Later, we got some cement pipes and replaced part of the rubber hoses." Luo Yi asked, "So eventually, Will everything be made of stone? Wu Shilin nodded, yes, take it slow, we'll get it right eventually. As the three talked and walked down the water pipe, Luo Yi suddenly asked, do the sunflowers here get watered with this water too? Wu Shilin smiled and shook his head. With such a large area, we can't rely on manual watering. This water is just a temporary solution. Luckily, sunflowers prefer dry conditions, so we haven't faced that issue yet. Luo Yi pondered, I notice many places have steep mountains and the pipes have a significant drop. If we don't connect the pipes and instead build a water reservoir at the bottom, then connect pipes from the other side, wouldn't that solve the nearby irrigation problem and make the project easier? Wu Shilin was surprised and exchanged a quick glance with Zhu Xiaomin. They both smiled and nodded, saying, great idea. Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair. Look, the more you think, the smarter you get. Is this brain of yours getting smarter because you ruffled it? Luo Yi was speechless but had no way to argue. Seeing Luo Yi interested in the base's construction, Zhu Xiaomin shared more about future expansions, hoping he would develop a positive impression of the environment. If they ever had to move there, he wouldn't resist too much. Luo Yi actually liked the base. It was far from the village, deep in the mountains, and the only people coming and going were a few local women and the youth from the work team. Having been bullied as a child, he wasn't fond of crowds. Although he wasn't mistreated at the temporary school like he was in the third team, he still felt out of place with the other kids and didn't enjoy their company. For Zhu Xiaomin, the base was a last resort. Ideally, she wanted to keep them close to the youth work team. While the base was secluded and safe, living there meant they would have to handle their own meals and daily needs. Luo Yi was still just a child, and considering Luo Tingyuan's health, she hoped to care for him nearby. However, since nothing was finalized, she didn't share these thoughts with everyone, only discussing them with Xie Qingji and Miao Sherwin. They would wait for Shi Meijun to finish her confinement to see what she wanted to do next so they could respond accordingly. Currently, their main task was the silage project at the base. After some discussion, they decided to start with a portion and write to Zhaozheng to inquire about various silage ratios. To make silage, they needed to request labor from the team. The next day, Xie Qingji submitted a report, and the youth production team, along with the production team from Lushu village, began harvesting sunflower stalks from the valley to transport back to the base. The silage work began here, and while they were waiting for Zhao Zheng's reply, Lu Mingzheng returned with him. Knowing the time when Chen Sudong delivered eggs, the two directly stopped the tractor outside the county supply and marketing cooperative and followed it back to the village. When they saw the two enter the brigade office with Chen Sudong, Zhu Xiaomin was both surprised and delighted, quickly running over to greet them. Lu Mingzheng saw her and instantly smiled, calling out, Xiaomin. Hi, Lu Mingzheng. Zhu Xiaomin greeted him, her eyes eagerly fixed on Zhao Zheng. Comrade Zhao, you arrived just in time. We just sent out the letter, and you're already here. Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. We figured it was time for your sunflowers to bloom, and the base should start making silage. Old Ming couldn't get away, or we would have come last week. Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly. We've already started the silage work. It's been 4 or 5 days. Already started? Zhao Zheng was surprised and nodded. I wonder how the sunflowers are growing. Have you calculated how much silage you'll make, and are there other types? Zhu Xiaomin explained everything and added, after lunch, we'll go to the base to take a look. Zhao Zheng nodded eagerly, great, great. As they chatted excitedly, someone who was left out was not pleased. Xiaomin, can you please arrange a place for us to stay first? Ah. Zhu Xiaomin turned to look at him and quickly realized, laughing, what place to stay? Comrade Zhao is here for the work at the base, so let's just stay at the youth point. We can discuss any issues there. Youth point? Lu Mingzheng immediately thought of the room where Shi Meijun and Nie Yifei had stayed and frowned. Zhu Xiaomin guessed his thoughts and couldn't help but smile. You forgot. We expanded the youth point. Recently, we even installed doors and windows in the inner courtyard. If you stay, just light a fire to get rid of the dampness. Lu Mingzheng's eyes lit up. It's already fixed? Zhu Xiaomin nodded with a smile. And now the youth point serves meals every day, so you won't need to go to the brigade office for food. In the past, the youth had random schedules, sometimes even working without breaks to earn more points. Now, with the school kids around, their rest days had become more regular. Upon hearing this, Zhaojing immediately perked up, nodding repeatedly. Then let's go to the youth point. It will definitely be much more convenient for work. Lu Mingjing smiled. I'll go report to the brigade office, and we'll head over right away. Saying this, he asked Zhao Zheng for a letter of introduction and went to find Gu Mansong. Chun Sudong then smiled and said, You all go back first. I will go to the finance department to settle the accounts. After that, he went to find Huang Xiaoan. Zhu Xiaomin also returned to tidy up the materials she was working on. When she saw Lu Mingjing coming out, she closed the office door and accompanied the two back. As they walked up the hillside where the youth station was located, they immediately noticed a fenced area a bit further from the main gate, with the sounds of children reading coming from it. Lu Mingjing was surprised. What is this? Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, This is the temporary school we set up. When you have time, you can come and teach the children. Lu Mingjing, you really know how to recruit people. Seeing his wary expression, Zhu Xiaomin smiled at him and led the way into the youth station. Today, for people, Xing Qingshim, Zhou Dongyi, Deng Aimin, and Li Mingjiang were on a rotating break from teaching. The mobile group was resting with Zhang Qiaomei, who was in the yard gathering wild vegetables. Upon seeing the three enter, she exclaimed, When did you come back? Zhu Xiaomin smiled. They came to join us, so let's prepare some extra dishes. Zhang Qiaomei happily agreed, quickly clearing a spot on the table for the two to sit, and went to get water. Lu Mingjing, surprised by the abundance of wild vegetables drying in the yard, asked, How do you have so much time to pick wild vegetables? Zhang Qiaomei couldn't help but chuckle and said to Zhu Xiaomin, You should ask Xiaomin. She then went back to drying the vegetables elsewhere. Zhu Xiaomin smiled at the two and said, Let's go see which room you want to stay in. We'll start a fire, and it will be nice to relax this afternoon. Okay. Lu Mingjing also wanted to see the expanded youth station. He dropped his luggage and followed her inside. However, Zhaojing shouted loudly, Mingjing, you just choose. I'm dying of thirst and need some water. I'm not going in. This was exactly what Lu Mingjing wanted to hear. Without looking back, he agreed and followed Zhu Xiaomin into the inner courtyard. They saw a neat and clean yard with paths made of stones in front of 2 rows of houses. In one corner, there was a relocated chicken coop, and beside it was a large, lush vegetable garden, clearly well cared for. Lu Mingjing nodded. This yard is well maintained. His gaze swept over the vegetable garden and noticed some water tanks and buckets on the other side of the yard, indicating signs of life. He was slightly surprised. Have new people already arrived? Normally, new youth would not arrive until July, and it was still the end of May. Zhu Xiaomin turned back, followed his gaze, smiled more deeply, and shook her head. They are not youth. She pointed to the second room and asked, How about this one? The first room next to it leads to the backyard through a passage, with a wind wall that makes it hot in summer and cold in winter. The 2 rooms inside are the best in the whole yard. Lu Mingjing was not picky and nodded in agreement, saying, Okay. He followed her inside and saw that the Kong, a traditional heated bed, was already set up. Although it was small, it was neat and very comfortable. Zhu Xiaomin noticed him looking around and said, We should still have some mats in the storage room. When Sherwin comes back later, we can find them. For now, let's start a fire. She started to head out. Xiaomin. Lu Mingjing quickly stopped her and asked, looking down, Why haven't you written to me in the past few months? Didn't I? Zhu Xiaomin paused, then laughed softly. There's been too much going on. I've been really busy. It had only been a little over 2 months since he left. Why was he acting so sensitive? Lu Mingjing muttered softly, If you're busy, shouldn't you have more to write about? He knew the youth station was expanding, but he hadn't heard about the new school or any newcomers. Strangely, it wasn't just her who hadn't written. Even Xie Qingji and the others hadn't. Seeing his sad expression, like a little abandoned puppy, Zhu Xiaomin felt a pang of softness in her heart and sighed. During this time, everyone has been really busy, and there's so much to say that I don't know where to start. Hearing her explanation, Lu Mingjing's expression softened a bit, and he asked, "So,
You.
do you miss me?" The words lingered on his tongue, but he found them a bit awkward and didn't say them. Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "Let's talk about it later. There have been quite a few changes at the base, the school, and the youth station. Also, there are two people you wouldn't expect. In the last life, the half bowl of porridge that Luo Tingyuan saved warmed not just her, but him too. Even though he didn't know it in this life, she still wanted to introduce him properly."
Huh.
Lu Mingjing became a bit alert. "Who are they?" He unconsciously glanced at the other room on the other side of the yard. In this newly built yard, someone was living there, but they had chosen the worst room. Zhu Xiaoman didn't answer, and smiled. "You'll find out when you see them." She brushed his hand aside, and went out to gather firewood. To keep the yard tidy and make it easier for the Luo father and son, the firewood was no longer piled in the front yard but was now stored in a shed behind the second wall, along the passage to the backyard. Lu Mingjing followed her and was surprised to see a large patch of green vegetables in the backyard, feeling a sense of unexplainable comfort. It was clear that the lives of the youth were slowly getting better. The firewood was chopped by the young men during their free time. Zhu Xiaoman carried the soft firewood, while Lu Mingjing brought a basket of hardwood. They returned and started a fire in the stove. In the Yunchong area, there is coal available, but buying it costs money. In the forest farm, using firewood is much more convenient, so people only buy coal in winter when they can afford it. For now, they just needed some firewood to drive away the dampness, and half a basket of hardwood was enough. Zhu Xiaoman started the fire and brought in a kettle of water to boil, making it easier for both of them to wash up later. Lu Mingjing sat by the stove adding wood, and they chatted about what had happened over the past few months. Lu Mingjing's life in the big city was ordinary, and he found the events in this small village much more interesting. When Zhu Xiaoman talked about her intention to start a school, he couldn't help but laugh, but his expression became serious as she continued. She said, "It really got started. I hope the children can learn something. Even if they can't go far in the future, knowing a few words and having more experiences is good." So, during this time, they were indeed strict with the mischievous kids and took teaching seriously. Lu Mingjing nodded slightly, looking at her with admiration. "Xiaoman, these children will be grateful to you in the future." Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "What do I need their gratitude for? It's better if they help me gather more wild vegetables now." She was joking again. Lu Mingjing smiled. After they finished laughing, Zhu Xiaoman sighed. "Sure, Meijun is acting strangely, insisting on getting the school involved, and wants Nye Yifei to teach too." Lu Mingjing frowned immediately. "What will he teach?" Zhu Xiaoman shrugged. "At least he's a high school student, so he should be able to teach the little ones. But he doesn't fit in with us at all, and he would just cause trouble, so I refused." Lu Mingjing nodded. Thinking about her strong personality, he wasn't worried she would compromise. Zhu Xiaoman continued, "But Shi Meijun, through Qian Yuanfei, has convinced some people in the brigade to officially start an elementary school. Originally, this was postponed because she was pregnant, but now that she has given birth, I expect this issue will come up again next month." Lu Mingjing paused, thinking seriously for a moment before saying, "Qian Yuanfei is someone who will do anything to get what he wants. If it comes to that, just let them have the school. You don't have to be involved." He was on the same page as her. Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "That's what I said, but the parents of the children won't agree. They only want to send them to the youth point. If that's the case, it will be like having two elementary schools competing." Lu Mingjing shook his head. "Everything else can be discussed, but you need to watch out for Qian Yuanfei's tricks." Zhu Xiaoman said, just as she was about to mention the Luo father and son. She heard cheers from the yard and couldn't help but laugh. "Class is over there, and it's about time here too. Let's go out." Lu Mingjing also heard Xing Qingxing's voice and smiled unconsciously. After putting a few pieces of wood into the stove, he followed her outside. Xing Qingxing quickly approached, grabbing him with a smile. "Why did you come over so suddenly again? If you had told us earlier, we would have come to pick you up." Lu Mingjing smiled. "We timed it just right. Coming back with Chen Sudong's tractor was easier than being picked up by you." Xing Qingxing nodded repeatedly. pulling him toward the table. Come on, let's sit down and have a good chat. At this moment, Zhang Xiaomei had already cleared the wild vegetables from the table and poured water for everyone. Seeing that Luo Tingyuan and his son had also arrived, Zhu Xiaomin said to Lu Mingzheng, "Let me introduce you." She formally pointed at Luo Tingyuan and said, "This is Mr. Luo Tingyuan, who is helping at the temporary elementary school and will be tutoring us in the evenings. He is our real teacher." Luo Tingyuan? The one who was seen as a capitalist? She really brought him in to tutor the youth? Lu Mingzheng was a bit surprised and taken aback, but seeing Zhu Xiaomin's serious introduction, he extended his hand to shake his. "Mr. Luo, I am Lu Mingzheng." Lu Mingzheng? Lu the educated youth. Hearing Zhu Xiaomin casually mention tutoring the youth, and then hearing this name, Luo Tingyuan immediately recognized him and quickly shook his hand, politely saying, "So you are Lu the educated youth. I've heard a lot about you. His reputation may be great, but it couldn't surpass his own." Lu Mingzheng looked up to meet his gaze and saw a tall, handsome middle-aged man. Although he wore tattered clothes, his scholarly demeanor was unmistakable. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but he smiled politely. "You are too kind, Mr. Luo. I've also heard much about you." It sounded polite, but why did it feel like there was an edge to it? Zhu Xiaomin looked at him in confusion, unsure if she was overthinking it, and then turned to Luo Yi, saying, "This is Xiao Luo Yi, Mr. Luo's son." She ruffled Luo Ye's hair. "This is Lu the educated youth. You can call him Brother Lu." In this yard full of educated youth, Luo Yi called everyone this way. Luo Yi looked up at Lu Mingzheng and sweetly said, "Hello, Brother Lu." Lu Mingzheng's gaze lingered on the hand ruffling his hair for a moment, then he nodded slightly. "Hello." This older brother seemed a bit hard to approach. Feeling his distance, Luo Yi shrank back a bit and looked up at Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin, however, thought that Lu Mingzheng always acted this way and didn't mind. She ruffled his hair again and said, "We're going to the base this afternoon. You should come along." "Okay." Luo Ye's eyes lit up as he happily agreed and quickly ran off. They were going to the base for work. Why would they bring a little kid? Lu Mingzheng glanced at the boy who had run off and then looked back at Zhu Xiaomin's hand. Was she being too friendly with that little kid? Lu Mingzheng felt a bit uncomfortable. In both of his past lives, he was used to this guy being aloof, but Zhu Xiaomin didn't seem to notice. She invited Luo Tingyuan to sit down and chat. The workers usually didn't return for lunch, so only 10 people were there. Zhu Xiaomin sent Luo Yi to the backyard to pick some quick-growing leafy greens and took out a few eggs to add to the meal. Luo Yi was a bit shy at first, but when he heard that Zhao Zheng had come for the silage, his dark eyes fixed on him. During the meal, Xing Qingsheng was lively, asking Zhao Zheng many questions. Lu Mingzheng noticed Luo Tingyuan sitting next to Li Mingjiang, with Luo Yi on the other side. He didn't say much, but when he occasionally spoke to Zhu Xiaomin, his tone was gentle, not overly enthusiastic, but not cold either, making it hard to read him. After lunch, those who had classes stayed behind, and Luo Yi happily followed Zhu Xiaomin and the others to the base. Making silage from sunflowers involves two methods. First, harvesting the sunflower stalks before they bloom, drying them for storage. Second, grinding the sunflower cake after harvesting the seeds and mixing it with other sugary plants to create feed. Both methods have their benefits, so Zhao Zheng suggested preparing both. At the base, 2 production teams were bringing in the harvested sunflower stalks and spreading them out to dry in a cleared area. When they saw the group arrive, they greeted them with surprise. Xie Qingji, receiving the news, quickly came over, wiped his sweat, and smiled. "We only sent out our letter 3 days ago, thinking you wouldn't come until next week." Zhao Zheng nodded. "You made a good judgment. Coming next week will be fine." He then followed everyone into the valley, observing the growth of the sunflowers along the way. At dusk, after checking on the chickens and sheep, they reviewed the growth records made by Miao Sherwin and quickly determined the amount of silage for this batch. Zhao Zheng smiled at Xie Qingji and said, "Given the current situation, we can expand. When I come back in the fall, we can select the breeding rams and ewes." Everyone was just exploring at first, but when he arrived, They felt more assured and responded eagerly. As the sky darkened, the production team from Lushu village finished their work. The young volunteers waited for Miao Sherwin to complete the final record before heading back to their base. Except for Lu Mingjing and Zhao Zheng, everyone around was a young volunteer. Luo Yi felt quite relaxed and lively, shaking Zhu Xiaomin's hand and asking, "Sister Xiaomin, can I come here again tomorrow? There's nothing going on at school." "You should probably stay at school," Zhu Xiaomin said, playfully tapping his forehead. She explained with a hint of frustration, "You came to help the school, so it's fine to visit occasionally, but coming every day isn't ideal." "Oh." Luo Yi immediately felt down, letting out a long sigh and lowering his head. Seeing his face turn gloomy, Zhu Xiaomin felt a bit sorry for him and hugged his shoulders, saying, "It's class time now. When autumn harvest comes and school is on break, you can come as much as you want." "Really?" Luo Yi perked up instantly, looking at her with excitement. "Really?" Zhu Xiaomin replied, a bit helplessly. Luo Yi jumped with joy, swinging her hand back and forth, saying, "Then I'll come every day." Zhu Xiaomin laughed as he pulled her around, saying, "Okay, you can come every day." Lu Mingjing, walking behind them, watched the two chatting and laughing, feeling a bit jealous. He wanted to pull that bouncing kid away and take his place, but he only thought about it and didn't dare to act. Instead, he tried to make conversation, asking, "I heard Mr. Luo is very knowledgeable. I didn't expect his son doesn't like studying." Luo Yi, still excited, instinctively pouted at that comment, saying, "They're too silly. Of course, I don't need to study with them." Realizing what he said, he quickly corrected himself. "I don't want to study." "You little rascal." Zhu Xiaomin noticed the guarded look in his eyes, ruffled his hair, and pushed him forward, saying, "Go find Sister Sherwin and ask what we're having for dinner." Hearing the word food, Luo Yi forgot everything else and dashed off to find Miao Sherwin. Finally, Lu Mingjing saw his chance and stepped forward to take the little boy's place. He glanced at Zhu Xiaomin and said, "That kid is really close to you." "Yes," Zhu Xiaomin replied, turning to look at him. "We met them before. What do you think of Mr. Luo?" Lu Mingjing thought for a moment, looked ahead, and saw that the two had fallen behind the main group. He whispered, "It's a bit of a pity. With his knowledge, if he had stayed in his original environment, he could have made more contributions." "What about others?" Zhu Xiaomin asked. Those who knew Luo Tingyuan were aware of his knowledge. Anyone with some understanding would feel sorry for him. She wanted to know what Lu Mingjing thought of him, without the memories of his past life. Lu Mingjing was a bit surprised. Others? They had only seen Luo Tingyuan a few years ago during an exchange with the third team. At that time, he stood in the shadow of a barn, not looking at anyone and not speaking. The captain of the third team had pointed him out as a warning, saying he was from the city, educated, but a capitalist, and that capitalist thinking was not acceptable. Yet, those words seemed to have gone unheard by Luo Tingyuan, who stood there silently unmoving. At that time, it was Lu Mingjing's third year in the countryside, and he still believed in the movement. He didn't think much of Luo Tingyuan and saw him merely as a negative example. After 5 years, returning to the city, he clearly felt the decline and chaos of the environment. He had begun to question the movement, but hadn't thought deeply about it. At that moment, when Zhu Xiaomin asked, it felt like a layer of fog in Lu Mingjing's mind was suddenly lifted. The figure standing in the shadows reappeared in his thoughts, even clearer than before. Indeed, at that time, Luo Tingyuan stood in the shadows, slightly lowering his head. He looked quite gloomy, yet his posture was straight, exuding a sense of pride and character. As this thought emerged, Lu Mingjing glanced at Zhu Xiaomin, feeling a bit reluctant but not wanting to say anything insincere. After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, after all these years, to still maintain such presence is not something everyone can achieve. So, even without the memories of his past life, he must have admired Luo Tingyuan, right?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled and nodded repeatedly. He said, "A scholar is of no use, but how many people possess the pride of a scholar like him?" Her smile momentarily dazzled Lu Mingjing, leaving him stunned. Yet, he felt a heaviness in his chest, a discomfort that was hard to bear. In the past 2 years, she has changed a lot. She is no longer the girl who only thought about romance and was untouched by hard work. She has become more enthusiastic, started to connect with the young people, and surprisingly, she has learned to cook well. As for him, Lu Mingjing felt confused. Besides her hostility towards Nia Yifei, she was not only close to others, but also very patient. However, she deliberately avoided him, yet always stood by his side during important moments. Before he returned to the city, he confirmed that the person in the woods that night was her, and he realized her transformation seemed to have started from that night. He had to admit that during the last 2 months, even before he was sure it was her, he was already unconsciously attracted to her. After confirming it was her, she refused to let him stay and was even less willing to marry him. Before he figured out what to do, he returned to the city. However, after going back, her image lingered in his mind. He even tried to recall that night, but all he could remember were vague images. He felt ashamed of his thoughts, but he couldn't help wanting to see her again. So when he got the chance, he came back. He remembered the moment he saw her standing on the hillside while walking along the wall of the team office. The lush green mountains behind her framed her white shirt, making his heart skip a beat. He proposed marriage again, but she still refused. At that moment, he thought she really didn't care about that night, and secretly felt relieved. He didn't want her to marry him just because of that night, but for who he was. So, when Shi Meijun plotted against him, he openly expressed his feelings and pursued her confidently, believing that if he was sincere enough, she would like him. But she said she didn't plan to marry, because she valued her freedom. How could he restrict her freedom? He didn't quite understand where that idea came from, but he was willing to wait for her to accept him, so he frequently visited the countryside. Now, he saw a different light in her eyes when she mentioned another man. A man who had been admirable for a decade. From their brief interaction at noon, he realized her feelings for him were different. She showed care and tolerance towards Xie Qingji and Xing Qingsheng, but with that man, there seemed to be a mix of respect and concern. Even with that boy, she was affectionate, like she was with a family member. Was he too late after all? Lu Mingjing opened his mouth to ask, but the words didn't come out. What if she admitted it? Then it would be real. Luo Yi ran back from the front, went to the other side of Zhu Xiaomin, glanced at Lu Mingjing, grabbed her hand and shook it, whispering, "Sister Xiaomin, Sherwing said to ask you to check with Lu Jiqing." Ask Lu Jiqing? Zhu Xiaomin raised her eyebrows, looking at Lu Mingjing with a smile. Sherwing wants you to order food. What do you want to eat? Meeting her smiling eyes, the heaviness in Lu Mingjing's chest eased a bit, and he shook his head. How would I know what you have? Zhu Xiaomin laughed. Isn't it just those grains? Lu Mingjing sighed. I don't know your many ways of cooking the same grains. He thought for a moment, looking at the little boy over there. Luo Yi, do you have any suggestions? Luo Ye's eyes lit up, looking up at Zhu Xiaomin. Seeing her looking back at him with a calm and indulgent expression, he immediately said, mix grain pancakes, cornmeal cake, egg and chive noodles, potato cakes, and red date rice cakes. All sound delicious. As he listed them, even Lu Mingjing couldn't help but smile, shaking his head slightly and whispering, this kid is luckier than I am. He would be grateful for just one meal and wouldn't dare to list so many options. Zhu Xiaomin also found it amusing and reached out to ruffle Luo Ye's hair. You can't make so many main dishes for dinner. Choose one first. Luo Ye looked up at her, blinking, and cautiously asked, egg and chive noodles? Zhu Xiaomin laughed even more, pulling him in for a playful ruffle. I see you on eggs, right? Luo Ye shook his head from her ruffling and quickly said, we have guests today. Shouldn't we eat something good? Little rascal. Zhu Xiaomin laughed, nodding. Then you go ask Sherwing if we have enough eggs? Hearing there was a chance, Luo Yi cheered and squeezed past a group of young people to run ahead, making several people laugh. Yang Aijuan turned back and shouted, Xiaomin, just spoil him. Zhu Xiaomin shouted back, if you were only 10 years old, I would spoil you too. The group of young people burst into laughter. Lu Mingjing couldn't help but smile, turning to look at Zhu Xiaomin again, feeling a bit more at ease. Maybe she just felt sorry for that father and son and didn't think much of it? Listening to the laughter ahead gradually fade, he softly said, "If I want to order food, do I also have to go back to being 10 years old?" He thought, to be spoiled by her like this, does he have to go back to being 10 years old? Zhu Xiaomin shook her head with a smile. Going back to 10 years old won't help. I was only 6 then and couldn't cook. Hearing the first part, Lu Mingjing's heart sank, but the second part made him chuckle. Of course, why was he thinking about competing for affection with a 10-year-old? Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and added, "But if you're still here by the Dragon Boat Festival, you can try the zongzi I make." Dragon Boat Festival? Lu Mingjing paused to think about the timing. Zhu Xiaomin said, "This year has an extra April, so the festival is later, on June 24th. Next time Qin Sudong goes to the county, I plan to have him find some glutinous rice. The Yunzhong area does not produce glutinous rice, so zongzi are mostly made with sticky yellow rice, which is coarser and has a different flavor." Lu Mingjing enjoys spicy and sweet foods, but he prefers zongzi made with glutinous rice. Sure enough, when she mentioned it, his eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. "I'm only here for a few days this time, but I should have another chance to come next month. I'll figure out the timing." He added, "I'll find a way to get the glutinous rice."
Great.
Zhu Xiaomin didn't hesitate and added, "We also have dates from our own tree, which are much better than the ones bought outside." Lu Mingjing nodded repeatedly and asked, "Do we need anything else? What about the zongzi leaves? Are there enough from the team?" The Dragon Boat Festival is an important holiday, and every year the team brings back some zongzi leaves to distribute to each family. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. "What do you mean by enough or not? If there are more, we make more. If there are less, we make less." Lu Mingjing nodded, thinking about the glutinous rice zongzi and how to get more. Although the Lu family is well off, no one knows how to make zongzi, and the ones they receive from work or by always have some strange little surprises. Besides, this time, it was the girl who invited him. The discomfort in his chest had vanished, and although he tried to remain composed, his raised eyebrows revealed his happiness. The work points at the base were recorded by Miao Sherwin, so everyone didn't need to return to the team office. They could go back directly to the youth station from the other side of the hillside. At this time, the children had already finished school. Luo Tingyuan was sitting at the table, helping Xing Qingsheng with a few questions from their studies. When he heard everyone laughing and talking as they returned, he stood up with a smile. Luo Yi rushed in, hugged him tightly, and happily shouted, "Dad, Sister Xiaomin said we're having chive and egg noodles today." "Really?" Luo Tingyuan smiled, ruffled his hair, and greeted the returning person. Zhu Xiaomin pulled Luo Yi from his arms and pushed him towards the backyard. "If you want to eat chive noodles, why don't you help cut the chives?" "It's chive and egg noodles," Luo Yi corrected. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. "You can only cut chives, but you can't lay eggs." Unable to argue with her, Luo Yi ran off as a few young people laughed, causing even more laughter. Luo Tingyuan shook his head helplessly. "You don't have to spoil him so much." He worried that they might not be able to stay here, and Luo Yi would struggle with that change. Zhu Xiaomin shrugged it off, who told him he's the youngest. Changing the subject, she called Miao Sherwin to weigh the grain and noticed Lu Mingjing coming over, waving her hand. "If you have time, help check their homework. Teacher Luo can't manage it all alone." Lu Mingjing stopped, looked back at the young people who had already taken out their books, then turned around and sat down across from Luo Tingyuan. Originally, Zhu Xiaomin thought bringing high school textbooks for the young people to study would just increase their knowledge. However, after seeing a few of their notes, Lu Mingjing was a bit surprised. Every point in the textbooks needed to be fully understood, and many problem-solving approaches were ones he had never considered. Seeing his surprise, Xie Qingji sighed. "You don't know, every time Teacher Luo gives a problem, she asks how many ways there are to solve it. Only after that does she insist on teaching us all before moving on." "That's not all," Qin Sudong sighed, flipping through his textbook. "For things we need to memorize, she checks us anytime. Last time we were moving stones, she suddenly asked us to recite the Memorial of Yeyang Tower." Although he complained, there was a slight smile on his lips. finding it amusing without any other feelings. Reciting ancient texts while working sometimes even helped with motivation, so it was no wonder those mischievous kids liked to dig for wild vegetables while reciting poetry. You guys are lucky. At least you're studying high school material. For us, she insists we master things not even covered in our middle school curriculum, Song Jian complained with a frown. The others nodded in agreement. Yeah, she's much scarier than Teacher Luo.
What are you talking about?
Just then, Zhu Xiaomin came out of the granary and peeked over here. Nothing, nothing. The complaining young men jumped in surprise, quickly sitting up straight and flipping open their books to discuss. They really were afraid of her. Lu Mingzheng couldn't help but laugh, and as he looked at the book for a while, he became intrigued by some of the problems and couldn't resist asking Luo Tingyuan for help. On the other side, Miao Sherwin smiled secretly, saying, "If Lu Mingzheng knew that they listened to you just because they were thinking about your delicious food, I wonder what he would think." Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh, imagining the big boys staring at the food, and shook her head slightly. Then she turned to Miao Sherwin and said, "Don't talk about them. I will keep an eye on you too." Miao Sherwin chuckled, "I know. If you don't agree, Teacher Luo won't let me off the hook either. You can ask her yourself." Compared to others, she only had to handle some tasks at the base, which made her work easier and gave her more free time. She had time to read and do exercises both in the morning and afternoon. With her high school background, it was easy for her to keep up. Among the 3 high school students, Zhu Xiaomin was the most attentive, so she nodded and smiled. "I was just joking, you know that." Miao Sherwin looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know that young Aijuan is quite frustrated?" "What's wrong?" Zhu Xiaomin asked. Miao Sherwin replied with a smile, "You keep an eye on all of us studying, but you don't seem to work hard yourself. You don't even take all those courses. It's just that no one can manage you." Zhu Xiaomin was taken aback and then laughed, defending herself. "I do work hard. You just don't see it." In her previous life, most people returned to the city only when the educated youth were allowed back. Although they returned, the sudden influx of millions of young people made finding jobs difficult. Most of this group ended up in factories, and later, when they reached middle age, they faced layoffs, making life tough for many. The country would restore college entrance exams in 3 years and provide remedial courses for the educated youth. She hoped they could have better choices. As for herself, since the day she was reborn, her life path had already changed. Whether she went to college or not, she could avoid many detours, so she wasn't as eager to study. Miao Sherwin laughed. "I'll have to tell Teacher Luo to create a test and see how you really perform." Zhu Xiaomin quickly shushed her, glancing over at the table. "Don't let those boys hear you." Miao Sherwin was amused by her. While they were joking, Luo Yi returned from the backyard with a basket of freshly cut chives. The 3 of them each grabbed a stool and sat in front of the stove, picking chives while chatting and laughing. Lu Mingzheng leaned closer to Xie Qingji, listening to Luo Tingyuan explain a topic. When he looked up, he saw 2 girls and a child chatting and laughing by the stove. He couldn't help but smile, got up, and moved closer, taking another stool to sit down and help out. He casually asked, "What are you talking about?" Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and smiled, saying, "At school, a class is going out for an outing tomorrow." Luo Yi asked where they would go. "An outing?" Lu Mingzheng raised an eyebrow. "A group of little kids only recognize a few words. What kind of outing?" Miao Sherwin laughed. It was Xiaomin's idea. She said those energetic kids are always stuck in the classroom, and they need to release their energy. Instead of keeping them inside, it's better to take them out to use up some of that energy. So every week, they get a turn. "I see." Lu Mingzheng asked, "Are you going to the mountains?" "The kids around here probably know the area better than you do. What would attract them?" Luo Yi, who was a bit scared of him at first, immediately pointed to the wild vegetables drying nearby when he heard a topic he liked. "We're taking them to the mountains to pick wild vegetables."
What?
Lu Mingzheng didn't understand. Miao Sherwin smiled. "Each time, we take them out, teach them a poem, and while picking wild vegetables, they recite it. On the way back, they sing together. By the end of the day, they've memorized the poem and collected the vegetables, and the kids are really happy. It can be done like that." Lu Mingjing looked at the wild vegetables drying in the yard and asked, "Are these all?" Miao Sherwin nodded with a smile. "We were surprised the first time too." Zhu Xiaomin laughed. "These wild vegetables can be dried and stored for later. We also bought 2 jars for pickling, and they're packed full." Luo Yu was excited, "Sister Xiaomin, we can keep picking wild vegetables until autumn." Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "After June, they will be overripe and won't taste good anymore." Luo Yu was surprised. "We can't pick them anymore?" But the older ones can still be eaten." He looked at the wild vegetables in the yard, feeling a bit reluctant. In the past few years, he had picked from spring to autumn, and even the overripe wild vegetables were a major food source for them. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "In autumn, we will have plenty of vegetables growing in our yard, so it won't matter if we don't have wild vegetables."
Luo Yi pouted, then.
"Won't those kids get restless?" Why is he also calling them those kids? Zhu Xiaomin found it funny and shook her head, saying, "If they don't pick wild vegetables, they will do something else. They won't just sit idle. What will they do then?" Luo Ye's eyes lit up, immediately asking. Miao Sherwin also said, "Yeah, if there are no wild vegetables to pick, what's the point? Just running around the mountains for nothing? Not creating value feels like a waste of energy." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Haven't you heard Comrade Zhao say that after June, the base will be cutting grass? When we get new lambs, we will need even more grass. Although the team will assign tasks, the kids can also participate." "That makes sense." Miao Sherwin couldn't help but laugh. Luo Yi immediately said, "I want to go too." "Sure, you can go," Zhu Xiaomin laughed. Whenever they took the kids up the mountain, they would always bring Luo Yi along. This meant that the 3 classes of kids took turns, with each class going out once a week, and Luo Yi went 3 times. Now that they were well-fed and running around in the mountains after more than 2 months, their bodies had noticeably become stronger. Lu Mingjing saw her bright smile and paused for a moment, then looked at Luo Yi but didn't say anything. It was only after Luo Yi ran off that he quietly asked, "Do you care a lot about the Luo father and son?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Xiaomin looked at him thoughtfully, then nodded after a moment, deciding to be honest. "You could say my original intention for starting this school was to manage those kids, and another reason was to bring their father and son here."
"Why?"
Lu Mingjing wanted to ask, but that was a different topic. He set it aside and continued, "So, if you and Qian Yuanfei don't get the desired results, how will Mr. Luo and his son handle the situation?" It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Zhu Xiaomin. He just knew Qian Yuanfei's character. He didn't need the public's approval. He could easily come up with a reason to bring people in and disrupt things, and no one could stop him. Moreover, Luo Tingyuan himself was a ticking time bomb here. Zhu Xiaomin said, "I will try to keep Mr. Luo at the base. Uncle Man Song has the same intention." Lu Mingjing nodded slightly, then looked back and saw Luo Tingyuan writing something on the blackboard, with Wu Xulin, Song Jian, and a few other high-achieving middle school students sitting in front. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, "Xiaomin, could you write a document about this school?"
"What?"
Zhu Xiaomin was surprised. Lu Mingjing explained, "Write a simple explanatory document for me to use as a reference. I will refine it later and combine it with the situation at the base to create a report to send to the county. As long as the county approves, the school will be secured, and no one will be able to interfere." He was, of course, referring to Shi Meijun. Cutting off the source. Zhu Xiaomin was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Lu Mingjing, you really have a good brain." She was about to run off to write the materials. Lu Mingjing laughed and stopped her, saying, "I've been here with old Zhao for several days. It's just a simple explanation. You don't need to rush." "Oh, right." Zhu Xiaomin smiled and sat back down, asking him for details. Lu Mingjing shared his thoughts one by one, smiling as he said, "The best outcome would be if you receive recognition from the county. Then anyone who wants to interfere here will have to think twice." At first, he didn't feel the need to stand up for the school against Qian Yuanfei, but seeing the sparkle in her eyes when she talked about the school and her indulgence towards Luo Yi made him want to help her protect it. When Luo Yi heard Zhu Xiaomin's cheer, he quickly ran back and asked, "Sister Xiaomin, what's going on?" Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair and said, Your brother Lu has a way to help us keep the school. Really? Luo Yi was both surprised and happy, looking at Lu Mingjing with admiration. This matter had been going on for so long, and they were just waiting for Shi Meijun to take action. They didn't expect Brother Lu to come and resolve it directly. Lu Mingjing looked at him and teased, "You don't even like school. Why are you so happy?" Luo Yi scratched his head and replied, "Sister Xiaomin worked hard to set it up." So, this kid still didn't realize that if the school closed, they wouldn't be able to stay here either. Lu Mingjing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Yes, Sister Xiaomin worked hard for it, and we will find a way to keep it." Luo Yi immediately nodded eagerly and asked, "So, what are we doing tomorrow?" "Little brat." Lu Mingjing chuckled. "You should focus on helping out at school and try to make your classmates like it."
Huh.
Luo Yi looked a bit stunned. He didn't like those troublemakers, nor did he enjoy their looks. But if he could help Zhu Xiaomin, he was willing to give it a try. Soon, the aroma of food filled the air, distracting everyone from their books. Luo Tingyuan smiled and paused, and everyone quickly got up to tidy their books and set out the dishes that had been prepared. Luo Yi ran around, collecting the books and taking them to the shelf by the wall, then hurried back to grab the bowls and chopsticks. The classroom turned into a dining hall, and soon, the yard was filled with everyone's cheerful laughter. The next day, Zhao Zheng followed Xie Qingji and a few others into the mountains to find wild grasses more suitable for silage. Lu Mingjing changed into a coarse cloth outfit and carried a basket to join them, agreeing to have lunch together at the base. Since these two did not return to the youth station for lunch, Zhu Xiaomin also stayed behind at the team office to focus on finishing the materials Lu Mingjing needed. She planned to head back in the afternoon with the group of children for some outdoor activities. Over the past 2 months, they had already dug up the nearby wasteland several times. This time, they crossed a ridge and ventured further. Zhu Xiaomin first reviewed the poems she had taught before, then introduced a new poem. "What I See," by Yuan Mei. A shepherd boy rides a yellow cow. His singing echoes through the woods. He aims to catch the singing cicadas, but suddenly stops and stands still. While Lu Mingjing and the others were studying the types of wild grasses on the hillside, they heard faint reciting from the ridge. Looking up, they saw 2 larger figures and 10 smaller ones, all carrying baskets, lined up and crossing the ridge while loudly reciting poetry. Xie Qingji noticed too and laughed, saying, "See? They learn poetry better outside." Sitting in a classroom, they learn slowly, but climbing the mountain and foraging for wild vegetables helps them remember clearly. Zhao Zheng smiled. This Zhu youth has truly remarkable ideas. Planting fruit trees was her idea, establishing a breeding base was her idea, and starting school was also her idea. Xie Qingji nodded repeatedly. "If it weren't for the many inconveniences women face, I would have handed over the role of team leader to her." As the leader of a production team, he often had to attend meetings and learn from leaders of other teams, sometimes even staying overnight in other villages, where many people shared a bed. All the team and brigade leaders were men, and being from rural areas, there were many challenges for women. Lu Mingjing waved his hand. The youth are a collective. Her ideas are ultimately completed by all the youth together. As a leader, it's important to unite and integrate everyone. He had arrived a year earlier than Xie Qingji and had helped establish the youth station. Later, when the number of youth increased, a separate production team was formed, and he had the highest support when they chose a leader. However, he knew that Xie Qingji was much more suitable for this role due to his eloquence, so he firmly recommended him. Xie Qingji looked at him, nodded slightly, and sighed. "I never thought about the youth needing to be united as one. I just hoped everyone could help each other, but it seems we still haven't achieved that." Lu Mingjing knew he was talking about Nie Yifei and shook his head after a moment of silence, saying, "It's his own choice." Whether it was the matter of the ranger's cabin or the later banned book incident, it was Nie Yifei who had harmful intentions and acted on them. Xie Qingji nodded, setting aside a hint of regret. After 2 days, with the local matters wrapped up, Lu Mingjing and Zhao Zheng made arrangements with the team and decided to head back. Before leaving, Lu Mingjing wanted to visit a few elderly villagers, so He asked Xie Qingji to accompany Zhao Jing back while he took some supplies to the village. Zhu Xiaoman stayed at the team headquarters to do a final check on the materials and rewrite a copy to give to Lu Mingjing. Just as she finished, Lu Mingjing returned, greeted her with a smile, and they walked out together. Once they were down, Lu Mingjing couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with the girl from Qian Dama's family?"
You saw?
Zhu Xiaoman asked, then replied, "It's Qian Yuanfei, who somehow got a wife for Qian Tuzu." Lu Mingjing frowned and remained silent. Zhu Xiaoman asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Mingjing shook his head and sighed. "When I passed by, I saw her being pulled by Qian Dama by her hair, as if she wasn't taking good care of Qian Tuzu." Zhu Xiaoman felt a pang in her heart, paused for a moment, and said softly, "I heard from Xia Chunhua that Qian Yuanfei brought her from the deep mountains just to serve Qian Dama." After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Did she not resist?" Lu Mingjing's eyes showed some anger as he shook his head. She was just holding her head and crying. "I saw she had a chain on her foot." "A chain?" Zhu Xiaoman felt even more distressed and gritted her teeth, whispering, "That Qian Tuzu, how can he still be alive after becoming like that?" After a few curses, she turned back to him. "Lu Mingjing, is there any way to help her? I heard she's only 17 or 18. No matter what, Qian Tuzu had caused her to end up like this, which had also changed the course of that girl's life." Just as Lu Mingjing was about to speak, a group of children came running and playing. Upon seeing the two, they immediately stood up straight and called out to Zhu Xiaoman, "Teacher Zhu." Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "School's out? Go home properly and don't run around." "Okay." The children replied, with a few asking, "Teacher Zhu, are you taking us for the field trip tomorrow?" The first-class kid said, "The day before yesterday, Teacher Zhu took us, and yesterday it was Teacher Chen, so it definitely won't be her tomorrow." The third-class kids looked disappointed. "Why does Teacher Zhu always take you?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "Tomorrow is Teacher Miao. You were just talking about her last time." "Teacher Miao, huh? That's good." The children in class 2 were happy again. Watching the kids run off, the two of them continued up the hill. Lu Mingjing noticed there were no more children coming down and said, "In a few months, the county will have an inspection. There's a pilot project at the base, and I want to find a way to bring the county leaders to Lushu village. If they can see it. If they see it, the reputation of the brigade will be affected." "The brigade won't let them see her," Zhu Xiaoman interrupted, shaking her head. Lu Mingjing fell silent and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, even though some leaders from the brigade, like Gu Monsong, Xia Dongliang, and Huang Meihua, are good people, their instinct for self-preservation prioritizes their own brigade's interests. Zhu Xiaoman thought for a moment. Maybe we can find a way to help her escape. Lu Mingjing was surprised. "Xiaoman, Qian Tuozi can recognize your voice, and the Qian family has a lot of hostility towards you.
Don't take risks."
"I won't show myself. I'll think of another way." Zhu Xiaoman nodded slightly, already having some ideas in mind. Lu Mingjing was still worried. "Xiaoman, I know." Zhu Xiaoman stopped him from saying more and smiled at him. "I knew when she was brought back, but I didn't do anything because I wasn't sure and didn't want to take risks." "You don't need to worry."
"All right."
Lu Mingjing looked at her, feeling a bit regretful for bringing it up, but aside from repeatedly advising her not to act rashly, he had no other options. The next day, Lu Mingjing and Zhao Zheng were returning to the city. That evening, the youth station prepared a special dinner, and everyone chatted with the two of them until late. After everyone returned to the dormitory, the yard became quiet again. A few young women finished washing up and were about to settle down for the night when they heard a few knocks on the door, followed by Lu Mingjing's voice, "Xiaoman." Miao Shiwen nudged Zhu Xiaoman and said, "He wants to say goodbye to you. Go on out." Zhu Xiaoman reluctantly brushed her hand away and went outside. Outside, Lu Mingjing stood under the grape trellis, with moonlight streaming down, casting soft spots of light through the grape leaves onto his face, making it look gentle. Zhu Xiaoman's heart fluttered. She had to admit, this guy was quite attractive. "Xiaoman." Lu Mingjing smiled and waved at her. Zhu Xiaoman felt a bit uneasy, fearing he might bring up the topic of marriage again. She took a few steps closer but didn't approach him directly. instead asking, "Why are you still awake so late? Did you forget something?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for people in nearby rooms to hear, showing she had nothing to hide. Although Lu Mingjing's thoughts weren't exactly secret. Seeing her standing a good distance away, Lu Mingjing couldn't help but smile. He stepped closer, paused for a moment, and handed her what he was holding. "Keep this outfit. You can help alter it for Mr. Luo." It was already summer, and the shirt Mr. Luo was wearing was so worn that its material was unrecognizable, with patches inside and out, making it thicker than a jacket. Clearly, he had no other clothes to wear. Despite feeling uneasy about Zhu Xiaoman's kindness towards him and his father, he couldn't help but admire that person's knowledge and demeanor over the past few days. Zhu Xiaoman was taken aback and looked down, realizing it was the outfit he had worn in the mountains these past few days. She hadn't expected him to call her out just to give this outfit to Mr. Luo. After a moment of silence, she accepted it with a faint smile, saying, "I'll take this for Mr. Luo." They were too familiar with each other to say a simple thank you. In fact, she had written home a month ago, hoping to find some old clothes to send, but she hadn't received a reply, let alone any clothes. Lu Mingjing felt a bit apologetic. "This outfit was just something I brought for working in the mountains. I hope Mr. Luo won't mind. I'll find a way to get some fabric coupons later." Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "Mr. Luo won't mind. Old clothes are just fine." Given Mr. Luo's status, it was better to keep things low-key. Lu Mingjing understood and nodded, smiling as he looked at her for a moment before saying, "I'll definitely come for the Dragon Boat Festival next month. Wait for me." This statement seemed simple, but coming from him and in the night's atmosphere, it felt quite intimate. Zhu Xiaoman felt a bit flustered and quickly replied, Is there nothing else? We have to walk tomorrow, so you should rest early." Lu Mingjing nodded, suddenly taking a few steps forward, wrapping his arms around her, and whispering in her ear, "Remember to wait for me." Not just to wait for him during the festival, but to wait for him as a person. Lu Mingjing had never felt such a strong sense of urgency before. He feared that while he was away, Zhu Xiaoman and Mr. Luo, spending so much time together, might develop feelings for each other. After all, aside from the accusation against him, he was impeccable in knowledge, insight, and demeanor. Clearly, Zhu Xiaoman did not shy away from his accusation. Instead, she seemed to feel a bit of sympathy for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay by her side all the time. The sudden closeness caught Zhu Xiaoman off guard, making her forget to breathe for a moment. Before she could react, Lu Mingjing had already released her and said with a smile, "Let's go back." Zhu Xiaoman snapped back to reality, unsure if the hug had really happened or if it was just her imagination. She stared at him wide-eyed, unsure if she should be angry. Under the night sky, she tilted her head slightly, her large eyes showing confusion, her lips slightly parted in surprise. Lu Mingjing felt an urge to kiss her but held back, instead quietly asking, "Do you have other things to do?" What could she possibly have to do? Zhu Xiaoman took a deep breath to calm her racing heart, shook her head, and hurriedly said, "No, nothing." She turned and rushed back into the house, slamming the door behind her. Her flustered state amused Lu Mingjing. Watching her figure disappear, he couldn't help but smile. Great, she wasn't angry and hadn't hit him. Did that mean she didn't actually mind his closeness? That thought lingered in his mind, and his smile widened as he slowly turned back to the inner courtyard. Inside, Zhu Xiaoman found the other three already lying down. Miao Sherwin was propped up on her pillow, looking at her with a grin, saying, "If he wanted to give you clothes, he could have done it days ago. Why call you out at night?" Lu Mingjing is getting weirder. Zhu Xiaoman shot her a glare, first putting away the clothes before saying, "He's been wearing these clothes in the mountains for days. He must have just changed." She quickly climbed onto the bed, took off her clothes, and said, "Time to sleep." Miao Sherwin scoffed. "He knows you never change clothes. Why does he insist on giving them to you, and not me?" Zhu Xiaoman lay there, making soft sounds as if she were already asleep, ignoring her. The other two couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Qiaomei said, "Now we need to figure out how to get clothes for Teacher Luo." Wang Xiaya nodded. Lu Ziking is about the same height as Teacher Luo, but Teacher Luo is too thin. It might need some adjustments. Miao Sherwin stopped teasing Zhu Xiaomin, turned off the light, and lay down, saying, "Yeah, just taking the sides with some thread. No need to cut it. If Teacher Luo gains a bit of weight later, it'll still fit." Zhu Xiaomin chimed in, "Or we could just add a few patches." Miao Sherwin turned her head to look at her. "Aren't you asleep?" "I'm just talking in my sleep," Zhu Xiaomin quickly replied. The other two couldn't help but laugh along. To help with Luo Tingyuan's clothes, the group had thought of various ideas, but it was Lu Mingjing who solved the problem right away, easing everyone's worries. Early the next morning, Lu Mingjing returned to the county with the materials Zhu Xiaomin had prepared and Zhaozheng. At the youth station, a few female youths immediately washed the clothes he had left behind and made some alterations. Lu Mingjing's clothes were specifically brought for work in the mountains, made of sturdy coarse fabric, with only the shoulders and elbows slightly worn but not torn. If these were ordinary youth clothes, Miao Sherwin would have added some decorative stitching to those areas to make them look neat and nice. However, she didn't want to make Luo Tingyuan's clothes too perfect, so she chose fabric of a similar color and patched those areas directly, using tight stitches. When she handed the clothes to Luo Tingyuan, he was taken aback and awkwardly said this. "This shirt is still being worn by him. Why is it given to me?" The clothes he was wearing were from 8 years ago when he was sent to the countryside. Over the years, they had become worn from hard work, and he could only patch them up with scraps of fabric of various colors, making it impossible to see the original color. The hardest part was the child's clothes. From age 3 to 10, he hadn't grown much, but the clothes were always too small. The shirt he wore was given to him secretly by someone in the village when he was 7, and it had been patched multiple times. Lu Mingjing's clothes, which he had seen over the past few days, were slightly worn but not torn, and those areas were clearly patched on purpose. Zhu Xiaomin handed the clothes to him with a smile, saying, "Teacher Luo, there's no need to be polite. Lu Mingjing is one of us at the youth station, and we've all been living like this for years." She added, "Teacher Luo, please change quickly. We can see if we can use this old fabric to make something for Luo Yi." When Luo Tingyuan heard her say our youth station, he clearly felt included and was touched, so he stopped refusing. He took the clothes back, heated some water in the evening, and thoroughly washed himself before putting on the new clothes. In Luo Ye's memory, he had never seen his father wear a decent outfit. Now, seeing the clothes fit his father, well, only highlighted his elegant demeanor. He stared in awe and murmured, "Wow, Dad, you look really impressive. Little rascal." Luo Tingyuan couldn't help but smile as he patted his son's head, though his eyes were a bit red. After 8 long years, he felt close to breaking down and despairing, but he held on because he still had a son who needed him. Now, these young people, who were not related to him, were truly kind to him and his son, making him feel as if all their suffering had suddenly ended. He didn't thank anyone. As Zhu Xiaomin said, the people at the youth station were like family, and he would always remember their kindness. After changing clothes, Luo Tingyuan washed them himself and hung them out to dry in the yard. The next day, he folded them neatly and handed them to Miao Sherwin. When Miao Sherwin received the clothes, she felt their weight. She usually noticed that his clothes had been mended many times, but she didn't realize that this outfit weighed as much as 3 sets of clothes. Looking closely, she saw patches piled on patches, each of a different color, and the uneven stitching made it clear that the man had clumsily sewn the clothes. Even Wang Xiaoya felt a pang of sadness and quietly said, when they arrived, the weather was still cool, and Teacher Luo was wearing those straw sandals. It was clear that winter had been spent in the same way. Miao Sherwin sighed, nodded slightly, took scissors, and began to remove the patches one by one. The more they took apart, the quieter they became. At first, they thought that with Luo Tingyuan's clothes, they could make a nice outfit for Luo Yi, but now it was just a pile of fabric scraps. What could they do with that? Zhu Xiaomin, seeing the many holes in the clothes, was at a loss for words for a moment, and then said helplessly, "I guess Luo Ye's clothes are similar. We need to find another way." Miao Sherwin thought for a moment and suggested, How about asking Xie Qingji and the others if anyone can lend a piece temporarily? We can get new fabric later. Wearing new clothes would attract attention, but it was normal for young people. Zhu Xiaomin nodded after thinking it over. That's the only option. She quickly went out to discuss with a few male youth. Qin Sudong heard this and said, I brought 2 summer shirts when I came. I can spare one. No need to make a new one. He had just joined the team a year ago, so most of his clothes were still in good condition. That's great. Miao Sherwin nodded, saying, Teacher Luo's clothes could probably be used to make a pair of pants for Luo Yi. Xie Qingji agreed. It's getting hotter. Let's focus on summer clothes first, and we'll figure out winter later. Zhu Xiaomin added, by autumn, we should be able to get some fabric. What should we do? Everyone is confused. Zhu Xiaomin didn't explain in detail. With the materials ready, Miao Sherwin hurriedly altered Luo Yi's clothes and changed what he was wearing. Luo Yi was a bit reluctant. This outfit can still be worn. Let's keep it. Next time I wash clothes, I won't have to hide under the covers. Next time we wash clothes at night, they'll be dry by morning, Zhu Xiaomin said, playfully ruffling his hair and taking the clothes without hesitation. As expected, when the clothes were taken apart, they turned out to be various pieces of fabric in different colors. Zhang Qiaomei carefully sorted through the fabric, keeping the larger and sturdier pieces, while the rest were used as lining. Later, through Huang Xiaowan, Zhu Xiaomin arranged for someone to make shoe soles and found some matching fabric from Chindaseo to create 2 pairs of shoes, one large and one small. In rural areas now, most people wear shoes made at home, and many in Lushu village do the same. However, due to Luo Tingyuan's identity, most people were hesitant, so Huang Xiaowan took them back to Shujia Tun, only mentioning the shoe sizes without specifying who they were for, to keep things discreet. When he put on the new shoes, Luo Yi was almost reluctant to let them touch the ground. When he saw Zhu Xiaomin coming for his old shoes, he quickly grabbed them. Sister Xiaomin, let's keep these shoes. I'll wear them when I go up the mountain. This child is afraid of being poor. Zhu Xiaomin felt a little sad and rubbed his head, not insisting further. Although these clothes were also old, the father and son looked completely new in them, no longer in their previous tattered state. Importantly, these outfits were much lighter than the old ones, making it easier to cope with the increasingly hot weather. While they were busy, Lu Mingjing's report had already been sent to the county. The initial success of the breeding base brought relief to the county leaders, who immediately began selecting the next pilot project. In Lu Mingjing's materials, he emphasized the importance of the youth point in this project and briefly mentioned the significance of the elementary school. Since it was still mid-year, there were no large-scale recognition events, but the contributions made by the youth point for Team 1 still needed acknowledgement from the county. Thus, a letter of commendation was sent to the Suzeo-ko commune and then passed on to Team 1. The success of the breeding base was due to the efforts of 2 experts and the youth, highlighting the importance of knowledge. The youth's selfless dedication in teaching the children for free also caught the attention of the county leadership. In summary, the county leaders became aware of this elementary school. Gu Mansong received a letter of commendation and glanced towards Zhu Xiaomin's office, feeling suspicious that bringing school matters to the county leaders was intentional. However, since it was a good thing, he didn't want to ask further. He immediately made the commendation public and said seriously, the primary school at the youth station has already been recognized by the county, so it should not be moved for now. This meant the school couldn't be changed, not even the sign. Qian Yuanfei's expression turned dark, filled with resentment. Originally, he planned to build the school there once Shi Meijun finished her confinement, but now his plans were completely blocked. If Shi Meijun found out, he didn't know how she would react. The important thing was that Nye Yifei wasn't earning any work points and Shi Meijun wouldn't let him go hungry, so Qian Yuanfei would have to support him financially. Thinking of this made Qian Yuanfei feel frustrated. He thought it would have been better to let her marry Qian Tuzu, at least he was from the Qian family. When Zhu Xiaomin saw the commendation letter, she finally felt relieved. Lu Mingjing's approach was good. Their primary school received recognition from the county, which fundamentally cut off Shi Meijun's hopes. Xia Chunhua noticed her brightening expression and smiled, saying, You haven't seen how dark Qian's and Shu's face has been these days, like he's in a bad mood. Don't insult Bao Gong, Zhu Xiaomin laughed, nudging her. Xia Chunhua giggled. Well, it's more like he looks as dark as charcoal, acting like someone owes him money. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. I don't understand why Shi Meijun and her husband are still watching us when they've separated from us. Don't they want to live their own lives? It's strange that Director Qian still listens to her. Xia Chunhua shook her head. It's not just about your school. There are other things too. What else? Zhu Xiaomin asked casually. Xia Chunhua whispered, I heard Aunt Qian complaining that marrying a wife isn't much use, as if she wants Qian Tuzu to have a successor.
What?
Zhu Xiaomin was shocked. How could he have a successor? The point was that Qian Tuzu had 80% of his body burned, and considering the high temperature of quicklime, the depth of his burns was unimaginable. Even if he rolled down, curled up, and that area wasn't burned, could he really still have that function? Xia Chunhua shook her head. Now someone is taking care of Qian Tuzu for Aunt Qian, so she has time to think about these things and keeps asking Qian and Shu for help, crying and complaining. Zhu Xiaomin sneered. If Qian Tuzu can't have a successor, what can Qian Yuanfei do about it? That can't be possible. She started to say, but stopped when she thought of Qian Yuanfei's character, letting out a sigh instead. That girl had been with Qian Yuanfei for 6 or 7 days before being taken to Qian Tuzu's house. What couldn't happen in that time? Xia Chunhua shook her head. I've seen a few people from the Qian family whispering to each other these past few days. They might really be planning something. Planning what?
Zhu Xiaomin asked, confused.
I don't know, Xia Chunhua replied, shaking her head. They stopped talking when they saw me, and their expressions were really strange. It made me feel uneasy. What could they be planning? Zhu Xiaomin couldn't figure it out either. Just then, Huang Xiaojun came in from outside. Hearing their conversation, she hesitated and asked, You really don't know?
What? Zhu Xiaomin asked.
Huang Xiaojun looked at her and then at Xia Chunhua, carefully choosing her words before saying, I heard yesterday that Qian Gang went to the 3rd Brigade, probably for this reason. Qian Gang was Qian Yuanfei's eldest son. Hearing 3rd Brigade, Zhu Xiaomin's heart tightened, but since the next part had nothing to do with the Luo family, she asked in surprise, What's going on with the 3rd Brigade? Is the Qian family trying to leave something for Qian Tuzu? Can the 3rd Brigade help with that? Huang Xiaojun nudged her and pointed at Xia Chunhua, saying, Cover your ears. Xia Chunhua stared. Why? Huang Xiaojun insisted, Just cover them. Xia Chunhua pouted but reluctantly covered her ears with her hands. Only then did Huang Xiaojun lean closer to Zhu Xiaomin and whisper, They say they're going to the livestock barn at the 3rd Brigade to get some breeding medicine.
What?
Zhu Xiaomin exclaimed in surprise. Xia Chunhua immediately dropped her hands and asked, What?
What are you talking about?
Huang Xiaojun waved her off. Go on, you little girl. Why are you eavesdropping? Xia Chunhua protested. Xiaomin is also a young girl. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. I'm a grown woman. When she came to the countryside, she had just graduated high school at 18, and now it had been 5 years. Xia Chunhua was the same age she had been when she arrived, making it hard to talk about such things with her. After chatting and joking with the two, Zhu Xiaomin left feeling an indescribable anger. That night, when the young intellectuals heard that the school was safe, they celebrated with a good meal. As they settled down to sleep, Miao Sherwin nudged Zhu Xiaomin and asked, What's wrong with you today? Are you angry with someone? You seem down. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head, but couldn't help but share what Huang Xiaojun had said. The other 3 people in the room were stunned. Wang Xiaoya, the youngest, didn't understand what they were talking about and asked with a pale face, You mean they? They will give that girl something? Zhu Xiaomin. Miao Sherwin. Zhang Xiaomei paused for a moment, couldn't help but laugh, and nudged her, saying, That's not true, just go to sleep. Yes. She forgot there was a little girl among them. Zhu Xiaomin quickly warned, Don't talk about this outside, or people will laugh at you. Wang Xiaoya anxiously asked, So, what will happen? Miao Sherwin sighed, It's definitely not a good thing, just stop asking. She got up to turn off the light. Wang Xiaoya kept mumbling for a while, and when no one explained anything, she slowly quieted down. After a while, the room was filled with soft breathing sounds. Zhu Xiaomin slowly opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling in the dark, unable to fall asleep. The breeding drugs used for livestock in the third team. Although she had never seen it, it didn't sound unfamiliar. In her previous life, she only learned many years later that Nie Yifei had used that drug to scheme against Lu Mingzheng, which is why he lost control in the ranger's cabin. And in this life, if she guessed correctly, Shi Meijun had also used that drug to scheme against Nie Yifei. Now, was Qian Yuanfei planning to use this drug on Qian Su? Zhu Xiaomin couldn't figure it out. Even if there was this drug, what use would it be on a useless person? This question didn't trouble her for long. Just a day later, Huang Shaoan came in with a serious face and said, "The Qian family are all beasts. They can do anything." "What's wrong?" Zhu Xiaomin asked. Huang Shaoan shook her head but couldn't hold back and whispered, "Yesterday I stayed at my mother's house and heard a commotion in Qian Su's room all night."
"What?"
Zhu Xiaomin asked. Was this commotion what she thought it was? But how could that be? Huang Xiaozhuan's eyes were filled with anger as she clenched her fists and said in a low voice, "It was several people from the Qian family forcing that girl to be with Qian Su." The girl was crying and begging, but no one listened to her. No one did anything? Zhu Xiaomin asked instinctively, then shook her head. Qian Yuanfei was there too. Huang Shaoan nodded, grabbed her wrist, and said quietly, "Xiaomin, if this continues, that girl will either die or go crazy. You're smart. Think of a way to help her." Since they wanted to leave a way out for Qian Su, what happened last night wouldn't be the only time. Zhu Xiaomin remained silent for a while before quietly saying, "We have never interacted with that girl, so we don't know her character. How can we help her?" Huang Shaoan moved a little closer and whispered, "She doesn't seem like someone who would just accept her situation. I heard my sister-in-law mention that once, when she was disinfecting Qian Su, Qian Dama avoided her, and she ended up being quite harsh." Qian Su cried out in pain. "Is that true?" Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment, and then asked, "I heard she has a chain on her foot?" Huang Shaoan nodded, and gestured to show the thickness of the chain. During the day, they lock her to Qian Su's chair, and at night, they lock her in the house. So, that chain is always on her foot. After pondering for a while, Zhu Xiaomin finally said, "Maybe we should test her first." "How do we do that?" Huang Shaoan asked. Zhu Xiaomin replied, "Find a piece of steel saw blade and casually drop it in front of her. If she picks it up, it means she wants to escape." Huang Shaoan thought for a moment and nodded, "You can't do this, so I'll find a way to try it." Seeing her agreement, she stood up and left. The next day, Huang Shaoan steamed a bowl of egg custard, took out most of it, carefully prepared it, and brought it to Qian Su's house. As she entered, she called out to Qian Dama, who came out of the kitchen. Huang Shaoan smiled and said, "Annie, I made some egg custard, it's very tender. I brought some for Dabao." In the village, it's common for neighbors to share food, so Qian Dama didn't suspect anything. She happily accepted it and went back to the kitchen to pour it into a bowl. Huang Shaoan approached Qian Su's chair and glanced at the girl sitting on the ground. She called out loudly, "Dabao, the egg custard is still a bit hot. Let your wife feed it to you after it cools down." Qian Su recognized her voice and made some sounds. Huang Shaoan responded to him while secretly tossing the piece of saw blade in front of the girl. The girl seemed to move slightly, but didn't reach for it. Huang Shaoan felt anxious, glanced back to see that Qian Dama hadn't come out yet, and gently pushed the girl's shoulder. The girl's body moved a little with her push, but she still didn't pick up the saw blade. If she doesn't pick it up and Qian Dama sees it, who knows what trouble it could cause. Feeling worried, Huang Shaoan was about to decide whether to take the saw blade back when she heard Qian Dama coming out. Huang Shaoan quickly turned around, trying to block the view between Qian Dama and the girl. She took the clean bowl and stood there chatting for a moment. When she turned back to look at Qian Su, she noticed the saw blade was gone, and she felt relieved. She said goodbye to Qian Dama and left. Zhu Xiaomin listened to her and nodded slightly. If she can bring the saw back to the house, she could probably cut through it in one night. Huang Shaoan nodded. They shouldn't dare to use that drug too often. I haven't heard anything in the past few days. Zhu Xiaoman thought for a moment and nodded. We should find another chance to tell her which way is easier to enter the forest and where it's safer to hide. Huang Xiaowan considered, people can hide in the cornfield and the sorghum field, but those are mostly close to the village, which is still dangerous. The best place is the large natural forest on the West Peak, but how do we bring that up? The natural forest on the West Peak is the largest nearby, with some trees over 100 years old. Generally, no one goes there except in autumn to collect dead branches. Zhu Xiaoman pondered and said, the day after tomorrow, the kids from class 2 will go out for a field trip. I'll take them in that direction. Huang Xiaozhuan's daughter, Su Xiuyu, is in class 2. Huang Xiaowan immediately agreed. That's easy to arrange. I'll go outside their yard to remind the girls not to get lost. However, the next day, as soon as work started, Huang Xiaowan hurriedly pulled her aside and whispered that Saw was discovered by Qian Yuanfei. What happened? Zhu Xiaoman was startled. Huang Xiaowan shook her head gently. I'm not very clear. I just heard about it as soon as I entered the village today. Zhu Xiaoman thought for a moment, nodded, and turned to return. She first helped Xia Chunhua finish assigning tasks to the members before casually asking, I heard there was a commotion in the village yesterday. What happened? Xia Chunhua sighed and shook her head. It was at Aunt Qian's house. That girl somehow got a piece of saw, and it was found when they searched her on the way back home. Search? Zhu Xiaoman asked. Did Aunt Qian search her? Xia Chunhua shook her head. It's always Uncle Qian who takes her home. Did Qian Yuanfei search her? Zhu Xiaoman and Huang Xiaowan exchanged a quick glance. If she is searched every day, she won't be able to escape on her own. It seems they need to think of another way. However, not only they but even the Qian family had little chance to interact with that girl alone. The two remained silent for a long time, and aside from sharing information about the nearby terrain for future needs, they were at a loss. The young intellectuals quickly sensed her anxiety, and finally, Xia Qingji found a moment to ask, Xiaoman, what's going on? Zhu Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, but briefly mentioned the girl's situation. When it came to Qian Tuzu, she had to bring up his injury. She shook her head slightly and said softly, Qian Tuzu's injury was caused by me. I don't regret it, but that girl was indirectly affected because of me. Xia Qingji was surprised and quickly fell silent. After a while, he said, You shouldn't act rashly about this. Let me think it over. Xia Qingji. Zhu Xiaoman called out as she saw him about to leave. She shook her head slightly. Whatever you want to do, you need to discuss it with me first. None of us should take risks. I understand. Xia Qingji smiled at her and turned to leave. The next evening, while everyone was in class, Miao Sherwin pulled her back to the room and whispered, Normally, I wouldn't say anything, but now that I know, we need to rescue that girl quickly.
How?
Zhu Xiaoman asked. Miao Sherwin shook her head. Xia Qingji and Teacher Luo inquired about the drug from Team 3. He said it's too strong. Team 3 never uses it continuously on animals. How can that girl handle it? What do you mean by too strong? Zhu Xiaoman didn't quite understand at first. Miao Sherwin pushed her gently, her face turning red, and whispered, They say that one use of the drug can treat several animals. That girl alone. She couldn't finish her sentence. In an instant, Zhu Xiaoman recalled the intense feeling in her body on the day she returned. Her chest tightened. If it were a normal situation between a man and a woman, it would just be about physical endurance. But that girl was forced by several people to be with someone like Qian Tuzu. Indeed, if this happened a few more times, any normal person would go crazy. Seeing her frowning and silent, Miao Sherwin took her hand and said softly, I heard from Xia Qingji that the iron chain isn't thick and can be cut with an axe. Otherwise, we could find a chance tomorrow to distract Aunt Qian and break the chain to let her escape. If it were that simple, she wouldn't have been worried for so long. Zhu Xiaoman chuckled softly and shook her head. To distract Aunt Qian, it can only be done during the day. With so much noise, it's bound to be noticed. Not to mention that Lu Mingzheng repeatedly warned her. Even without him, she knew how ruthless Qian Yuanfei was. She absolutely couldn't let him find any evidence against them. Couldn't they? Miao Sherwin was also anxious, shaking her head lightly and saying angrily, "How can there be such people?" Zhu Xiaomin squeezed her hand and said softly, "Let me think about it some more." Miao Sherwin anxiously said, "No matter what, we can't avoid Qian Yuanfei. Should we wait for a chance when he's not around?" Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and quietly replied, "The scariest thing right now is that they are forcing that girl to have a baby with Qian Tuozi. Instead of risking her escape, we should cut off their resources." "What do you mean by cutting off their resources?" Miao Sherwin asked. Zhu Xiaomin looked up at her. "You just said that medicine can't be used continuously? How often can it be used?" "At least every 6 or 7 days," Miao Sherwin answered. Since the last time, it had been about 6 or 7 days. Zhu Xiaomin pondered for a moment and then whispered, "So, even strong animals can't handle it if used continuously?" Miao Sherwin nodded, "Exactly." Suddenly, Zhu Xiaomin smiled, patted her arm, and leaned closer to whisper, "Tomorrow, we will put on a show together." Miao Sherwin gasped and looked at her in surprise. Zhu Xiaomin nudged her, "You should talk to Xie Qingji about it." Miao Sherwin blushed. "Why do I have to go?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled, "I'm too shy." Miao Sherwin thought, "Am I not shy?" Zhu Xiaomin glanced at her. "If he can talk to you about the medicine, then you can definitely talk to him." Although everyone lived together at the youth station and there were fewer restrictions between men and women, it was clear that Xie Qingji and Miao Sherwin were closer. In the last life, they only got together after leaving the countryside, but with this understanding, she could see the signs this time. Miao Sherwin blushed again, pushed her away, and hurried out. Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh, hugged her knees, and sat for a while, sorting out her thoughts before slowly going out. In the yard, the lesson for the day had ended. A few people were gathered around Luo Tingyuan, listening to him explain a problem, but Miao Sherwin and Xie Qingji were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had already gone to talk. Zhu Xiaomin blinked and glanced toward the inner courtyard but didn't go in. She sat in an empty spot and playfully grabbed Luo Yi, who was running by. The next day, following the plan, Zhu Xiaomin helped Xia Chunhua assign tasks to the members and then went with Miao Sherwin and a few others to the base. After such a long time, the collected sunflower stalks had spread out significantly. Some people were still harvesting, while others were using a chopper to cut and bag the dried stalks. Zhu Xiaomin and Miao Sherwin asked 2 young men for help to weigh the bags they had prepared, seal them, and store them in the newly built hay shed, while also keeping a record. After a busy morning, the workers returned to the base for lunch. The women from the team brought food and, seeing Zhu Xiaomin, joked, "No wonder we didn't see you at the team office." Zhu Xiaomin smiled back, "I'm just trying to finish this batch of silage. After this, we need to go up the mountain to gather grass. When Comrade Zhao comes back, we will also need to select breeding sheep. Are we breeding our own lambs this year? Aren't we buying them from outside?" Xing Qingsheng quickly chimed in. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "Breeding our own lambs will save a lot of costs. If we don't have enough later, we can buy some more."
Then,
"How do we breed them?" Xing Qingsheng asked. Xie Qingji tapped his head. "Why are you asking?" Xing Qingsheng shrank his neck, still looking puzzled. Xie Qingji explained, "The third team has many livestock, and they say there are special medicines for breeding. We can ask Comrade Zhao about it, and buy some if it's suitable." Wu Shilin immediately said, "I've heard that using that medicine too much isn't good." "How isn't it good?" This time, Qian Zhuji interrupted. Wu Shilin elaborated, "I heard that with that breeding medicine, one male can breed several females at once. If they eat too much, how can it be good?" Xie Qingji nodded in agreement. "Breeding stallions and bulls are much more expensive, so we need to take care of them." The group exchanged thoughts, and in the end, Wu Shilin punched Qian Zhuji lightly, saying, "You're asking so many questions. Just remember not to use it carelessly." I know. I was just asking. I wouldn't use that medicine," Qian Zhuji quickly replied. As the conversation shifted elsewhere, he took his food and walked away to find a spot to eat. Zhu Xiaomin and Miao Sherwin exchanged glances and dispersed to find places to eat. It's not entirely true that everyone from the Qian family is bad. Qian Zhuji, being the son of Aunt Qian Air, is quite a straightforward person. However, rural people place great importance on family ties. Even though he doesn't like the troublemakers in the village, he knows that Qian Tuozi is his cousin, and understanding the impact of that medicine on breeding livestock makes him concerned. Miao Sherwin, feeling uneasy, waited until everyone finished eating and got back to work before pulling Zhu Xiaomin aside and quietly asking, "Can this really work?" This matter involves the friendship between Qian Juzi and Qian Tuzi. In fact, Zhu Xiaomin wasn't sure either, but she said, "Anyway, it won't have a negative effect. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. If it really doesn't work, then we'll wait for Lu Mingjing to bring the county officials to the countryside, and they will expose this issue." The words from the educated youth were actually true. Qian Juzi had no idea they were specifically meant for him. While eating, he couldn't help but think about Qian Tuzi's family, feeling a mix of emotions. It was sad to see Qian Tuzi in such a state, neither fully alive nor dead. But because they had to take care of him, his uncle brought a girl from outside and forced her to be his wife. Wasn't that harmful? Now, because Qian Denyang wanted Qian Tuzi to have an heir, their family had resorted to such disgraceful actions. That was truly wrong. Now he realized that taking too much medicine could harm the body. Wasn't that putting Qian Tuzi's life at risk? That afternoon he was distracted while working. When he returned to the village, he heard that Qian Yuanfei was calling several families to help again. This meant they were going to give Qian Tuzi more medicine. Qian Juzi felt anxious and wanted to find an excuse to avoid it like last time. But after leaving the village, he turned back and went to Qian Tuzi's house. He saw that Qian Tuzi had already been carried back inside. After hesitating for a moment, he went in and saw Qian Denyang sitting on the kong, feeding Qian Tuzi medicine with a spoon, saying, "Debeo, this is your wife. If you take the medicine and sleep with her, you can have an heir, and someone will take care of you in the future." Qian Tuzi made sounds as he drank the medicine eagerly. Qian Juzi felt alarmed and couldn't help but shout, "Aunt, taking too much medicine is harmful. Debeo's health is already poor. Please don't torment him anymore." Others were holding the girl down, trying to take off her clothes. Upon hearing his shout, Qian Yuanfei waved his hand, saying, "I know he needs an heir. Don't cause trouble." "Uncle," Qian Juzi said helplessly, "to have an heir, we need to consider his health. He's just starting to feel a bit better." Aunt Qian Er hurried out from inside, pushing him and saying, "Enough, enough. Your uncle knows what he's doing." She pushed him out of the yard. Qian Juzi grew anxious and shouted, "Uncle, even strong animals need to be careful with medicine. Debeo really can't handle this." At that moment, the people in the house had already reacted. Everyone was busy dragging the girl onto the bed, and no one paid attention to him. Aunt Qian had already pushed him back home. After hearing that the Qian family had caused a commotion for another night, Miao Sherwin felt uneasy and quietly asked Zhu Xiaomin, "Is this going to work? Does that girl not understand? Otherwise, we need to think of another way." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and had to think of other solutions. The next day, as soon as they arrived at the team office, they heard the members of Lushu village discussing something. The voices of several young women suddenly lowered. Zhu Xiaomin went to the front and nudged Xia Chunhua, asking what happened. Xia Chunhua glanced at the people in line and whispered, "Qian Tuzi died."
Died?
Zhu Xiaomin showed a surprised expression. She had a vague idea of what happened but still asked, "How did he die? Wasn't he getting better?" Xia Chunhua blushed, shook her head, and said quietly, "They say it was something sudden. I don't really understand, but he's gone." Zhu Xiaomin looked up and exchanged a glance with Miao Sherwin, choosing not to ask further. After assigning tasks to the members, Huang Xiaojun approached and quietly said, "It seems he took that medicine for 2 days straight, and his health was already poor, so he couldn't handle it and passed away. When I came over, Aunt Qian was sitting on the doorstep crying." Zhu Xiaomin noticed a hint of relief in her tone and nodded, saying softly, "If they don't harm others, they wouldn't end up like this." Huang Xiaojun looked at her, feeling that this incident was somewhat connected to her, but she wasn't sure and didn't ask more. From Shi Meijun to that girl, Qian Tuzi was a source of trouble, causing many issues. Now that he was gone, It was a relief for the community. In this era, extravagant mourning was not allowed. Aunt Qian was only in her 50s and hadn't prepared a coffin. The Qian family hurriedly made one from a tree they cut down on the mountain, without time to dry it. They buried Qian Tuzi 3 days later. With Qian Tuzi gone, Zhu Xiaomin felt a sense of relief. Although they still couldn't rescue the girl immediately, at least they didn't have to face that unsettling situation anymore. Amidst this chaos, time passed quickly. Shi Meijun, having completed her confinement, rushed to the team office and was upset to see a letter of commendation posted on the bulletin board. She caused a scene and was advised to leave by Qian Yuanfei, who wore a stern expression. In a few days, it would be the Dragon Boat Festival. Zhu Xiaomin had no interest in dealing with her and focused her thoughts on preparing for the holiday. Although Lu Mingjing said he came to prepare glutinous rice, knowing that there were 37 people living at the youth station, all of whom were doing hard work, he didn't want to only give one rice dumpling to each person when there was enough food. So, he asked Qin Sudong to exchange for over 20 pounds of glutinous rice from Yan Yimin at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative when delivering eggs. The male youth had already prepared 5 pounds of homemade wine, infused with realgar, just waiting for this day to enjoy it. Zhang Xiaomei took the opportunity to gather mugwort while taking the children out for inspiration, washing it clean and drying it in the yard. In the 2 days before the Dragon Boat Festival, it happened that the school had just completed another month. This month, rewards were not only for the children who had perfect attendance but also for a test. Usually, the children practiced by first learning to write and do math on a small blackboard, then each received a sheet of paper to practice writing with a pen. When it came time for the test, the papers handed to the children were handwritten by Luo Tingyuan. The test results were announced on the same day as the attendance rewards. Every child with perfect attendance received a small red flower painted on the wall and a colorful Dragon Boat Festival bracelet tied around their wrist. The top student in each class received a small sachet filled with mugwort made by Miao Sherwin. During the Dragon Boat Festival, it is customary in the countryside to hang mugwort on doors, but very few adults put effort into preparing colorful Dragon Boat Festival bracelets and sachets for the children. As a result, these 2 rewards were very popular among the children, especially the 3 exquisite sachets, which made the other kids envious. The children around those 3 were eagerly trying to smell the fragrance of the mugwort inside the sachets. Luo Yi was even prouder. Not only did he have new clothes and shoes, but he also had a colorful Dragon Boat Festival bracelet and a sachet, although his sachet was a different color from the other 3. When the other children saw this, they immediately raised their hands to protest. Teacher Zhu, Luo Yi doesn't attend class with us and didn't come in first place. Why does he have a Dragon Boat Festival bracelet and a sachet? Teacher Zhu, showing favoritism, confidently replied, but you all attend class and Luo Yi is here every day, right? Those who are here every day get a Dragon Boat Festival bracelet. What about the sachet? Protested the boy who ranked second in class 2. He didn't have one. Did it only matter that Luo Yi was the teacher's child? But Teacher Luo was part of the reformist faction. Zhu Xiaomin said, Luo Yi's little pouch is not because of the exam. You can see that it is different from others. He has always been helping our school. You use the blackboard and chalk, and the paper and pens were all given out and collected by him. He also cleans the blackboard, sweeps the floor, and wipes the tables. He does all of that, and this is his reward. We can clean the blackboard, sweep the floor, and wipe the tables too, the boy shouted unhappily, glaring at Luo Yi. Luo Yi tightly held his little pouch and protested softly, but I did it. The boy glared back and said loudly, Teacher Zhu, the pouch is a reward for good students. He doesn't know anything. Why should he have a pouch? The 3 red ones are for good grades, and his is green, which is a reward for being hardworking, Zhu Xiaomin explained. The red ones are for first place, and the green one is for second place, the boy suggested loudly. Although it made no sense, it immediately got agreement from the other 2 second-place students. Luo Yi's face turned red as he clenched his little pouch tightly and quickly said, the teacher said only first place gets a reward, not second place. He was used to being bullied by the other kids. Not only did he rarely have nice things, but if he did, they were often taken away quickly. However, he really liked this green pouch and didn't want to give it up. But why do you have one? The boy shouted back.
My
pouch has nothing to do with you, Luo Yi nervously replied. You don't know anything. You don't deserve a pouch, the boy said confidently. Right. This time, not just the second-place students, but other kids joined in. After 2 months of school, they not only learned to write but also memorized poems. Walking in the village, they held their heads high, but they had never seen Luo Yi write anything. Luo Ye's face turned red and suddenly he shouted, I can do it. I can do everything. You all can't do anything.
Luo Ye.
Luo Tingyuan quickly called out. Luo Yi realized he had said too much and stopped, turning to look at Luo Tingyuan. Tears rolled in his big eyes, but he held back from crying. He didn't want to give his little pouch to anyone. Teacher Luo, Zhu Xiaomin called out to stop, looking at Luo Yi and then at the other students. She nodded and said, well, what everyone said is also true. This time, the pouch is a reward for students with good grades. Teacher Zhu. Luo Yi was really about to cry now. Luo Tingyuan looked at him with concern but kept his mouth shut. Watching the second-place boy proudly lift his head, Zhu Xiaomin said, right now, there is only 1 green fragrance pouch, and the second place is 3. So, even if it's not given to Luo Yi, it can't go to the second place either. Then who will it go to? Everyone's eyes widened. Luo Yi felt anxious, his face turning red as he looked at Zhu Xiaomin, unable to believe that his beloved sister would take his things and give them to someone else. Zhu Xiaomin continued slowly, I have an idea. Do you want to try it? What idea? The children looked at her with anticipation, eager to get that unique pouch. Luo Yi bit his lip, nervously watching her. Zhu Xiaomin said, even though Luo Yi doesn't attend class with you, he goes with you every time you go out for poetry, right?
Right.
The children nodded. Zhu Xiaomin added, every time we go out, we have to learn a poem, correct? Correct. The children nodded again. Zhu Xiaomin continued, each class learns a different poem, right? The children nodded once more. Zhu Xiaomin said, but Teacher Miao also mentioned that you should learn from each other, didn't she?
Yes.
At this, the children fell silent, glancing at other classes, just nodding their heads. Zhu Xiaomin didn't mind whether they answered or not, and continued, so let's have a competition. Whoever can recite a poem the best will win the green fragrance pouch. As soon as she said this, the children began to discuss excitedly. Many looked uncertain, but Luo Ye's eyes brightened. Each class goes out once a week, meaning they learn 1 poem each time. However, with 3 classes, that means 3 different poems. They only guaranteed learning their own class's poem, with no confidence in the other 2. Moreover, in the past 2 months, excluding the first week without any outings, they had been out for 7 weeks, which meant each class had learned 7 poems, totaling 21 poems across 3 classes. However, Zhu Xiaomin also said there was only 1 green fragrance pouch and that it couldn't go to the second place, so besides reciting poems, there was no other way to compete. But if they didn't compete, the pouch would just go to Luo Yi without any challenge. A few older children thought that even if they hadn't memorized everything, they wouldn't lose to Luo Yi, so they immediately stood up to agree. Zhu Xiaomin asked Luo Yi, do you want to compete? Just as Luo Yi was about to speak, he heard Luo Tingyuan call out, Luo Yi. Luo Yi opened his mouth, fell silent, and lowered his head, still holding onto the fragrant pouch reluctantly. Luo Tingyuan sighed and said to Zhu Xiaomin, Teacher Zhu, Luo Yi isn't a student here, so there's no need for competition. Mr. Luo. Zhu Xiaomin disagreed. Since the kids have raised questions, it's not just about Luo Yi. It's also about our fairness as teachers. If they want to compete, then let's have a competition. People can't always be timid. They should strive for what they love, right? She knew that over the years, this father and son had lived cautiously, afraid to let anyone know he was teaching Luo Yi. However, she also understood that in his previous life, although Luo Yi achieved success as an adult, he had childhood traumas that left him withdrawn and unwilling to connect with others. She hoped this opportunity would help him break through. Keeping Luo Ye's education a secret was initially out of fear of trouble, but hearing her last few words seemed to hint at something. Luo Tingyuan was taken aback. Turning around, he saw Luo Yi standing with his head down, his small body straight and proud, yet burdened with immense pressure. His heart ached, and he finally nodded. All right then. Let Luo Yi give it a try. Even as he said this, he felt uncertain inside. His son's situation suddenly reminded him of the countless times he had faced criticism and humiliation over the years. He had once stood there, head bowed, facing injustice with no room for resistance. Now, did he want to impose that on his son? Upon hearing Luo Tingyuan's words, Luo Yi immediately lifted his head, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhu Xiaoman noticed the hesitation in Luo Tingyuan's tone but didn't give him a chance to backtrack. She quickly said, "All right, Luo Yi, if everyone wants to compete, then you should join in. Just remember, if you lose, no crying aloud." Luo Yi nodded right away. "I won't lose." Zhu Xiaoman smiled and asked the boys who had stood up, "Do you all want to compete? Then we can only do it one at a time. Who wants to compete with Luo Yi first?" "I do," said the second boy immediately. Zhu Xiaoman signaled for the others to sit down and began explaining the rules. If we take turns reciting, the first person has a disadvantage while the second benefits. We will alternate. I will say the name of the poem. For the first one, Luo Yi will recite the first line, and you will follow with the second line. For the second poem, you will start with the first line, and Luo Yi will follow with the second line. You can think in between, but there will be a time limit. I will count with my fingers. If I reach 3 and someone can't continue, they lose. How does that sound? Then she demonstrated with her fingers. The children understood the rules and nodded in agreement. Zhu Xiaoman started. Spring dawn. Then, she gestured to Luo Yi. Luo Yi glanced at Luo Tingyuan, saw he wasn't stopping him, and recited, Spring Dawn, by Meng Haoren. I sleep unaware of the dawn. He recited the poem without hesitation, but his voice was quiet, sounding a bit unsure. The second boy lifted his chin and quickly responded loudly, Everywhere I hear the birds sing. Luo Yi. Last night, I heard the sound of wind and rain. The boy. How many flowers have fallen? Zhu Xiaoman. Deer Park. She pointed to the boy. The boy immediately recited, Deer Park, by Wang Wei. In the empty mountains, no one is seen. Luo Yi. Only the sound of voices is heard. The boy. Reflected light enters the deep forest. Luo Yi. And shines on the green moss. Zhu Xiaoman. Climbing Stork Tower. She pointed to Luo Yi. Luo Yi. Climbing Stork Tower, by Wang Jihuan. The white sun sets behind the mountains. The boy. The yellow river flows into the sea. Luo Yi. To see 1,000 miles ahead. The boy. You must climb one more floor. These were the first 3 poems they learned. After finishing them, Luo Yi noticed that his father did not stop him. Instead, Zhu Xiaoman looked at him with encouragement, and his earlier uncertainty faded away, making his voice more confident. Zhu Xiaoman continued with another poem, Quiet Night Thoughts. She pointed to the boy. River Snow. She pointed to Luo Yi. In one go, they recited over 10 poems. The boy began to slow down and stumbled, but Luo Yi continued without hesitation. The other children looked anxious, and some couldn't help but quietly remind him. After finishing another poem, Zhu Xiaoman said, Since everyone doubts Luo Yi, let him take a little loss. You can help recite together, but you must stand up to take turns and not give quiet hints, as that would be like cheating. Once she said this, students began to stand up one by one, and the speed of reciting increased again. Luo Yi continued confidently, reciting the poems clearly and calmly. They quickly finished 21 poems. Zhu Xiaoman asked, Is there any poem left that we haven't recited? The students from 3 classes looked at each other in silence. Zhu Xiaoman said, Why don't you come up with questions for Luo Yi? But how could they come up with questions for what the teacher hadn't taught them? After a pause, Zhu Xiaoman added, If not, should I recite a few more? Seeing no one spoke, she continued, Luo Yi, recite, remembering my brothers in Shandong on the 9th day of September. For the past 2 months, regardless of the class, they had been memorizing 5-character quatrains. Luo Yi was surprised when she suddenly asked for a 7-character verse, but he didn't think much and confidently recited, alone in a foreign land as a stranger. Once he finished, Zhu Xiaomin quickly said, "Now, Song of Liangzhou. Beautiful grapes and fine wine in the night, moored at Qinhuai. The cold water is covered by the moon. Red cliffs. The broken spear sinks in the sand." He continued to recite over 10 poems without hesitation, and the students were both amazed and doubtful. However, hearing him recite the poems so fluently, they realized he couldn't have made them up, and they were left speechless. Not just the kids, but even the 4 teachers present were surprised and delighted. This boy was quite clever. As for Luo Tingyuan, he initially felt a bit uneasy watching the children with the poems, but as he observed his son, his expression gradually turned to one of pride. However, when Luo Yi recited poems that had not been taught, Luo Tingyuan was shocked. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late, and he felt anxious. Fortunately, these poems were among the most common 7-character quatrains. Once Luo Yi finished reciting, Zhu Xiaomin didn't ask any more questions. She glanced at the children and said, "Look, Luo Yi can recite not only what you've learned, but also what we teachers have prepared. What do you have to say now?" In fact, as the children stood up one by one, they had already lost, and now they were even more speechless. The second boy still grumbled. The teacher must have taught him privately, so of course he knows more than us. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Well, the 21 poems are ones that every teacher has taught thoroughly, and you've been helping each other memorize them. Why did so many of you need to stand up just to match him?" The boy couldn't respond, biting his lip as he looked at Luo Yi. Though he was unwilling, he couldn't argue back. Another boy asked, "Teacher Zhu, will we learn the poems Luo Yi recited later?" "Yes." Zhu Xiaomin nodded, winking and smiling. "If you want to learn in advance, you can ask Luo Yi to teach you." "Let Luo Yi teach?" Not only did the children widen their eyes, but Luo Yi also looked shocked. "Teach these mischievous kids?" Zhu Xiaomin didn't ask for anyone's opinion. She pointed to Luo Yi's small pouch and said, "From now on, if anyone can recite a poem and beat Luo Yi, the teacher will give an extra reward. This time it's all about Luo Yi. What do you think?" Clearly, they wouldn't win against Luo Yi this time, but there would be chances to challenge him in the future, which was better than having no chance at all. Several kids already shouted their agreement, and a second boy boldly asked, "Luo Yi, do you dare to teach me?" This challenge was interesting. Luo Yi looked back at Zhu Xiaomin and saw her encouraging gaze. He bit his lip and nodded. "Okay." Zhu Xiaomin clapped her hands. Starting tomorrow, during the first morning class activity, everyone will run while Luo Yi helps with reciting poems. And so it was decided happily. This way, those mischievous kids would have an outlet for their excess energy instead of causing trouble. Zhu Xiaomin left the classroom, leaving the kids with the teacher in charge today. Luo Tingyuan quickly followed her out and shouted as soon as he entered the youth center, "Teacher Zhu." Zhu Xiaomin smiled without surprise and turned back. "Teacher Luo." Luo Tingyuan looked uneasy and quietly asked, "How did you know Luo Yi could recite poems?" "I believe you wouldn't really let your child grow up without knowledge and become illiterate," Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile. But Luo Tingyuan was filled with confusion and unease. "Teacher Luo." Zhu Xiaomin took a few steps closer, stood in front of him, raised her head to meet his gaze. "I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, Luo Yi is just a child. He has been living at the youth center and helping at school. Everything he knows we can teach him." Although there were still 2 years until this chaos would pass, the situation had already eased compared to previous years. Teaching a child to recite poems was something she and the youth center could manage to protect him from. Luo Tingyuan looked at her for a moment, finally nodded slightly, and quietly said, "Teacher Zhu, I don't know how to thank you." "You are teaching us knowledge without charge," Zhu Xiaomin replied. "Without charge? How could it be without charge?" They had pulled him and his son from the abyss. He was merely answering some questions. What he did was far less than what they had done. Luo Tingyuan felt his eyes getting a bit teary. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Just then, he heard someone cough behind him, and a voice called out, "Xiaoman." The two turned around and saw Lu Mingjing standing at the door, looking tired from his journey. Zhu Xiaoman exclaimed, "I thought you would come tomorrow," and walked over to greet him with a smile. Luo Tingyuan was also a bit surprised and called out, "Lu Jiqing," as he came over to take his luggage. Lu Mingjing had rushed back and had just seen a scene that stirred his emotions, a refined man and a gentle woman standing just a step apart, seemingly in conversation. Luo Tingyuan looked quite excited, but his heart sank. Now, Zhu Xiaoman appeared calm, and although Luo Tingyuan's eyes were slightly red, he seemed at ease, as if nothing had happened. Lu Mingjing felt puzzled but let Luo Tingyuan take his luggage and replied to Zhu Xiaoman, "Yes, the plan was for tomorrow, but I finished my work early and came ahead." He then greeted Luo Tingyuan, "Mr. Luo," glancing at him, feeling a mix of emotions. Without his shabby clothes, Lu Mingjing's presence was even more impressive, like a strong pine tree. He wondered if leaving those clothes for him was a mistake. Noticing Lu Mingjing's gaze, Luo Tingyuan looked down at his own clothes and sincerely said, "I haven't thanked you for the clothes, Lu Jiqing." Although he accepted the gift with gratitude, his tone was calm and confident. Lu Mingjing shook his head. "Mr. Luo, you are too polite." Zhu Xiaoman sighed. "Do you both have to be so formal?" She noticed the items Lu Mingjing had placed on the table and asked, "Why did you bring zongzi leaves?" Lu Mingjing smiled. "I wanted to make more." He opened the bag and took out the contents. "I brought 15 pounds of glutinous rice, enough to make over 200. Zhu Xiaoman pursed her lips. "We already soaked rice here. We'll make them after dinner tonight. If we run out, we can use yours." Lu Mingjing paused. "I mentioned I brought some." Zhu Xiaoman laughed. "I just wanted to be safe, so I prepared extra. If there's any left over, we can make sweet rice cakes or 8 treasure rice."
All right.
Lu Mingjing said helplessly, carrying the rice with her to the grain store. He peeked over at the stove and asked, "What about the zongzi leaves?" "Mine are fresh reed leaves." Zhu Xiaoman replied, "Yes, we'll soak them too, but let's use yours first." As they chatted, they opened the grain store door and placed the rice inside. Lu Mingjing rolled up his sleeves, took another basin, and soaked the zongzi leaves he brought. Luo Tingyuan watched, feeling that the two shared a natural harmony. After standing quietly for a moment, he turned and returned to school. Upon discovering that Luo Tingyuan had left, Lu Mingjing felt a bit relieved and smiled at Zhu Xiaoman, saying, "Just now, Mr. Luo seemed very excited."
Yes.
Zhu Xiaoman replied, recounting what had just happened. She sighed and said softly, "Just because he was born into a good family and studied abroad, all his knowledge has become a burden. Luo Yi is clearly a smart and lively child, but he is becoming more and more withdrawn. He is better than all the other children, yet he cannot express himself. If this continues, he might become increasingly stubborn." So she was concerned about Luo Yi. Lu Mingjing thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, that child is very sensitive." He noticed her washing dates and helping with water, and smiled. "You let him memorize poems. It saves you trouble, and he gets to express himself. It's truly a win-win." Zhu Xiaoman beamed. "Exactly." Lu Mingjing turned to look at her with a smile and casually said, "You consider everyone else, but why don't you think about your own matters?" "My matters?" Zhu Xiaoman was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Your lifelong matters." Lu Mingjing stopped and looked deeply into her eyes. "Xiaoman, I just hope that when you think about this, I am your first choice." This confession came too suddenly, and Zhu Xiaoman was momentarily stunned. However, feeling flustered under his gaze, she quickly turned her head and said softly, "I already said, I don't want to get married." "Yes." Lu Mingjing didn't press her, agreeing, "If you don't want to, no one can force you. I just hope it can be another option for you." This was not the Lu Mingjing she knew. Zhu Xiaoman's heart raced even more, and just as she was thinking of a way to change the subject, she heard Xing Qingxing's excited voice from the yard. Mingzheng, why are you here today? He rushed in and grabbed him. The children had just finished school. Zhu Xiaomin felt relieved and smiled, saying, I've already boiled water. You all can sit for a bit. She walked away with a basin. Lu Mingzheng watched her as Xing Qingxing pulled him to sit by the table. After school, Luo Yi received unprecedented attention from the other children. Once they dispersed, he finally tidied up his small blackboard and returned to the youth station. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Mingzheng surrounded by a few people, talking. He immediately cheered and ran over, looking at him eagerly. Brother Lu. Lu Mingzheng turned around and gestured. This little guy seems to have grown taller. Yes, we think so too, Xing Qingsheng and the others nodded. Luo Ye's eyes sparkled. Brother Lu, today I memorized poems and won a small fragrant pouch. While saying this, she showed him her little sachet and added, It was specially made for me by Sister Sherwin. Lu Mingzheng smiled. It's a pity I missed it, but I heard from your sister Xiaomin that you are very talented. Those who didn't know would be confused about whether he won the sachet or if it was specially made for him by Miao Sherwin. Only those in the know understood he was telling the truth. Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing to listen. After showing off to Lu Mingzheng, Luo Yi ran to find Zhu Xiaomin. Sister Xiaomin, they won't take my sachet anymore. Zhu Xiaomin smiled, pulled him in front of her, and asked playfully, Are you happy today? Luo Yi nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. Just now they all asked which teacher taught me and how I could recite so many. Sister Xiaomin, I can actually recite even more. Take your time. Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair and winked at him. Good things shouldn't be revealed all at once. We should let them discover little by little how amazing our Luo Yi is. Sister Xiaomin, do I really need to lead them in reciting poems? Luo Yi asked uncertainly, his eyes full of hope. Of course. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. I'll make a list for you, starting from easy to difficult. You can guide them slowly, okay? Okay. Luo Yi nodded enthusiastically and ran off to find Luo Tingyuan. Xing Qingxing sighed. I really didn't know that little guy could recite so many poems. He asked Zhu Xiaomin, Xiaomin, how did you know? If Luo Yi had lost today, he would have had to give up his little sachet. Although it wasn't something valuable, it would still hurt the child. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Every time we go out to gather inspiration, he looks eager to try when the kids recite poems, so I guessed he could recite too. But he knows far more than what we've taught him, Xing Qingsheng pointed out. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and said directly, I wanted to test his depth, but I didn't get to, and I didn't want him to stand out too much. Xing Qingsheng sincerely said, Honestly, we were quite shocked. Lu Mingzheng turned to look and saw Luo Yi busy, wiping the small blackboard. Even though he was working, his every move radiated joy. He nodded slightly. How could someone like Mr. Luo not teach his son? After sitting for a while, the group returning to work saw Lu Mingzheng, and it became lively again. Zhu Xiaomin had already cooked the porridge and set a few side dishes on the table, smiling at everyone. We'll make rice dumplings later, so I didn't prepare a main dish. So, does that mean there will be rice dumplings to eat tonight? Everyone cheered, some took bowls, and others grabbed chopsticks. They naturally talked to Lu Mingzheng about the situation at the base while enjoying their porridge. Xie Qingji said, based on the current statistics, if we collect for 2 more days, we will have enough sunflower stalks for silage. After that, we need to go up the mountain to cut grass. I wonder when Comrade Zhao will come? Lu Mingzheng replied, next month. At that time, we can shear the sheep and then select breeding sheep. He said we should breed them while the grass on the mountain is lush, and the ewes can graze for a while. Before that, we also need to expand the sheep pen for separate feeding. Xie Qingji nodded repeatedly. We have been collecting sunflower stalks these days, and we will continue to make mud bricks. Zhu Xiaomin interjected, the peaches on the mountain are about to ripen. We will be busy soon. In fact, on flat land, peaches started ripening at the beginning of the month, but the fruit trees in the forest are planted on the mountain, and the area is colder, causing the peaches to grow later by more than a month. Reminded by her, Lu Mingzheng asked, have you found a market for your fruit? Zhu Xiaomin said, This is the first year for the peaches, so the yield won't be very high. We will first send them to the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Chan Sudong nodded. The day before yesterday, I mentioned it to Secretary Yen, and he told us to send them there first. Lu Mingjing asked, what about the other teams? You planted 4,000 acres of orchards last year. The other teams should also be looking for the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative, right? Zhu Xiaoman sighed. They say it's 4,000 acres, but after dividing it among the teams, many are afraid of the risks and haven't reached that amount. What did they plant instead? Lu Mingjing asked. Xie Qingji replied, many planted nuts, saying they won't spoil even if they can't sell. Lu Mingjing frowned. Although nuts bear fruit earlier, I heard from Zaheo that it takes a long time to reach full production, often up to 8 years. Zhu Xiaoman nodded. They have their reasons. It's indeed hard to find a market right now, and their thinking is understandable. Lu Mingjing looked at her. What about you? Have you thought about it? With so many fruit trees, if the County Supply and Marketing Cooperative can't take them, sending them to the City Cooperative will incur extra shipping costs, which could be a significant burden. Zhu Xiaoman nodded. This year's yield won't be very high. After sending to the County Cooperative, there won't be much left for us to divide. Next year, when we enter the full production phase, we can ask Secretary Yen for help in distributing to other counties. If that doesn't work, she has other plans. Everyone saw that she was not worried at all, so they didn't think much of it. They were excitedly discussing how this year not only brought in more fruit income, but also more wool income, making even the porridge taste sweeter. After eating, for young women and a few young men who could make rice dumplings started preparing to wrap them, while the others continued to listen to Luo Tingyuan's lecture. Miao Sherwin shook her head slightly when she heard Zhu Xiaoman talk about the afternoon's events and smiled, saying, that little fragrant pouch is just a small thing. How could it cause such a big fuss? Zhu Xiaoman laughed. You think it's a small thing, but the kids see it as an honor. Wang Xiaoya asked curiously, Sister Xiaoman, does Luo Yi really know a lot of poems? Zhu Xiaoman nodded. I don't even know how many he knows. She waved to call Luo Yi over, first putting a date in his mouth before asking, Luo Yi, have you counted how many poems you can recite? Luo Yi chewed the sweet date and smiled, shaking his head. I don't know. Zhu Xiaoman blinked. Starting tomorrow, you will teach other students to recite poems. Which one do you plan to teach? Luo Yi looked a bit troubled, resting his chin on his hand for a while before saying quietly, well, they only know 21 poems, and there are so many left. Which one should they learn? Zhu Xiaoman guided him. You can choose from the ones I tested you on today. Luo Yi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, since there are more boys, let's recite Liangzhou Ci. Why Liangzhou Ci? Miao Sherwin asked. Luo Yi replied, Liangzhou Ci talks about the heroic spirit of men in battle. But Chibi is also about that, Wang Xiaoya immediately said. Luo Yi shook his head without hesitation. Chibi is a poem about nostalgia. They don't understand 3 kingdoms. Does this little guy even know about the 3 kingdoms? Zhu Xiaoman asked Luo Yi, since you know about the 3 kingdoms, can you recite Chu Shibiao? That's too much. 5-character poems are one thing, but now you're testing him on 7-character ones and even classical texts. Miao Sherwin glanced at her. To her surprise, Luo Yi nodded without thinking. I can. He stood up and began reciting. The late emperor's efforts were cut short, and now the world is divided into 3 parts, with Ezhou in decline. As he recited continuously, Wang Xiaoya was left speechless, murmuring, oh my, I can't even memorize that. Zhang Qiaomei immediately nodded in agreement. Me too. I only memorized the beginning once, and I've long forgotten it. Song Xian also nodded in agreement, glancing back at Luo Tingyuan, who was teaching. We really need to put in some effort. Otherwise, we won't even be able to compare to this little thing. Zhu Xiaoman was not surprised at all. With a rice dumpling in her hand, she finished reciting the memorial on the expedition and casually said, the Yiyang Tower Ode. You're not talking about the 3 kingdoms. How did the Yiyang Tower Ode come up? A few people glanced at her. Luo Yi had already forgotten the previous topic and continued, the Yiyang Tower Ode, by Fan Zhongyan. In the spring of the 4th year of the Qingli era, Tung Zijing was exiled to govern the Bailing region. The Pavilion of Prince Tung. As soon as Luo Yi finished, Zhu Xiaomin pointed to another piece. The Pavilion of Prince Tung, by Wang Bo, the old town of Yuzhong, the new mansion of Hongdu. Stars divide the wings. The land connects Heng and Lu. Luo Yi continued without taking a breath. This time, even Miao Sherwin was stunned and murmured, "Oh my, I can only remember. The setting sun and the lone wild goose fly together. The autumn waters and the vast sky are one color." Zhu Xiaomin secretly stuck out her tongue. To be honest, she couldn't recite it herself. Finally, the boy's clear voice caught the attention of others nearby, and several people turned around, all looking surprised. Lu Mingjing also stopped, his hand holding the chalk slightly trembling, but he didn't say anything to stop him. After finishing the Pavilion of Prince Tung, Lu Mingjing started clapping and sincerely praised, "Such a young child, truly remarkable." Xia Qingji nodded repeatedly and laughed. No wonder little Luo Yi doesn't care to attend class with those kids. He must have learned it all already. Luo Yi then realized he had recited so many texts, glanced nervously at Lu Mingjing, opened his mouth, and softly said, "Xiao. Xiaomin's sister taught me." This was something Lu Mingjing had reminded him before school ended. Zhu Xiaomin burst out laughing and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I taught him. I'm amazing." She pulled Luo Yi over and pinched his cheek, saying, "All right, go help your sister feed the rabbits." The rabbits they had caught earlier had grown and were eaten, but they kept 2 big rabbits to raise for their young. Luo Yi, feeling nervous, immediately dashed to the backyard as soon as she said that. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at the people in the yard and huffed. "See? The eldest brother isn't working hard, and the little ones are surpassing him. How will he feel eating rice dumplings later?" "Everyone. That's enough." Xia Qingji helplessly called out, Class. Seeing a large group of young men obediently turning back to listen to the lesson, Lu Mingjing couldn't help but chuckle and glanced over again. That girl is becoming more and more like a leader, and what's remarkable is that these young men all listen to her. A group of 7 or 8 people worked together, and they wrapped over 200 rice dumplings in less than an hour. They arranged them neatly in a large pot, secured the lid tightly, placed 2 stones on top, and started cooking the dumplings over the fire. Zhu Xiaomin sent a few of the workers to attend a class while she sat by the stove adding firewood. Lu Mingjing slowly approached, dragged another stool over, and sat beside her, taking turns adding firewood to the stove. Zhu Xiaomin's heart skipped a beat, but seeing he wasn't speaking, she decided to forget about their earlier conversation. Lu Mingjing smiled at her a few times before softly asking, "Why do you urge others to learn, but you don't study yourself?" No wonder Song Jian quietly complains. Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. "It doesn't matter if I learn or not, as long as I can manage them." Seeing him shake his head with a smile, she said seriously, "You don't think their learning is useless, do you?" Lu Mingjing looked back at the group studying hard at the table, shook his head slightly, and said quietly, "I don't know if those books are useful, but they can't be harmful. Not to mention, the sense of unity among the young people here is much stronger than before. In the past, while everyone got along well and helped each other, they never worked together like they do now. In just 2 years since he left, they planted orchards, built a breeding base, and even started a primary school. Before, after work in the evenings, to save food, they rarely ate, usually just having a bowl of vegetable porridge. Their entertainment was mostly chatting or playing cards. Now they have dinner every day, and almost all their time after meals is spent reviewing lessons, which has brought them closer together. He stopped mentioning marriage, and Zhu Xiaomin felt much more relaxed. Resting her chin on her hand, she looked at him and asked with a smile, "You're not regretting coming back to the city, are you?" "I wouldn't mind taking on one more." Lu Mingjing was taken aback, but then laughed, raising his hand as if to tap her on the head. Not a chance. He didn't want to take on more responsibilities. As they chatted, the aroma of the dumplings began to waft from the pot, filling the air. The young men at the table could hardly sit still, frequently glancing over. Even Luo Yi peeked in from the backyard, stretching his neck to see what was happening. Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing and waved him over, offering him the remaining dates to eat. Luo Yi immediately sat beside her, chewing a date, and asked, "Sister Xiaomin, will we celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival like this every year from now on?" "Yes," she replied. Zhu Xiaomin gently pinched his little nose and asked, "Are you happy?" Luo Yi immediately nodded but quietly added, "Is there any meat to eat?"
Puffed.
Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Xiaomin leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "How about we raise 2 rabbits?" "Great." Luo Ye's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Rabbits reproduce quickly, usually having a litter of 5 or 6 every month and a half. After raising them for 5 or 6 months, they can be eaten. After half a year of raising them, they could enjoy a meal every now and then, which, while not enough to fill everyone up, would certainly satisfy their cravings. "Kid." Zhu Xiaomin laughed and ruffled his hair. When Luo Yi ran off again, Lu Mingjing asked with a smile, "How come you two are doing something so big without anyone knowing?" If the rabbits were on the mountain and no one caught them, they didn't exist. But if someone did catch them, it would be a group effort, yet they were quietly raising them for themselves. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head with a smile. "That room in the backyard looks like a storage shed from the outside, filled with some clutter. Plus, Luo Yi is very diligent and cleans it every day, even using the rabbit droppings to water the vegetables, so it doesn't smell." "What about the rabbit skins?" Lu Mingjing asked. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "Those are kept for last. Once dried, I'll store them away. I was thinking of finding someone to process them later and make a pair of shoes for Luo Yi in winter." "Not good." Lu Mingjing immediately shook his head. "When kids are together, they inevitably play rough. If someone sees them, he won't be able to explain." Zhu Xiaomin clearly had thought about it too, nodding and saying, "We'll talk about it later." She glanced at him. Lu Mingjing noticed and chuckled. "What are you thinking?"
You can just say it.
Zhu Xiaomin blinked and smiled. "It's hard to explain what we wear. Otherwise, why don't you turn it into a hat?" Lu Mingjing replied, "You're the one acting like a rabbit." Seeing that she couldn't get through to him, Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh again. After chatting for a while, the zongzi in the pot were ready. Lu Mingjing went to get a basin of cold water, and Zhu Xiaomin fished the zongzi out and soaked them. Then she called out, "Time to eat zongzi." As soon as she shouted, the group of young people sitting at the table cheered and hurriedly packed up their books. Lu Mingjing brought over a basin of zongzi and said with a smile, "Xiaomin said everyone gets 2. "Great." Several people agreed, and Song Xian acted the fastest, quickly grabbing 2 and handing them to Luo Tingyuan. Then Yang Aijuan also took 2 and passed them to Luo Yi. Behind them, Xing Qingxing took a plate and directly grabbed 8, handing 4 to Miao Sherwin, who was with the 4 young women. After that, everyone rushed in, and soon the bowl was left with only clear water. Lu Mingjing took the bowl away and replaced it with another one filled with soaked rice dumplings. He then took 2, walked around, and sat down across from Luo Tingyuan, smiling. "These kids love to mess around. I hope Mr. Luo isn't offended." Luo Tingyuan smiled back. "This is what makes it lively." While everyone was grabbing, no one took too much. It was all about the atmosphere. In fact, the dumplings had just been soaked for a while and were still warm. Most people held them in their hands, hissing as they inhaled, turning them over with both hands. It was Luo Ye's first time eating dumplings. He watched how others opened theirs and then unwrapped his. Seeing the white dumpling filling, he took a big bite, only to burn his mouth. Not wanting to spit it out, he blew on it a few times before chewing. The taste of glutinous rice and the fragrance of dates filled his mouth, and he happily squinted his eyes. Luo Tingyuan noticed and slowly unwrapped one for himself, taking small bites while silently pushing another toward his son. "Dad, I only need 2, Luo Yi pushed it back. Luo Tingyuan smiled. "I can't eat too many sweet things." He pushed it back again. "It's not too sweet, just right," Luo Yi countered, pushing the dumpling back. Luo Tingyuan said, "We'll take a break soon. If I eat too much, I won't be able to digest it." He pushed it back again.
Luo Ye complained, "Dad."
Lu Mingjing, watching the father-son interaction, felt a bit touched and chimed in, It's not good to eat too much at night. There are still 2 bowls soaking, and there will be more tomorrow. Luo Tingyuan paused and then took the dumpling back. Over the years, it had become his instinct to leave more food for his son, forgetting that Luo Yi was no longer afraid of going hungry. After eating the dumplings, they continued studying, and this time, Zhu Xiaomin joined in. Because she had been away for a long time, she had forgotten most of the textbooks. However, once she learned math and science, she could easily recall them with some review. What she lacked were subjects like literature and history, so she was currently following high school courses. Lu Mingjing sat next to her and noticed how seriously she was taking notes. He couldn't help but glance back at Song Jian. He heard the boy complaining, thinking she wasn't studying at all. Everyone was studying except him. Zhu Xiaomin glanced back several times before finally waving him away. Go on, go play with Luo Yi. Lu Mingjing. Well, he was indeed quite idle here. Thinking of how Luo Yi was reciting poetry and ancient texts earlier, he decided to go find Luo Yi. He wanted to know what that little guy could do. Luo Tingyuan's gaze paused on him for a moment before shifting to Zhu Xiaomin, then he continued speaking. The school had been established for 2 months. Although Luo Yi helped at the school every day, he remained a unique presence among the children. He was there during class, after class, and during activities, but he never joined the kids in writing or solving problems. When everyone was reciting poetry, he never spoke up. To him, he was just an outsider, a bystander, and the children often overlooked his presence. But now it was different. After the poetry session, he had a new task: to take the children for a run every morning and teach them to recite poetry. Luo Yi felt a bit excited yet nervous. When Lu Mingjing arrived at the inner courtyard, he saw Luo Yi resting his chin on his hand, squatting by the vegetable patch looking troubled, resembling a little adult. Finding it amusing, he approached and asked, "What's wrong? Still thinking about rice dumplings?" "Not at all." Luo Yi quickly denied, looking up at him and asking, "Brother Lu, why did you come to the countryside after returning to the city? Was this kid not welcoming him?" Lu Mingjing was surprised and replied with a question, "Why do you ask that?" Luo Yi shook his head and whispered, "The people here don't like city folks, even if they are city folks who grew up here." So he was talking about himself? Lu Mingjing shook his head. They don't dislike city people, they just see city folks as something special, so they tend to judge them by different standards. "Do they bully you too?"
Luo Yi asked.
Lu Mingjing thought for a moment and squatted down in front of him, saying, "When I first arrived, there wasn't a youth station here. We were placed in the homes of local families. They were a family, and we were just outsiders, so there was some of that. You have good backgrounds and came to support the countryside, yet they still bully you?" Luo Yi asked nervously. "How should I put it? In their eyes, educated youth are seen as cultured individuals, and they have a natural respect for culture. Generally, they wouldn't dare to bully openly." Lu Mingjing deliberately ignored the issue of background. "Are there special circumstances?" Luo Yi picked up on his words. "Yes." Lu Mingjing nodded. Everyone has a tendency to conform. When they become a group, what they want most is to pull down those they respect and step on them. Hearing his words, Luo Yi bit his lip but couldn't help asking, "I heard you worked at the team headquarters later, and everyone respected you. How did you do that?" After talking for a while, Lu Mingjing probably realized he was worried about reciting poetry with the kids tomorrow. He reached out and ruffled his hair, smiling. "Just focus on doing your own thing, avoid giving others a reason to criticize you, and don't be afraid of their challenges and provocations."
"But how do I handle it?"
His question was too broad, and Luo Yi still felt uncertain. Lu Mingjing looked directly into his clear eyes and clarified, "Luo Yi, other kids might bully you with their fists or hurtful words, right? Because that's the only weapon they have. But you're different. You're stronger than them because you have a lot of knowledge, and that knowledge is a weapon that is much more effective than theirs. Now, you have the chance to use your knowledge to fight back, to make them respect you. Stand tall so they look up to you, and gradually, they won't bully you anymore. This confidence comes from your own culture." Luo Yi thought for a moment, and then nodded. This afternoon during the poetry recitation They lost, so they didn't dare to take my little pouch anymore. Lu Mingjing nodded. So, you might not be able to physically fight them, but your ability to recite poetry made them respect you, so they didn't dare to hit you. These words made Luo Ye's heart race, and he murmured, reciting poetry can make them respect me? Lu Mingjing nodded. Yes, everyone has a desire to respect strength. When they compare their poetry skills to yours, it shows they care about whether they can recite well. Now that you've won against them, they will respect you. Luo Yi asked, so, if I keep being better than them, will they always respect me and not bully me?
Exactly.
Lu Mingjing affirmed. Luo Yi bit his lip and nodded vigorously, his big eyes shining in the dark. The next day, after the first class ended, he followed Xiang Jiquan and a few others out of the classroom. Seeing the 30 or so kids lined up waiting, Luo Yi felt a bit lost. Fortunately, Xiang Jiquan, having received instructions from Zhu Xiaomin, shouted a slogan to get the kids running, then asked, Luo Yi, today is your first day. Which poem will you have your classmates recite? His voice was loud, and the kids immediately turned to look back at him. Luo Yi quickly replied, I talked to Teacher Zhu. Today we are reciting Liangzhou Ci. This child even knows to mention Teacher Zhu. Xiang Ziquan ran alongside him and shouted, Great. Liangzhou Ci. You say a line, and let everyone repeat after you, come on. Following his lead, Luo Yi had no time to feel shy and could only recite loudly, Liangzhou Ci, by Wang Han. Grape wine in a moonlit cup, eager to drink, the Pipa urges on horseback, drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh, how many have returned from ancient wars. He recited a line, and the children echoed back. After a few rounds, Luo Yi gradually got used to it, mimicking Zhu Xiaomin and the others, explaining loudly, and then leading the recitation again, surprisingly well. The children ran around the youth station, initially uneven in their responses, but as they grew more familiar, they became more synchronized. Soon, the valley echoed with their clear voices. Luo Tingyuan stood at the classroom door, listening to his son's voice. At first, he felt a mix of anxiety and his clenched hands were sweaty. However, as he heard his son's voice shift from uncertain to confident, his eyes began to feel warm. His son, in a good environment, could have been someone admirable, but these years he had been hidden away, suppressed, and forced into the shadows. Now, is it time for him to flourish? He didn't know, but he couldn't bear to hold him back any longer. On the hillside, the workers paused to look, and the adults watching the children in class smiled slightly. In the base, the young workers were busy chopping silage, and upon hearing the recitation, they exchanged smiles. The children learning to recite poetry was good, but reciting while running was Teacher Zhu's clever plan. She said to protect the fruit trees on the mountain, they needed to exhaust the children's energy as much as possible. Lu Mingjing smiled at Zhu Xiaomin. This is indeed a good method. He looked up at the tall stacks of fodder in the barn, wiped his sweat, and gazed at the hillside outside the base, genuinely amazed. These sunflowers must yield over 100 pounds per acre, with a third oil extraction rate. That could solve a lot of our cooking oil issues. Why didn't we think of this before? After nearly a month, the vast fields of sunflowers had bloomed, turning the entire hillside golden, stretching endlessly in sight. Truly spectacular. When he passed by earlier, he was actually stunned by this sea of golden flowers. Zhu Xiaomin sighed. If it weren't for Comrade Meng, how would we know that we can grow sunflowers in saline alkali land? The young people were all from the city and really didn't know much about farming before coming to the countryside. The main task of the forestry farm was to plant trees, and only a small amount of flat land was used for crops. Who would have thought of growing sunflowers? Moreover, in a planned economy, no one dared to take that risk. But now, as the chaos was coming to an end and everyone was calling for a return to work, with Lu Mingjing facilitating the connections, this idea could finally get approval. Lu Mingjing nodded slightly, turned to look at her, and smiled. Even if someone thought of it, it would just be sunflower seeds, which could only be a snack. No one thought about pressing them for oil. That's true. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Fortunately, the county's oil mill can handle it. Looking at the fields full of sunflowers, she felt a bit excited. Since they were unsure about the soil quality and didn't want to waste the seeds brought by Lu Mingjing, they planted the sunflowers more sparsely this year. Even so, they estimated that the yield would be over 100 pounds per acre. Sunflowers can be planted densely, so if they save more seeds this year, they can plant them more closely next year, easily doubling the yield. This saline alkali land covers at least 2,000 to 3,000 acres. Lu Mingjing asked, after pressing for oil, there will be a lot of leftover cake from the sunflower seeds. It would be a waste to throw it away. Have you thought about what to do with it? Of course, it can be made into chicken feed, Zhu Xiaomin quickly replied. With those leftovers, we can mix them with the bran from milling grains. After expanding the chicken coop, we will have plenty of feed from autumn to winter. After the autumn harvest, they would continue milling the grains until the end of the year, providing more bran to use. Hearing their conversation, Xing Qingxing turned around and smiled. Mingjing, don't worry. Not only has Xiaomin figured out what to do with the sunflower seed cake, but she also has a plan for the stalks and flower heads after harvesting. What plan? Lu Mingjing asked. Xing Qingxing smiled. The flower heads can be used for silage, and we can collect the stalks, dry them, and use them as firewood. This way, we won't have to go up the mountain to gather wood ourselves. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. Originally, sunflower stalks could also be used for medicine, but we don't have the means to do that, and even if we did, we wouldn't need that much, so we didn't pursue it. Lu Mingjing found it interesting, about herbal medicine? Zhu Xiaomin laughed. What do I know about herbal medicine? I just occasionally hear people mention things like ginseng can prolong life, ginkgo leaves can improve blood circulation, and coptis can reduce heat. He knows all of this. Lu Mingjing was speechless. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said something serious. When it's time to harvest the sunflowers, I wonder if Comrade Meng can come by to teach us how to select seeds? Lu Mingjing chuckled. Of course, you choose the big and plump seeds. Everyone in the village knows that. Why do we need him to teach us? Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and shook her head. But many grain seeds, when bought and planted, have a high yield and good appearance in the first year. However, the second-generation seeds we keep will have lower yield and quality. Lu Mingjing knew this too, and after thinking for a bit, he nodded. I'll talk to Zaheo when I get back, or maybe we should bring seeds over again next year. Zhu Xiaomin sighed. The big bag of seeds you brought this year barely filled our planting area when spaced a meter apart. Given the current situation, next year we can plant them much closer together, which will yield several times more than this year's seeds. These seeds aren't cheap, and we can't keep asking you for seeds every year.
He was happy about it.
Lu Mingjing thought to himself, but simply replied, I'll discuss it with Zaheo. The two of them worked together, sharing jokes and talking about work, momentarily forgetting about others around them. Meanwhile, Xing Qingxing and a few others exchanged glances, making faces, and quietly moved away from the two. Around noon, the team's women brought lunch and, seeing Lu Mingjing, one of them joked, Why is the young cadre Lu working in the fields? Xiaomin, you must be generous. Lu Mingjing replied helplessly, Sister Chen, this is how we build relationships. Zhu Xiaomin thought, this is it. Lu Mingjing has not only become bolder, but also learned to sweet talk. Look how happy he made the women. Seeing her glare, the other young people laughed and went to wash their hands, asking, Are there any rice dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival tomorrow? Sister Chen replied with a smile. Yes, yes. 1 rice dumpling per person, along with mugwort dumplings and mugwort porridge.
The secretary said.
At this point, she suddenly exclaimed, Oh no. I almost forgot, the secretary said we need to get some eggs from you. Get eggs? Everyone was surprised. Sister Zhang explained. The secretary said we need to add some eggs to the porridge, just 20 will do. Miao Sherwin nodded with a smile. I'll bring them to the team after work tonight.
Great.
Sister Chen happily agreed. Seeing everyone serving rice, she didn't rush to leave and moved closer to Zhu Xiaomin, asking, Xiaomin, everyone says that the work points at the base will be divided as eggs at the end of the year. Is that true? Zhu Xiaomin smiled and shook her head. Sister, the eggs we have here are sent to the county to be exchanged for money. There won't be any eggs to divide. Instead, we will earn some money, and it will depend on how the team arranges it. Sister Chen quickly asked, "How much have we earned?" Zhu Xiaomin replied helplessly, "Every time we send something, we report the accounts to the team, but the total hasn't been calculated yet." Sister Chen looked a bit disappointed. In previous years, we saved and only had about 4 or 5 pounds of eggs by the end of the year. This year, I thought with so many chickens at the base, we could get some eggs. Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and said, "If everyone thinks like that, we could actually bring it up with the team. They have plans, and we can save that portion here." Sister Chen slapped her thigh. "I'll go back and tell the secretary." After saying that, she packed her things and left. Watching a few sisters leave the base, Lu Mingjing said, "Considering the demand for eggs in the county and from the members, it seems we need to expand the chicken coop." "Yes." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "We finished cleaning the silage today, and tomorrow we'll continue making mud bricks. We plan to complete the expansion before the autumn harvest." Lu Mingjing calculated. "I saw that some peaches on the mountain are already turning red. In about 10 days, we'll be harvesting peaches, and then it will be sunflower seeds. You all have a tight schedule during this time." As he spoke, he didn't want to leave. He was eager to see what the scene would be like then. But Zhu Xiaomin asked, "Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. When do you plan to return to the city?" Is she trying to rush him? Lu Mingjing glanced at her and had to answer honestly. "The day after tomorrow. If it weren't for the holiday, I wouldn't have this much time." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "The day after tomorrow is the 25th. I need to go with you to deliver the eggs to the county and discuss the peaches." "Oh." Is she hinting that they can go together? Lu Mingjing's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt energized, nodding eagerly. "Then let's go together. I just need a ride and can go with you to the supply and marketing cooperative." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "If you ride with us, you have to help out." Lu Mingjing laughed. "Of course." And so it was settled. At the end of the workday, Miao Sherwin set aside 20 eggs to take to the team office, accompanied by Xie Qingji, while the others went straight back to the youth station. As soon as they entered, Luo Yi rushed over, looking up at Zhu Xiaomin with a smile. "Sister Xiaomin, did you hear me reciting poetry with them?" "Yes, everyone on the mountain heard it." Zhu Xiaomin pinched his little face and rubbed his head. Luo Ye's eyes sparkled. "We only ran for half an hour, and they said it was too short to remember. After class, they want me to help them memorize it." "Okay, make sure to teach them well," Zhu Xiaomin advised. She looked up and saw Luo Tingyuan standing by the vegetable garden, looking at Luo Yi with a complicated expression. She casually greeted him, "Teacher Luo." Luo Tingyuan snapped back to reality, smiled, and greeted her back while bending down to pick vegetables. For dinner, we had rice dumplings again, along with mugwort porridge and a few cold dishes. Since we made a lot of rice dumplings yesterday, we didn't use the leftover rice. After dinner, everyone just tidied up and got ready for class. Seeing everyone had opened their books and settled down, Luo Tingyuan paused for a moment, returned to the inner courtyard, and after a while, brought out a white notebook. He placed it on the table and said, "This is what I've noticed about everyone's weaknesses during this time. You can take a look later." This notebook was given to him by Zhu Xiaomin to write lesson plans when he first agreed to tutor everyone, but he hadn't seen it in the last 2 months. At this moment, it caused a stir, with many hands reaching for the notebook at once. Song Jian was quick and grabbed it, but his hand was soon tapped by someone. As he loosened his grip, Zhu Xiaomin snatched it away, saying, "I need to know what your weaknesses are so I can ask Teacher Luo to address them specifically." Everyone reluctantly pulled their hands back, glancing nervously at Luo Tingyuan and then at her. Song Jian complained, "Teacher Luo, you didn't write everything, did you?" It felt like being under a parent's watchful eye, creating a strong pressure. Luo Tingyuan couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "In the past 2 months, most of you have improved quickly, and the middle school curriculum will soon be unnecessary." "That's great." Everyone immediately cheered. Zhu Xiaomin was also very pleased. She opened the notebook and looked closely. noticing that each page had a name written beautifully in cursive, detailing the weak points of over 30 students. As she flipped through more pages, a smile crept onto her lips. She glanced up at Luo Tingyuan and then focused on the lesson again. The notebook was filled with neat handwriting, and the ink color was consistent throughout the 30-plus pages. It seemed he had written all of this from yesterday to today. In the past 2 months, he had never used these notebooks, only writing on the blackboard and then erasing it himself, clearly afraid of leaving any traces. Now, that cautious man finally took a step forward with them. This was trust. Today, he finally believed that they meant him no harm and that they would protect him and his son. The next day for the festival, the team provided each person with a rice dumpling, 2 mugwort dumplings, and mugwort porridge mixed with egg. Lu Mingjing unwrapped the rice dumpling and saw the golden filling inside. He couldn't help but glance at Zhu Xiaomin. She noticed and smiled. The yellow rice has its own flavor. If you don't like it, you can go back to the youth station later to eat. Lu Mingjing shook his head. That's not necessary. After taking a bite of the dumpling, he couldn't help but ask, "How do you know I prefer glutinous rice?" Zhu Xiaomin blinked and casually replied, "You said it yourself." When did he say that? Lu Mingjing wondered. He did prefer glutinous rice, but given that he often didn't have enough to eat, he wouldn't be picky. How could he have said he liked glutinous rice dumplings more? Zhu Xiaomin, without changing her expression, continued, "A while ago, we had glutinous rice dumplings, and you said they tasted better." Did he? Lu Mingjing paused, trying to remember if he had eaten glutinous rice dumplings in the past years, but his mood suddenly lifted. So, she remembered something he had said a long time ago? Not understanding why the man suddenly looked so happy, Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and quickly looked down, silently eating her meal. In the evening, everyone decided to take a break from classes and brought out the prepared yellow rice wine, along with seasonal vegetables, peanuts, and dried tofu, carefully preparing some side dishes. Song Xian slaughtered 2 rabbits and added potatoes and other ingredients, making a rich stew. Miao Sherwin also brought out the eggs she had saved, turning them into tea eggs, giving an extra one to Luo Yi while everyone pretended not to notice. In the courtyard of the youth station, the aroma of the food mixed with laughter, filling the night air. Luo Tingyuan sat between Xie Qingji and Lu Mingjing. After a couple of drinks, he found himself talking more, sharing stories from many years ago. The distance between him and the youth gradually shrank, unnoticed by anyone, as if it was meant to be. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Lu Mingjing returned to the city. The next day was the 25th, a day for giving away eggs. Zhu Xiaomin got up early, went up the mountain, and picked a dozen ripe peaches. She also got a recommendation letter from the team. When the eggs were loaded, she headed to the county with Lu Mingjing and Chen Sudong. They had over 2,000 eggs packed with straw in 6 large baskets. To prevent the baskets from tipping during the journey, the eggs were placed inside, with several bags of chaff leaning against the outside. The 3 of them sat on the bags, chatting as they traveled. Although it was already hot at the end of June, they set off early to avoid the sun. The morning breeze felt refreshing. Chen Sudong and Zhu Xiaomin discussed the plans for the base and orchard. This year, the area for fruit trees has been reduced to 10%. The largest part is still in our team. We planted many peach trees last year, and this year we have more apple trees and quite a few hawthorn trees. Other fruits are not worth it. Hawthorn is probably the hardest to sell. Lu Mingjing laughed. I remember Xiaomin made hawthorn jam last year. That's a good idea. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Besides selling fresh hawthorn, we can dry it or make jam. We should look into the details later. Chen Sudong thought for a moment, nodded, and added, and about the breeding base, raising sheep is fine, but last year we had quite a few roosters. Meow, the young worker, and I were thinking about buying new chicks soon. Should we send those roosters to the supply and marketing cooperative? Zhu Xiaomin pursed her lips and nodded. There are only a few of them, so it's not urgent. Expanding the base is more important. Lu Mingjing looked back at her, his eyes filled with amusement. It seemed she had no intention of selling the chickens. She was probably thinking about keeping them for food. As they chatted, The tractor entered the county and drove straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. Yen Emin was waiting and, hearing voices outside, quickly came out of the office. Seeing the group getting off the truck, he exclaimed joyfully, "Zhu Lu, you are rare guests." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Secretary Yen, you're joking. We're not guests." She looked around and asked Secretary, "Do you know where there is water?" Yen Emin, unsure of her intentions, pointed to the wall and said, "There's a well over there." Zhu Xiaomin smiled at him, and when she saw some staff coming over, she added, "Excuse me, could I borrow a basin for food?" The staff, seeing she was with Chen Sudong, didn't ask questions and quickly returned with a basin for her. Zhu Xiaomin took it and smiled at Yen Emin, saying, "Please wait a moment. Leave Chen Sudong and the staff to count the eggs and take Lu Mingjing to the well." Yen Emin found it strange and followed to take a look. She saw Lu Mingjing drawing water and took out some peaches to wash. Her eyes lit up. "Are your peaches ripe?" Zhu Xiaomin immediately nodded. "Yes, I picked these early this morning. I washed them so everyone can have a taste." While speaking, she quickly washed the peaches and then followed him into the office. Yen Emin noticed that the washed peaches had a greenish-yellow color with bright red on top, looking very tempting. She immediately asked, "Do you know how many there are?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Only a few are ripe right now, not many yet, and we haven't started picking in bulk. I want to know if sending fruit to the supply and marketing cooperative is better with more quantity, or on a regular schedule." Yen Emin pondered for a moment and said, "I can't be sure yet. Unlike eggs, fruit doesn't stay fresh for long, so can you send them daily?" Zhu Xiaomin and Lu Mingjing exchanged glances before replying. "Secretary Yen, if we send them daily, it depends on how many we have. If it's just a few dozen or 100 pounds, it won't be enough for us to eat, and it wouldn't be worth a special trip." Yen Emin nodded. "Our first step will definitely be to send them to the farmer's market. Or you could start by sending 300 pounds as a trial. If they sell well, we can increase the amount." Zhu Xiaomin asked, "What about the price?" "The price of fruit depends on the quality. Local fruit prices are similar, around 30 to 40 cents. Our purchase price is mostly between 15 to 20 cents, Yen Emin replied. "It's the same as with eggs, which are priced at half the market rate." Zhu Xiaomin pointed to the basket and said, "For sending to the county, we will definitely pick the freshest ones. Secretary, could you set a price? In a few days, when the peaches are ripe, we can send them along with the eggs to see how they sell. Eggs are sent every 10 days, and by then, the peaches should be ripe as well." Yen Emin was silent for a moment, noticing the peaches varied in size. He reached out to sort them and saw more large ones than small ones, pondering, "How about 18 cents for the large ones and 15 cents for the small ones?" "Secretary," Zhu Xiaomin said with a helpless expression, "you just mentioned that the price for peaches is between 15 to 20 cents. How can we sell the larger peaches for only 18 cents? Yen Emin. He regretted revealing the actual price. Lu Mingjing timely interjected, "Secretary, the peaches are picked fresh from the tree. If we differentiate by size for pricing, what standard should we use to distinguish them? Also, if we pick hundreds of pounds of peaches from the tree and sort them by size, won't that delay the delivery time? This is a valid point. Without a comparison, how can we tell the difference in size?" Yen Emin thought for a moment. "Although your peaches are fresh, they vary in size. If the price is the same for all." Secretary, before he could finish, Zhu Xiaomin interrupted, grabbing a washed peach and smiling. "You can tell if food is good by tasting it." Yen Emin was curious about the peach's flavor. He took it, broke it open with his hands, and heard a crisp sound as it split in half. Zhu Xiaomin immediately said, "See how crunchy this peach is." Yen Emin smiled, giving her one half and taking a bite of the other half. Zhu Xiaomin took it, but didn't eat it. Instead, she handed it to Lu Mingjing, saying, "You should try it too." She was thinking of sharing even with just half a peach. Lu Mingjing accepted it with a smile. Before he could take a bite, Chen Sudong came in after counting eggs. Zhu Xiaomin quickly grabbed another peach and said to him, "You break it open, and we'll try it too." Why was she sharing with Chen Sudong? Lu Mingzheng felt a bit displeased, holding the half peach without eating it. Chen Sudong broke open a peach and shared half with her, just as a staff member entered with a list for Yen Yimin. Secretary, here are today's eggs, a total of. Before he could finish, Zhu Xiaomin cheerfully said, "Thank you for your hard work. Try this peach." She had already pushed the half peach into his hand, grabbed another one, broke it open, and praised, "This peach is really crunchy. I can break it easily." She handed half of it to Lu Mingzheng. Lu Mingzheng smiled, putting the first half back in the bowl and taking a bite of the second half, feeling the sweetness from his mouth to his heart. Zhu Xiaomin then urged Yen Yimin, "Secretary, you should try it." She took a bite and nodded. Mr. Meng said our mountain gets plenty of sunlight, and they really are sweet. She glanced at the other two. Chen Sudong quickly agreed, taking a bite and nodding, "Not only sweet, but also juicy. It really quenches thirst." Lu Mingzheng understood. "Yes, it's very delicious." Zhu Xiaomin thought, "Why can't you say a bit more?" Yen Yimin took a bite and found the peach to be sweet and juicy, but if he were to praise it, he might have to raise the price. The staff didn't understand the twists and turns here. Seeing only a dozen peaches, they thought the people from the orchard were giving them as a personal favor. They took a bite and found it crunchy, sweet, and juicy, filled with peach flavor, and genuinely praised, "These peaches are really delicious." Yen Yimin. "Can this fool leave?" Before he could speak, another staff member came in and called out, "Secretary." Zhu Xiaomin immediately smiled brightly, picked up half a peach that she had put back in the bowl, and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Try our peaches." The staff member was taken aback, but instinctively accepted it. Seeing the previous staff member enjoying a peach and praising it, he felt reassured and took a bite, also praising, "It really is delicious, crunchy, sweet, and juicy." Yen Yimin. "What else can I say?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled with her eyes squinting and quickly added, "If you have work to do, please go ahead. We're not in a hurry." The previous staff member hurriedly handed a list to Yen Yimin, saying, "Secretary, this is the total number of eggs they sent today." Yen Yimin took a look and showed it to Chen Sudong, then signed it and waved for the staff member to go get the money. The second staff member quickly came over with another list, saying, "It's from the Grain Bureau. The grain and oil supply is running low, and they want us to find a solution quickly. In the Yunchong area, they usually use sesame oil, but at this time, the sesame hasn't been harvested yet, and they are in a transitional period." Yen Yimin felt a headache. "Didn't you say we were already looking for a solution?" The staff member smiled wryly. "I did, but they want me to report back again." "Got it." Yen Yimin waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "Secretary Yen, in another half-month, we can also harvest our sunflower seeds." Yen Yimin's eyes lit up and he slapped the table. "Right, you need to use sunflower seeds to make oil." He asked eagerly, "Do you know how many pounds we can harvest?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "We haven't done a specific count, but it's about 1,000 acres. Since it's our first year, we don't have much experience, and the planting isn't very dense. Even with sparse planting, 1,000 acres should yield a good amount." Yen Yimin immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Go back and tell your team leader that we want every single sunflower seed from this batch." Zhu Xiaomin smiled and reminded him, "Secretary, we came here to discuss peaches today." Yen Yimin was taken aback and felt more troubled. I can't offer a good price for the peaches. You won't just withhold the sunflower seeds, right?" As soon as he said this, both Lu Mingzheng and Chen Sudong couldn't help but laugh. "This secretary is quite straightforward." Zhu Xiaomin blinked and said, "But the secretary is making it hard for us, which will make future cooperation difficult. Fruits can spoil, but sunflower seeds do not." Yen Yimin sighed. "This isn't our first time working together." He looked at Lu Mingzheng and Chen Sudong, then asked, "How about you give us a price?" Zhu Xiaomin immediately replied, "Secretary, Yen also said that the price of peaches depends on their appearance. To ensure freshness, we can deliver the peaches right after they are picked. Once they arrive, you will need to sort them by size before selling, which means there will be two prices, right?" Yen Yimin nodded quickly. "Yes, the smaller ones may taste good, but they can't compare to the larger ones. Zhu Xiaomin agreed. I've been here for many years and have never tasted better peaches than ours. Given the quality of our large peaches, they should be worth around 20 cents each, right? His two subordinates had just praised the peaches, so he couldn't say otherwise. Yan Yimin could only nod. But not all your peaches are large. Zhu Xiaomin replied, even the small peaches are just smaller in size. In terms of taste, they are just as good as the large ones. They shouldn't be priced at only 15 cents, right? Indeed, he had mentioned that the lowest price was 15 cents. Yan Yimin nodded again. Zhu Xiaomin continued, moreover, since we are delivering the peaches ourselves, the supply and marketing cooperative won't have to spend time and effort collecting them. From picking to delivery takes just 1 hour. Where else can you find fresher peaches? Secretary Yan, how about a total price of 18 cents? This was a compromise between the best and worst prices, slightly raised to account for delivery. Even Lu Mingjing and Chen Sudong thought this price was fair. Yan Yimin thought for a moment and nodded. This price seems reasonable, but remember the sunflower seed issue? Zhu Xiaomin nodded. We'll discuss the sunflower seed matter with our team and draft some guidelines. After we collect the first batch of sunflower seeds, we will send them over to check the oil yield, and then we can discuss further. Yan Yimin nodded repeatedly. Good, good. But still seemed worried. Just don't give them to anyone else. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Secretary Yan, there are no oil presses in our town. Who else would we give them to? Besides, we want to work together long term. That made sense. Yan Yimin felt a bit relieved when he saw that the staff had already collected the money for the eggs. He signed and stamped the receipt, then established a temporary agreement for the peaches, which he handed to Zhu Xiaomin. Still a bit worried, he reminded her, but remember, we want freshly picked peaches. Of course. The days are getting brighter earlier now. We can send the members up the mountain to pick them in the morning, and then they can start working, Zhu Xiaomin replied enthusiastically. She took the money and the agreement, put them away, grabbed her basket, and playfully took 2 peaches from the bowl, saying, the rest, Secretary Yan can share with everyone. Why is she taking 2 back? Yan Yimin was a bit surprised but didn't ask, and he saw the 3 of them out. The tractor took a detour and stopped in front of the long-distance bus station. Lu Mingjing felt reluctant, but had to get off the bus. He held his luggage but kept his eyes on Zhu Xiaomin, quietly saying, Xiaomin, I'm leaving.
Cough.
Before Zhu Xiaomin could respond, Chen Sudong coughed and said, Lu, do you want me to help you buy a ticket? You'll probably only make the afternoon bus. I can take you to the county committee later. This was giving them some private space. Lu Mingjing thought this young man was quite perceptive and quickly nodded, handing him some money. Thank you. Chen Sudong took it and jumped off the bus, running away quickly. Zhu Xiaomin was speechless and shook her head helplessly. She looked up at Lu Mingjing and handed him the 2 peaches she had taken out, saying, take these to eat on the way. So, these were for him? Lu Mingjing felt even happier and quickly accepted them, his eyes bright. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, are you going to miss me? After saying that, he quickly added, I know I will. This guy has really changed. Zhu Xiaomin was stunned and looked up at him, only to see his ears turning a suspicious shade of red. For a moment, she felt a bit curious and couldn't help but laugh. Who taught you to say that? I guess it wasn't Xie. Could it be that kid Song Jian? Whether in this life or the last, she had never seen him shy before. Can't it be something I wanted to say myself? Lu Mingjing saw her laughing carefree and couldn't help but sigh. Yang Aijuan said he was a blockhead, but maybe this girl just didn't understand romance? It seemed the revolution had not yet succeeded, and comrades still needed to work hard. Zhu Xiaomin treated it like a joke, but then changed the subject to ask about his next work plans. Lu Mingjing had to answer honestly. Your breeding base has seen initial success. The next pilot project should be in Team 3, but I might not be in charge of it. Why Team 3? Zhu Xiaomin was taken aback. Lu Mingjing said, the inspection results show that Team 3 already has a lot of livestock. The higher-ups believe that developing the breeding industry should be easier for them. Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and nodded. That is indeed a favorable condition, but have you counted how much manpower and effort we have invested in this breeding base? First, the leaders of Team 3 are too self-serving and not focused on getting things done. Second, the members of Team 3 are not united. In fact, even in Team 1, many members are also hesitant, so most of the workers at the base are from the youth team. Lu Mingjing knew what she was talking about and couldn't help but smile wryly. The leaders from the city came to inspect, and I reported these points, but they didn't have any effect. Yes, he was just an ordinary worker. Zhu Xiaomin felt helpless and decided to let it go. After a while, Chen Sudong returned with the tickets and told Lu Mingjing, "It's the train that leaves around 2 in the afternoon." Lu Mingjing nodded and said to the two, "I need to go to the county committee. You both have work to do, so you can go ahead." He picked up his luggage, took a couple of steps back, and waved goodbye. Zhu Xiaomin smiled at him and waved back. As Lu Mingjing watched the tractor start, he hurriedly called out, "Xiaomin, I'll come back next month, so wait for me." The sound of the tractor drowned out his voice as it took Zhu Xiaomin and Chen Sudong down the road out of the county. After a while, it disappeared behind a cluster of houses. He sighed softly and turned to head to the county committee. On the tractor, Chen Sudong heard his words clearly. He glanced at Zhu Xiaomin and noticed her faint smile, which showed no strong reaction. He sighed, "Our breeding base is lucky to have you here. Otherwise, how would Lu, the youth, come here so often?" Zhu Xiaomin shot him a look and shook her head. "That's not true. Even without me, Lu Mingjing would still do well. He just wouldn't come here, specifically for the holidays." Chen Sudong realized he had misspoken and quickly nodded. Right. Lu is serious and responsible. Any task given to him will be done well. Then he added quietly, "But without his help, we wouldn't be able to establish the breeding base at all." "That's true." Zhu Xiaomin recalled the initial establishment of the breeding base and nodded slightly. "Yes, it's rare that he still cares about things here even after leaving." Chen Sudong. "All right, you don't appreciate it anyway." The tractor remained parked by the threshing ground, and Chen Sudong stacked the empty large baskets. He carried them himself, while Zhu Xiaomin held the empty basket that had previously contained peaches, walking back to the team office along the hillside. "Today, I talked with Yan Yimin about picking peaches, and after dropping off Lu Mingjing, I returned a bit later than usual." The ladies at the big kitchen were already preparing lunch. Gu Monsong and Xia Dongliang were discussing the next deforestation task. When they saw her come in, they immediately greeted her and asked, "How did it go? What did the county supply and marketing cooperative say?" Zhu Xiaomin took out the temporary agreement and showed it to him. "The next delivery of eggs will be in 10 days. The peaches on the mountain are starting to ripen in large quantities. We will pick about 300 pounds to send for a trial sale." Gu Monsong was worried. 300 pounds? What if the sales aren't good? That's a lot of peaches. Last year, the most planted trees were peach trees, and they were 2-year-old seedlings, so each tree could yield around 200 to 300 pounds. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and waved her hand. "They won't refuse them. It's just a matter of how many we send each day." "Each day?" Xia Dongliang asked. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "The fresher the peaches, the better. They hope we can pick and deliver them daily. Otherwise, they won't give us this price." Gu Monsong nodded repeatedly, but still worried. "What if they can't use that many?" Zhu Xiaomin chuckled. "Peaches on the tree won't spoil if picked a few days later. Even if they can't sell all of them, with so many people in the team, we can share them as a benefit. A few 100 pounds won't be much for each person." "That's true." Gu Monsong nodded, though he still had concerns. They planted these fruit trees to generate income, not just for themselves. But thinking back to when they didn't grow fruit trees, they had no income from this source at all, so it was easier to accept. Zhu Xiaomin continued. "Also, regarding the sunflowers, most of them are nearly ready. In another half-month, they will be fully grown. Secretary Yen said we should discuss it in our team, draft some regulations, and figure out how to harvest them." Gu Monsong asked, "Aren't we just collecting sunflower seeds?" Just then, Chen Sudong walked in and added, "That method sounds simple, but since we have a breeding base, the leftover cake from the oil extraction is perfect for chicken feed. If we give them the sunflower cake, they will just throw it away as waste after extracting the oil." Xia Dongliang asked, "So, how are you planning to discuss this?" Zhu Xiaomin replied, We will definitely give them the sunflower seeds. We just need to figure out the collection method and draft some regulations to discuss with them. Gumon Song turned to Xia Dongliang and asked, "What do you think, Lao Xia?" Xia Dongliang smiled wryly. "We have always completed our tasks according to the rules, but we haven't done this before. Let's discuss it with comrades Zhu and Chen." Gumon Song nodded and looked at Zhu and Chen. Zhu Xiaoman said, "If we directly deliver the sunflower cakes, we only need to pick them. It's the easiest way, but then it will be hard to collect the leftover cakes. If we send sunflower seeds instead, we will have to put in labor to separate the seeds." Chen Sudong added, "Moreover, the leftover cakes can be used for silage." Xia Dongliang asked, "If we send sunflower seeds, can we bring back the leftover cakes?" Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "As long as we organize everything, they can press the oil right away, and we can take the leftover cakes back. Plus, since we did an extra step, the price will be easier to negotiate than if we just sent the sunflower cakes." Hearing her list the benefits of sending sunflower seeds, it was clear she preferred this plan. Chen Sudong interjected, "The third option is for us to contact the oil mill ourselves, get the oil pressed, and then deliver it to the supply and marketing cooperative. But that would add the cost of the oil mill, and we would need to coordinate the timing. Besides, our people don't know how to handle the oil pressing." Gumon Song listened and nodded, acknowledging the complications. Zhu Xiaoman continued, "While we discuss this, we should also consider our own oil needs. In previous years, people in our village had to trade grain for oil. This time, we can negotiate with a cooperative to return some oil for our own use, so everyone won't have to worry about saving oil for the new year." Gumon Song was immediately convinced by this point and asked eagerly, "Is that really possible?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "The goods are ours, and everything can be negotiated. We just need to establish a few guidelines in our team to discuss with the cooperative. It shouldn't be a problem to keep some oil for ourselves." Gumon Song nodded repeatedly, wanting to speak, but Xia Dongliang redirected the conversation. "Let's have a small meeting later to discuss this. You all write down these options, and we can address any shortcomings later." Even though he leaned towards a particular plan, he couldn't show favoritism. As a leader, he needed to be fair. "Okay." Zhu Xiaoman replied cheerfully, "I'll write it up now, and we should have it ready by this afternoon." She didn't linger and left with Chen Sudong. At lunchtime, several team leaders were gathered, seemingly discussing something, so Zhu Xiaoman didn't approach them. Just as she sat down, Gumon Song waved, "Zhu Xiaoman, come sit over here. We need to hear your thoughts." Her thoughts have been expressed. Zhu Xiaoman could only go over and explain the three plans in detail again. Xia Dongliang said first, "In my opinion, if the price difference is significant, it's better for us to handle the delivery ourselves. It's not difficult to send a few people from the team." The production team leader spoke, and the others only knew that the price could be raised, so they had no objections. Only Qian Yuanfei sneered, "Promoting production is a good thing, but using production to benefit oneself, wanting to eat and drink, that's just seeking pleasure. But how is it seeking pleasure just to leave some oil for the team?" The others looked at him, but ignored him. Since last time, Huang Manhwa and he had been at odds. She glanced at him and said to Gumon Song, "Secretary, let's not talk about anything else. It's very difficult for our team to get some oil every year. This time, if we can keep around 100 pounds, we won't have to worry during the new year. Besides, this is a collective matter, so we can't be blamed for anything." While the earlier comments were just opinions, the later exchanges were quite pointed. Zhu Xiaoman lowered her head, quietly biting her lip to suppress a laugh. Qian Yuanfei snorted coldly, seeing that most of the table agreed, and he just sat there with a stern face, saying nothing. Gumon Song nodded and asked Zhu Xiaoman, "Our preliminary opinion is to go with the second and third plans. You can discuss the details further. Do you know if a time has been set?" Zhu Xiaoman replied, "We can go when we deliver the eggs next time." Gumon Song nodded and then told Xia Dongliang, "Remember to arrange for people to pick peaches early." The small meeting ended at the dining table. In the afternoon, Zhu Xiaoman finished writing the plan, showed it to Gumon Song, and that was considered complete. 10 days later, the mountains were filled with ripe peaches. The team sent dozens of people up the mountain at dawn to pick ripe peaches, filling baskets as they went. They gathered 300 pounds to carry down the mountain, along with the eggs, to deliver to the county. Since they needed to discuss matters, Zhu Xiaomin went along. When the fresh peaches arrived, Yan Yimin hurriedly had them weighed and sent them to the farmer's market right away, signing for the staff to collect the payment. He then called 2 people to his office. Zhu Xiaomin brought her written plan to him and briefly summarized the team's opinions, stating directly, "Most of our team's leaders prefer the second option, as it allows us to see the weight of the sunflower seeds directly without needing to calculate the plate." Yan Yimin carefully reviewed the 3 plans several times, listened to her analysis of the pros and cons, and ultimately chose the second plan. The reason was simple. In the first plan, the sunflower seeds are sent to the county, where they need to be shelled and dried before oil can be extracted. However, the county has a shortage of workers and labor costs are high, which adds to the expenses. The production team only needs to keep track of work points. The drying of sunflower seeds can be done directly at the threshing ground, but the county does not have enough space for that. As for the third plan, sending the seeds to the oil mill also incurs costs, which will ultimately affect the oil price. The oil mill is managed by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, which can assign tasks and only needs to coordinate the workers' schedules. With the plan set, the next step is to determine the price. However, there is no experience in extracting oil from sunflower seeds here, and everything is still being explored. The oil yield from the seeds will only be known after the first batch is processed. Therefore, a temporary agreement was signed. Under the current policy of unified purchasing and selling, such agreements are rarely used. However, there is a supply and marketing cooperative in a nearby town which, although directly managed, adds some delays. Now, with a stamp paper in hand, not only are Zhu Xiaomin and Chen Sudong relieved, but Yan Yimin feels more at ease too. When discussing the timing for the first delivery, Zhu Xiaomin said, "Secretary, the next delivery of eggs is on the 15th, but we haven't decided how many peaches to send. Let's wait for today's sales results before making a decision." Indeed, the situation regarding the 300 pounds of peaches sent to the farmer's market is still unclear. Yan Yimin thought for a moment and suggested, "How about you come back tomorrow?" However, he didn't specify that they should deliver again. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "We have other things to do today. We'll come back in the afternoon, and by then we should know how well the peaches sold." "That sounds better." Yan Yimin immediately nodded in agreement. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Sudong asked, "Zhu, do we have anything else to do?" Zhu Xiaomin blinked. "Let's go check the farmer's market." She asked the tractor driver to find a place to get some water, and the two headed straight for the market. In the county, there are 3 types of people buying groceries. One type consists of dual-income families who can only come to the market after work around noon, as they are still at their jobs. Another type includes families without formal jobs, relying on odd jobs to make ends meet, who come in the evening to pick up discounted leftover vegetables. The third type is families where the man works and the woman is a homemaker, who tend to have a more comfortable life and come in the morning to buy fresh fruits and vegetables, taking their time to choose. Zhu Xiaomin and Chen Sudong arrived at the market at just the right time. The farmer's market wasn't crowded. A few women were leisurely selecting vegetables with their baskets. As soon as they entered, they spotted their peaches displayed not far from the entrance. 2 women were picking them up, complaining about the price and the size. After looking around a bit, Zhu Xiaomin approached and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, how much are these peaches?" The vendor glanced at her and pointed to a sign made of cardboard, 40 cents a pound. "Excuse me, why are all the peaches, big or small, the same price?" One of the women nearby asked, dissatisfied. The vendor clicked her tongue. "These peaches were picked fresh today. If you think the small ones are not good, why not choose the bigger ones?" These days, vendors often had a tough attitude, but the woman didn't mind and squeezed a peach, still hesitating. Zhu Xiaomin stepped forward and asked the vendor, "Excuse me, can I taste one of these peaches?" It was uncommon to ask to taste something before buying. The vendor sneered, "Taste? Are you trying to get something for free?" "Of course not." Zhu Xiaomin replied cheerfully, not offended. She picked a larger peach and said, "Please weigh this one for me." "Just one?" The vendor asked, surprised. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. I just want to try one first. Buying one was still a start. The vendor reluctantly weighed the peach and handed it to her, saying, 80 cents. Zhu Xiaomin paid and smiled. Excuse me, do you have any water? I'd like to wash it. Why are you so fussy? The vendor grumbled. However, since Zhu Xiaomin had just bought a peach, she couldn't refuse. She scooped some water from a nearby bucket, looked at it, poured some back, and reluctantly said, Don't waste too much.
Thank you.
Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile, asking Chen Sudong to help rinse the peach. She washed it and praised, This peach looks really fresh. Of course. The vendor's attitude improved a bit. I told you, these are freshly picked this morning. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and returned the scoop and leftover water. She then split the peach in half, complimenting, This peach is really crunchy, and handed half to Chen Sudong, saying, Try it. Are we tasting again? Chen Sudong took it but didn't eat. Zhu Xiaomin broke the half peach in her hand into 2 pieces and took a bite, nodding her head repeatedly. Delicious. Very delicious. Is that true? A few women, seeing her satisfied expression, looked skeptical. Zhu Xiaomin offered the quarter piece she hadn't bitten into to the woman who had previously complained it was too small, smiling, Sister-in-law. Would you like to try?
Me?
The woman was surprised. She had seen Zhu Xiaomin buy a peach for 8 cents, break it in half, and then break it again, so this quarter piece was worth 2 cents. Was she really giving it away? Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Sister-in-law, you'll know if it's sweet once you try it. Chen Sudong quickly understood and broke his peach into pieces, offering a bite to each of the women who had come over. It really is tasty. Everyone should try. Seeing him catch on, Zhu Xiaomin smiled brightly, reached into her pocket, took out a small bag, picked 5 peaches, weighed them, and paid. She needed to buy peaches for her own team. Chen Sudong looked a bit helpless. But soon, he noticed that the women who had tasted the peach were nodding in agreement, some still hesitating, while others were already picking out peaches. The vendor was stunned by her actions, calling over the women to weigh their peaches, unable to help but glance at Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin winked at her with a smile. See? You'll know if it's good once you try. After saying that, she pulled Chen Sudong to leave. Once outside the market, Chen Sudong looked back and saw 3 women weighing peaches, admiringly saying, I can't believe you thought of such a method. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and replied, Later, we'll quietly come back and see if the vendor understands the idea of offering free samples. If she doesn't, we might need to ask Secretary Yen to remind her. It wasn't that they were worried the vendor was too rigid, it was just that at this time, everyone was hesitant to take the initiative with group items. Chen Sudong looked at her with curiosity and asked, So, are we just going to watch here? This was no longer just a matter of thinking differently. Her approach was quite bold. No need, Zhu Xiaomin shook her head, waving the bag at him. Let's call the tractor and go check out the county glass factory. What do we need to go to the glass factory for? Chen Sudong didn't understand, but he went back to call the tractor, taking them straight to the county glass factory. The glass factory was on the outskirts of the city, near the foot of the northern mountain, and it took about 20 minutes for the tractor to get there. They left the tractor driver waiting outside while they took their peaches into the glass factory. Several workshops were filled with the sound of machines. Zhu Xiaomin walked over but was stopped at the entrance by an older worker who politely said, Young lady, it's dangerous here. Outsiders can't enter. Zhu Xiaomin quickly replied, Sir, we just want to find some water. We didn't see anyone along the way. Sorry for the trouble. Could you please help us with directions? The older worker glanced at the peaches she was holding and pointed to the other side of the workshop. There's a water pipe over there. Sir, could you show us the way? Zhu Xiaomin smiled and asked again. The older worker, feeling helpless, agreed to lead them and curiously asked, What are you doing here? How did you end up at our factory? Zhu Xiaomin immediately replied, We're from Beishan Forest Farm, and we're on our way to the county, but took a wrong turn. The older worker was surprised. You're going the wrong way. The county is to the west. How did you end up here? Zhu Xiaomin nodded quickly. Yes, our donkey cart broke down halfway, and we thought it was close, so we walked a bit, but we didn't realize we were lost. After a few words, They found the water pipe. The older worker pointed it out and said, "You can just head back the way you came, but don't wander around. We're making glass here, and it's very hot and dangerous." Zhu Xiaomin quickly asked, "Sir, does this glass factory only produce regular glass, or are there other glass products too?" As she spoke, she turned on the water to wash the peaches. The older worker thought she was just making small talk and casually replied, "Most of it is regular glass for windows. We don't make many other glass products." "Can you make bottles?" Zhu Xiaomin asked, "Like canning jars?" Hearing her specific question, the older worker became cautious. "Young lady, why are you asking about that?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "I just wanted to get some water, and since I didn't have a water jug, I thought of canning jars." After washing the peaches, she offered one to the older worker, saying, "Sir, try this. It's from our forest farm's peach trees, just picked this morning." The older worker immediately felt suspicious but waved his hands. "Oh, I can't accept this." Zhu Xiaomin insisted, placing the peach in his hand with a smile. "Our farm has plenty of peaches right now, so don't be polite." The older worker still felt a bit shy, but the sweet peach scent was tempting, and seeing her enthusiasm, he accepted it and answered her question. "We can make canning jars too. The canning factory in the city orders from us, but the quantity isn't large each year. Making canned goods requires a lot of fruit, which might be due to material shortages." Zhu Xiaomin understood and nodded. After washing the peaches, she pretended to ask for directions again before leaving. At this moment, Chen Sudong roughly understood what she wanted to do and asked, "Are you thinking that if our peaches don't sell well in the county next year, we could make canned peaches ourselves?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled at him and nodded, saying, "It's not just about canned peaches. We can use them for other foods too." "How about hawthorn jam?" Chen Sudong asked. Last year's hawthorn jam was made using leftover canned jars. Zhu Xiaomin nodded, "Yes, but if we make a lot, we'll need to order special jars." "Are we ordering them ourselves?" Chen Sudong asked. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. "Of course, we need to go through the team." Chen Sudong felt relieved and nodded. After leaving, the two of them got on a tractor. Zhu Xiaomin handed each of them a peach and joked, "We've been busy since early morning and haven't had a proper meal." Chen Sudong was used to sharing food, so he accepted it without thinking. The tractor driver felt a bit shy and said, "Zhu, there are plenty of peaches on the mountain. You don't need to buy them." Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Distant peaches don't satisfy immediate thirst. She took a bite and nodded, praising, "It's really sweet." The tractor driver, who hadn't tasted it before, took a bite as well and nodded repeatedly. Not rushing back to the forest farm, the three of them returned to the county. Zhu Xiaomin took the opportunity to visit a few stores and bought some daily necessities. At noon, the three of them had a bowl of noodles at a state-run restaurant before heading to the farmer's market. By this time, the crowd buying groceries during lunch had passed, and some vendors were eating while others were slowly organizing their stalls. Behind the peach stall, a vendor was arranging peaches and smiled when she saw Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin stopped and asked with a smile, "How come there are still so many peaches? Is everyone avoiding them because they're too expensive?" The vendor immediately shook her head. "We have a total of 300 pounds, and it's only noon. Over 200 pounds are already sold." She gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Thank you, young lady." It seemed the vendor was quite adaptable. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and flattered her a bit before leaving. As soon as work hours started, she headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She mentioned it was in the afternoon, but she didn't expect to arrive so early. Yan Yimin, upon seeing her, sent someone to the farmer's market to check on the peach sales. To their surprise, the sales were quite good, and he quickly said, "Then let's send another 300 pounds tomorrow. If needed, we can add more." "Great," Zhu Xiaomin replied with a smile, and the three of them headed home. The next day, some team members got up early to pick peaches from the mountain and sent them off in baskets. In the late morning, Chen Sudong brought back news that the peach harvest had increased to 500 pounds, prompting the team to quickly arrange tasks for the following day. Soon after, the peach harvest rose to 800 pounds and remained stable for several days. Gu Monsong sighed in relief and felt an indescribable joy as he hurried to get data from Miao Sherwin about the fruit orchard to calculate the peach yield. Peaches were priced at 1 yuan and 8 cents per pound, so 800 pounds in a day meant over 140 yuan. When this news spread, the entire team was thrilled. Everyone was excited, and the team members were energized, waking up early each day to pick peaches. Even the parents of the mischievous children began to keep them away from the orchards. Other teams, upon hearing this news and seeing their own few fruit trees, could only feel envy and regret. Last year, when tasks were assigned, they not only failed to plan enough but also chose young seedlings, meaning they would have to wait at least 2 more years for fruit. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, the sunflowers at the base were also growing well. Zhu Xiaomin and Xie Qingji quickly submitted another request to the team. Since there were still tree planting tasks, not all team members could be sent to the base. After discussion, the team adjusted the tasks. The fruit orchard and sunflowers had always been managed by the youth production team, so they were naturally included. Additionally, over 30 strong laborers from Wangjia village got up early to pick peaches, then moved on to the base to harvest sunflowers, taking the sunflowers to the threshing ground outside the village. These 2 tasks were lighter compared to digging and hauling, but they took longer, so they earned the same work points, and the team provided an extra breakfast. At the threshing ground, women from the Lushu village and Shijiatun production teams, who usually couldn't contribute labor, sat on mats to shell sunflower seeds, drying them directly on the threshing ground. This work was even easier, earning 4 work points for the day, with just a lunch provided. While it was fine for the strong laborers from Wangjia village to participate in picking peaches and sunflowers, when other villages heard that even women who usually couldn't earn work points in Lushu village and Shijiatun were assigned such easy tasks, they immediately complained and rushed to the team headquarters for answers. Gu Monsong had no choice but to reorganize, allowing 20 natural villages to sign up, ensuring an even number, and dividing them into 3 groups to take turns working, which finally balanced things out. These tasks were arranged by the team, and Zhu Xiaomin did not participate. She waited until the first batch of sunflower seeds was dried, then called Yang Aijuan and He Wenhua to load dozens of bags of sunflower seeds and peaches onto the truck. The 4 of them headed to the county together. As more than half a month passed, the supply of grain and oil was still lagging. Yan Yimin urged Chen Sudong every time he saw him. When he heard that the sunflower seeds finally arrived, he was overjoyed. He unloaded the peaches first, leaving Chen Sudong and the staff to settle the accounts, then took the sunflower seeds to the oil mill. The oil mill had been idle for 2 months, but with his notice, everyone came in today to wait. When they saw the sunflower seeds unloaded from the truck, they quickly weighed them and started the machines. Today, they needed to weigh the sunflower seeds first. After extracting the oil, they would weigh the oil to calculate the oil yield, which would then determine the price of the sunflower seeds. Therefore, after unloading the seeds, not only Zhu Xiaomin, Yang Aijuan, and He Wenhua stayed, but Yan Yimin also remained with 2 staff members. As the oil mill workers carried out their task step by step, both sides took notes. Since the sunflower seeds had been dried in the sun for 2 full days after being shelled, all the moisture was gone, so they didn't need to be hulled. They could directly grind the sunflower seeds into powder and then steam them to turn the raw material into finished product. There were 10 large stoves in a row, each with 4 layers of steamers, and each steamer held 100 pounds of sunflower seed powder. A man who had seen this before explained, "Each batch produces just the right amount for the oil press. Once the first batch is pressed, we can know the oil yield." So, they just needed to wait for the first batch of oil to come out, weigh it, and then set the price for the sunflower seeds. Zhu Xiaomin nodded, asked about the steaming time, and went outside to help weigh the remaining sunflower seeds. Yan Yimin followed her outside and saw Chen Sudong and another staff member coming over. He signed the list and waved, saying, "Zhu, Chen, no rush, come sit with us." He pointed to a broken table in the corner of the yard. Zhu Xiaomin knew he had something to discuss, so she called Chen Sudong to join her and pulled up a stool to sit across from him. Yan Yimin got straight to the point and asked, "How many more peaches can you provide?" "More peaches?" Zhu Xiaomin immediately replied, "I haven't counted that." Peaches spoil easily, so we pick and deliver as much as we can. How is 800 pounds not enough to sell in the county? Yen Emin waved his hand. Our county has so few people, and some are reluctant to eat. Adding another 800 pounds won't make much difference. The day before yesterday, the county leaders went to the city for discussions and took some of your peaches. Several counties are interested. Several counties? Zhu Xiaomin was surprised. Secretary, these peaches are best when freshly picked. The nearby counties are fine, but for the farther ones, we need to think about transportation. Yen Emin nodded. First, I'll ask about your production. If it's good, we can then look into transportation. Zhu Xiaomin pondered for a moment, glanced at Chen Sudong, and with a wry smile, shook her head. I can't say exactly how many pounds we can pick, but getting another 800 pounds shouldn't be a problem. Yen Emin nodded. For the distant counties, there's not much we can do. The nearby ones are worth considering. How about we try it out first? The more peaches they sell, the better, so Zhu Xiaomin agreed. Okay, as for transportation, they just need to inform us once they have a plan. Chen Sudong will be here every day anyway. Yen Emin hesitated. Do they expect you to deliver the goods like we do here? We deliver? Zhu Xiaomin was taken aback, paused for a moment, and then shook her head helplessly. Secretary, our team only has one tractor, along with a mule cart and a donkey cart. With the peaches and sunflower seeds, one cart is already full. How can we deliver to other counties? Can't you borrow a tractor from another team? Yen Emin asked. Chen Sudong also looked helpless. Secretary, the tractor's speed is limited. It takes me a whole morning just to go to the county town. If I have to go to other counties, it will take a whole day. It's not just the tractor driver. Our people need to go along too. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. The important thing is that even during the farming off-season, the forest farm has reforestation tasks. No production team can go without a vehicle. Occasionally borrowing for a day or two is fine, but doing it every day will be very difficult. Hearing her reasoning, Yen Emin nodded and sighed. I initially thought it was a good thing that they have a demand and you have the goods, but it seems it's not easy after all. Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and said, Secretary, while it's true that freshly picked peaches are best, they can last a day or two. If the counties come directly to pick up the goods, taking 2 to 3 days' worth at a time should be fine. Yen Emin hesitated, but they would need a lot of manpower and time just to make the trip. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. It's the same for both sides. They need manpower and time too. The county should be able to arrange for a truck, which would be much easier for us. Whose time isn't valuable? If it's a car, of course, it's faster than a tractor. Yen Emin thought for a moment and nodded. I will call them now to see what they think. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and, seeing him get up to leave, quickly added, Secretary, tell them that if they pick up the goods, we can offer an extra penny. Yen Emin paused, turned to glance at her, suddenly smiled, and walked away confidently. Chen Sudong felt uneasy. Shouldn't we talk to them face to face? Zhu Xiaomin smiled. When we discussed the price with Secretary Yen, we did it based on the delivery condition. Now that we are letting others pick up the goods, offering an extra penny is the most reasonable. Besides, we have next year to consider. If this year goes well, we can contact them directly in the future. Chen Sudong nodded, realizing she was already thinking about next year. Yen Emin quickly returned and told them, people from 2 counties can arrive by noon. Since you can't go back, let's have lunch together and discuss the details. I've asked them to bring the official seal. That was thoughtful of him. Zhu Xiaomin nodded and agreed with a smile. Dozens of bags of sunflower seeds were weighed one by one, and after subtracting the weight of the bags, they delivered over 2,000 pounds of sunflower seeds. Yang Aijuan and He Wenhua recorded the weight and came over with a staff from the supply and marketing cooperative. Yen Emin looked at it and signed. After waiting for more than an hour, finally, the first batch of sunflower oil was extracted. After filtering, it flowed into a barrel. Hearing the report from inside, a few people hurried in to pour a bowl to check. The oil was bright yellow and clear, and they could smell the rich aroma without getting too close. The quality was surprisingly good. Yen Emin was filled with joy and quickly said, let's weigh it. How much oil can we get from this 100 pounds of sunflower seeds? The man he had seen before replied, "All the oil barrels are the same. We'll weigh this barrel of oil, and then find an empty barrel to weigh, and we'll know." He said this while operating the equipment. They noted the numbers, and the oil yield was 35 pounds and 6 ounces. Zhu Xiaoman sighed in relief. That means it's slightly higher than sesame seeds. Yan Yiming nodded and had the staff record it before they all came out together. Next, they needed to set the price for the sunflower seeds and finalize the agreement. Currently, the market price for grain and oil is 1 pound for 88 cents, and it still requires grain coupons. Yan Yiming decided to stick to the purchase price, plus the oil yield calculation, offering 15 cents per pound of sunflower seeds. Actually, there are examples of eggs and peaches before this, and Zhu Xiaoman's expectations are similar. However, bargaining is still necessary. She shook her head and said, "Secretary, if we calculate it this way, rounding up it should be 1.6. This doesn't even include the oil tickets. Today alone we have over 2,000 pounds, and we only harvested a few acres. Overall, the difference is quite significant." Yan Yiming replied, "Although it's off by 6 cents, with your leftover cakes, this price should be about right." Zhu Xiaoman looked helpless and said, "We don't collect the leftover cakes. The county doesn't need them, so how can we count that?" Yan Yiming shook his head. "Our leftover cakes used to be sent to the pig farm. Although they don't count for money, we could at least exchange them for some pig offal." Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "Our sunflower seed oil is much better quality than sesame seed oil." After some more bargaining, she finally said, "How about this? We can agree to the price you mentioned, but for the last batch of sunflower seeds, we would like the oil mill to help us process the oil, and we will take it back ourselves." How does that sound?
What?
Yan Yiming didn't understand. They wanted to take back what they were selling to the county. Zhu Xiaoman explained, "Actually, it's hard for our village to get oil, and we have no way to get oil tickets. This year, we thought we should keep some oil for the new year after processing it ourselves. So for the last batch of sunflower seeds, the county doesn't need to collect them. We will bring them in and just ask the oil mill to help us process the oil. Is that okay?" Yan Yiming understood but asked cautiously, "So you just want them to help you process the oil without any payment, right?" Zhu Xiaoman chuckled and nodded. "Yes, just help us process the oil." "That works." Yan Yiming nodded, immediately made a decision, signed the agreement, and had the staff prepare the payment. This time, it was over $300. Although they had calculated it before, it was just a number in their heads without a clear impression. When they saw a thick stack of money being brought in, Yang Aijuan and He Wenhua were amazed, while Qin Sudong and Zhu Xiaoman remained calm, which made them a bit impressed. With so much money in hand, these two didn't even flinch. They truly seemed like people who handle big matters. Once everything was settled, the staff from the county supply and marketing cooperatives hurried over. Yan Yiming directly took everyone to the state-run restaurant. They didn't arrange a formal meal, just ordered a couple of small dishes and a bowl of noodles for each person, sitting down to discuss matters. The leaders from the county went to the city for a meeting, and the people from the supply and marketing cooperative had never seen the goods. After some back-and-forth negotiations, they heard the price was set at 1 cent. Both sides hesitated a bit, but finally Yan Yiming suggested, "How about after lunch, I take you both to the farmer's market to see the goods?" Upon hearing this, the two agreed, eager to take a look. After lunch, Zhu Xiaoman and the 4 others, along with the tractor driver, returned to the oil mill to load the cooled residue cakes, while Yan Yiming took the 2 people to the farmer's market. The time after lunch was when the farmer's market was less crowded, but there were still a few people at the peach stall picking out peaches. When the vendor saw Yan Yiming, she quickly stood up with a big smile to greet him. Yan Yiming noticed that most of the peaches on display were small and felt a bit regretful. He asked the vendor, "How are the peaches selling today?" The vendor eagerly nodded and took the chance to show off. If the secretary had come a bit earlier, there would have been a crowd here. "We were so busy that we barely had time to drink water. She just went home to eat and will come back to help me later." The people from the 2 counties looked at the sign and saw the price was 40 cents per pound. One of them asked, "These peaches are not cheap. Do they really sell that well?" The vendor didn't like the question but couldn't respond harshly since they were with Yen Yimin. Instead, she picked a peach, washed it in water, split it in half, and handed each of them a piece, saying, "If you don't believe me, try it for yourselves." The two were taken aback and glanced at Yen Yimin. This felt like getting something for free. Seeing the vendor's skilled handling, which seemed familiar, Yen Yimin smiled and said, "Go ahead and taste it. I'll cover the costs later." After Yen Yimin said this, the two felt reassured and took a bite. Having just eaten, even though they only had a bowl of noodles, their mouths still felt sticky from the meal. The refreshing peach was crisp, sweet, and juicy, instantly making them feel great. The vendor smiled and asked, "Isn't it delicious?" "I just grabbed it casually." The two nodded, pondering without speaking. The vendor continued, "Our peaches are grown on the sunny side of the mountain, where the sunlight is especially good. They ripen a bit later, but they are really sweet." One of them asked, "Were these peaches delivered this morning?" The vendor replied, "We pick our peaches fresh every day. We go up the mountain at dawn to pick them, and as soon as they are ready, we bring them down." The two looked at each other, nodded, and said to Yen Yimin, "Let's go back." After thanking the shopkeeper, they walked outside. Yen Yimin handed a dime to the shopkeeper and said, "I'll buy that peach." When he saw her smile and accept it, he asked in surprise, "Who taught you that?" The shopkeeper replied with a smile, "On the first day the peaches were on the shelf, a little girl came here, bought one to taste, and shared it with others. For several hours, only people asked questions but no one bought anything. Then suddenly it started selling well. I tried it for 2 more days, and it kept selling like that." Yen Yimin paused and asked, "What did the little girl look like?" The shopkeeper gestured, about this tall, in her 20s, with a ponytail, and she smiled when she talked. It sounded just like Zhu Xiaomin. Yen Yimin was a bit surprised. He remembered that Zhu Xiaomin had brought peaches that day and returned to the supply and marketing cooperative after lunch, which made him even more certain. He nodded at the shopkeeper and said, "You did a great job." Then he turned and left. Feeling praised, the shopkeeper became more energetic and immediately greeted the customers with enthusiasm. The three returned to the cooperative and sent someone to the oil mill to call for help. Yang Aijuan, He Wenhua, and the tractor driver stayed behind, while Zhu Xiaomin and Chen Sudong followed the staff back. This time, the two had accepted the price Zhu Xiaomin suggested, but since the county's vehicle made only one trip, they needed to know the quantity. After some bargaining, they agreed on a price of 1.07 per unit, each temporarily deciding to pick up goods every other day, with 1,000 pounds each time. Zhu Xiaomin reminded them, "Since both of you are picking up goods every other day, to avoid waiting, it would be faster if we pick the peaches and go down the mountain at the same time." That made sense. They discussed it and decided one would go on odd days, and the other on even days. The payment would be settled in person, with Yen Yimin as a witness, and they signed an agreement with both parties stamping it. Fortunately, they were also setting the price for sunflower seeds today, and Zhu Xiaomin borrowed a stamp from the team. The two needed to arrange their work and didn't stay long, hurrying back. Zhu Xiaomin and the others decided not to wait any longer, agreeing that the remaining cake would be picked up tomorrow, and then they got in the vehicle to return to the village. Hearing that the daily sales of peaches had increased by another 1,000 pounds and that they had earned over 300 from sunflower seeds just today, the team was excited. Gu Mansong was beaming with joy and immediately sought out Xia Dongliang to arrange tasks, leading to 2 more strong workers joining from another village. Due to the tight schedule, the youth also adjusted their shifts, leaving only 2 people to teach the children each day. Including Zhu Xiaomin and Miao Shaiwen, the 4 young women went up the mountain at dawn. The male workers had their tasks divided. Some picked peaches, while others packed them into baskets. Once a basket was full, it was weighed, and Zhu Xiaomin and Zhang Qiaomei took notes nearby. Meanwhile, Miao Shiwen and Wang Xiaoya recorded everyone's work points on site. After picking 800 pounds of peaches, Chen Sudong called a few people to carry them down the mountain. At the threshing ground, some had already bagged the dried sunflower seeds to load onto the truck, ready to send to the county. After picking another 1,000 pounds on the mountain, Zhu Xiaomin finally called for a stop and led the team down with the peaches to the threshing ground. When the truck from the neighboring county arrived, they weighed the peaches and helped load them before heading back to the team for a meal. After this busy period, the other workers had already received their tasks and headed back up the mountain. Everyone ate in the cafeteria before rushing to the base to pick sunflower seeds. Although they were busy every day, everyone had a rough idea of their earnings. The sunflower seeds sent each day brought in about 300 yuan, while the peaches from the county earned just over 140 yuan, and the peaches from the neighboring county brought in 170 yuan. Altogether, they could earn over 600 yuan in a day, making the eggs collected every 10 days seem less significant. The news had already spread that the team's income would be distributed as work points by the end of the year. The enthusiasm among the team members was high, and they woke up energized. As they worked hard, time flew by, and soon it was August. Lu Mingzheng and Zhao Zheng arrived in the county on August 5th and headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Chen Sudong. Upon entering, they learned that Chen had left to take the peaches to the oil mill, so they quickly followed him there. When they entered the oil mill, Chen Sudong was busy weighing sunflower seeds, recording the weight of each bag. He greeted the three of them but had no time for small talk as he continued working. Lu Mingzheng tossed his luggage onto the tractor and rolled up his sleeves to help. Meng Zihao, seeing this, felt a surge of joy. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and noticed they were plump and full, nodding in approval. Not bad. That salty and alkaline land has turned out to be a treasure for these sunflowers. Lu Mingzheng smiled. It's a shame you didn't see the golden fields. It was truly breathtaking. Meng Zihao laughed. I can imagine. He returned the seeds and joined in to help. Until all the sunflower seeds were weighed and the leftover cake from the previous day was loaded, Chen Sudong finally had time to greet the three people. He then took them to see the oil extracted from the sunflower seeds and smiled at Meng Zihao, saying, "Comrade Meng arrived just in time. We have left 2 acres of the earliest harvested sunflower cake uncollected. Comrade Meng can help us see if we can keep it for seeds." Meng Zihao nodded repeatedly and asked, "I just heard you are already sending peaches. How are they doing?" This time, he came to check the yield and quality of the peaches. Chen Sudong smiled and said, "They are crunchy, sweet, and juicy. They taste great. We are currently selling about 1,800 pounds every day, and sales are going well." Meng Zihao nodded. The peach trees will only reach full production next year. After this year's harvest, we will need to prune them again. Chen Sudong nodded with a smile. We were discussing this issue a few days ago. With Comrade Meng here, we won't have to figure it out ourselves. The 4 of them chatted as they left the oil mill and returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. They entered Yan Yimin's office, where Chen Sudong introduced Zhao and Meng. Yan Yimin smiled. "I saw you both at the last meeting, but you were on stage and I was in the audience, so we didn't get a chance to connect." He turned to Chen Sudong and said, "Let's have lunch before you head back." "It's on me." This was clearly for Zhao and Meng. Before Chen Sudong could respond, Lu Mingzheng smiled and waved his hand. "We are here on official business, related to the breeding base. Since Secretary Yan is busy, we won't stay. We'll definitely bother you next time we have the chance." Upon hearing it was official business, Yan Yimin didn't insist on keeping them. After the staff brought over 2 payments and he wrote a receipt for Chen Sudong, he saw them off. The tractor carried the 4 of them out of the county and back to the village. Along the way, Chen Sudong briefly shared what had happened over the past month, his eyes shining with excitement. "Before coming to the countryside, I never knew that rural work could be so fulfilling." Lu Mingzheng couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "You came at the right time. In previous years, we only had the task of planting trees. Our grain came only from the few fields around the village." Chen Sudong was aware of the situation in other teams and nodded, feeling a bit sentimental. "This year, our commune was supposed to receive 4 educated youth, but it seems they thought our place was too difficult, so they didn't come and instead went elsewhere through connections. So there were no new educated youth this year." Lu Mingzheng nodded, not particularly concerned. Meng Zihao was focused on the orchard and reminded them, "Don't forget about the apricots. There should be some harvest this year as well." We checked, and while there are some apricots, they aren't many. Xiaomin said the sales of apricots can't keep up with peaches, so it's better to wait until they are fully ripe. We can use them for something else, Chen Sudong quickly replied. Something else? Dried apricots? Meng Zihou asked, thinking for a moment and nodding. Dried apricots last a long time and can be sold as holiday goods at the end of the year. Lu Mingjing turned his gaze back and nodded. Yes, holiday goods can fetch a higher price. The four of them chatted as the tractor stopped by the threshing ground. Before they got out, they saw about 50 middle-aged and older women working there. Each woman sat on a mat with a large pile of sunflower seeds beside her. They chatted while shelling the seeds into baskets. When a basket was full, they called someone to register it and received an empty basket to continue working. The filled baskets were taken away and spread out to dry on the other side of the threshing ground. Chen Sudong explained to the others, these women come to work, each with a task. Completing the task earns them 4 work points, so every basket needs to be registered. Zhao Jing nodded. This method is good. It prevents cheating. Meng Zihou got out of the car and picked up a sunflower seed cake, noticing it was even bigger than a basin, and nodded repeatedly. As they talked, 2 people from the brigade saw the tractor return and hurried over to help carry the load. Back at the brigade, Lu Mingjing and the others took their introduction letters to report to Gu Monsong. Chen Sudong went to settle accounts with Huang Xiaojun first. When he came out, he smiled at the others and said, "We need to take these oil cakes to the base. Are you going together, or will you settle in at the youth station first?" Lu Mingjing glanced at Zhu Xiaomin's office, saw the door was closed, and was about to ask when Meng Zihou asked first, "Are they collecting sunflowers now?" Chen Sudong nodded. Today, Wu Jingyuan and Tian Jinyu are substituting. Everyone else is at the base collecting sunflower cakes. Lu Mingjing immediately said, "Let's go to the base." He picked up the luggage for the 3 of them and first dropped it off at Xia Chunhua's place. The group left the brigade and headed directly to the breeding base. From the hillside, they could vaguely see the fruits in the orchard above. Meng Zihua felt excited and suggested, "Let's go pick sunflowers tomorrow morning and see what we've done?" "Sure." Zhao Zheng agreed. He also wanted to see the results of the hard work the young people had put in last year. As they talked, they had already passed through the natural forest and reached the rocky. The sunflower heads had been picked, leaving only bare stalks. Zhao Jing said, "Last time we came, they had just bloomed and the sunlight made everything look golden. It was beautiful." Meng Zihua nodded. "This year sunflowers are planted more sparsely, but from what I saw of the sunflower heads, we can plant them closer together next year." Chen Sudong was pleased. Xiaomin mentioned that if we can plant them closer, the yield could increase several times. While they talked, the group moved through the sunflower stalks and entered the base. Inside the base, a few women in charge of raising chickens were sitting in the shade, chatting and weaving baskets. When they saw Lu Mingjing and the others, one of the women exclaimed, "Oh, it's you guys." She dropped her basket and hurried inside to get water. Lu Mingjing noticed the base was quiet, with only a few chickens wandering around, and asked, "Where is everyone?" The woman nodded and pointed in another direction, saying, "Zhu and the others are up there. They won't come down until lunch." Another woman laughed. "Lu, when Chin comes up, ask him to call you." Although he had asked about everyone, the women specifically mentioned Zhu Xiaomin, showing their keen observation. Lu Mingjing smiled. "That's not necessary. We'll go up ourselves." "Oh, you can't wait even a minute," the women teased. Chen Sudong went to feed the chickens and called to the 3. "We still have some time before lunch. We can go up and take a look." "Okay." The 3 agreed and followed him out of the base, walking along a small path to the other side of the. After more than half a month of harvesting, the hillside above the base had been completely picked, and they were now moving to the other side. Zhu Xiaomin, wearing a straw hat, had just tossed a few sunflower heads into her basket when she heard a shout. Looking up, she saw Lu Mingjing and the others coming with Chen Sudong. She smiled and said, "I figured you would be here soon." Wiping her sweat, she stepped out to greet them. Lu Mingjing smiled at her. "I originally planned to come at the end of the month, but I got held up for a few days." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and smiled. It's good that you're here. She greeted Zhao and Meng, then said to Meng Zihua, Comrade Meng, you're just in time to see our results and point out any shortcomings. Meng Zihua smiled and said, I just saw the flour cakes at the threshing ground, and they're better than I expected. He said this but still walked over to the area where they were picking, nodding and saying, yes, the sunlight is strong up there so they ripen earlier. It's correct to harvest from the top down. Among the sunflowers, the young people greeted him, and Xie Qingji smiled, saying, later, Comrade Meng should take a look at the seeds we saved. Meng Zihua nodded. Chen mentioned it all the way. We'll check them out soon. Seeing everyone picking the flour cakes one by one, he felt a bit eager and rolled up his sleeves to join in. As noon approached, dozens of baskets lined the small path by the field, filled and ready for a group of members to carry down the mountain. The remaining people also took a break and returned to the base. Zhu Xiaomin pointed ahead and said, if we go this way, we can check the 2 acres we left. Should we go now? Not wasting any time. Lu Mingjing chuckled and nodded. A few of us can go. Xie Qingji agreed, telling the others to head back to the base while he took Miao Sherwin, Song Xian, and Zhu Xiaomin with him to the seed field. Lu Mingjing naturally walked beside Zhu Xiaomin, looking at the golden sea of flowers on the mountain and then at the girl next to him, smiling and saying, we met Secretary Yan in the county, and he praised you. Zhu Xiaomin turned to him with a smile and asked with a wink, what did he praise me for? Is he just boasting? Lu Mingjing laughed. I don't know if he was boasting, but he said you are smart, capable, and articulate. Zhu Xiaomin chuckled, thinking for a moment and shaking her head. That probably isn't boasting, but it doesn't sound entirely like a compliment either. She dismissed the earlier praise, feeling a bit resigned about the articulate part. Lu Mingjing laughed. Your value is quite reasonable. Zhu Xiaomin stuck out her tongue. If it weren't reasonable, I might get labeled. Sure. Lu Mingjing whispered, looking around. With just a few people here, he felt a bit more at ease, shaking his head slightly. Don't talk carelessly. Zhu Xiaomin pouted and fell silent. Lu Mingjing looked ahead and leaned a bit closer to her, whispering, things have relaxed a lot in recent years, but at this time, we must be careful not to give anyone a reason to criticize. This village may look like a paradise, but it's not entirely peaceful. Hearing his words, Zhu Xiaomin felt a stir in her heart and couldn't help but glance deeply at him.
What did he mean by at this time?
Could he also feel that the chaos was coming to an end? Lu Mingjing noticed her silence and misunderstood, saying, I'm not trying to lecture you. I just want you to take care of yourself. Hearing his concern, Zhu Xiaomin felt a stir in her heart and nodded, saying, yes, I know. It's just when there are no outsiders around. No outsiders? Does that mean she doesn't see him as an outsider? Lu Mingjing felt his heart soar and nodded repeatedly. As they talked, they reached the 2 acres of land left behind. Meng Zihua first checked the condition of the land and nodded, saying, this place is a good choice. He then went to look at some different rows of sunflowers and came out saying, these can be kept for seeds, but the next generation might not be good. Can we only keep 1 generation? Xie Qingji asked, disappointed. Lu Mingjing replied, we can plant them next year, and the year after, we can buy seeds again. Xie Qingji turned to look at the endless sunflowers and said softly, but with so much land, buying seeds every year will be quite an expense. This year's seeds were obtained by Meng Zihua and Lu Mingjing through connections, and a big bag barely covered this land. If they plan to plant densely in the future, the number of seeds would likely need to increase several times. Meng Zihua understood his concerns and nodded, saying, we'll think of a solution then. Zhu Xiaomin suggested, since we can keep 1 generation, every year we can just buy initial seeds for 2 or 3 acres, specifically turning this area into a seed field to cultivate the second-year seeds. 2 or 3 acres would only require a small bag of seeds, making it easy to buy. Meng Zihua had been a bit troubled, but upon hearing her, he smiled and said, Zhu Ziking has a good idea. The seeds for 2 or 3 acres will not only help us, but also allow us to test the seed's propagation ability. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. That would be the best. And so it was decided. With the seed field confirmed, it meant they had a plan for future seeds. The young people were all very happy, chatting and laughing as they returned to the base. After dinner, Zhao and Meng politely declined Xie Qingji's offer to take them back to the youth point to rest and insisted on going to the fields to help harvest sunflower seeds, treating it as a life experience. As dusk approached, the members of the other two production teams brought down the last batch of sunflower seeds, and the young people returned to the base. At that moment, the shepherdess was also bringing her sheep down the mountain. Zhao Zheng randomly picked a few to check their growth and nodded repeatedly, saying, "These sheep are growing well. After shearing the wool, they can be bred." Song Xian scratched his head and looked at Lu Mingzheng, saying, "No one here knows how to shear sheep yet." Zhao Zheng laughed and said, "It's okay. Mingzheng has found 2 experienced shearers. Once we confirm we want to shear, they can come quickly." Lu Mingzheng nodded. "Tomorrow I will go to the county with Sudong and call back." This plan was very thoughtful. Zhu Xiaomin originally planned to ask Yan Yimin for help, but now she's saved a favor. When she talks about the wool price later, she can negotiate higher. Lu Mingzheng asked, "When will the sheep pen expansion be finished?" Xie Qingji pointed to the mud bricks beside the house and said, "The bricks are ready, and the stones are available. We just need to finish harvesting the sunflowers, then we can start expanding the sheep pen." Zhao Zheng asked, "How long until the sunflowers are fully harvested?" Xie Qingji replied, "We've harvested nearly half already. In about 2 weeks, we can finish." Zhao Zheng nodded. "The materials are ready. The sheep pen expansion will take at most 10 days, so we have plenty of time." Lu Mingzheng said, "When the shearers arrive, you should arrange for a few people to learn from them." Zhu Xiaomin nodded repeatedly and pointed to a few young men, saying, "Yang Aijuan, Chen Danqing, Feng Wenming, and Li Mingjiang are good at other tasks, so they should learn quickly." The young men she mentioned smiled and agreed, "We'll give it a try. If we can't do it, we'll find someone else." Xie Qingji laughed. "Everyone should learn. Whoever learns it best can do it." With the main point settled, they saw the older sisters had already brought the sheep into the pen and blew a whistle to call the chickens back. 2 people went to the team office to get the luggage for the 3, while the others headed back to the youth station. Lu Mingzheng then remembered to ask, "With only 2 people left at the school, can they manage those kids?" Xie Qingji laughed. "It's enough for class, but they can't take them out for field trips in the afternoon." Luckily, Luo Yi is there. He leads the afternoon activities, including running and reciting poetry. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "Once the sunflower cakes are harvested, let's bring them over to help us cut down the sunflower stalks." The village kids, even the older boys in the 3rd class who were already teenagers and the 6 or 7-year-olds in the 1st class, could already do simple farm work. Everyone laughed at this. She always had endless ways to use up the kids' excess energy. Seeing Lu Mingzheng, Luo Yi was also very happy and took the opportunity to pull him aside to chat. After hearing Lu Mingzheng's words, he occasionally showed off his skills to the group of kids, leaving them stunned. Now, not only did they dare not bully him, but they also enjoyed following him around. A month later, the boy had grown stronger, and his little face was full of brightness. Lu Mingzheng listened to his cheerful voice and encouraged him from time to time. Eventually, he cleverly asked, "While I was away, did Xiaomin mention me?"
Ah?
Luo Yi was taken aback and immediately shook his head. "No." "No?" Lu Mingzheng's heart sank, and he reluctantly asked, "Then, what does she talk about when she comes back every day?
Or
Who does she like to talk to?" If she was close to Luo Tingyuan, this kid would surely know, right? Luo Yi pouted. "Lately, she talks about peaches and sunflower seeds every day. She loves to discuss how much money she and Brother Chen, Brother Xie, and Sister Sherwin have made. She hardly plays with him anymore." Lu Mingzheng uncertainly asked, She must ask your dad about schoolwork, right?" Luo Yi nodded, then shook his head. "She asks questions for others. If someone doesn't understand, she insists on teaching them and even gets my dad to give quizzes. Brother Song acts like he's seen a cat when he sees her." Lu Mingzheng couldn't help but laugh and tapped his forehead. "Are you saying your brother Song is a mouse?" After saying that, he felt a bit embarrassed for trying to gather information from the little one, so he ruffled his hair and changed the subject. Zhu Xiaomin found it a bit strange to see the big and small chatting so well and couldn't help but glance over a few more times. With these three working together and the vegetables in the yard growing well, dinner was a bit more plentiful, with extra dishes and vegetable porridge, while the main dish was chive noodles. Due to the recent harvest, everyone was excited and couldn't stop chatting with the three. Zhu Xiaomin decided to cancel that evening's lesson and let everyone enjoy their conversation. The male youth were especially enthusiastic, moving around to ask Zhao and Meng about how the base and orchard should develop in the future. Luo Tingyuan was pushed aside and quietly finished his meal, calling Luo Yi to return to the inner courtyard. Zhu Xiaomin saw this and called out, "Teacher Luo." Luo Tingyuan paused and smiled. "There's no class today, so I'll head back first." "Okay," Zhu Xiaomin replied, but then grabbed Luo Yi and said with a smile, "You haven't wiped the small blackboard yet. Take it back and clean it." After a day of practice, the simple blackboard had turned white, and Luo Ye's nightly task was to clean it with a damp cloth. Zhu Xiaomin noticed that he was envious of the other kids writing on the small blackboard, so she often found reasons to let him take it home or intentionally left a few sheets of paper and pencil tips for him. Luo Yi originally wanted to stay with a lively youth, but felt torn because he had to listen to his father. However, when she mentioned it, he immediately became happy, agreed, and ran to grab the small blackboard that hadn't been cleaned before dinner. Luo Tingyuan gave Zhu Xiaomin an understanding glance, but didn't stop him. When his son returned, he helped carry some of it and held his hand to go back. Lu Mingzheng was joking with everyone, but his gaze occasionally drifted to Zhu Xiaomin, taking everything in. He then asked Xie Qingji beside him, "Why did Mr. Luo leave? Isn't he supposed to be in class with you?" Xie Qingji glanced at the door to the inner courtyard and shook his head. "Teacher Luo is different from us. He keeps his distance and probably doesn't want to trouble us." That was true. If Luo Tingyuan got too close to them, like they were among themselves, it would only benefit him and not harm him. It's important to know that the normal youth sent to the countryside are all good, well-educated young people who are there to support rural areas. Being associated with them would only provide him protection. But that was just the usual situation. If a larger movement came, it might not be them protecting him, but rather he could drag them down. In the past years, such things had happened many times. Lu Mingzheng's opinion of Luo Tingyuan rose even higher, and his worries increased. Such a person, from any perspective, could easily attract the care and respect of a good girl. And Zhu Xiaomin was just that kind of good girl. Zhu Xiaomin, unaware that he was overthinking, served the food from the pot into several large bowls for everyone and smiled, "Come and taste our results." Seeing the steaming bowl of sunflower seeds, Lu Mingzheng laughed. "Didn't Secretary Yan say not to touch a single one? How come you're eating them?" Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "If you don't mention it, he won't know." With her coming over, Song Jian immediately made space. Xiaomin, we were talking about collecting wool. Come and sit with us." With so many people here, discussing wool collection didn't necessarily mean they had to sit there. But Zhu Xiaomin understood what he meant and didn't mind. She went over to sit beside Lu Mingzheng and asked with a smile, "So, besides the county supply and marketing cooperative, have you thought of other sales channels?" Xie Qingji replied with a smile, "We were discussing whether to give the wool directly to the supply and marketing cooperative or process it first before handing it over. The freshly cut wool needs to be washed and degreased before it can be spun into yarn and woven into fabric, otherwise it cannot be used. This involves two costs." Zhu Xiaomin asked, "Can we handle it ourselves? Do we have the means?" Chun Sudong replied, "Comrade Zhao just mentioned some methods for processing wool. It's not too difficult if we do it ourselves, but it requires a lot of work." Zhu Xiaomin immediately shook her head. "If it requires so much work, it's not worth it. If we have to do this, it will likely fall on our youth team, and you all still have classes." Everyone responded with silence. Yang Aijuan hesitated, "But if we process it ourselves, we can sell the wool for a higher price." Zhu Xiaomin directly asked, "If we were to press our sunflower seeds for oil and send it to the county at a purchase price of 44 cents, would we make more or less money?" Yang Aijuan was taken aback. "Press our own oil? Manually pressing might not yield a high oil output." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Exactly, it takes time and effort, and we might not achieve the desired results. It's better to leave professional tasks to professionals. If we free up this time, we can collect all the sunflower cakes and finish the expansion work. That makes sense. Considering all the upcoming tasks, everyone quickly agreed. Yes, the peaches haven't been harvested yet, and we need to collect the sunflower cakes. The sunflower cakes aren't finished, and we need to expand the sheep pen. The materials for the sheep pen expansion are ready, and we need to shear the sheep soon. Plus, we still have to breed the sheep and expand the chicken coop. Not to mention, the apricots on the mountain still need to be harvested. With the matter settled, they moved on to discuss the silage and chicken feed. Zhao Zheng said, with this batch of cake leftovers, and after the autumn harvest, we'll have various husks and other materials, so chicken feed won't be a problem. Right now, we only have sunflowers for silage, which is quite limited. Xia Qingji nodded. The grasses we talked about last time are now growing well. Once the base expansion is complete, I will apply to the team to handle this part of the work. So, there is no end to the work, and it's clear that they don't need to process the wool themselves. Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. The next day, before dawn, the loudspeaker at the team office started broadcasting, and everyone quickly got out of bed, washed up briefly, and headed up the mountain. Lu Mingzheng and the others followed along, and Zhao Zheng curiously asked, "Aren't we receiving tasks and recording work points today?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled and said, "If we take on the tasks first, it will waste time. Plus, the daily tasks are the same. Now that we are on the mountain, we can start working right away and keep track of our contributions on site." "That's good. It saves time," Meng Zihua nodded repeatedly. Everyone arrived at the designated spot from the previous day, and members from other teams were also arriving. When they saw Lu Mingzheng and the others, they greeted them warmly. After Zhu Xiaoman and her group reported their names, they grabbed baskets and began picking peaches. After a while, several team leaders came over. When Gu Monsong saw Lu Mingzheng and the others, he laughed and said, "Why did you just check in with the team and then disappear?" Lu Mingzheng smiled back. "We wanted to join in on the labor." The group followed along, walking deeper into the orchard, occasionally picking ripe peaches to taste and placing them in a basket nearby. Seeing Meng Zihua observing closely, Gu Monsong turned back and said with a smile, "Later, Comrade Meng should take a few back to try. We owe it to his guidance." Meng Zihua nodded and said with a smile, "The sunlight here is great." When we arrived, Secretary Yen mentioned that these peaches taste really good. By next year, when they reach peak production, the yield will double. Even with this year's yield, the finance department has already recorded a significant profit, and next year it will double again. Those listening felt even more excited and worked harder. By the time it was bright, they had picked enough peaches, 800 pounds. Zhu Xiaoman called out to everyone, and Lu Mingzheng greeted them, leaving Zhao and Meng behind. He quickly returned, joining Chen Sudong to help carry the peaches down the mountain. At the threshing ground, another group had already bagged the dried sunflower seeds, loading them onto the tractor bag by bag. Once the sunflower seeds were loaded, they began loading the peaches. Chen Sudong and Lu Mingzheng sat on the bags, and the tractor left the threshing ground, heading straight for the county town along the rural road. Lu Mingzheng patted the securely packed bags and asked, "Are these sunflower seeds about 2,000 pounds a day?" "Pretty much," Chen Sudong nodded. "With 4 or 5 dozen women shelling seeds, that's about the daily amount. Plus, the oil mill in the county processes them at a similar rate. We can't rush it too much." Lu Mingzheng nodded, calculating silently, and said with a smile, "This batch of sunflower seed oil should have already exceeded the county's demand. After that, it will likely be sent to other counties or even the city." Chen Sudong wasn't surprised and nodded. "Since there's a shortage of oil, it won't just be our county. Otherwise, Secretary Yen wouldn't have set no limits. Take as much as you need." Lu Mingzheng asked, "Did Xiaoman mention that again?" Chen Sudong smiled and said, "She always thinks of everything. That's the way it is." Lu Mingzheng nodded and couldn't help but exclaim, "How did I not notice how capable that girl was before?" Although it was a question, he already had the answer in his mind. When Zhu Xiaoman first came, she was just a girl from the city who was suddenly sent to the countryside, and she must have felt lost. But by the second year, she had adapted, and then Nye Ife arrived and immediately pursued her with great intensity. Later, once they confirmed their relationship, her mind was only filled with romance. Thinking back, her change really began when she and Nye Ife had their breakup. Well, that girl is outstanding when she isn't in a relationship. But if she isn't in a relationship, what about him? Lu Mingjung felt quite melancholic. When they arrived at the county, Lu Mingjung got off the bus midway to borrow a phone from the county committee, while Chun Sudong went to the supply and marketing cooperative to deliver some items. By the time Lu Mingjung finished his business and returned, the sunflower seeds had already been weighed, and he helped load the leftover cakes from yesterday onto the truck to find Yen Emin for payment and a receipt. When Yen Emin saw him, he was a bit surprised. Why is Lu the educated youth leaving so soon after just arriving yesterday? Knowing that the wool would eventually be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Mingjung didn't hide it and smiled, saying, "The breeding base needs to shear the sheep, but no one here knows how to do it. I found a few people to come and teach everyone the skills." As expected, Yen Emin's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Do you know how much wool there is?" Chun Sudong couldn't help but laugh. "Secretary, the wool is still on the sheep. How would we know?" Lu Mingjung replied with a smile, "The lambs we raised last year are now all adult sheep, over 200 in total, mostly sheep, around 150. I asked, and each sheep produces about a kilogram of wool. 1 kilogram per sheep. 150 sheep. That's over 300 pounds of wool?" Yen Emin's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Is this still under Zhu's responsibility? You can tell her to send it directly to us." Chun Sudong nodded. "Yes, Zhu will still be in charge, and we will make sure the message gets through." Seeing Yen Emin nod happily, Lu Mingjung reminded him, "There are also over 50 goats, and some of them should be sold for meat." "Oh, right." Yen Emin quickly said, "The goat meat should be sent together." Chun Sudong laughed. "Secretary, the goats need to gain weight before they can be sold. It would be a loss to sell them now." Right. Yen Emin nodded eagerly, also smiling. "I got so excited I didn't think of that." After some light-hearted conversation, they prepared for the upcoming tasks involving wool and mutton. The two of them took the money and receipt and went back to the village. A couple of days later, Lu Mingjung went to the county again and returned with 2 middle-aged men, one surnamed Lu and the other surnamed Jia. They were the wool shearing experts Lu Mingjung had contacted earlier. After greeting the team, the 2 men were assigned to the youth station for convenience, right next to Lu Mingjung and his friends. With the arrival of outsiders, the youth's classes were completely halted. Starting the next day, they took turns assisting the 2 men while learning how to shear sheep. The 2 experts were very skilled. The sound of shearing filled the air, and they could shear a whole sheep in less than half an hour. However, teaching the youth the technique meant they only managed to shear a dozen sheep in a whole day. Zhu Xiaoman exclaimed, "At this rate, won't it take half a month?" Yang Aijuan scratched his head. "We are just inexperienced. With more practice, we should improve." But they also needed hands for picking sunflower seeds. Zhu Xiaoman rubbed her chin and glanced at Miao Shaiwen. "Shaiwen, you are good at cutting hair, so learning this shouldn't be too hard." Upon hearing this, the 2 experts smiled shyly, while Zhao and Meng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Mingjung shook his head with a smile. "Shaiwen can shear, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold the sheep." Miao Shaiwen shot him a playful glare and asked, "So what do we do now? Should we ask the team for more people?" Zhu Xiaoman thought for a moment and then looked at Luo Yi. Luo Yi was eager to try and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll give it a shot tomorrow." Zhu Xiaoman flicked his forehead. "Who said you were going to learn how to shear sheep?" "Not him." Luo Yi looked a bit disappointed then.
Why are you looking at me?
Zhu Xiaoman chuckled and asked, "Who's teaching tomorrow?" "I am, along with you, Yiguang." Yang Aijuan raised his hand. Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "Tomorrow afternoon you all take the kids to the sunflower field to help us. That way, we can free up some people to learn how to shear sheep." "Help in the sunflower field?" Everyone was taken aback. Miao Shaiwen said, "But they're not as tall as the sunflowers." Zhu Xiaoman laughed. "Who said they need to pick sunflowers? There are more than 30 of us and more than 30 of them. Each person can take one of them to help us pick, and at the same time, we can test their poetry skills." Everyone exclaimed. "Is that possible?" "Of course." Luo Ye's eyes lit up. "Sister Xiaomin, I want to go too." "Great, you can go too." Zhu Xiaomin rubbed his head and said, "You are in charge of asking questions. Just pick any topic you have taught and randomly call on someone." This was so much fun. Luo Yi jumped up and said, "Great." Now there were more than 30 little helpers. Everyone was really impressed. So, the next morning, everyone got up early to pick peaches, then returned to the team headquarters for breakfast. After breakfast, they went to the base to pick sunflower seeds. In the afternoon, after one class, the children were led by Yang Aijuan and Yu Yiguang, singing happily as they entered the sunflower field, each finding a teacher to help carry things. Luo Yi quickly claimed Zhu Xiaomin, and the other kids didn't dare to compete with him, so they went after Miao Sherwin. The workers here included not only the youth production team but also people from Lushu Village, Wangjia Village, and Shijiatun. Seeing their kids skipping class to help out, some parents were not pleased, thinking it was just for their own benefit. Before they could express their dissatisfaction, Luo Yi loudly announced it was time for poetry. The poetry activity had been going on for almost 2 months. The kids had heard and recited it at home, but they had never done it all together like this. The parents fell silent, listening intently while they worked. Luo Yi took a sunflower seed cake that Zhu Xiaomin had just picked and began the long song. "In the green garden, the sunflowers wait for the morning dew." Su Xiagan. Su Xiaozheng immediately responded, "In spring, blessings spread, and all things shine." Luo Yi continued, "I often fear autumn will come, and the yellow leaves will wither." Huang Guyu. Huang Guyu replied, "The rivers flow east to the sea. When will they return west?" This time, Luo Yi didn't continue. He called out, "Qian Xiaodou." Qian Xiaodou was surprised. "Me?" Luo Yi shouted. Everyone together. The children shouted loudly, "If the young do not work hard, the old will only feel regret." Zhu Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh. Qian Xiaodou was the one who had tricked her into coming out, always getting into trouble. Luo Yi didn't like him much and usually didn't play with him, so it was surprising he had to recite this line without any time to think. Qian Xiaodou's father, Qian Gui, was in the field. Hearing his son struggle to respond, his face turned sour, wishing he could rush out and give him a good talking to. Then Luo Yi loudly said, "Qian Xiaodou." Repeat it again. Qian Xiaodou had no choice but to repeat, "If the young do not work hard, the old will only feel regret." Luo Yi then recited the second poem, "Climbing the Yiyang Tower," by Du Fu. I once heard of Dongting Lake. Now I am on Yiyang Tower. Xiaoyang. Xia Xiaoya started. The Wu and Chu divide the southeast. The universe floats day and night. Luo Yi continued. No words from friends and family, an old illness with a lonely boat.
Zhao Xiaoshuan.
Zhao Xiaoshuan added. The army horses are north of the mountain pass. Tears flow down from the balcony. As the children recited their poems, the adults enjoyed sunflower cakes while the kids tossed them into a basket. Whenever the parents heard their child's name and saw them reciting loudly, they felt a sense of joy and had no objections. The efficiency of their work surprisingly increased. Meanwhile, at the base, a few young people who had started learning to shear sheep were getting the hang of it. Although their speed was still slow and some sheep managed to escape, they had grasped the essentials. By the end of the day, they had sheared 15 sheep, a significant improvement from the previous day. This plan was successful, and for the next few days, not only could the children join in the work, but the 2 young people from the class could also come back to help, perfectly filling the need for sheep shearers and exceeding their tasks. A week later, the shearing of over 150 sheep was completed. On the day Lu Mingjing sent off the 2 masters, Zhu Xiaomin also received a letter of introduction, packed a bundle of wool, and went to the county with them. Seeing the wool, Yan Yimin was overjoyed. After cooperating so many times, they still followed the usual practice, with the purchase price set at half the market rate. Wool is not like peaches or sunflower seeds, it is a one-time purchase. Zhu Xiaoman didn't discuss the price much, simply saying, "We only have this much wool, so let's go with the price the secretary mentioned. I just want to exchange it for some cotton tickets and cloth tickets." Cotton tickets and cloth tickets? Yan Yimin was surprised. Zhu Xiaoman nodded and explained, "In the city, the annual quota is usually enough for everyone. Our village has either none or very little. In the past, we exchanged grain for supplies, but now we don't have enough food to eat, let alone extra to trade for other things. Wool is valuable, and it's not suitable for the villagers, so I thought of exchanging it for some cotton tickets and cloth tickets. Whether the wool is used for spinning or weaving, finished products also require tickets, so Zhu Xiaoman's request was not unreasonable." Yan Yimin thought for a moment and replied, "But our supply and marketing cooperative also has a limited amount of cotton and cloth tickets, so I'm afraid there won't be many. I need to check with someone first." Zhu Xiaoman nodded and suggested, "Otherwise, Secretary Yan, could you help ask acquaintances if anyone has extra cloth tickets and cotton tickets to exchange with us? If wool doesn't work, could you help trade it for eggs or lamb?" Yan Yimin asked, "Eggs and lamb?" "To know, eggs and lamb also require tickets." Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "We can set aside some eggs each month, but we have to wait until autumn for the lamb. During times of shortage, food is more important than clothing." Yan Yimin thought for a moment and nodded. "If it's eggs and lamb, it should be easier."
But
"Are you not planning to sell any lamb?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "We have a small amount this year, just over 50 goats. We need to keep some for breeding, and we haven't decided how many to slaughter yet. The team wants to save some for the members to celebrate the new year. If we have extra, we will send it to the county, but I'm afraid it won't be much, so it's better to trade for other things." "Just to be clear, there won't be much." Yan Yimin asked, "Why only slaughter goats?" Zhu Xiaoman replied helplessly, "We need to keep the sheep for wool."
oh,
Yan Yimin nodded, a bit disappointed, but understood. He then asked, "From what Brother Lu said, your breeding base seems to be successful. Will you expand it in the future?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled and nodded. "We have already prepared materials for expansion. Once we finish harvesting sunflower seeds, we will start building more sheep pens. Comrade Zhao is coming to help us choose breeding sheep and to assist with mating." Yan Yimin felt relieved and quickly said, "Next year's wool and lamb should still come here." This settled next year's arrangements. Zhu Xiaoman happily agreed. "It's a pleasure to work with Secretary Yan here, and we will certainly trouble you again next year." They agreed on a time, giving him a week to help gather fabric tickets and cotton vouchers, and she would come to deliver the wool herself. Once everything was settled, Lu Mingjing had already sent back 2 wool shearers. They went to the oil mill to help Qin Sudong load yesterday's cake into the truck, then returned to the supply and marketing cooperative to collect the payment and receipt, heading straight back to the village. All the wool was packed and ready. A group of children on the mountain helped collect sunflower cakes, while some young workers decided not to go back. Every morning, they went to pick peaches, and after breakfast, they came directly to the base to learn from Zhao Zheng about selecting breeding sheep and mating them. They then began the expansion work on the sheep pens. During this time, Meng Zihua confirmed the growth conditions of various fruit trees in the orchard and returned to the city early. By the time Zhu Xiaoman was scheduled to deliver the wool, the mating work had already been completed. The next trial site for the breeding base was set in the 3rd team, and Zhao Zheng had completed the final training before packing his bags and moving to the village in the 3rd team. The 3rd team is not under Lu Mingjing's responsibility. After sending Zhao Zheng off, he compiled the materials and planned to return to the city. Luo Yi heard this and felt reluctant to part with him, wanting to sit next to him during meals, asking, "Brother Lu, when will you come back?" During this time, Lu Mingjing would follow others to the mountains to pick peaches in the mornings. Sometimes he would stay at the youth point to write materials, occasionally visit the school, and sometimes take Luo Yi to the base, feeling closer than before. Lu Mingjing also liked this clever little boy. He glanced at Zhu Xiaoman sitting across from him and smiled, saying, "I'll come to check on the silage in the fall, and then it will be time to wait for the ewes to give birth."
oh,
Luo Yi looked a bit disappointed and pointed to the grapes above, saying, The grapes in our yard will be ripe next month. Won't you come? If you don't come, you won't get to eat any. Lu Mingjing looked up and remembered the Sioux-style mooncakes Zhu Xiaoman baked last Mid-Autumn Festival. He glanced at her and slowly said, "Well, if someone invites me, or if I can find some time." As soon as he said this, over 30 pairs of eyes turned to Zhu Xiaoman. Zhu Xiaoman was taken aback, but pretended not to hear and continued to eat. Following Lu Mingjing's gaze, Luo Yi looked over and then back at Lu Mingjing. He opened his mouth to invite him but realized he didn't have enough influence, finally asking Sister Xiaoman, "Aren't you going to invite Brother Lu? Otherwise, he won't have an excuse to come." Uffed. Several people couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Xiaoman found it funny too. She looked at Luo Yi and then at Lu Mingjing, saying, "I remember someone saying that even if they leave here, they're still part of this place. I haven't heard that you need an invitation to come home." That seemed to make sense. Lu Mingjing smiled at her, sighed, and shook his head. "Everyone knows what I'm saying. Only you pretend not to." Yes, he had openly declared his feelings for her. No one should pretend otherwise. Zhu Xiaoman glared at him. "Lu Mingjing, you know exactly what I mean." She didn't treat him as a stranger, but she also understood that she had said she wouldn't marry him. Lu Mingjing smiled bitterly inside but looked delighted on the outside. "So you mean I should come back often?" Zhu Xiaoman. Is this guy really the same Lu Mingjing from his past life? Yang Aijuan and Song Jian couldn't hold back their laughter and pretended to eat when she glanced their way. Xia Qingji smiled and added, "Of course, this year's Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are back-to-back, so you must have a holiday." Lu Mingjing nodded immediately. "Of course. Look at Zhu Xiaoman," he said. "Last year, the mooncakes Xiaoman made were delicious. If you need any ingredients, let me know in advance, and I'll bring them over." So, he still wanted to eat her mooncakes. Luo Ye's thoughts were quickly diverted, and he looked at Zhu Xiaoman with admiration. "Sister Xiaoman can make mooncakes? That's amazing." He then turned to Luo Tingyuan. "Dad, don't you think so?" Luo Tingyuan replied, "This silly boy." But seeing several people looking over, he had to nod. Yes. Luo Yi ran back to Zhu Xiaoman. "Sister Xiaoman, I saw a mooncake once. It was this big, pointed, and had filling inside. Is yours like that?" Zhu Xiaoman was surprised. "Pointed? Whose mooncake is pointed?" Luo Tingyuan explained, "It's the mooncake the village kids had, the ones that were cut." Mooncakes not only need pure white flour but also a lot of sugar and oil. Not to mention that people like them couldn't get any. Even the ordinary villagers often share one mooncake, cutting it with a knife for everyone to have a bite. Zhu Xiaoman finally understood. Looking at Luo Ye's eager little face, her heart ached a bit. She ruffled his hair and smiled. "What I made last year is different, but we can prepare a bit earlier this year." Luo Ye's eyes lit up immediately and he nodded, counting on his fingers. "I heard from San Nyozi that mooncakes have sugar, candied fruits, walnuts, and some even have mushrooms, tomatoes, cucumbers, and eggs." Hearing him list those items, the others were dumbfounded, doubting their own knowledge. Zhu Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh, ruffling his head. "Silly boy, they are just teasing you. But we can make a few different kinds ourselves." Is that not true?" Luo Yi looked surprised. Zhu Xiaoman laughed. "I've never heard of cucumbers or tomatoes in mooncakes." Luo Yi looked disappointed. "I thought it was true. They will definitely laugh at me." Zhu Xiaoman smiled. "Actually, they don't know either. They're just boasting." Luo Yi thought for a moment, still unsure, and nodded. With Luo Ye's interruption, Lu Mingjing just smiled slightly and glanced at Zhu Xiaoman. "It's fine. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day together, whether she invites him or not, the mooncakes won't escape him, and he must win her over." The next morning, Lu Mingjing went up the mountain again to pick peaches. After they picked the first batch of 800 pounds, Chen Sudong took a group down the mountain, while two young people followed Zhu Xiaoman to the base to carry the packaged wool down as well. Lu Mingjing returned to the youth station to get his luggage, then went to the threshing ground to meet up with the two others. They loaded the truck and headed straight to the county. This time, the truck was not just filled with peaches. There were also dozens of bags of sunflower cakes and 4 large bundles of wool. Although it was a large tractor designed for transporting goods, there was hardly any space left in the back. Previously, when they took two wool-shearing masters, there were 5 people in the truck, and Chin Sudong didn't feel cramped at all. On the way back, it was the same 3 people in the truck, and they chatted about wool without any issues. But now, sitting in the middle, Lu Mingjing felt uncomfortable under the intense gaze of the person in front of him, wishing he could jump out of the truck to give them more space. Under Lu Mingjing's gaze, Zhu Xiaomin initially managed to chat and laugh, but gradually, she started to feel uneasy. His gaze was not aggressive. In fact, it was calm and gentle, but the intensity of his focus made her inexplicably anxious, causing her to breathe unevenly. Lu Mingjing, however, was unaware of their discomfort. To him, the girl's soft features in the morning light were captivating, and the fine hairs on her face seemed to glow. Loose strands of hair were blown across her face by the wind, creating a vivid picture that took his breath away. Finally, Zhu Xiaomin could no longer hold back and glared back fiercely, asking in a harsh tone, "What are you looking at?" Lu Mingjing was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. He couldn't help but smile and replied naturally, "Of course, I'm looking at you."
You.
Zhu Xiaomin was momentarily speechless. In their past life, they had never exchanged any romantic words, but that didn't mean no one had ever spoken to her that way. As she gradually gained wealth and an undeniable identity, various men had appeared in her life, saying all sorts of sweet things to her. But that only made her feel nauseous. Now, what was Lu Mingjing saying? What made her even more uneasy was that she didn't find it off-putting at all. Yet, there was a deep sense of unease. Fortunately, Lu Mingjing broke the tension by saying, "I never thought that mountain and those villages would change so much because of you. You surprised me, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else you will achieve in the future." "Oh, so that's what you were thinking about." Zhu Xiaomin smiled and blinked, saying, "Those were just my sudden ideas. Without Uncle Mansong's support and the teamwork of our youth, we wouldn't have accomplished anything. This girl loves to work and doesn't seek recognition, which is great." Lu Mingjing smiled slightly and said nothing more. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. In this era, personal heroism is the most discouraged. Chun Sudong disagreed. "Xiaomin, we're just putting in effort. It could be done anywhere. But building a breeding base, planting fruit trees, and sunflowers, those ideas are not only hard to come up with, but even harder to propose. Yet you not only suggested it, but also made it happen. Ideas are important, but courage is even more crucial." Lu Mingjing nodded slightly as he listened. Not just them, but he too had slowly realized that the situation wasn't as tense since returning to the city. So when he learned about her plan for the breeding base, he supported it without hesitation. A few years ago, when they had just gone to the countryside, he might have hesitated and been indecisive. Zhu Xiaomin shook her head gently and said, "What are we afraid of? You all forgot. These things are done in the name of the team, not as individuals. The important thing is that she understands the direction of this movement, so she doesn't need to make any judgments. She knows that as long as it's under the collective name, there won't be any issues." Chun Sudong found her reasoning sound and nodded repeatedly, forgetting the earlier awkwardness. The tractor drove straight into the city and turned into the supply and marketing cooperative's yard. Having been there every day recently, the staff at the cooperative were very familiar with Chun Sudong. Seeing the tractor, several people immediately came out to help. Yan Yimin heard the noise and quickly came out. Upon seeing Zhu Xiaomin, he smiled and asked about the 4 large bundles tied up. "Is this wool?" When she nodded, he immediately had the staff weigh the wool. With over 150 sheep, they had collected more than 370 pounds of wool. Lu Mingjing said, "After this shearing it will cool down quickly, and by winter, the wool will grow thicker." Yan Yimin nodded repeatedly, wrote a note for the staff to get the money, and invited the two to his office. He also handed Zhu Xiaomin a roll of cotton coupons and fabric tickets, saying, "I contacted the city wool spinning factory. These are the fabric tickets and cotton coupons calculated based on the estimated amount of wool. Also, for the sunflower seed oil, we only paid for the goods and didn't account for the oil tickets. This is to make up for that." Zhu Xiaomin saw a significant stack of cotton tickets, some still attached to the full sheets. She was pleasantly surprised and quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "This exceeds my expectations." Yan Yimin smiled in response. "These tickets are hard to come by, but turning them into cotton and cloth will still cost quite a bit." Zhu Xiaomin quickly replied, "It's almost time to harvest the cotton. Please remind us when the time comes." Yan Yimin nodded. "It should be around the end of the month. I'll inform Qin Jiqing then." He curiously asked, "With so many cotton tickets, you won't use them all at once, will you?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head and smiled. "I need to distribute some to the members and keep the rest for the team, so everyone has a place to exchange them easily." Yan Yimin sighed. "The people in your brigade are really fortunate." Zhu Xiaomin politely thanked him and added, "The peaches on the mountain are almost all picked. By the end of the month, there won't be many left. The sunflower seeds will also be harvested in just over a week." After nearly 2 months of picking, the peaches that ripened first were now of lesser quality and taste, making it impossible to compare them to the initial harvest. Yan Yimin understood but still felt a bit reluctant and asked, "With such a large orchard, why do you only have peaches?" Zhu Xiaomin shook her head. "We planted over a dozen types of fruit trees last year and this year. However, the apricots and pears take longer to mature, so most haven't borne fruit yet. Some trees have a few fruits, but overall, it's only about 100 pounds, which isn't worth sending to the county. However, we will have a large harvest of jujubes in a few months. During this time, other fruit trees occasionally bore fruit, but the quantities were small." After discussions, the brigade decided to pick them all and distribute them among the members, allowing everyone to decide whether to eat them or trade them. Jujubes? They are quite different from other fruits. Yan Yimin thought for a moment and suggested, "How about sending some jujubes to try just like we did with the peaches?" Lu Mingjing laughed. "Secretary, we're not worried about the jujubes. We can try fresh ones first. Otherwise, we can dry them for the new year." "Exactly." Yan Yimin nodded immediately. Although there weren't expectations like with the peaches and sunflower seeds, it was better to have something than nothing, so he agreed to finalize the arrangements with her. After discussing the follow-up matters inside, they weighed the wool and peaches outside. Zhu Xiaomin and Lu Mingjing then went with Chen Sudong to the oil mill, where they weighed the sunflower seeds and loaded the leftover cake onto the truck. After finishing the tasks, Lu Mingjing had to go to the county committee to give a work report before returning to the city. Looking at the girl in front of him, he felt more and more reluctant to leave. While Chen Sudong went to collect the payment receipt from Yan Yimin, the tractor driver approached her and whispered, "Xiaomin, if you don't agree to me soon, once the breeding-based project is over, I really will have to find another excuse to leave." Once the breeding-based project was finished, if the other teams didn't share the pilot projects with him, he wouldn't have any more tasks in the countryside, just visiting once or twice a year. Zhu Xiaomin's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She turned to look at him and saw his handsome face close to hers, feeling his warm breath brush against her. Her heart raced even more. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, as she had before, that she wouldn't marry him, but the words wouldn't come out. Taking a step back to create some distance, she softly said, "Lu Mingjing, I know you can't let go of this place and the people here, but the truth is you've already returned to the city. You have your own life and don't need to keep coming back here. Stop pretending." Lu Mingjing said helplessly, "You know very well that I took on this job because of you. Without you, I wouldn't have come back at all." "That's not true." Zhu Xiaomin just raised her lips, but the words of rebuttal didn't come out. In the past life, after he left the village, even though he sent her money, he always helped out whenever he could, whether it was at the youth station or with matters in the first team. Even after she left and Xie Qingji and the others left, he still kept in touch with the first team until he sacrificed himself. A wave of sadness and helplessness washed over her. She pressed her lips together and pushed it down. Not getting a response from her, Lu Mingjing felt a bit defeated. "Is there something wrong with me? You can tell me." He would try to change. If he couldn't, at least he could avoid it. "It's not that." This time, Zhu Xiaomin didn't think, and the words slipped out. After saying it, She was taken aback and sighed. Lu Mingjing, it's not that you're not good enough. It's just, I'm afraid you're too good. I don't want to hurt you. She was afraid of repeating the mistakes of her past life and feared his fate in that life. Her answer surprised him, and confusion filled Lu Mingjing's eyes.
How could that be? How could you hurt me? How could she respond to that?
Zhu Xiaomin suddenly didn't know what to say. Lu Mingjing looked down at her, and after a moment, he softly said, Actually, you have feelings for me, don't you? Lu Mingjing. Zhu Xiaomin protested with a low shout. Look, Qingji, Sudong, Jian, so many people. You can naturally call their names, but only with me. You always use my full name. You're trying to keep your distance on purpose, right? Because you have feelings for me, but you're resisting it, aren't you? Lu Mingjing said all at once. Zhu Xiaomin. Wasn't Lu Mingjing supposed to be a block of wood? In that moment, Zhu Xiaomin felt she was wrong. In her previous life, Lu Mingjing was always quiet and rarely expressed his feelings, which led her to have a deep-rooted perception of him. But the Lu Mingjing in front of her, without the devastating blows of the past, without the suffocating humiliation, was surprisingly sensitive. Or perhaps, in both lives, he was always sensitive. It was just that the suffering of his previous life had closed off his heart, making him unwilling to express himself. Zhu Xiaomin's eyes slightly warmed, her chest felt tight, unable to swallow or spit out her feelings. In her previous life, she knew Lu Mingjing had endured too much, just like her, and she also knew he had tried for their marriage. However, she had never deeply considered how much that disaster had changed him. Maybe it was those changes that caused them to struggle and fail in their marriage repeatedly. She had hoped to ask him a heartfelt question, to ease her feelings, even if it meant changing how she addressed him. But seeing her suddenly tear up, Lu Mingjing panicked and hurriedly comforted her. Xiaomin, what's wrong? Don't cry, I won't ask anymore, I won't. If you don't want to be with me, then we won't. We can talk about it later, I won't ask. Not be together, and then talk about it later? Lu Mingjing. Zhu Xiaomin found it a bit funny, called out softly to stop his rambling, shook her head, and said quietly, Let me think about it. Give me some time.
What?
Lu Mingjing didn't understand. Zhu Xiaomin pulled at the corners of her lips, wiped away the tears that had escaped her eyes, and said softly, You make me think. What exactly is wrong with you?
Ah?
Lu Mingjing was stunned.
How?
Are there still flaws to dig deeper into? But seeing the hint of a smile on her face, he didn't dare to say more and could only nod eagerly. Oh, okay.
You think about it.
Zhu Xiaomin took a deep breath, turned to look at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative and murmured, Why is Chen Sudong taking so long? It's been quite a while since we went in. Even with an extra 300 pounds of wool, it shouldn't take this long. Lu Mingjing suddenly remembered and said, I'll go take a look. Just as he turned to walk inside, he saw Chen Sudong pulling the tractor driver out, jumping into the vehicle with a smile, saying, All right, let's go. We'll take Mingjing first. Lu Mingjing paused, glanced back at him, and then at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. Why did it seem like they just ran out from the back door? Did they not come out because they saw the two of them talking? How observant of them. Zhu Xiaomin clearly noticed too. She shot a glance at Chen Sudong, who responded with a bright smile, so she quietly got into the vehicle. After sending Lu Mingjing off, the tractor drove straight out of the county town towards the town. Chen Sudong sat leaning against a stack of burlap sacks, occasionally glancing at Zhu Xiaomin, unable to suppress a big grin. Zhu Xiaomin felt uncomfortable under his gaze and finally shot him a glare. Chen Sudong couldn't help but laugh, nodding and saying, Sister Xiaomin, it's not just Brother Lu. We all feel that you treat him differently from us. You really need to think about it. Of course it's different. Zhu Xiaomin felt a headache coming on. Even though she had lived another life and had the mindset of an elderly woman, she and Lu Mingjing had been married for over 10 years, had their arguments, good times, and even a child together. She couldn't view him like she would a younger relative. But now, she didn't even know what this difference in her attitude towards Lu Mingjing meant to him or to others. Zhu Xiaomin sighed, rubbing her temples and ignoring him. The tractor stopped by the threshing ground, where women peeling sunflower seeds greeted the two with smiles. Zhu Xiaomin jumped out of the vehicle and responded to each of them, noticing that Sister Chen was also there, smiling and saying, "Why is Sister Chen out today?" Sister Chen had skilled hands, but unfortunately, her health was poor, so she couldn't do heavy labor. She relied on mending clothes for food and other necessities to help support her family. Sister Chen smiled. "The weather has been nice lately, so I can manage some work here, so I came over." Nearby, Aunt Huang laughed. "Xiaomin, your Sister Chen comes here often. You just haven't seen her because you've been busy in the mountains." Zhu Xiaomin nodded and smiled. "That's true. I've been so busy in the mountains that I've almost forgotten the days." After chatting for a while, some people from the team came down to help with the sorting. Zhu Xiaomin greeted them and went back with them. Chen Sudong went to the finance department to settle accounts and then returned to the base with his team, but Zhu Xiaomin went to Gu Monsong's office. Since the harvest of peaches and sunflower seeds was nearing completion, Gu Monsong waved her in as soon as he saw her. "Zhu, come in." He personally poured her a cup of water and asked about the wool. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and said, "I was just about to bring that up." The price of the wool had been agreed upon last time. This time, they just needed to discuss the specific quantity. She then took out the cloth tickets and cotton coupons given by Yan Yimin and said, "These are some tickets to supplement our payment besides money. I haven't sent them to finance yet because I wanted to ask the secretary how we plan to divide the grain and money for the team this year." "What do you mean by divide?" Gu Monsong didn't understand. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Secretary, our team now has two types of work points. One is for the original production tasks, which counts towards the team's work points, and the other is for the base's side projects, which counts towards the base's work points. The base's output is currently converted into money, and at the end of the year, we will divide the grain and money. Have you thought about how to do that?" Gu Monsong said the simplest way is for the base to divide its own, and the team to divide its own. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. But last year's jujubes and some fruits with low output this year were also divided by headcount, and those are all from the base's output. Gu Monsong seemed a bit unhappy. "Zhu, the base was built with the team support, and the initial planting of fruit trees was part of the overall task. It wouldn't be fair to divide it too strictly, would it? However, the later maintenance of the fruit trees was combined with the base's tasks." Zhu Xiaomin nodded. "Of course, our team is a whole and shouldn't be divided." Hearing this, it didn't seem like she wanted to separate them. Gu Monsong was puzzled. "So what do you mean?" Zhu Xiaomin counted on her fingers. Last year, a lot of the base's construction was funded by the team, and some money was even borrowed. This year, since we made a profit, we need to settle that account first. He liked hearing that. Gu Monsong immediately nodded. Zhu Xiaomin continued. "Also, afforestation is a task for the whole team, but it doesn't produce grain. The people involved only get grain based on the team's work points, which doesn't seem quite right." Gu Monsong nodded again. Zhu Xiaomin summarized. "So, if we divide everything separately, it will lead to many people looking for work next year. There are always some who are cunning." Gu Monsong nodded again. "So you mean?" Zhu Xiaomin sighed. "What I mean is that the work points from both sides should be combined. The grain should remain the same, and the money, besides covering last year's shortfall, should leave some for future development. The rest should be divided like the grain based on work points. In the era of shared resources, this method of distribution would cause the least controversy." Gu Monsong nodded and said, "We discussed this before, but we were worried you wouldn't agree. Just roughly calculating, the income from the base has already reached over 40,000, while the labor force in the first team is only a bit over 300. Roughly, that means each person could get around 100, which is quite an astonishing figure. Even in the city, most families can't save that much money in a year." Zhu Xiaomin helplessly said, "Didn't I just mention that the base's development relies on the team's support?" It was never going to be perfectly clear. "What I want to talk about is these tickets." "Tickets? What's wrong with the tickets?" Gu Monsong asked. To him, grain and money were the main concerns, and as long as those two were fine, he didn't see any issues with the tickets. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. "Secretary, the things we produced in smaller quantities before, like last year's dates and this year's fruits, were distributed per person, right? Gu Man-sung nodded, feeling helpless. The team has discussed this too, but it wouldn't be fair to only distribute to the base workers. Zhu Xiaoman agreed. It's indeed hard to calculate food too precisely, but if we do it this way, those who work long-term at the base might have some complaints. If we continue like this, we might struggle to find workers next year. Not to mention, during this time, whether picking peaches in the mountains or harvesting sunflower seeds at the base, no one could do everything. Gu Man-sung immediately nodded. Zhu Xiaoman pointed to a stack of tickets on the table and said, "So, I want to fight for some benefits for the base workers with these tickets." "Are you saying these tickets are only for the base workers?" "But the production teams from nearby villages are also working for the base," Gu Man-sung immediately responded. Zhu Xiaoman nodded. "I was thinking of dividing it into two parts. One part based on the work points from the base, and we can calculate how many work points equal a certain amount of fabric tickets. The other part would go to the team, with the team setting a price for anyone who wants to buy them with money or exchange grain." Gu Man-sung hesitated. Will others have objections?" Zhu Xiaoman smiled and said, "The secretary forgot that we still have hundreds of pounds of oil. That all comes from the base. When the time comes, it won't just be divided by work points. Everyone will get some. To be clear, those without base work points will receive oil, but they won't get tickets. If they want tickets, they will have to trade grain or money for them. Yes, there is oil. There is real oil to share. While those fabric and cotton tickets require money to buy fabric and cotton, so oil is definitely more practical." However, Zhu Xiaoman cleverly pointed out that the oil is divided per person, but she required work points for the fabric and cotton tickets. This means the oil is spread thinly, while the fabric and cotton tickets are more concentrated. Gu Man-sung nodded, knowing there was something tricky about her words, but he couldn't figure it out. Others would be even more confused, so he nodded and said, "This matter still needs to be discussed in the team. Even if they agree, there needs to be a process." Zhu Xiaoman smiled and agreed, then took the tickets to find Huang Xiaojun. When Huang Xiaojun saw so many fabric and cotton tickets, she was a bit surprised. "Where did these come from?" "They're from our wool. I didn't ask for a high price. I had Secretary Yan help me get them from the wool spinning factory," Zhu Xiaoman explained. She then shared her earlier discussion with Gu Man-sung. "You can record this here and later keep 1/3 for the team, so those in need can exchange for it. The remaining 2/3 will be calculated together with the base work points." Huang Xiaojun nodded, took out a notebook, and as they counted together, she said with a smile, "You could just give these away, but many people would prefer to exchange for food." Zhu Xiaoman smiled and nodded, taking the opportunity to remind her, "If you see anyone who received tickets but doesn't want them, have them come to me or exchange for something else." Huang Xiaojun was surprised, "But the young people at the base earn a lot of work points. Isn't that enough for you?" Zhu Xiaoman sighed. "You don't know. The new arrivals are fine, but several of the early arrivals haven't had their cotton clothes refilled, and the cotton has turned hard as a board. They're not warm at all." Huang Xiaojun nodded. "A lot of people in the village are the same." She added, "Actually, there are places in town that can fluff cotton. If you trade some grain to get it fluffed, it's much softer than doing it yourself." "Yes, there are places in town that can fluff cotton." Zhu Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. "That's a great idea." The two of them took more than half an hour to count the fabric and cotton tickets. After she recorded them, Zhu Xiaoman signed, and this matter was finally settled. Huang Xiaowan noticed it was almost lunchtime and asked her, "Are you eating here?" Zhu Xiaoman shook her head. "Later, I will go to the base with the older sisters. In the afternoon, the kids will help pick sunflower seeds." Huang Xiaowan laughed. "You have such clever ideas. My two kids usually avoid doing chores at home, but they seem so happy to work in the fields with you. That's because your kids are smart. Whenever I ask them to recite poetry, they never get it wrong, especially in front of so many people," Zhu Xiaoman replied with a smile. Huang Xiaowan laughed too. "That's true. Just a few days ago, my sister-in-law said everyone in the village thinks my Xiaozheng is amazing. He recited so many lines at once last time." Zhu Xiaoman couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "That's really true. It was actually Luo Ye's idea to let the kids answer questions themselves. Some kids complained about not being called on enough, while others felt embarrassed when they couldn't answer. It was better for them to answer on their own. These were kids from several teams, and those who weren't familiar with the material could sit out, but the kids from their own families would definitely know the answers. After chatting for a while, they saw the older sisters coming out with baskets through the window. Zhu Xiaomin and Huang Xiaowan greeted them and went to the base together. A few days later, the base collected the last batch of sunflower seeds. Yan Yimin, following his agreement with Zhu Xiaomin, did not collect this batch of seeds, but had the oil mill help extract the oil. The next day, Chen Sudong brought peaches and took the leftover cake back with him. With over 2,000 pounds of sunflower seeds, they extracted more than 700 pounds of oil. Since the entire team had over 500 people, that meant each person could get about a pound, leaving over 200 pounds for the team. Before Chen Sudong and the tractor returned, the news had already spread. The idle aunts and sisters rushed to the threshing ground, and when the tractor stopped nearby, they immediately ran over to watch as the oil barrels were unloaded. They eagerly helped carry the baskets and poles, filled with excitement. 1 pound of oil per person. Families with many members could get several pounds, some even more than 10 pounds. It was going to be a good year. At the team office, they had already cleared out a storage room to welcome the oil. As the barrels were brought in, everyone felt a great joy. Once the oil was stored, Chen Xiaodong went to settle the accounts with the team. This batch of sunflower seeds produced 723 pounds of oil. The barrels were borrowed from the county supply and marketing cooperative, so I need to leave an IOU. I will return it tomorrow, as we agreed to return the barrels after distributing the oil at the end of the year. The team leaders had no objections, and Gu Monsong signed the paperwork to complete the process. A few days later, the last batch of peaches was delivered, and the other 2 counties were informed. Chen Sudong resumed the routine of delivering eggs every 5 days. There were still late-ripening peaches on the mountain, but their appearance and taste could not compare to the earliest ones, and their quantity was gradually decreasing. So, they were picked every few days and directly distributed to the team members. After a year of hard farming, hoping for a bit more grain at the end of the year, the team had never experienced such days. The work was the same, but when they finished and received their work points, they occasionally got some fruits. At first, there were a few distributions of pears, then some apricots, and later, almost every 2 or 3 days, they received peaches. Each time it wasn't much, but it added some color to their otherwise monotonous lives. Moreover, they heard that at the end of the year, there would not only be grain but also money to share, and they wouldn't have to trade grain for oil anymore. After the last batch of sunflower cakes was collected, the other production teams returned to participate in collective labor, while the youth production team went back to the base to complete the expansion work. Soon, with the completion of the sheep pen and chicken coop expansion, news came that nearly 100 ewes had successfully mated, and in a few months, they would have more lambs. Next year, that would bring in additional income. So, with great anticipation, the autumn harvest began. Except for the older sister who fed the chickens and tended the sheep at the base, everyone else returned to participate in the grain harvest. During the busy farming season, all schools in the village closed so that children could return home to help with the autumn harvest. The primary school in Team 1 was no exception, leaving only Luo's father and son truly free. Luo Yi could run around, but Luo Tingyuan was not allowed to go more than 50 meters from the youth station, so Luo Yi stayed close. Thus, Zhu Xiaomin naturally handed over all the chores at the youth station to the father and son, from managing the vegetable gardens to feeding the chickens and rabbits, as well as cleaning the yard and preparing dinner ingredients. There was a lot to do. Just taking care of the vegetable gardens in the 3 courtyards required considerable effort. By the end of the day, the father and son were busy, but felt much closer to this place. The autumn harvest was a race against time, regardless of the Mid-Autumn Festival or National Day. Meanwhile, in the city, Lu Mingjing rushed to finish his work on the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival and hurried back on the noon bus, looking worn out. From the city to the county, and then from the county to the town, as soon as he left the town, he saw the bustling labor in the fields. Lu Mingzheng connected several donkey carts carrying grain and arrived at Lushu village just before 5 o'clock, with work about to end soon. Seeing the familiar big willow tree at the village entrance and thinking about the person he was about to meet, Lu Mingzheng felt cheerful and walked quickly through the village toward the team office. Passing the threshing ground, some workers recognized him and greeted him with laughter. The fresh scent of newly harvested wheat filled the air, creating a lively scene. Lu Mingzheng slowed down a bit to respond to everyone, scanning the entire threshing area. Someone shouted, "Lu, the educated youth, Zhu is at the team office, not here." Everyone knew why he had come. Satisfied, Lu Mingzheng didn't linger and headed straight across the stone bridge to the team office. Inside the team office, it was also busy. The yard was filled with half a yard of grain. Some workers were carrying the dried grain into storage, while others were tying up corn to hang on racks. As he looked through the noisy crowd, Lu Mingzheng spotted Zhu Xiaomin standing at the storage door, and his mood brightened instantly as he walked over to her. For several days, Zhu Xiaomin had been helping in the storage, watching the grain being weighed and recorded, hardly stopping for a moment. At that moment, as she noted the quantity of a cart entering the storage and turned to check the next scale, someone blocked her way. Zhu Xiaomin pushed, "Grain delivery is in the back of the line." This person was quite oblivious. But instead of moving, she heard a low chuckle. Looking up, she met a pair of bright, dark eyes. "Lu Mingzheng?" Zhu Xiaomin exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Lu Mingzheng shrugged. "Didn't you say I could come home anytime?" "I'm back for the festival." "Festival?" Zhu Xiaomin paused, then remembered and slapped her forehead, saying, "Oh, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I almost forgot." After that, she urged him, "You should go back first. We just need to finish storing this grain before we can wrap up." Is that how she was sending him off? Lu Mingzheng felt helpless, set his luggage aside, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "I'm here to help." He lifted a sack that someone had pushed and placed it on the scale. Zhu Xiaomin thought, "That's fine." With his help, the grain weighing went much faster, and before it got dark, the long line was finally finished. "Have some water," said Huang Xiaojun, who was also helping, as she brought 2 bowls of water for them and smiled at Lu Mingzheng. "Lu is great. He comes back and gets right to work." Lu Mingzheng took the water, smiling as he replied, "Huang, you're teasing me." After drinking a few sips, he asked Zhu Xiaomin, "Is there anything else to do?" As Zhu Xiaomin was about to speak, Xia Chunhua said, "Sister Xiaomin, you can head back first. We'll take care of the rest." She winked at her. Why does everyone make that face whenever she is with Lu Mingzheng? Zhu Xiaomin felt helpless, but thinking about the holiday, she decided not to be polite anymore. She greeted a few people and followed Lu Mingzheng back. At the youth center, the young people were coming back one after another. As they entered, they all collapsed onto the table, stretching their bodies to relax their backs before slowly getting up. Luo Tingyuan had already prepared the boiled water, and Luo Yu was running around serving water, occasionally helping one person with a massage or another with a stretch. His antics lifted everyone's spirits a bit, and they laughed as they patted his head and got up to tidy up. When Lu Mingzheng entered, he saw this scene and smiled, saying, "I can't tell if I came at the right time or not." Everyone turned around, surprised and happy to see him, and hurried over to greet him. Luo Yi was especially excited, running over and grabbing him, shouting, "Brother Lu, you really came?" Lu Mingzheng laughed. "What do you mean by really came? Is there a fake version?" Luo Yi nodded eagerly. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, but my dad said tomorrow is National Day and the city is busy, so you might not make it." Lu Mingzheng ruffled his hair and smiled at Luo Tingyuan, sighing, "I came back for the holiday, but it looks like you all are busier than I am." Luo Yi nodded and looked at Zhu Xiaomin, excitedly calling out Sister Xiaomin. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they promised to eat mooncakes." Luo Tingyuan sighed. "Luo Yi, Zhu Xiaomin is very tired." Zhu Xiaomin smiled and asked, "Did you prepare what I asked for?" "Yes." Luo Yi immediately nodded and rushed to the stove. Zhu Xiaomin clapped her hands and called out to everyone, "Let's tidy up first. After a short break, come help out." It's a holiday today, so we'll eat a bit later. Song Jian perked up, asking, Are we making mooncakes? Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Yes, everyone who wants to eat should come help. Since they were all young, just a moment ago they felt completely exhausted and didn't want to move a finger. But now, hearing about mooncakes, they instantly revived, getting up to find brooms to clean themselves off. Some had already taken off their outer clothes and rolled up their sleeves. No need to rest. We'll start making them right away. Zhu Xiaomin found it amusing and directed a few of them. First, go move the stove and clean it for use. She took off her outer clothes and rolled up her sleeves to wash her hands. Lu Mingjing followed suit, rolling up his sleeves to wash his hands, saying with a smile, You prepare the ingredients, and I'll handle the dough. Zhu Xiaomin smiled at him. The dough is ready. Just need it a bit more, and we can start wrapping it up. Lu Mingjing was surprised. Ready? Zhu Xiaomin nodded and pointed her lips towards Luo Tingyuan. Lu Mingjing was speechless. How is Mr. Luo involved with the dough? Even after all these years of hardship, Luo Tingyuan still seemed distant and not at all related to cooking. Zhu Xiaomin smiled and nodded. During this time, thanks to teacher Luo and Xiao Li, we wouldn't even have the strength to cook. Lu Mingjing paused for a moment, then nodded and dried his hands to help her. Soon, the young men were already busy. Some went to fetch water, others brought firewood, and a few had moved the stove out, cleaning the covers based on last year's experience. Miao Sherwin opened the grain storage and brought out the prepared ingredients. Zhu Xiaomin added some seasonings to the dough that Luo Tingyuan had made, while Lu Mingjing kneaded it. She added spices and water to a few pots and set up 2 layers of steamers. It looked like they were preparing a lot of food. Not just Xiaoluya. Even the young men couldn't help but peek in, but the pots and steamers were tightly covered, so they couldn't see anything. Once the dough was ready, Zhu Xiaomin sent the curious young men back to the table, saying with a smile, You all wash the fruit and have some. Later, you can help wrap the mooncakes. She had Lu Mingjing carry the mixing bowl to the table to rest and asked Luo Yi to bring out some large bowls. She chopped some washed fruit into cubes, placed them in the bowls, and added some prepared nut pieces to take to the table. Seeing so many different ingredients, Luo Yi's eyes lit up as he eagerly followed her, watching her every move. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at him and smiled. The fillings in these bowls were all ground by our Luo Yi. Luo Yi immediately nodded and pointed to the bowls, saying this one is jujube, that one is chestnut, that one is hawthorn, and that one is red bean. Sister Xiaomin cooked them yesterday, and I mashed them today. He then asked excitedly, Sister Xiaomin, are there many kinds? Yes. Zhu Xiaomin smiled, already mixing the nut pieces into the different fillings and preparing to chop the fruit herself. Luo Yi was surprised. Can fruit also be used as filling? Zhu Xiaomin smiled. This is a new experiment. Next, he instructed Lu Mingjing to knead the dough and divide it into equal pieces, then rolled them into round cakes. The young men already knew what to do, so they took the round cakes, filled them with filling, and shaped them into mooncakes. Xing Qingsheng and a few others had already started a fire in the stove. After showing Zhu Xiaomin the size of the flames, they placed the mooncakes one by one into a small pot, covering it with a lid and adding more firewood on top. Luo Yi was curious and walked around the stove, but Zhu Xiaomin pulled him back and playfully warned him, if you get burned, you won't be able to celebrate the festival. Lu Mingjing sat next to Zhu Xiaomin, watching Luo Yi and smiling. He really looks like a little kid now. When he first arrived 6 months ago, he was quiet and guarded, like a little beast ready to fight. Zhu Xiaomin understood his meaning and nodded, gently ruffling Luo Yi's hair. With many hands working quickly, over 70 mooncakes were soon ready, but there was only one flat pan, so they could only bake them slowly. As the first batch of mooncakes went into the oven, the food being cooked was ready. Miao Sherwin and Zhang Xiaomei had already served it in bowls, laughing, everyone, take your time eating and waiting. One bowl contained boiled peanuts, another had boiled sunflower seeds, and there was also a bowl of boiled edamame, along with several kinds of washed fruits on the table, making it quite a feast. The peanuts and edamame were grown in their yard, and the fruits, except for the grapes, were from the mountain trees shared among the team. Lu Mingjing laughed and asked, how can mooncakes fill you up? Song Xian stretched his neck to look at the stove. There's something in the steamer too, but I don't know what it is. Zhu Xiaomin smiled. Mooncakes are delicious, but they can't fill you up. Besides, by the time all these mooncakes are baked, it might be late. In fact, with over 70 mooncakes, each person would only get 2, and with so many fillings, everyone could only try a small piece of each. Luo Yi rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. Then, what if I want to try every kind? Zhu Xiaomin ruffled his hair again. I'll cut you a piece of each.
Ah?
Luo Yi looked at her in shock. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. You said mooncakes should be pointy. Luo Yi was speechless for a moment, which made everyone laugh. When the first batch of mooncakes was done, the sweet aroma filled the yard. Just like last year, everyone used a knife to cut them open and each took a piece to taste. Song Xian held up a mooncake to tease Luo Yi. Look, the mooncake is pointy. They didn't lie to you. The first batch that came out was filled with hawthorn. Luo Yi couldn't bear to eat them all at once, so he nibbled on them slowly, glancing at him and nodding seriously. Yes, they are pointy. Song Xian laughed and ruffled his hair, calling him a little rascal. With just a few dozen mooncakes and 38 people, they quickly finished them all. Everyone was still wanting more, staring eagerly at the oven. A few of the female youth workers found it amusing and took down the steamer, washed a pot, and started boiling water for soup. Then they called a few of the male youth workers to help bring the steamed food to the table. What is this? Luo Yi asked, looking at the round, white items on the plate that were arranged in a pattern. Zhu Xiaomin glanced at Lu Mingzheng and smiled. During the Dragon Boat Festival, Lu Mingzheng brought glutinous rice that we didn't use for zongzi, so I made glutinous rice. Everyone give it a try. Isn't it different? Song Xian quickly noticed that although they were all glutinous rice, the ingredients in the different plates varied. Zhu Xiaomin nodded. Like the mooncakes, there are dates, hawthorn, chestnuts, and also fruits and nuts, mixed randomly so you can try them all. The difference was that the mooncake filling was mashed, while this was just cut into pieces. Everyone was curious and immediately started tasting a little from each plate, commenting on the flavors as they went. Luo Yi was dazzled and exclaimed with each bite, Sister Xiaomin, this is delicious. Sister Xiaomin, this one is even better. Sister Xiaomin, this is tasty too. Sister Xiaomin, they're all very good. Zhu Xiaomin laughed at him. If you fill up on this, will you still want mooncakes later?
Ah?
Luo Yi was taken aback, with a mouthful of glutinous rice, unsure whether to swallow it. Miao Sherwin chuckled. It will take a while to bake the mooncakes. You can run around a bit and then eat them. Luo Yi relaxed and nodded happily. Luo Tingyuan sighed. Luo Yi, don't overdo it. Luo Yi nodded. Dad, I know. Zhu Xiaomin laughed. Teacher Luo, there seems to be a lot of food, but with so many people, if everyone tries a bit, it will be gone. She added with a hint of regret, it's really too late. Otherwise, we could have cooked a rabbit. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomei had finished making tomato and egg soup, bringing it over in a bowl and saying, since we have all these sweets, meat wouldn't go well. This egg soup is just right to balance it. Seeing this, more people went to get bowls, bustling to serve the soup. After eating for a while and satisfying their cravings, the conversation gradually shifted away from food to discuss the harvest of the year. For the people at the youth station, whether in the base or the orchard, it was a fruitful time, and Lu Mingzheng also delivered a perfect report for this work. Xie Qingji expressed regret. Why aren't the later pilot projects assigned to you? You've been here for 6 years and know the land and the people best. You're the most suitable. Lu Mingzheng smiled. I might be changing jobs soon. Even if the pilot projects are given to me, I may not be able to follow up. Promotion?
Several young people were surprised.
Lu Mingzheng thought for a moment and shook his head, sort of, but mainly it's a change in job nature. Song Jian was excited. Mingzheng, you just returned 2 years ago and are already getting promoted. Your future is limitless. Xing Qingxing patted him on the shoulder. Mingzheng, you can't forget us. Lu Mingzheng smiled, of course. He turned to look at Zhu Xiaomin.
What is he thinking about now?
Zhu Xiaomin gave him a confused look. Promotion is a good thing, and she was happy for him. But why did his eyes seem uncertain? As everyone chatted and ate, the sticky rice was finished, and the table was cleared of peanut shells, sunflower seed shells, and edamame pods multiple times. Luo Yi, unable to stay awake, leaned against Zhu Xiaomin and fell asleep, while Luo Tingyuan carried him back. The last batch of mooncakes was baked, and as night fell, everyone did a quick cleanup and went to rest. Lu Mingzheng helped her, wanting to say something several times but ultimately said nothing. Zhu Xiaomin noticed, but was worried he might bring up marriage again, so she didn't ask. The next morning, when the work whistle blew, everyone had already washed up and quickly had a bowl of porridge before heading out to the team office to receive tasks. Zhu Xiaomin, Miao Sherwin, and Xie Qingji all had full work points and were at the team office, with Lu Mingzheng helping out as well. Tasks were assigned, and soon some members brought back the already dried grain to store, making room for the freshly harvested grain. After this busy period, it was already late morning, and the group finally got a moment to catch their breath. Lu Mingzheng looked at the time, feeling a sense of reluctance, but he had to say, "I have to go." With a day off for National Day, he needed to catch the afternoon bus back. Xie Qingji immediately said, "I'll see you off." But as soon as he said it, Miao Sherwin pulled him and quickly changed his words. "Oh, I can't see you off. Let Xiaomin take you." Lu Mingzheng immediately looked at Zhu Xiaomin. Zhu Xiaomin replied, "It didn't have to be so obvious." With a helpless sigh, I nodded. At this time, it might be too late to have lunch in the county. Let's go back to the youth station and bring some food. I temporarily handed over my tasks to Miao Sherwin and walked outside with Lu Mingzheng. After coming down from the village office, I could see the scene of people working in the fields from a distance. Zhu Xiaomin raised her eyebrows and smiled. This year, with the income from the base and over 700 pounds of oil, by the end of the year, we can slaughter a few sheep to share. Everyone won't have to trade grain for anything, and next year, we won't go hungry. Seeing her bright expression, Lu Mingzheng smiled back, feeling his heart fill with joy, and nodded slightly. "Xiaomin, you really surprise me. Is this guy going to confess again?" Zhu Xiaomin glanced back at him and quickly quickened her pace, shouting to avoid the topic. "I asked Xiao Luoye to help watch the fire. I wonder if that little guy will run off." Lu Mingzheng could only smile helplessly and quickened his steps to catch up. At the youth station, Luo Yi was carrying a small basket and was about to head to the backyard. When he saw the two return, he immediately called out cheerfully. Zhu Xiaomin asked, "Where's the fire you were watching?" Luo Yi quickly pointed to a stove from yesterday. "I just checked it and was about to go to the backyard." Zhu Xiaomin went over to take a look, patted his head, and praised, "Our Luo Yi is really reliable." After he ran off, she went to grab a few newspapers, took out 2 tea eggs from the pot, wrapped them up, and also got a few mooncakes she had saved from yesterday. She put them in a net bag and handed it to Lu Mingzheng. Lu Mingzheng quietly watched her busy, with a sparkle in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but then Luo Yi ran out again, shouting, Sister Xiaomin, the little rabbits had babies again. 7 of them. He then pulled Lu Mingzheng, "Brother Lu, you haven't seen them yet, right? I'll take you to see." Lu Mingzheng's words were cut off, and he nodded helplessly, "Okay." Zhu Xiaomin reminded, "Don't take too long." Lu Mingzheng nodded and followed Luo Yi. After a while, they returned, and Lu Mingzheng took his luggage, ruffled Luo Ye's hair, greeted Luo Tingyuan, and turned to look at Zhu Xiaomin. Not saying goodbye meant he wanted her to see him off. Zhu Xiaomin felt helpless. She also needed to return to the village office, so she had to follow him out. With school on break, there were only the father and son at the youth station. As they walked down the forest felt even quieter. Halfway through the woods, Lu Mingzheng finally spoke. Little did he know. As soon as he started, Zhu Xiaomin also spoke at the same time. What? They both asked simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and Lu Mingzheng smiled, nodding, "You go first." Zhu Xiaomin thought for a moment and shook her head with a smile. "What I want to say isn't important. You go ahead." "Okay." Lu Mingzheng nodded but hesitated to speak. After walking a few more steps, he slowly stopped and turned to look at her quietly. Feeling his seriousness, Zhu Xiaomin suddenly felt nervous. She wanted to run away, but there was also a hint of anticipation, creating a mix of emotions. Lu Mingzheng carefully chose his words and then said softly, Xiaomin, I know you won't agree with me right now. I initially wanted to take my time. I thought you would eventually accept me, but
what?
Zhu Xiaomin opened her mouth to ask, but couldn't find the words. She just looked up at him, her heart racing, afraid he would bring up marriage, yet also scared he might give up. Meeting her dark eyes, Lu Mingzheng felt a moment of uncertainty. After hesitating, he continued, the task for the third team isn't assigned to me. It's that I can't take it. After the new year, I have to go to the army. Once he goes to the army, he won't have much free time to come here, and there won't be time for their relationship to develop slowly. But before he could finish, Zhu Xiaomin's face turned pale, and she grabbed him, shouting, What did you say?
Xiaomin?
Her intense reaction startled him, and he whispered, I wanted to say, I don't want to wait anymore. Where are you going? Zhu Xiaomin's hand gripped his arm tightly as she stared at him, pressing for answers.